Chapter 1. The World of Dragon Ball. In the seventh universe, on Earth. Not far from West City, there lies an expansive ocean. Hello, everyone. I have returned. Gathered outside Master Rose's abode were numerous individuals. Bulma, Shishi, Tin, Yamcha, and Krillin. As they stood together, a sudden sound pierced the air, and a golden cloud approached from a distance. It was Goku's Nimbus, said to be rideable only by those with a heart of pure goodness. Upon it were two figures, Gohan and Goten, who leaped off the Nimbus and landed directly before the crowd. "Gohan, where's Goku?" Krillin inquired, glancing at Gohan. His surprise stemmed from the absence of Goku and Vegeta accompanying them. Dad and Uncle Vegeta mentioned they had some matters to attend to, so they told us not to wait for them. Gohan replied with a smile. "Well, let's not wait for them whenever Goku and Vegeta meet. It always leads to some male bonding activities," Master Roshi remarked, his iconic turtle shell resting on his back. His words were subtly suggestive, leaving much to the imagination. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, deep beneath the sea where Master Roshi and the others stood, darkness enveloped the surroundings, visibility limited to mere meters. In that abyss, a youth clad in black lay still. From a distance, he resembled a lifeless body, devoid of any discernible aura. Yet, at that instant, a faint voice emanated from the boy. He slowly opened his eyes, but upon uttering a single word, his expression shifted dramatically. An unimaginable pressure engulfed him, causing his bones to creak ominously. "Where's this?" the boy questioned, bewildered. Amidst the pain, he became acutely aware, scanning his surroundings with a grave expression. Ding! System loading successful. Would the host like to activate it immediately? Suddenly, an electronic synthetic voice echoed in Gu Xuan's mind. However, in his state of agony, Gu Xuan could hardly pay attention to the synthesized voice, failing to comprehend it. The pressure pressing upon his bones felt increasingly unbearable, casting a shadow of death over him. Ding! System loading successful. Would the host like to activate it immediately? The electronic voice resonated in Gu Xuan's mind once more. This time, he understood it clearly. System? Gu Xuan paused, despite the excruciating pain coursing through him. He grasped those two words distinctly. His memories were hazy. He remembered being at a hotel, only to find himself in this strange place. And then there was that incessant voice in his head. Yet, a flutter of excitement surged within him. Could it be that I'm not dreaming, but have truly crossed over? I recall reading novels where the protagonist possesses a system, rising to prominence with its aid, becoming a ruler, a conqueror. Gu Xuan murmured to himself, for a novel enthusiast. The concept of a system was entirely familiar. However, he was well aware that such systems existed solely in fiction, not in reality. Could it be that I'm simply dreaming? He instinctively voiced, but quickly realized something was amiss. If this were a dream, he wouldn't be feeling such pain. The suffering he endured was all too real. Third reminder, system loading successful. Would the host like to activate it? Please respond within 10 seconds, or the system will self-destruct, resulting in the host's demise. The electronic synthetic voice rang out for the third time, accompanied by a countdown appearing in his mind. Activate the system. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Xuan made his choice. Regardless of whether he was dreaming or not, activating the system seemed to pose no detriment, whereas refusing might lead to grave consequences. Ding! System successfully activated. Congratulations, host has acquired the Saiyan Infinite Growth System. The synthetic voice echoed once more. Saiyan Infinite Growth System? Gu Xuan murmured, understanding immediately upon hearing the system's name. The so-called Saiyan Infinite Growth System grants the host Saiyan blood, allowing for continuous enhancement in strength without limits. The electronic voice provided a brief introduction, lacking further details. Is that all? Couldn't it be a bit more detailed? Gu Xuan pondered, bemused at the apparent laziness of the system. However, he soon fell into contemplation. Upon realizing he had crossed into the world of Dragon Ball, a realm where planets could be obliterated with ease, Gu Xuan comprehended the necessity of possessing formidable power to thrive in this universe. Otherwise, he might not even witness the dawn of another day. He was well aware of the nature of the Dragon Ball world, even if he was not an ardent fan. Host is activating the system for the first time. A beginner's gift package awaits. Would you like to claim it now? A message sparked Gu Xuan's interest. A beginner's gift package? It seems promising, but I wonder what treasures it might hold. However, being a beginner's package, it's likely to contain only basic items, he mused, drawing from his gaming experience. Yet, having something was better than nothing. Thus, despite not harboring high hopes, Gu Xuan chose to accept it. Claim, beginner's gift package. He murmured internally, and the system responded accordingly. A gift box materialized in his mind, labeled as the beginner's gift package. Without a second thought, Gu Xuan opened the package. Instantly, a burst of golden light erupted from within, dazzling enough to blind him even in his mind's eye. What is this? Super Saiyan. Ding. Beginner's gift package claimed. Congratulations, host has received Kamehameha, flash cannon, special beam cannon, instant transmission, basic combat techniques, super high-speed movement, and the ability to transform from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 4, with a baseline combat power of 100 billion. A flood of information surged into Gu Xian's mind, leaving him dizzy and his head throbbing. An overwhelming force simultaneously surged into his body, gradually merging within him. In that moment of fusion, Gu Xuan felt as if he could annihilate the very fabric of existence with a single punch. It instilled in him the illusion that no one in this world could withstand his might. A power beyond words coursed through him, igniting a profound exhilaration. Simultaneously, his bloodline underwent a complete transformation, elevating Gu Xuan from the realm of an ordinary human. He was reborn a true Saiyan. Moreover, he had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan, capable of ascending to Super Saiyan 4. All of this was acquired in an instant, and although facilitated by the system, the magnitude of this enhancement left Gu Xuan elated for quite some time. Is this truly just a beginner's gift package? Gu Xuan questioned, incredulous. He couldn't help but voice his disbelief for him. Such an enhancement transcended the realm of a mere beginner's gift. It was a luxurious, supreme treasure. As a traveler, to gain such formidable power in such a brief span was nothing short of miraculous. With the acquisition of the beginner's gift package, the immense pressure of the ocean floor, though daunting, posed no challenge to Gu Xuan now. It lay well within his capacity to endure. In fact, it would be more accurate to say that the pressure now meant nothing to him. My current battle power stands an astounding 100 billion. Thus, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, wouldn't it soar to an incredible 5 trillion? I cannot help but wonder how formidable my strength would become as a Super Saiyan 2 or 3. Even in the presence of the mightiest Super Saiyan 4, Gu Xuan felt a slight dryness in his throat, preventing him from continuing his thoughts. His strength could no longer be merely quantified by numbers. I am uncertain of the current timeline within the Dragon Ball universe. If it is prior to the encounter with Majin Buu, then my power should still be considered quite formidable. However, against a god of destruction-level adversary, my abilities may prove insufficient. After all, each of them stands as the pinnacle of strength. Should Goku activate his Ultra Instinct, I would inevitably be overmatched. Thus, as of now, discerning the era I find myself in is of paramount importance. Regardless, there's no point in pondering excessively. I shall venture out and ascertain the situation. No sooner had Gu Xuan spoken than he clenched his fists with a sudden intensity. In that fleeting moment, a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from within him. A battle power of 100 billion, whether transformed into a Super Saiyan or not, was sufficient to instill fear in any adversary. Boom! The potent aura enveloped him, causing the surrounding waters to recoil from his form. Deep beneath the ocean, as Gu Xuan clenched his fist, a vacuum devoid of water materialized around him, carved by his very essence. It is time to ascend. Casting a glance upward, he noted the vast distance above. After all, the depths of the ocean have remained an enigma throughout history. Whoosh! Gu Xuan surged upwards, his figure slicing through the water like a swordfish. Yet his speed surpassed that of the fish by 1,000-fold, a myriad of times. Meanwhile, on the shore, Master Roshi and the others were preparing to depart. Just as they boarded the cruise ship and awaited its departure, a sudden whirlpool emerged unexpectedly. The appearance of this vortex was abrupt, devoid of any prior indication. Moreover, it manifested perilously close to the cruise ship, growing increasingly larger. In the blink of an eye, the whirlpool expanded to several dozen zhang in size. Such a colossal whirlpool rendered the cruise ship hesitant to proceed, forcing it to remain anchored in place. Truly, how can such a whirlpool appear out of nowhere? Bulma furrowed her brow, gazing at the swirling waters. Clearly, the sudden emergence of this vortex disrupted her previously amiable mood, leaving her perturbed. Bulma, do not fret, it is not a grave matter. We shall wait a moment longer. Shishi reassured her with a smile. Gohan, can you sense it? Krillin inquired, his gaze fixed on the whirlpool before turning to Gohan. The current Gohan was no longer the youthful boy of yore as an adult. He remained acutely aware of Ki. He nodded in response to Krillin. What immense energy! Goten and Trunks, standing side by side, gazed at the whirlpool and began to speak. Something feels amiss. Gohan frowned. Although the vortex exuded a terrifying energy, it did not carry an aura of malevolence. In a vast, mountainous expanse, thunderous roars reverberated through the air. Under the relentless clamor, the very fabric of nature shifted, the skies darkening and clouds swirling. Faintly discernible above the mountains were two figures engaged in a furious battle. Both combatants possessed extraordinary strength beyond the capacity of mere words to describe. The resounding clashes echoed with each collision, allowing one to gauge their formidable might. Haha, Kakarot, you are truly an astonishing individual. To be merely a low-class warrior, yet able to hold your own against me. A defiant voice rang out. Ha! With effort, even a low-class warrior can triumph over a higher-class warrior. Wouldn't you agree, Vegeta? Whoosh, 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 boom. Amidst their banter, the two resumed their fierce engagement. After only a few exchanges, Vegeta and Goku almost simultaneously paused. Vegeta, do you perceive that? Goku's expression grew serious as he looked into the distance, where an awe-inspiring energy suddenly manifested. Quite formidable, Vegeta echoed, his gaze now somber. Moreover, this energy feels oddly familiar, akin to our own, Goku remarked, yet he struggled to pinpoint its origin. Vegeta pondered for a moment, attentively sensing the energy. After a brief interval, his expression darkened. It is a Saiyan. Saiyan. Such an overwhelming aura. If this is indeed a Saiyan, Vegeta, this individual's strength will far exceed our imagination. Goku gazed at Vegeta, acutely aware of the intensity of the aura. As a battle enthusiast, excitement danced across his face. The presence of another Saiyan thrilled him immensely. Ever since the annihilation of the Saiyan race by Frieza, the surviving pure-blooded Saiyans have dwindled to a mere handful. Even when including half-breeds like Gohan, their numbers remain scant. This cannot be true, Vegeta murmured, dismissing Goku's words as he abandoned the thought of fighting him, reverting to his usual demeanor, and swiftly flew towards the island where Master Roshi resided, for that was the source of the Saiyan energy surge. Vegeta, ever the impetuous one, seemed unlikely to change his ways anytime soon. Goku chuckled softly, opting not to use instant transmission, instead darting after Vegeta. Vegeta, wait for me, Goku exclaimed. Seizing Vegeta's arm, his fingers poised on his forehead. Kakarot you. Vegeta's face contorted in distaste, but before he could finish his sentence, they vanished in an instant due to Goku's teleportation. What just transpired? Goku and Vegeta materialized before their companions. However, as soon as they appeared, Vegeta shrugged off Goku's grip, his gaze heavy with concern as he surveyed the surroundings. Goku, fixated on Gohan, stared intently at the swirling waters, sensing a figure rapidly approaching from within the vortex. The speed was such that even he could not match it. Dad. Gohan glanced at Goku, but after a moment, shook his head, genuinely perplexed about the situation. I'm uncertain, but I can feel that this energy is extraordinarily potent, even surpassing that of Majin Buu. Gohan observed his father's grave expression, a sight he rarely encountered. It indeed seemed to be the case. Goku nodded in agreement, recognizing this truth. After all, in the face of Majin Buu, Goku was not invincible. However, now confronted with this formidable aura, even Goku himself lacked the assurance of a guaranteed victory. The mere presence of this energy had cast a shadow of seriousness over Goku, compelling him to exercise utmost caution and not underestimate the threat before them. Here he comes, Son Wukong suddenly exclaimed. At the very moment his words fell, a figure surged forth from the vortex, creating a magnificent splash. Wukong swiftly harnessed his energy to shield those around him from the deluge. Whoosh! In an instant, the sound of the air being cleaved apart resonated, and a figure clad in black, Gu Xuan, emerged from the whirlpool, standing amidst the cosmos with a tranquil gaze surveying his surroundings. Naturally, he spotted Son Wukong, Vegeta, Master Roshi, and the others on the island. However, despite their presence, Gu Xuan exhibited no concern, choosing instead to disregard them entirely. Who are you? How did you come to be in the sea? Son Wukong inquired, his tone heavy with gravity. The mere presence of this individual, even in stillness, emanated a formidable aura that was enough to instill fear in them all. Throughout the years, he had never encountered such a terrifying being. Son Wukong. Gu Xuan cast a glance at Son Wukong before choosing to look elsewhere. How handsome. Bulma glanced at Gu Xuan and was immediately captivated, despite being married to Vegeta. After all, what is wrong with admiring a handsome man? Who are you? The Saiyans have been exterminated. Apart from myself and Kakarot, there cannot possibly be any other pure-blooded Saiyans. And you appeared from the sea. Vegeta spoke, his eyes fixed on Gu Xuan, and like Goku, he sensed the formidable presence of this individual before him. How infuriating. First it was Bu, and now another Saiyan has suddenly emerged, each one stronger than himself. Hello, I am Gu Xuan. Understanding Vegeta's personality, Gu Xuan chose to disregard his words and instead offered a gentle smile to the people on the island. Upon seeing Gohan and Goten, Gu Xuan had already surmised that the current timeline was not too early, most likely around the time of Majin Buu. Moreover, seeing that Goku had been resurrected, it was reasonable to conclude that Majin Buu had already been defeated in this period. Gu Xuan? Sun Wukong murmured, perplexed by the unfamiliar name, as it did not resonate within his memory. Gu Xuan, you appear formidable. Among all the adversaries I have previously encountered, none could possibly rival you. Sun Wukong's gaze was sharp and unwavering upon Gu Xuan, whose strength did not intimidate him. Rather, it ignited within him a greater fervor for battle. This is nothing remarkable. Your prowess is commendable as well. The ability to vanquish Majin Buu is indeed surprising, Gu Xuan replied with a smile, demonstrating his goodwill. He did not intend to act recklessly merely because of his own strength. Having newly arrived, it was prudent to adhere to the local customs. Gu Xuan, we are preparing to hold a maritime celebration. Since you're here, why not join us? After all, we are all Saiyans, so there is no need for formality. Sun Wukong enthusiastically proposed. I shall pass this time, perhaps on another occasion. Gu Xuan declined the invitation. He was acutely aware that after Majin Buu, the next threat would be Beerus. At this juncture, it was likely that the god of destruction would soon make his appearance. Therefore, he had little time to partake in festivities. Though his current strength was considerable, surpassing that of Sun Wukong and others, he was fully cognizant that it paled in comparison to the might of Beerus, presenting a daunting disparity. At the very least, the aura of a god was beyond his perception. Thus, his primary focus remained on diligently enhancing his abilities, striving to grow stronger through rigorous training. He aimed to attain the capacity to sense divine presence before Beerus's arrival and, fundamentally, to secure his survival within the universe. These two objectives were essential, otherwise, he would find himself at a severe disadvantage upon the god of destruction's arrival. It was evident that neither Vegeta nor Sun Wukong harbored intentions of allowing Gu Xuan to depart easily. Before Gu Xuan could turn away, Sun Wukong's voice called out to him again. Gu Xuan, since we fortuitously crossed paths, why not engage in a friendly spar? After all, the number of Saiyans is exceedingly scarce, and our meeting is a rare destiny. If you are unwilling to join our celebration, let us at least test our strengths against one another. What do you think? As a fervent warrior, Sun Wukong regarded Gu Xuan with eager anticipation. For him, encountering a formidable opponent like Gu Xuan was exhilarating. Such an opportunity was one Sun Wukong's spirited nature would never allow him to overlook. Engage in a friendly spar? Gu Xuan glanced down at Sun Wukong, a knowing smile gracing his lips. To be candid, he found little interest in battling with Sun Wukong at this moment. This disinterest stemmed primarily from his awareness of his own formidable capabilities. The crux of the matter was that Sun Wukong's current strength was still rather lacking. During this period, his regular combat prowess hovered around a mere 150 million. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, his power peaked at approximately 60 billion. Even accounting for his explosive potential, it would scarcely surpass 100 billion. In stark contrast, Gu Xuan had already attained a staggering 1,000 billion in his base form. For Gu Xuan, engaging in combat with the present-day Sun Wukong would be tantamount to bullying him. Moreover, Gu Xuan harbored no desire to overpower a character he had admired since childhood, pinning him to the ground in defeat. As Gu Xuan hesitated, about to decline, a sudden pause enveloped him after uttering a single word, for a realization struck him. Although his strength far surpassed that of Sun Wukong and his companions, his combat experience was nearly non-existent, having just recently arrived in this world and lacking such expertise. In contrast, Sun Wukong, while perhaps not as powerful, possessed a wealth of battle experience. Thus, this confrontation appeared to be a valuable opportunity for learning. At the very least, engaging in battle with Sun Wukong could facilitate his growth. Murmuring to himself, Gu Xuan resolved that a duel would indeed be beneficial. A smile graced his lips as he addressed Sun Wukong and his companions. A friendly spar, perhaps? I believe it is feasible. However, he continued, this location is not suitable for our battlefield, as it may endanger others. Let us instead venture to the heart of the ocean, where we can unleash our full potential without restraint. Gu Xuan spoke with sincerity. At their level of power, even a casual gesture could unleash unparalleled destruction. Had it not been for Wukong and the others repeatedly reinforcing the Earth with the Dragon Balls, the planet would have long since been reduced to mere fragments following their earlier battles. Having made his point, Gu Xuan transformed into a beam of light and surged into the distance. Excellent! Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight, pleasantly surprised that Gu Xuan had acquiesced to his request. Friends, I shall return shortly. Sun Wukong smiled as he glanced at the crowd, eager to engage in a contest with Gu Xuan. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly set off, pursuing his opponent with remarkable speed. Swish! Vegeta uttered no more than a disdainful click of his tongue after Gu Xuan, and Son Goku departed in succession. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot, dashing away at an astonishing speed, almost disappearing in an instant, leaving behind the bewildered onlookers aboard the ship. They were accustomed to such occurrences, particularly Chi-Chi, who had long since grown used to Son Goku's penchant for seeking out battles. She urged the partygoers to continue the festivities, disregarding Bulma, who was left behind due to her friend's abrupt departure. Far away, in the midst of the ocean, Gu Xuan, Son Goku, and Vegeta stood together, each radiating an immense aura of power. Undoubtedly, Gu Xuan possessed the most formidable presence among them, while Vegeta found himself seething with frustration at being the weakest. The three hovered in the air, their gazes locked in silence, each attuned to the other's energy. Given Vegeta's inferior strength, he was the first to feel the strain. Nevertheless, his pride compelled him to endure. Veins bulged on his forehead as he refused to concede defeat. Kakarot, since you are unwilling to engage, allow me to take this battle. Vegeta declared first, determined not to let Son Goku seize any glory. He turned to Gu Xuan, his expression grave. Gu Xuan, your strength is formidable, and I worry you may not be able to handle it. Son Goku echoed his concern for the prince, fully aware that Gu Xuan's power far surpassed anyone he had encountered before. Even Son Goku himself felt the weight of pressure when facing Gu Xuan, fully aware that if Gu Xuan desired to defeat him, it would be a trivial task, requiring merely a casual strike to bring him down. Kakarot, do not forget that I am the prince of the Saiyans. Is it not inappropriate for you to speak to me in such a tone as a lower-class warrior? Vegeta coldly retorted, dismissing Son Goku's well-meaning advice. Son Goku, accustomed to Vegeta's prideful nature, allowed him to proceed unimpeded. No sooner had Vegeta finished his words than he surged forward, dashing toward Gu Xuan with such speed that only fleeting afterimages remained in his wake. Since you are so eager, I shall begin with you. Gu Xuan had anticipated the prince's fiery temperament. As he watched Vegeta rush toward him, he felt no concern whatsoever. To him, even Son Goku held little significance, let alone the eternally second-best Vegeta. Thus, Gu Xuan, in a natural manner, did not take it to heart. Although he acknowledged that Vegeta possessed commendable strength, it was merely adequate, falling significantly short of meeting Gu Xuan's expectations. With a swift motion, Vegeta appeared before Gu Xuan in an instant. Though his speed was commendable, it remained insufficient for me. As Gu Xuan spoke, just as Vegeta's iron fist was about to descend, he effortlessly evaded the attack with a simple flick of his body. What? Vegeta was taken aback, unable to fathom how his sudden strike could be effortlessly evaded by Gu Xuan. Furthermore, the ease with which he dodged was astonishing. It seems I may have underestimated you. A proud smile graced the corners of Vegeta's mouth, even though he had long shed the malevolent and brutal nature of his past. Nevertheless, the innate pride of a Saiyan remained steadfast within him. So, it appears I have been underestimated? In that case, I hope you can summon forth a power that will truly astonish me. In response to Vegeta's words, Gu Xuan remained unfazed, merely speaking in a calm tone. As you wish. Vegeta erupted with fury, his aura surging dramatically as he charged once more towards Gu Xuan. Boom. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The sound of supersonic explosions echoed through the air. Vegeta moved with the swiftness of lightning, yet he refrained from launching an attack, instead searching for the most opportune moment to strike. As for Gu Xuan, he remained indifferent to Vegeta's antics. Vegeta, if this is your approach, I must regrettably inform you that such a method holds no efficacy against me. Gu Xuan chuckled, finding Vegeta's demeanor utterly amusing, though he lacked combat experience. It did not denote foolishness. Clearly, Vegeta, relying on his vast battle experience, perceived Gu Xuan as a simpleton. Little did he realize that the speed Vegeta took pride in appeared painfully sluggish to Gu Xuan, akin to a child playing house. Is that so? Vegeta sneered. With a sudden halt in his rapid movement, he raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch directed at Gu Xuan. Although Vegeta was the weakest among the three, He still summoned his utmost strength when confronting Gu Xuan. After all, he was the former prince of the Saiyans. How could he possibly refrain from attacking merely due to the formidable strength of his opponent? Vegeta's strike was not only swift but could even be described as exceptionally rapid. With a swift motion, he approached Gu Xuan without a moment's hesitation, unleashing a powerful punch. The speed of his fist was so remarkable that it seemed to disrupt the very fabric of this realm, producing a resounding sonic boom in midair. However, to Gu Xuan, even though Vegeta's velocity was impressive, it paled in comparison to his own prowess, appearing almost juvenile. As Vegeta's fist hurtled toward him, Gu Xuan merely shifted his body slightly, effortlessly evading the impending blow. With his punch missing its target, Vegeta showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he summoned the strength of his elbow and launched another attack aimed directly at Gu Xuan. The impact echoed through the air as Gu Xuan, with a subtle smile, raised a single finger to intercept the elbow strike. The sheer force of his fingertip halted Vegeta's attack entirely, rendering it ineffective and incapable of inflicting any harm. Remarkably, Gu Xuan maintained an air of tranquility, seemingly unfazed by the encounter, while Vegeta's expression shifted slightly, sensing a formidable power emanating from Gu Xuan's fingertip. The intensity of that force left Vegeta's entire right arm tingling, a testament to the might contained within Gu Xuan's singular gesture. "Is this all you can muster?" Gu Xuan inquired, his gaze fixed on Vegeta. "If this is your full strength, I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed." Vegeta, aware that Gu Xuan underestimated him, realized the vast chasm between their abilities. "It seems you possess quite the confidence in yourself." "Very well, let us see how that plays out," Gu Xuan remarked, shaking his head. "Prepare to witness my true power. The Saiyan race is renowned for their combat prowess. I trust you will understand that soon enough. Although you two are a Saiyan with considerable strength, I doubt you are familiar with what I am about to reveal." With a glint of determination in his eyes, Vegeta crouched low, fists clenched, ready for the confrontation ahead. A low growl escaped from Vegeta's lips, echoing through the air. In response to this primal roar, a tempest surged violently from his being. At that very moment, an overwhelming energy erupted from within him. The sheer force of this unleashed power was so formidable that it immediately stirred the surrounding waters into a violent frenzy, generating towering waves. Simultaneously, the energy emanating from Vegeta intensified, revealing an even greater strength surging forth from his core. "Vegeta!" Goku gazed at Vegeta, shaking his head in disbelief. It was only the beginning, yet Vegeta was already on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Such haste seemed rather excessive. However, Goku mused that even if Vegeta did transform, he likely wouldn't stand a chance against Gu Xuan. Casting a glance at Gu Xuan, Goku noticed that Gu Xuan appeared utterly unconcerned by Vegeta's impending transformation. This momentarily took him aback, prompting him to speak. "Both Vegeta and I can transform into Super Saiyans. Even though this individual possesses immense power, he surely cannot transform as well." Goku muttered again, fully aware of this fact. "Transform into a Super Saiyan?" Gu Xuan chuckled softly. "If you believe that this is your ultimate tactic, allow me to enlighten you. In the presence of absolute power, all methods are rendered futile. Even if you transform into a Super Saiyan, or even ascend to Super Saiyan 2, it would bear no significance whatsoever. While Vegeta's aspirations are commendable, to place all hope solely in transformation is, quite frankly, a naively optimistic endeavor." A low growl reverberated through the air, and within mere moments, a formidable power had brewed within Vegeta. "Gu Xuan, you must see clearly. This is the legend of the Saiyans, the Super Saiyan." Vegeta's expression remained composed. As his words fell, a golden wave of energy erupted from him. Boom. Following the emergence of this radiant golden aura, Vegeta's power surged wildly, reaching an incredibly terrifying level in an instant. Golden energy, golden eyebrows, golden hair, everything was bathed in gold. In the lore of the Saiyans, this transformation signifies the Super Saiyan, a metamorphosis that was once confined to legend. "Do you see? This is the Super Saiyan, with a combat power 50 times the norm. In other words, I am now 50 times stronger than when I first engaged you." Vegeta proclaimed with pride, confident that Gu Xuan could not achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. Although he still sensed immense pressure emanating from Gu Xuan, Vegeta felt that he could now contend with him. "Is this your final trump card? It appears quite impressive. Compared to earlier, it's your current form that has ignited a flicker of motivation within me," Gu Xuan replied, knowing full well that his usual combat power of 100 billion rendered Vegeta's transformed power of 10 billion insignificant. "What a haughty demeanor. I hope you can maintain that bravado," Vegeta remarked, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Gu Xuan. Feeling belittled by Gu Xuan's dismissive tone, Vegeta was somewhat displeased. Nonetheless, he understood that despite his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he would still not be Gu Xuan's equal. Yet, he would not concede easily, for he was a proud Saiyan. No one valued the honor of the Saiyans more than Vegeta. This alone made him far superior to Goku. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta was determined to restore their glory, ensuring that the name of the Saiyans echoed throughout the cosmos once more. He believed that this task must be accomplished by none other than himself. Otherwise, it would be a dismal failure for him as the Saiyan Prince. If Goku were to achieve this instead of him, Vegeta would likely harbor lingering resentment. Whether this is arrogance, I believe you understand better than I. I know you may not believe it, so let us put it to the test. I trust you will come to comprehend the outcome swiftly. Gu Xuan smiled softly, unwilling to offer an explanation. He understood Vegeta's character all too well, proud to the point of arrogance. Thus, any excessive elucidation would be utterly futile. Whoosh! Vegeta's figure flickered and then seemingly vanished from sight. It was not a matter of instantaneous teleportation. Rather, his speed was so astonishing that it left one momentarily stunned. Clearly, transforming into a Super Saiyan significantly enhanced his power, particularly in terms of velocity. Gu Xuan smiled faintly, recognizing that Vegeta's speed increase was indeed a favorable development for him as well. At the very least, it afforded Gu Xuan an opportunity to stretch his limbs, alleviating the tedium of the moment. Gu Xuan surveyed his surroundings. Due to Vegeta's rapid movements, everything appeared blurred. Just a moment ago, Vegeta's silhouette stood a mere 7 or 8 meters away. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his energy manifested almost instantaneously behind Gu Xuan. This was the epitome of speed. Nevertheless, a slight smirk played upon Gu Xian's lips. Even in the face of such swiftness, he felt no sense of threat. To him, it was simply too slow. Vegeta! Goku exclaimed as he gazed at Vegeta. Although Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Goku understood that defeating Goku was an unattainable feat for him in this state. Even Goku himself, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, lacked the prowess necessary to vanquish Goku. Thus far, he had not observed even the slightest ripple of emotion on Goku's face, not a hint of an increase in energy. It was as if, at this juncture, Vegeta had yet to reach a level that would warrant Goku's serious attention. Yet, the Prince of all Saiyans remained utterly unfazed. In an instant, Vegeta closed the distance, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist with unbridled ferocity, unleashing the entirety of his power upon Gu Xuan. Like a relentless barrage of raindrops, his strikes pounded against Gu Xian's form, unyielding and incessant. Bang, 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 bang. With each punch that landed, a resounding roar echoed through the air. Under the relentless barrage, a powerful cloud of smoke enveloped Gu Xian's form. To an outside observer, Gu Xuan had completely vanished from sight, obscured by an endless shroud of mist. The spectacle was grand, with the mere aftermath of the strikes causing waves to surge continuously upon the sea's surface. Humph! Observing the thick plume of smoke, Vegeta refrained from launching another attack. Instead, he retreated slightly, creating some distance from the smoke before casting a cold gaze into its depths. As the fog began to dissipate, Vegeta's expression abruptly shifted. Emerging from the haze was the figure of Gu Xuan, who appeared utterly unscathed. Remarkably, his attire showed no signs of damage. It remained as pristine as before. Not a speck of dust adhering to it. It was as though Vegeta's earlier onslaught had merely tickled him, having no effect whatsoever. However, what weighed heavily on Vegeta's mind was Gu Xuan's demeanor. The calmness in Gu Xuan's eyes bore a hint of mockery, though he remained silent. The implications behind his gaze were unmistakable. How was this possible? Vegeta's face was a canvas of disbelief. Even if his assault failed to inflict any harm on Gu Xuan, it seemed inconceivable that it would yield such a result. What? You endured my attack. And yet this is your reaction? Gu Xuan remarked with a slight smile, embodying the classic principle of appearing unharmed despite the chaos. To him, Vegeta's strikes were akin to mere scratches. Vegeta, your prowess is commendable, yet to vanquish me, your current strength is woefully inadequate. I am aware this is not your full potential. Unveil your strongest self and allow me to witness it. Otherwise, given the recent events, I trust you have comprehended the inevitable conclusion, Gu Xuan stated with a smile. In Vegeta's eyes, this was no different than mockery. His tone was composed, yet it concealed an unimaginable aura of dominance. Vegeta's countenance darkened as he scrutinized Gu Xuan intently. After a brief moment, he suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Vegeta could not contain his mirth, as if recalling an amusing incident. You. Gu Xuan furrowed his brow. The words that were on the verge of escaping his lips abruptly swallowed back down, unspoken. Gu Xuan, do you wish to witness the full extent of my power? Very well, since you are so eager to see, I shall indulge your curiosity. You are correct. In my current form, I am indeed not your adversary. However, I am confident that once I unleash my full strength, you will feel a sense of impending threat, Vegeta declared, as his words echoed in the air. He clenched his fists, releasing them only moments later. A cold, fierce glint shone in his eyes. Gu Xuan, prepare yourself to behold my true power, this time. I shall hold nothing back, Vegeta proclaimed, as the energy within him surged violently at that moment. A low growl erupted from Vegeta's throat, echoing with fervor. In that moment, the energy emanating from his being surged wildly. If his transformation into a Super Saiyan had previously augmented his power significantly, now he was ascending to even loftier heights. His strength was amplifying further upon the foundation of his Super Saiyan form. Was he poised to breach another threshold in his transformation? Gu Xuan observed Vegeta, fully aware of this possibility. However, he also understood that despite Vegeta's formidable prowess, the chasm between them could not be bridged by mere transformations. The vast disparity that existed could not be reconciled with a single or even a few transformations. Even if Vegeta achieved a power level of 20 billion as a Super Saiyan 2, and then entered the pinnacle of that form, his might would still only amount to a third of Gu Xuan's normal capacity. The roar persisted, and with each resounding cry, the golden aura surrounding Vegeta intensified. His energy took on a misty quality, and his hair stood even more erect, intermittently crackling with arcs of electricity. These were merely external manifestations regarding Vegeta's power. It had reached 20 billion following his transformation into a Super Saiyan, and this was merely the beginning. Super Saiyan 2 was not the zenith of Vegeta's capabilities. Although he could not yet transform into a Super Saiyan 3 like Goku, he could still unleash the full extent of his power as a Super Saiyan 2, achieving a combat strength of 30 billion. Vegeta, you truly astonish me, Gu Xuan remarked with a slight smile, his expression largely unchanged, save for a flicker of surprise. Is this merely surprising to you? Vegeta chuckled, his confidence restored upon manifesting his full strength as a Super Saiyan 2. He remained a proud and haughty Saiyan prince, resolute in his refusal to acknowledge anyone as stronger than himself. Even if one existed, he would exert every effort to surpass his past self. Just as he had trained in secret, always striving to outpace Goku, he believed that one day he would indeed surpass him and reach a higher realm first. With a swift motion, Vegeta darted forward, his speed markedly enhanced compared to before. In the blink of an eye, he found himself standing before Gu Xuan. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards Gu Xuan, yet he remained utterly unfazed. While Vegeta's speed had indeed seen a significant increase, to Gu Xuan, it still fell short of the mark. A subtle smile graced his lips. Although he acknowledged Vegeta's growth, the chasm between their strengths remained substantial, far from being bridged effortlessly. Keep boasting, Vegeta scoffed, and as he closed the distance, he unleashed a powerful punch, the force and velocity so tremendous that it once again shattered the sound barrier. With a resounding thud, a fist propelled by unimaginable force descended furiously upon Gu Xuan. Yet, in the face of such an assault, characterized by its extraordinary velocity, Gu Xuan remained utterly unfazed. To him, Vegeta was still far from being a worthy adversary. The disparity between them was simply too vast. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to make contact, in an almost instantaneous motion, Gu Xuan deftly shifted his position, effortlessly evading Vegeta's rapid onslaught. What? Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that even unleashing his utmost power, he would still be unable to reach Gu Xuan's form. Vegeta's roar intensified with his rising fury. In that moment, a frenzied power erupted from within him. At that instant, he was brimming with fighting spirit. Truly, he is the prince of the Saiyans. Though his strength may not be overwhelming, his indomitable fighting spirit is undeniably formidable, especially after acknowledging the gap between us. He was still able to unleash such fervor. Gu Xuan laughed heartily, feeling an increased admiration for Vegeta. Perhaps it was due to the transformation of his own bloodline, but he held a deep respect for Vegeta's relentless spirit. Bang, 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 bang. Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, his speed escalating with each passing moment, while the force of his attacks grew increasingly formidable. In the blink of an eye, he had already delivered dozens of blows. The resounding echoes reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding atmosphere to descend into chaos. Rocket launcher. Vegeta clasped his hands together, and in the next moment, a pure sphere of light materialized. Although it was merely a sphere of light, it contained an unimaginable and terrifying power within. Especially as Vegeta infused more energy into the sphere, its might grew increasingly formidable. Quite intriguing indeed. Gu Xuan remained unfazed. In his battle with Vegeta, this was the first time he raised his right hand. Yet, it was merely a single finger. Clearly, for Gu Xuan, a mere finger was entirely sufficient to counter such an attack. How dare you underestimate me? Vegeta scoffed, pushing his hands forward. He was determined to make this ungrateful fool regret his arrogance. With a resounding roar, a colossal sphere of light surged forth, hurtling towards Gu Xuan with relentless intensity. Wherever it passed, the very air seemed to be annihilated in its wake. This was the ultimate strike belonging to Vegeta. A unique expression adorned his face, for he was determined to make Gu Xuan regret his arrogance. Thus, this attack nearly exhausted all his strength, leaving him gasping for breath. As this luminous sphere approached, an aura of terrifying power emanated from it, unleashing unfathomable force. This level of assault warrants my attention, Gu Xuan spoke slowly, raising his right hand as the explosive energy surged towards him. He confidently extended his index finger forward. Such a degree of attack could be effortlessly countered with merely a single digit. Is he truly attempting to block Vegeta's attack with just one finger? This seems utterly absurd. Sun Wukong observed the scene, his face reflecting sheer astonishment. Gu Xuan noticed the shock in Sun Wukong's expression, yet chose to disregard it. This was his nature. He would never exert his full power against the weak. However, he would show no mercy to the strong, although his actions might be perceived as an insult to Vegeta. If Vegeta wished to alter this perception, he would need to train with unwavering dedication. For only the strong can earn the respect of others. This truth remains unchanged across all times and realms. Vegeta, this is your ultimate strike. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my power, Gu Xuan declared, raising his right hand and fiercely pointing at the incoming assault. With a resounding thud, a single finger descended, and instantly a luminous orb materialized upon Gu Xian's fingertip. Though it was merely a sphere of light, coalesced at the tip of his finger, this radiant orb emanated an unfathomable and terrifying power that was beyond imagination. Boom. In the blink of an eye, as the energy surged from the fingertips, it collided with Vegeta's final flash. Instantly, a terrifying tempest erupted from all directions, fueled by the force of their clash. The moment Vegeta's final flash met the energy emanating from Gu Xuan's fingertips, it shattered with a resounding explosion. Residual energy scattered wildly, causing a cacophony that resonated throughout the entire sea. Resistance? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Why? Vegeta's pupils constricted, his eyes reflecting a profound disbelief. He could scarcely accept that his all-out strike had proven so utterly ineffective before Gu Xuan. This revelation left Vegeta momentarily stunned, grappling with the weight of such an unfathomable reality. In that instant, as the overwhelming energy of the Kamehameha dissipated, Gu Xuan's fingertip energy descended directly upon Vegeta. A pain cry escaped from Vegeta's lips. The sheer potency of the energy at his fingertips was overwhelming. Even though Goku had already tempered his strength, the immense force was still beyond what Vegeta could endure. "Vegeta!" exclaimed Goku, his expression shifting dramatically as he instinctively rushed forward to assist Vegeta. His concern was that Vegeta might struggle to withstand the energy unleashed by Gu Xuan. After all, the recent surge of power, though originating from a small source, harbored an extraordinary might. While Goku could offer temporary aid, he understood that he could not be a perpetual crutch for Vegeta. Gu Xuan's voice resonated in Goku's ears, conveying a well-intentioned message. Perhaps this was indeed a fortuitous turn of events for Vegeta. Had Goku recklessly intervened, he might have inadvertently jeopardized Vegeta's safety. Goku paused, momentarily taken aback, as he grasped the underlying meaning of Gu Xuan's words. Furthermore, Gu Xuan showed no inclination to eliminate Vegeta, prompting Goku to withdraw. He conceded that Gu Xuan's reasoning held merit. And in truth, it was accurate. As time flowed by, nearly 10 seconds slipped away in the blink of an eye. The energy at Gu Xuan's fingertips dissipated, revealing a disheveled Vegeta. His battle attire bore extensive damage, a rare sight indeed, and his body was riddled with numerous wounds, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Moreover, his condition reverted from Super Saiyan 2 to his normal state. How could this be possible? Vegeta uttered weakly, astonished that Gu Xuan's casual strike had inflicted such severe injuries upon him. The scene before him vastly exceeded his expectations. Nothing is impossible. I believe you understand this better than I do, Gu Xuan remarked. While the transformations of a Saiyan serve to amplify their combat abilities, they demand an immense amount of energy. If one cannot vanquish their foe swiftly, the transformation may prove counterproductive. With a subtle smile, Gu Xuan shared his insights, asserting that the principle applies universally, regardless of one's origin. The true essence of strength lies in one's base form. If that foundation is robust, even without the ability to transform, one can unleash power that would astonish even a Super Saiyan. Gu Xuan elucidated this point, recognizing that both Goku and Vegeta relied heavily on their Saiyan transformations. While this dependency could be advantageous, it may also become a detrimental habit if allowed to persist. I am aware. Your reminders are unnecessary, Vegeta retorted coldly, maintaining his trademark disdain, seemingly unfazed by his recent defeat at Gu Xuan's hands. Gu Xuan, Vegeta has already fallen. May I now have my turn? Goku's figure flashed before Gu Xuan, his eagerness palpable as he spoke, his expression brimming with excitement and anticipation. Like Vegeta, he did not waver in the face of a formidable opponent. Rather, his determination to test his own limits intensified. Of course, Gu Xuan did not refuse Sun Wukong's request. However, I believe that even if it were you, the outcome would remain unchanged, Gu Xuan remarked. I have always harbored a doubt, and before our battle commences, I wonder if you might enlighten me, Sun Wukong inquired, refraining from immediate action. Speak, and if I possess the knowledge, I shall share it with you, Gu Xuan nodded. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong asked. Initially, he had presumed that Gu Xuan was incapable of such a transformation, but upon hearing Gu Xian's words, his perspective shifted. It seemed as though the man before him possessed an understanding of the Super Saiyan transformation that surpassed both him and Vegeta. Vegeta, too, found himself stirred by Sun Wukong's question, as doubts began to creep into his mind. Gu Xuan chose not to respond verbally but nodded instead. Against your current forms, your standard combat power suffices. To witness my Super Saiyan state, you are not yet worthy, he stated, not out of arrogance, but rather in earnest truth. After all, if Sun Wukong and Vegeta could not even best their base forms, how could one expect him to transform into a Super Saiyan to confront them? To put it kindly, it was unnecessary. To put it bluntly, they simply did not qualify. Nevertheless, his words inadvertently addressed Sun Wukong's earlier inquiry. He was entirely capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, just like them. Meanwhile, Vegeta's expression darkened once more, resembling that of someone who had just consumed a fly, for he recalled having mocked Gu Xian's inability to transform moments ago. You make a valid point. Sun Wukong chuckled, undeterred, as he found merit in Gu Xian's statement. You are indeed a most intriguing individual, Gu Xuan remarked, observing Sun Wukong. He understood why individuals in the Dragon Ball universe were often unconsciously drawn to Sun Wukong. Once, he had attributed it to the protagonist's aura. But now it was evident that Sun Wukong possessed an endearing quality that resonated with many. Since you assert that I lack the qualifications to witness your Super Saiyan transformation, does that imply that should I push you to your limits, you would indeed transform? Sun Wukong proposed earnestly, genuinely eager to witness Gu Xian's transformation. Your reasoning is not entirely flawed. However, I must inform you that achieving this is no small feat. I recognize that you surpass Vegeta. Yet to elicit my full strength will require considerable effort, Gu Xuan replied with a smile, clearly placing greater emphasis on Sun Wukong compared to Vegeta. For Sun Wukong's prowess exceeded that of Vegeta by a significant margin. Especially after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, he effortlessly surpassed Vegeta by a considerable margin. Gu Xuan, your strength is formidable. Given this, I shall not squander our time any further. I will transform into a Super Saiyan directly. Goku slowly spoke, his eyes brimming with combat fervor. As his words echoed, Goku clenched his fists and let out a fierce roar. In response to this roar, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted explosively from within him. Truly, Goku is remarkable. He exhibited such an imposing presence right from the outset. The aura was immensely powerful, surpassing that of Vegeta by a considerable margin. Gu Xuan observed Goku as he transformed, nodding in acknowledgement. He was not taken aback by Goku's immediate metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan. After all, his own prowess had been demonstrated previously. Thus, Gu Xuan comprehended Goku's actions without reservation. In an instant, a golden radiance emanated from Sun Wukong, and with this luminous manifestation, his energy surged exponentially, escalating by a staggering 50-fold. This transformation signified the emergence of a Super Saiyan, a state wherein one's battle prowess is inherently amplified by 50 times. As the golden aura enveloped him, Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan and spoke with measured words. Indeed, he was stronger than Vegeta, which was certainly commendable. Gu Xuan, observing the transformed Sun Wukong, maintained a serene expression, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle before him. However, his remarks were not lost on Vegeta, who, despite his injuries, could only watch helplessly. His fists clenched in frustration and his teeth gritted in anger. I am aware that such power holds no sway over you. In that case, I shall continue to elevate my strength, Sun Wukong declared, casting an unwavering glance at Gu Xuan. Proceed. Gu Xuan nodded, speaking calmly, as if he were watching a performance by Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong unleashed another roar. Beneath this thunderous sound, the sea began to churn violently, giving rise to a colossal whirlpool. The vortex was so immense that it seemed capable of devouring everything in its path. At this moment, the energy emanating from Sun Wukong surged dramatically, doubling from his Super Saiyan state. Simultaneously, his aura transformed into a misty spray, his hair stood even more erect, and a few strands fell across his forehead, giving his gaze an intensified sharpness. This was the Super Saiyan 2 transformation, a state that amplified his power to twice that of the Super Saiyan level, meaning his current strength was 100-fold of his normal capacity. Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan. Transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his prowess vastly exceeded his prior state, far surpassing Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form. And the gap between them was gradually narrowing. Super Saiyan 2, is it? Gu Xuan observed with satisfaction. Very impressive. But I am aware you possess an even more formidable transformation. Unleash it, for your current strength is still insufficient to compel me to reveal my full power. You have quite a distance to cover. Gu Xuan spoke with an air of calmness, his expression unchanging, revealing no signs of concern. So, you are aware of this as well? Sun Wukong replied, recognizing that despite his Super Saiyan 2 form, he posed no real threat to Gu Xuan. This was evident from the earlier incident when Vegeta, after transforming into Super Saiyan 2, was severely injured by a mere finger from Gu Xuan. Then allow me to demonstrate the ultimate transformation of the Saiyans, the most powerful form I can achieve. Although Sun Wukong was somewhat taken aback that Gu Xuan knew this, he resolved to comply with his request. He clenched his fists, and a deep growl emanated from his throat. Waves of primal roar erupted from him, and a torrent of unimaginable energy exploded forth, radiating outwards with a ferocious intensity. Instantly, a thunderous roar echoed through the heavens and the earth. As winds swirled and clouds surged, towering above the ocean were 9 colossal columns of water, each measuring over 10 meters in diameter and soaring hundreds of meters high. They seemed to emerge in homage to Sun Wukong, standing resolutely behind him, exuding an overwhelming aura. This was the pinnacle of strength, Super Saiyan 3. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong unleashed a ferocious surge of energy from within. In that fleeting moment, the golden aura surrounding his body intensified, while electric sparks flickered incessantly. His hair elongated down to his calves, and his gaze sharpened, imbued with a lethal intensity. In the instant his brow smoothed, Sun Wukong had fully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3? Gu Xuan regarded the transformed Sun Wukong with newfound interest. Indeed, Super Saiyan 3, in my estimation, represents the ultimate transformation of a Saiyan. In this state, my power is quadrupled compared to Super Saiyan 2, equating to 400 times my base strength. With my current abilities, I believe I can engage you in battle, and I am certainly qualified to witness the prowess of your Super Saiyan transformation. Sun Wukong's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke, radiating an intense fighting spirit. He was acutely aware that Gu Xuan, even in his base form, possessed formidable strength, rivaling his own ultimate state. Yet, should his opponent transform, their power would surge as dramatically as his own. The scales of battle would inevitably tip once more. However, what significance did that hold? Gu Xuan observed Sun Wukong, who was now brimming with fighting spirit, and found the unfolding events increasingly intriguing. If that is the case, allow me to witness the true might of your so-called ultimate Saiyan transformation, Super Saiyan 3. Gu Xuan remarked coolly, raising his right hand to assume a combat stance. Calmly asserting, I will ensure your satisfaction. At the very least, I can facilitate your transformation into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's gaze was piercing, his fighting spirit unwavering. After transforming into Super Saiyan, his combat power approached an astonishing 90 billion. This was strikingly close to Gu Xuan's base power of 100 billion. It was now evident that Gu Xuan would find it far more challenging to swiftly dispatch Sun Wukong in his base form. Both warriors had experienced significant enhancements in strength following their encounter with Majin Buu. Perhaps, in the face of Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong, Gu Xuan would indeed need to transform into a Super Saiyan himself. Gu Xuan mused, fully aware of his own capabilities. Gu Xuan, here I come. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled, and with a flash, he propelled himself forward. With a swift whoosh, Sun Wukong, having transformed into Super Saiyan 3, exhibited an astonishing speed that far surpassed that of Vegeta. In an instant, he dashed forth and appeared before Gu Xuan, raising his right fist to deliver a powerful blow directly towards him. The speed is not slow. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gu Xuan's eyes as he raised his right hand to meet the incoming punch from Sun Wukong. Bang! In an instant, the fists of the two collided fiercely, and at that moment of intense impact, a resounding boom echoed, reverberating in all directions. The powerful shockwave spread out like ripples in water. You are formidable. With a single strike, both Sun Wukong and Gu Xuan were forced to retreat. However, Gu Xuan merely stepped back once, while Sun Wukong staggered back 3 steps. The disparity in their strengths was clearly manifested through that blow. Yet, despite the difference in power, it was not overwhelmingly pronounced. In such circumstances, determining a victor between Sun Wukong and Gu Xuan would prove to be a challenging endeavor. At the very least, it would not be as straightforward as before, where a decisive outcome could be reached in a brief span of time. The current gap in their strengths was not particularly vast. Adadada. Sun Wukong's gaze shimmered, and Gu Xuan's prowess exhilarated him immensely. Since his encounter with Majin Buu, he had never faced an adversary of such caliber. For Sun Wukong, Gu Xuan's presence was undeniably thrilling, as he represented a worthy opponent, one who ignited such excitement within him. For a Saiyan, there is nothing more exhilarating than such a challenge. Aha! You are quite remarkable as well. Throughout my numerous experiences, I have never encountered anyone as formidable as you. Gu Xuan responded with a hearty laugh, echoing Sun Wukong's sentiments. In his brief life, which had spanned less than 20 years, the strongest opponent he had faced was merely his mother. However, the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins was also shaping Gu Xuan's demeanor, compelling him to break into laughter at this moment. Whoosh! With a swift rush, Gu Xuan and Sun Wukong unleashed their full speed, engaging in a fierce battle that spanned several dozen exchanges in the blink of an eye. The combat with Sun Wukong was starkly dissimilar to that with Vegeta. When facing Vegeta, Gu Xuan found himself devoid of any interest, as the disparity in strength was simply too vast. However, the confrontation with Sun Wukong was an entirely different matter. Although a gap in power still existed, Gu Xuan felt that he could, under normal circumstances, hold his own in the fight. Bang! The sound reverberated with a series of explosive echoes. With the relentless continuation of the battle, the sea roared tumultuously, colossal waves crashing violently, rendering the scene utterly terrifying. Yet, amidst this chaos, neither Sun Wukong nor Gu Xuan seemed to care. At this moment, their gazes were solely fixated on one another. Although Sun Wukong's strength was slightly inferior to that of Gu Xuan, his combat experience was immensely rich. Conversely, while Gu Xuan possessed slightly greater power, he lacked sufficient experience. In this scenario, both Gu Xuan and Sun Wukong found themselves in a brief stalemate. As time elapsed gradually amidst the ongoing conflict, both warriors experienced significant growth. Particularly for Gu Xuan, the battle with Sun Wukong proved to be immensely beneficial. Sun Wukong, too, enhanced his abilities through this skirmish. Remarkably, in such a short span, he felt his strength surge. Although he remained in the transformation of Super Saiyan 3, his power had undeniably increased. With a resounding thud, the two collided once more, causing Sun Wukong to stagger backward. In that fleeting moment of retreat, he raised his right hand, summoning forth a Chi Yuan slash, a signature move of his dear friend Krillin. Naturally, Sun Wukong grasped the essence of this technique. Gu Xuan, how do you find my move? He declared calmly as the Chi Yuan slash materialized and, with a flick of his wrist, hurtled towards Gu Xuan. The slash spun rapidly through the air, seemingly capable of cleaving through anything in its path. A single Chi Yuan slash was hardly a matter of concern for Gu Xuan. Unfazed, he raised his right hand with a swift gesture at the moment the Chi Yuan slash approached, unleashing a staggering force of 100 billion in an instant, directly colliding with the incoming attack. The deafening roar reverberated continuously, as Sun Wukong's Chi Yuan slash met its untimely demise. With a mere sweep of Gu Xuan's hand, the force landed squarely upon Sun Wukong. Was the Chi Yuan slash ineffective? If so, then perhaps this new approach would yield some result. Sun Wukong raised his right hand, and in the blink of an eye, his chi coalesced within his palm. Instantly, 10 Chi Yuan slashes materialized, propelled forth by a flick of his wrist. Each of the 10 slashes surged toward Gu Xuan, emerging from various angles, intent on encircling him and leaving no avenue for escape. Suspended in the air, Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan, now ensnared by his Chi Yuan slashes, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the 10 Chi Yuan slashes hurtled toward Gu Xuan, seemingly sealing off every corner surrounding him, drawing ever closer. Yet, Gu Xuan remained unperturbed, standing his ground. Even though he recognized that concentrating the entirety of one's chi into a singular attack would significantly amplify its power, he showed no inclination to evade. He stood resolute in the air, allowing the 10 Chi Yuan slashes to converge upon him from every direction. Useless. As he gazed upon the 10 incoming Chi Yuan slashes, Gu Xuan merely shook his head. It was not out of arrogance. Rather, he deemed such a level of assault beneath his concern. With a sigh, Gu Xuan made no unnecessary movements, allowing the 10 Chi Yuan slashes to approach unimpeded. The speed of the 10 Chi Yuan slashes was nearly uniform, allowing them to converge around Gu Xuan almost simultaneously. The force of their impact also descended upon Gu Xuan. Break for me! Sun Wukong bellowed as he stood firm, the power within him erupting in an instant. Upon merging with the Chi Yuan slash, it unleashed an unimaginable force. A smile graced Gu Xuan's face, yet he remained motionless. In that moment, his eyes slowly closed. After he shut his eyes, an invisible ripple emanated from his being, as if he intended to use this wave to counter Sun Wukong's Chi Yuan slash. What? Sun Wukong was also taken aback by the presence of the ripples. However, given the urgency of the situation, the 10 Chi Yuan slashes were already approaching Gu Xuan. At this moment, any attempt to take action seemed nearly impossible. A resounding boom echoed through the air. As if in slow motion, the 10 energy slashes, mere inches from Gu Xuan, abruptly collided with the ripples emanating from his being. In that fleeting moment of impact, a subtle sound emerged. Sun Wukong's pupils constricted, and he instinctively rubbed his eyes. For he beheld a sight that defied belief. All 10 of his energy slashes crumbled under the force of the collision. This scene elicited a sharp intake of breath from Sun Wukong, his face betraying a look of incredulity. How could this be possible? He murmured to himself. Not only him, but even Vegeta, witnessing this spectacle, felt his pupils narrow and his expression turn to one of horror. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Was he truly still a Saiyan? Vegeta pondered inwardly, realizing that as the Prince of the Saiyans, the most elite warrior of his kind, he had been left in the dark about so many things since the destruction of planet Vegeta by Frieza. Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was one such mystery, as was the terrifying potential possessed by Gohan, the half-Saiyan. Furthermore, the fusion of Goten and Trunks into Gotenks, who could also transform into Super Saiyan 3, only deepened Vegeta's doubts about his lineage. It seemed that, in comparison to them, he was the least Saiyan-like of all. The powers exhibited by Gu Xuan surpassed Vegeta's wildest imagination. In Vegeta's recollection, beyond the Saiyans annihilated by Frieza on their home planet, he had only encountered 2 normal Saiyans, Raditz and Nappa, both of whom were now deceased, one by Piccolo's hand and the other by his own. What power is this? Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan, still struggling to comprehend. Would he be able to achieve such ease in confronting 10 energy slashes? When you grow strong enough to match my power, you will understand. But for now, even if I were to divulge the secret, you would find it unattainable. Gu Xuan replied with a smile, his words laced with sincerity. Ah! Sun Wukong cast a wary glance at Gu Xuan, and after a brief moment, he suddenly let out a fierce roar. With a thunderous roar, an even more frenzied power erupted from Sun Wukong. I have already stated, it is futile. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gu Xuan's eyes as he took a step forward. Though it was merely a single step, at the moment it descended, Gu Xuan's figure astonishingly materialized right before Sun Wukong. His right hand clenched into a fist, descending directly upon Sun Wukong without the slightest pause. With a sudden exhalation, Sun Wukong felt his breath falter. After enduring Gu Xuan's formidable punch, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and staggered backward, retreating several dozen steps. Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan, his face a tableau of disbelief. Despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, the chasm between their powers remained unfathomably vast. How can your speed be so astonishing? Sun Wukong marveled at Gu Xuan. My speed has always been like this. I was merely warming up before. Gu Xuan replied in a calm tone, casting a glance at Sun Wukong before continuing. Although this was indeed the truth, the words felt oddly peculiar upon hearing them. Your Super Saiyan 3 is undeniably powerful, yet it pales in comparison to my might. As for forcing me to reveal my Super Saiyan form with such a transformation, I regret to inform you that you are still far from accomplishing that. Gu Xuan regarded Sun Wukong, recalling that he had not held back with the previous strike, channeling a staggering 100 billion in combat power. Even Sun Wukong found himself grievously wounded beneath the weight of that blow. At this moment, one could say Sun Wukong possessed no surplus strength to draw upon. I have vowed to compel you to unleash your Super Saiyan, despite his grievous injuries. A remarkable willpower surged within Sun Wukong. Or perhaps it was faith. Oh, do you still possess any excess strength to summon? Gu Xuan observed Sun Wukong with keen interest. I will not yield. Determination shone in Sun Wukong's eyes. This too was one of his few commendable traits. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, still enveloped in the transformation of Super Saiyan 3. In response to his roar, he recklessly summoned the power within him. As he continued to exert himself, an even more formidable force erupted from his being. The roar continued to reverberate from Sun Wukong's lips. It seemed as if he were striving to extract every ounce of strength from within himself to unleash a formidable burst of power in his struggle against Gu Xuan. Vegeta, witnessing this, could not help but feel a pang of concern. He was well aware of Sun Wukong's intentions. However, while this might temporarily amplify his power, it would inevitably exacerbate Sun Wukong's injuries. Though he remained stoic in speech, his heart was laden with worry for Sun Wukong's predicament. Yet, at this juncture, it was evidently impossible to compel Gu Xuan to transform solely through his own efforts. Thus, all hope was entrusted to Sun Wukong. The roar of Sun Wukong continued to resonate. Waves of immense power surged around him, enveloping his form in a radiant golden glow, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, he showed no intention of halting. Is it somewhat interesting? Ancient Xian couldn't help but exclaim, observing Sun Wukong's actions. Yet, no matter how hard you strive, the outcome remains unchanged. This I am well aware of, though I believe you comprehend it even better than I do. Despite his profound admiration for Sun Wukong's approach, Ancient Xian remained unconvinced. The Saiyans possessed no limits. Sun Wukong gazed steadfastly at Ancient Xian, unwavering in the face of his words. Since you have made this decision, I sincerely hope you achieve success. After all, you are indeed a formidable opponent and a person deserving of respect. Ancient Xian nodded, refraining from further argument. Sun Wukong continually growled. During his battle against Majin Buu, Sun Wukong had only recently transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even after defeating Majin Buu, his power was merely at the mid-level of Super Saiyan 3. As for the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, the most formidable state, Sun Wukong had yet to attain it. Although he trained diligently following the encounter with Majin Buu, his progress was exceedingly slow due to the absence of worthy opponents. While Vegeta was indeed formidable, there remained a considerable gap between his strength and that of Sun Wukong. Thus, while this training was beneficial for Vegeta, it offered little assistance to Sun Wukong. As time gradually passed, it was uncertain how long had elapsed. The sea, where Sun Wukong, Gu Xuan, and Vegeta were located, had transformed into a realm of chaos over a radius of several thousand miles. Only those of immense power could venture into this turbulent expanse. Gu Xuan opted to meditate quietly, refraining from disturbing Sun Wukong. To be honest, he was somewhat eager to witness the extent of Sun Wukong's power once he transcended his limits. In the distance, an aircraft approached. However, as it entered the mile-wide radius, it was suddenly engulfed in a tremendous explosion, obliterated by the residual shockwaves of the area. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Bulma exclaimed vehemently. The continuous roar resonated through the air, as the golden radiance enveloping Sun Wukong grew increasingly intense. Ultimately, his figure vanished entirely, leaving behind only a resplendent sphere of golden light. This spectacle was a manifestation of Sun Wukong unleashing the entirety of his power. Indeed, this moment marked a significant transformation. Had it been in the past, Sun Wukong would have undoubtedly been incapable of achieving such a feat. Kakarot. Vegeta gazed at Goku, astonished. He could hardly fathom that Goku had harnessed such terrifying power. This was beyond his wildest imagination. Kakarot, I always believed I was closely following in your footsteps. Yet, only now do I realize that, unbeknownst to me, you have left me far behind. Vegeta's eyes, filled with bloodshot fury, fixed upon Goku, who was enveloped in a golden radiance. He spoke slowly, his reluctance palpable. If he had harbored a glimmer of hope when crushed by Gu Xuan, now Goku's remarkable achievements left him struggling to accept reality. How increasingly intriguing this has become. Gu Xuan, too, observed the golden sphere, within which he sensed a power that struck his heart with astonishment. Of course, this was merely in his normal state. Nevertheless, even so, it was truly extraordinary. After all, his combat power in this state had already reached an astounding 100 billion. The golden light gradually dissipated, and as it finally vanished, a golden figure emerged before Gu Xuan. Sun Wukong. Observing the current state of Sun Wukong, Gu Xuan sensed a stark difference from before. To my astonishment, I have truly succeeded. Sun Wukong spoke slowly. And as his words fell, all the golden radiance surrounding him swiftly coiled back into his being. Everything remained unchanged, as if nothing had ever transpired. Yet, at this moment, the formidable and terrifying power emanating from Sun Wukong far surpassed his previous state. I did not expect that at this moment, you could transcend your limits. It seems your potential is far from exhausted, Gu Xuan remarked, gazing at Sun Wukong. Compared to before, the aura now erupting from Sun Wukong was so potent that even Gu Xuan felt a sense of awe. Given my current state, I should indeed possess the qualifications for you to transform into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong stated, his eyes sparkling with intensity as he looked at Gu Xuan. Indeed, you possess such qualifications, Gu Xuan nodded in affirmation, acknowledging the undeniable truth. There was no need to feign modesty any longer. Sun Wukong was undeniably stronger now. Gu Xuan faintly sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Sun Wukong. Since you have acknowledged it, then please transform. Let me witness the true extent of your Super Saiyan strength. Sun Wukong's gaze was fervent, and he felt a surge of excitement. All his efforts were aimed at enabling Gu Xuan to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, despite the words exchanged, Gu Xuan clearly had no immediate intention to transform. You may possess such qualifications, but I never stated that I would transform into a Super Saiyan right now, Gu Xuan shrugged, speaking with a hint of reluctance. In that case, I shall continue to fight until you do. With a swift whoosh, Sun Wukong now possessed incredible speed, arriving before Gu Xuan before his words even faded away. Such rapidity caused Gu Xian's pupils to constrict, revealing a hint of astonishment in his gaze. How could he be so fast? Gu Xuan murmured, clearly taken aback by the fact that Sun Wukong's speed, after surpassing his limits, could reach such extraordinary heights. Yet, despite his astonishment, Gu Xian's right hand rose swiftly. Fist clenched as he launched a powerful punch towards his opponent. With a resounding thud, the fists of the two individuals collided instantaneously. In that moment of impact, both Gu Xuan and Sun Wukong felt a jolt coursing through their bodies, prompting them to retreat simultaneously. Sun Wukong's fist tingled with a mild numbness. However, he paid it no heed, his expression growing increasingly fervent. In contrast, Gu Xuan, equally affected by the impact, exhibited a hint of surprise. They both staggered backward. Yet this time, Sun Wukong stepped back 3 paces while Gu Xuan retreated a full 7. Sun Wukong noticed this disparity and smirked, reveling in the realization that, at present, Gu Xuan was not as formidable as he had initially perceived. With a single strike, Sun Wukong had firmly established his advantage, and he could not suppress a sense of triumph. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong surged forward once more, his speed unparalleled as he darted towards Gu Xuan, intent on applying relentless pressure through a series of attacks. He believed that if he could sufficiently overwhelm Gu Xuan, the latter would have no choice but to transform into a Super Saiyan. During battle, Sun Wukong's intelligence shone brightly, for his focus was unwavering in the heat of combat. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's approach, a glimmer of determination sparked in Gu Xian's eyes. Though your power has risen significantly, in your normal state, I am not your match. However, you may be formidable, yet you are not so powerful that you can easily defeat me. Your battle power is merely around 120 billion, Gu Xuan declared. Fully aware of his own capabilities, he was also curious to experience what it felt like to face an opponent with greater strength. With a low growl, Gu Xuan propelled himself forward, racing towards Sun Wukong with remarkable speed. Their velocities were astonishing, and in an instant, they closed the distance between them. With clenched fists, both warriors struck with perfect synchronization, delivering powerful blows aimed squarely at one another. A resounding boom reverberated through the air as a shockwave emanated from the point of contact between the two combatants' fists, spreading wildly in all directions. The clash between them was nothing short of ferocious. What was once a lopsided affair had now transformed into a contest of equal prowess. In fact, there lingered a subtle indication that Gu Xuan was being overshadowed by Sun Wukong. Bang, 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 bang. After a single strike, Both Sun Wukong and Gu Xuan vanished simultaneously, only to reappear and collide once more. Neither held back in the slightest. Both unleashed their utmost speed and power, striving to surpass their limits. As time flowed slowly, within mere moments, Gu Xuan and Sun Wukong had engaged in dozens of fierce encounters. Each clash resonated with thunderous roars, further intensifying the chaos in the atmosphere. Bang! After yet another collision, Gu Xuan and Sun Wukong created some distance between themselves. At this moment, both of their expressions mirrored one another, filled with exhilaration. Haha. I never expected that you could hold your ground against me to such an extent in your normal state. It truly surpasses my expectations. It seems that if I do not put in more effort, I shall have no hope of witnessing you transform into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong gazed earnestly at Gu Xuan. To be honest, I find myself rather impatient. With that, Sun Wukong clasped his hands together, resting them beside his body on the right. Between Sun Wukong's palms, energy began to gather furiously. As the words Kamehameha left his lips, a surge of energy erupted within Sun Wukong. The Kamehameha wave. Gu Xuan's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes intently on Sun Wukong. He was well aware of what Sun Wukong was about to unleash, a signature technique of the Kame school, renowned for its immense power. At that moment, as Gu Xuan observed Sun Wukong channeling the Kamehameha wave, he exhibited no hesitation whatsoever and immediately mirrored Sun Wukong's movements with precision. Turtle. Faction. Air. Power. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, a luminous orb manifesting in his hands, radiating an aura of terrifying strength. A slight smirk graced his lips. I can perform the same technique. Sun Wukong, too, conjured a similar sphere of light in his hands, his gaze sharp and piercing as he regarded Gu Xuan. I never anticipated that you would also wield the Kamehameha wave. This truly surprises me, Sun Wukong remarked, his eyes fixed on Gu Xuan. Wave. As the sound of his voice echoed, Sun Wukong finally roared the last syllable. In that very instant, as the final word escaped his lips, Sun Wukong forcefully thrust both hands forward. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from Sun Wukong's hands, surging forth with astonishing speed and formidable power, hurtling directly towards Gu Xuan. Wave. Gu Xuan exclaimed in unison, mirroring the movements of Sun Wukong, even synchronizing the timing of their actions. The moment his words echoed, the Kamehameha wave in his hands surged forth with ferocity, hurtling directly towards Sun Wukong's own Kamehameha wave. The two waves approached each other rapidly, each exuding an overwhelming power capable of obliterating everything in their path. Vegeta gazed intently at this spectacle, fully aware that such a battle was beyond his participation. He could only observe. In an instant, two Kamehameha waves collided with one another. At the moment of impact, a thunderous roar reverberated, and amidst the swirling tempest, the two Kamehameha waves unleashed an immense force. The magnitude of this power was truly terrifying, as the collision alone was beyond imagination. The clash of energies persisted for approximately 5 breaths, before ultimately, Son Goku's Kamehameha wave erupted with an even greater strength. Break for me! With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong infused even greater power into the Kamehameha. With this surge of energy, coupled with Sun Wukong's own formidable strength surpassing that of Gu Xuan in that moment, Gu Xuan's Kamehameha was immediately shattered by Sun Wukong's own. Ha! Sun Wukong bellowed, as the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Gu Xuan crumbled under the force of his own Kamehameha. A tremendous power emanated from it, causing Gu Xuan's complexion to pale slightly. The might of Sun Wukong's strike indeed surpassed his expectations. I never imagined you could push me to this extent. It truly surprises me, Gu Xuan remarked. You wished to witness my Super Saiyan form, didn't you? Since you harbor such aspirations and have endeavored for so long, I shall oblige you. With a slow motion, Gu Xuan raised his right hand and waved, summoning a tempest that obliterated the remnants of the Kamehameha wave. He stood resolutely, gazing at Sun Wukong with calm composure. A mere flicker of power had effortlessly dispersed Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave. While Sun Wukong felt astonished, excitement surged within him. Has he finally resolved to transform? A glimmer of exhilaration sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes. He understood that once Gu Xuan transformed into a Super Saiyan, his chances of victory would vanish entirely. Yet, despite this realization, his insatiable curiosity compelled him to witness the extent of Gu Xuan's power in his transformed state. Only such a spectacle could ignite his fighting spirit further. You are the first to witness my transformation. I hope you do not regret it, Gu Xuan stated calmly, his demeanor unwavering. In that moment, a fierce gale erupted from his being, generating an unparalleled aura of pressure. The winds howled, rapidly dispersing outward from Gu Xuan's center. Instantly, the ocean roared. Beneath the tempest surrounding Gu Xuan, 9 towering columns of water surged skyward, creating a breathtaking spectacle, far grander than Sun Wukong's previous display. Is it finally beginning? Sun Wukong's gaze ignited with fervor. Even at this nascent stage, the power exhibited was unfathomable. One could scarcely envision the magnitude of strength Gu Xuan would possess after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's heart raced with anticipation. He had long awaited this moment. He dared not dwell on the implications of the power boost he would receive upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, for he knew better than anyone the sheer magnitude of such strength. What an extraordinary force this would be. Vegeta also gazed at this scene, his pupils constricting as his body trembled subtly. This was beyond his control. It was the might of Gu Xuan. For the first time, Vegeta felt a profound sense of dread and fear deep within his heart. Goku, pay close attention, the Super Saiyan you desire. Gu Xuan looked at Goku, pausing momentarily before a smile crept across his lips. With his fists clenched, he continued, "Here it comes." At the moment those words fell, an unimaginable force erupted explosively from Gu Xuan. A brilliant light suddenly erupted, enveloping Gu Xuan in a golden radiance, transforming him into a golden deity of war. Particularly noteworthy was the sheer magnitude of his power, which surged uncontrollably following his transformation into a Super Saiyan. To be precise, his strength increased 50-fold. This meant that Gu Xuan, whose power previously stood at 100 billion, now soared to an astounding 5 trillion. Initially, Sun Wukong held a slight advantage, but now, in terms of sheer momentum, Gu Xuan was overwhelmingly dominant. Is this the extent of your power after transforming into a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong's pupils contracted as he instinctively retreated several steps, his expression reflecting an unimaginable shock and horror. How is this possible? Vegeta stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at Gu Xuan. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance in the presence of Gu Xuan, as if a mere flick of his finger could obliterate him entirely. This sensation unsettled Vegeta profoundly, yet he could not suppress the emergence of such thoughts. When Gu Xuan transformed into a Super Saiyan, an aura of terrifying energy erupted from him, surging forth into the starry sky. The seventh universe predominantly comprises 4 major galaxies: the East Galaxy, West Galaxy, South Galaxy, and North Galaxy. Earth, fortuitously, lies within the dominion of the North Galaxy. At this moment, however, the entirety of the North Galaxy was enveloped by Gu Xuan's energy. Under this overwhelming aura, every being of notable strength within the North Galaxy could sense it, trembling involuntarily. Strangely, Gu Xuan's energy remained confined within the North Galaxy and did not extend beyond its borders. This was a deliberate choice on Gu Xuan's part. Otherwise, should he unleash his full might, his power could easily resonate throughout not just the North Galaxy, but potentially the entire 7th universe. Whose energy is this that possesses such formidable strength? One could only wonder who was engaged in battle to unleash such a potent force. How awe-inspiring. The spread of energy throughout the North Galaxy had only occurred a handful of times before. Could it be that an immensely powerful entity has emerged within the North Galaxy once again? Despite its strength, this energy did not emanate malevolence. Perhaps this being is not an adversary after all. As the inhabitants of numerous planets within the North Galaxy sensed Gu Xuan's aura, discussions erupted, filled with trepidation. For this presence could effortlessly erase them and their entire worlds from existence. Goku, we are in trouble. The North Kai, in a state of agitation, paced anxiously on his diminutive planet, clearly concerned. Goku, behold my Super Saiyan form. Are you satisfied now? Gu Xuan said slowly, fixing his gaze upon Goku. A golden aura enveloped him, which he then dispersed with a powerful shockwave. The immense energy radiated outward, yet in that same instant, Gu Xuan expertly controlled it, ensuring not a single shred of destruction touched the surroundings. What precise control! Goku narrowed his eyes, astonished by Gu Xuan's display. The accuracy with which he wielded his energy was something even he would find challenging to replicate. Indeed, you are immensely powerful, but I still wish to test my strength, Goku declared, shaking off his astonishment. He looked at Gu Xuan, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of battle, undeterred by the overwhelming power before him. Then let us proceed. Gu Xuan nodded, expressing his admiration for Sun Wukong's courage, despite his own strength being vastly superior to that of Sun Wukong by several multiples. The latter did not falter in the face of such a daunting disparity. Instead, he boldly embraced the challenge. This remarkable bravery is indeed a rarity. Turtle. Faction. Air. Faced with the formidable presence of Gu Xuan, Sun Wukong decided against further probing and resolved to unleash his most powerful strike. Although the outcome might remain unchanged, at the very least, he could take solace in the fact that he had exerted his utmost effort. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward. With a resounding roar, the colossal Kamehameha wave surged forth, hurtling towards Gu Xuan with an astonishing velocity and unimaginable might. As the formidable wave approached, Gu Xuan merely shook his head slightly, exhibiting no concern whatsoever. Nonchalantly, he raised his right hand, effortlessly grasping the kinetic energy of the Kamehameha as it drew near. Despite the wave's immense power, it held no significance for Gu Xuan. At this moment, he could effortlessly halt it without any need for counteraction. Behold the essence of true strength, Gu Xuan declared, and with that, he clenched his right hand with tremendous force. With a resounding bang, the formidable Kamehameha wave crumbled effortlessly under the grasp of Gu Xuan. Though he realized it would be futile upon witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong still couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, staring blankly at Gu Xuan. Surely not. Even Vegeta was momentarily rendered speechless by the scene before him, appearing utterly stunned and somewhat at a loss. The power displayed by Gu Xuan was, without a doubt, overwhelmingly formidable. Gu Xuan regarded Sun Wukong with an unyielding expression. Sun Wukong, it is now my turn. After effortlessly obliterating the Kamehameha wave, Gu Xuan spoke casually, his demeanor remarkably composed, as if he held Sun Wukong's strength in complete disregard. Come on, Sun Wukong said, gazing at Gu Xuan, taking a deep breath. As his words echoed, he swiftly vanished from sight. However, instead of advancing, he retreated, deliberately creating a distance between himself and Gu Xuan. It was a clever tactic, yet Gu Xuan smiled, discerning Sun Wukong's intentions. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan appeared directly before Sun Wukong, his speed beyond the realm of imagination. How astonishing! At this moment, Sun Wukong's expression changed drastically, as he never anticipated that Gu Xuan's speed could reach such an extraordinary level. It is worth noting that even with Sun Wukong's current prowess, surpassing that of a Super Saiyan 3, he was unable to catch a glimpse of Gu Xuan's figure moments ago. This clearly illustrates that Gu Xuan's swiftness has transcended Sun Wukong's imagination, existing in a realm far beyond his own. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan extended his finger, its speed remarkable, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. In the face of such a vast disparity in power, any action taken by Sun Wukong appeared utterly futile. His body seemed exceedingly fragile. Under these circumstances, combat prowess became insignificant, and what truly mattered was battle experience, a domain in which Sun Wukong undoubtedly excelled. Just as Gu Xuan's finger approached, Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to retreat frantically. Yet, in comparison to Gu Xuan's strike, his speed was still woefully inadequate. Moreover, given the proximity between them, evasion for Sun Wukong was nothing short of a delusion. Gu Xuan shared this sentiment, and though he did not exert his full strength, he still unleashed a force equivalent to 1/10 of his might, approximately 500 billion. Confronted with such a formidable finger, Gu Xuan held little belief that Sun Wukong could successfully evade it, and in the blink of an eye, just as Gu Xian's fingertip was about to make contact with Sun Wukong, the latter, realizing he could not outpace the oncoming strike, resolutely raised his right hand, placing 2 fingers upon his brow. Instantaneous movement. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's swift motion, Gu Xuan's speed suddenly escalated, propelling him towards Sun Wukong in an instant. Yet, even at this proximity, just a mere inch away from Sun Wukong's form, he vanished in the blink of an eye. Sun Wukong reappeared beside Vegeta. Although he successfully evaded the direct impact of Gu Xian's strike, the sheer force of that finger was so overwhelming that, despite not being struck head-on, the residual energy caused a tumult within Sun Wukong's body, resulting in injuries. What formidable strength! Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, to have evaded my strike is truly unexpected. It seems I may have underestimated you earlier. However, I am curious. While you managed to elude this attack, will you be able to do so a second time? After all, you are already injured. Perhaps the wounds are not severe, yet they will undoubtedly affect your agility. Gu Xuan spoke, acknowledging Sun Wukong's prowess while also revealing the harsh truth of the situation. His words were indeed factual. With injuries sustained, Sun Wukong's speed would inevitably be diminished. Even a slight reduction in pace could exponentially increase the peril he faced. Who knows? Perhaps a miracle may yet occur. Sun Wukong, undeterred by the circumstances, regarded Gu Xuan, clearly prepared to confront the impending second strike. Interesting. Gu Xuan laughed heartily. This was indeed the Sun Wukong he remembered. With a wave of his right hand, a tremendous force erupted explosively from within him. The magnitude of this energy was truly immense. This is merely 30% of my strength. If you can evade it, then it would take a miracle. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. As soon as Gu Xian's words fell, he pointed with his right hand. With a swift motion, a colossal arrow formed from the aura surrounding him. This arrow was entirely composed of Gu Xian's energy, emanating a terrifying power. Upon its emergence, it instantly surged towards Sun Wukong. With a swift whoosh, the arrow propelled forth with astonishing velocity, arriving instantaneously before Sun Wukong. Confronted with this imminent threat, Sun Wukong found himself unable to retreat in time. He could only raise his right hand, positioning 2 fingers upon his brow, preparing to employ his skill of instant teleportation once more. However, just as his fingers descended, before he could activate the teleportation, the arrow approached with an unimaginable speed, piercing through his very form. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong felt a jolt through his body, followed by a violent spurt of fresh blood. In that moment, his energy plummeted dramatically, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion. Within mere moments, he could no longer sustain the form of Super Saiyan 3 and reverted to his normal state. To his dismay, he discovered a gaping wound on his right shoulder, inflicted by an arrow composed of pure energy, conjured by Gu Xian. Fortunately, Gu Xian harbored no murderous intent, sparing him from a fatal injury. Now, Sun Wukong, you have gained some insight into my power. Gu Xian appeared before him in an instant, gazing at him as he spoke slowly. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand, and with a swift gesture, a surge of pure energy erupted forth, seamlessly merging with the wound on Sun Wukong's shoulder. The infusion of this energy catalyzed an astonishingly rapid healing process, restoring the injury to its former state in an instant. Gu Xian had never intended to harm him, and thus, the task of mending Sun Wukong's wound was merely a trivial endeavor. Gu Xian, your strength is indeed formidable. I must concede that I am no match for you, Sun Wukong declared as he soared into the air, feeling his injuries mend and his energy surge simultaneously. After this encounter, he was thoroughly convinced of Gu Xian's overwhelming power. The sheer might of a Saiyan was astonishing, but it also ignited a spark of excitement within him. Being a Saiyan himself, it suggested that he too could aspire to such greatness. This realization illuminated a path for Sun Wukong's training. If Gu Xian could achieve such prowess, he merely needed to dedicate himself to rigorous practice. One day, he too could become as powerful, if not more so. Gu Xian, your strength is truly extraordinary, especially after transforming into a Super Saiyan. Your power far surpasses ours, Sun Wukong remarked, a hint of resignation in his voice. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, it was impossible for him to remain unyielding, regardless of whether one is a Saiyan or not. The primary objective of combat remains the acquisition of experience and the enhancement of one's baseline power. As long as an individual possesses sufficient strength in their normal state, they can unleash unimaginable power, even without transformation. Gu Xian smiled, appreciating the compliment, yet he acknowledged the truth in his own words. You make a valid point, however. Enhancing one's baseline combat power is no simple task, nor can it be achieved in a short span of time. I am curious about your training methods. You appear quite young, perhaps even younger than both Vegeta and me. How is it that you possess such remarkable strength? With a look of bewilderment, Sun Wukong spoke up, expressing his long-standing confusion on the matter, seizing the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Gu Xian shook his head, offering no response. Glancing into the distance, Gu Xian contemplated his departure. After all, there were very few individuals on Earth who truly mattered to him, and the number of those who posed a threat was virtually non-existent. Furthermore, he realized he had arrived a bit too late. Both No. 18 and Bai Di Li had already wed by this time. Gu Xian, are you familiar with Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong discerned Gu Xian's intentions, yet he refrained from intervening, instead opting to utter words that might capture Gu Xian's attention. Dragon Balls. Gu Xian paused for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Naturally, he was well aware of what they were. It was inconceivable that he would be ignorant of the Dragon Balls. Although he was somewhat perplexed by Sun Wukong's intentions, he spoke up. We are in search of the Dragon Balls. Bulma's birthday is approaching. Since you have no other matters to attend to, why not remain on Earth? It would provide you an opportunity to witness the Earth's Dragon Balls firsthand. Should you have any wishes to fulfill, they can also be realized through them. Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xian, casting out the enticing bait. Vegeta nodded in agreement, clearly finding common ground with Sun Wukong on this matter. Very well. I shall observe the capabilities of these Dragon Balls to see if they can fulfill my desires, Gu Xian replied, not rejecting Sun Wukong's proposal, agreeing to stay on Earth temporarily. In truth, Gu Xuan was not particularly concerned about the Earth's Dragon Balls. His decision to remain was primarily due to the anticipation of another's arrival, a presence that significantly influenced his choice to linger on this planet. with my current strength. Even transforming into Super Saiyan 4, I would likely not stand a chance against Beerus. I wonder when Beerus will make his appearance. Before that, it would be prudent to visit the hyperbolic time chamber. The flow of time there is exceptionally conducive to training, Gu Xuan murmured to himself, then turned to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, I wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Gu Xuan regarded Sun Wukong, aware that requesting access to the chamber from the Kaishin might incite unnecessary complications. While Gu Xuan was indifferent to such matters, accompanying Sun Wukong would certainly alleviate some of the potential inconveniences. The hyperbolic time chamber? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Gu Xuan and did not refuse his request. No problem, I can take you there right now. Sun Wukong nodded, believing that facilitating Gu Xuan's entry into the chamber was not overly troublesome. By the way, Gu Xuan, with your strength at such a high level, you must possess more than just the Super Saiyan transformation, right? Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something and inquired, eager to witness the full extent of Gu Xuan's transformations. Having already been impressed by what he had seen, what does it mean? Gu Xuan furrowed his brow, clearly having surmised Sun Wukong's intentions. I wish to witness all your transformations. I wonder if you can fulfill this request. Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan with eager anticipation. Simultaneously, Vegeta, who had been standing with his arms crossed, fixed an unwavering stare upon Gu Xuan, his meaning unmistakable. All transformations? Gu Xuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Really? That is splendid. Sun Wukong exclaimed with boundless excitement, taken aback by Gu Xuan's swift acquiescence. Not only was Sun Wukong surprised, but even Vegeta found the response unexpected. Moreover, it was not merely the two of them who sought this. Gu Xuan himself began to feel a tinge of curiosity regarding the extent of his own power upon completing all transformations. After all, he had only just crossed over and had not yet thoroughly tested his capabilities. He too yearned to discover the depths of his strength. Wukong, father. At that moment, Sun Wukong, along with his companions Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, Krillin, and Bulma, arrived from a distance, joining Sun Wukong's side. You all came along as well, Sun Wukong remarked, smiling at them. Wukong, you should send them back. Son Gohan can stay, but the others cannot withstand my aura. Remaining here would not benefit them. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, expressing a valid concern. This was his first time transforming, and it was inevitable that he would struggle to control the dispersal of his energy. If he inadvertently harmed an onlooker, it would be quite unfortunate. Goten, Trunks, take the others back first, Sun Wukong instructed without a moment's hesitation. Despite their eagerness to witness the unfolding events, they chose to comply, recognizing that Sun Wukong's intentions were well-meaning. Moments later, only Gu Xuan, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta remained in the vast ocean, while the others had retreated to safety. Gu Xuan, are you ready to begin now? Sun Wukong inquired, his anticipation palpable. Son Gohan, curious, scrutinized Gu Xuan, eager to ascertain the true strength of the formidable warrior his father spoke of. Vegeta, too, displayed a look of expectation. Among the three, Son Gohan undoubtedly possessed the greatest strength, as his title of God Gohan was not merely a boast. Following him was Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan 3 form. With Vegeta trailing behind, all eyes were fixed intently on Gu Xuan, as if fearing that a mere blink would cause them to miss something extraordinary. Gu Xuan, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the attention, smiled and began to speak. To transform into a Super Saiyan, one must first be in their base form. He looked at Sun Wukong and the others, continuing, the stronger your base form, the more formidable your power upon transformation. I believe this is quite clear to all of you. The three nodded in agreement. For instance, Son Gohan, having fully awakened his potential and entering the God Gohan state through explosive energy, represented an alternative path for Saiyans. However, this was a seldom trodden road. The outcome and ultimate potential were shrouded in uncertainty. Gu Xuan glanced at Son Gohan, addressing him directly. This is the essence of the Super Saiyan. Gu Xuan clenched his fists, and in an instant, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within him with a thunderous force. In that fleeting moment, golden radiance spread forth, while Gu Xuan's aura soared correspondingly. Simultaneously, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gu Xuan had been meticulously controlling his energy, yet even so, the intensity of his aura caused Vegeta and the others to tremble uncontrollably. However, they quickly regained their composure. The power of a Super Saiyan is 50 times that of the norm. Gu Xuan spoke slowly. Next, it would be Super Saiyan 2. His calm voice resonated once more as his arms quivered violently. Yet, the moment those words left his lips, a much more formidable force erupted from Gu Xuan. surpassing all previous might. A thunderous roar erupted as a tempest surged forth, instantly dispersing in all directions. In that moment, Gu Xuan's aura surged dramatically, doubling in intensity. The energy surrounding him manifested in a mist-like spray, with electric sparks dancing throughout. His hair stood even more erect, a few strands of bangs cascading down. His gaze sharpened. And the overwhelming pressure emanating from him caused Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan to collectively gasp in astonishment. Under such immense pressure, the trio had no choice but to unleash their own power, forming a barrier of energy before them to withstand the force radiating from Gu Xuan. As he had previously stated, it was indeed true that any weakling standing in his presence would likely be torn to shreds by the sheer force he exuded. Fortunately, Gu Xuan bore them no ill will. He merely released his energy. Thus, even the aura of Super Saiyan 2 could be countered after Goku and the others unleashed their own strength. The might of Super Saiyan 2 is double that of a Super Saiyan, equating to 100-fold of their normal power. Gu Xuan spoke, his gaze fixed on Goku. Next, it will be Super Saiyan 3. He uttered these words while maintaining his focus on Goku, as if he intended to demonstrate it for him. After all, besides Goku, the only other being capable of achieving Super Saiyan 3 was Gotenks, a fusion of Goten and Trunks. Gu Xuan clenched his fists. A low growl emanating from his lips. In tandem with this growl, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him, accompanied by a searing aura that enveloped the surroundings. This intense heat was so extraordinary that even Sun Wukong and his companions were compelled to unleash their utmost strength to withstand it. Yet, despite their efforts, they found themselves reluctantly forced to retreat. Within a Tinjong radius around Gu Xuan, the power of Sun Wukong and his allies rendered them incapable of approaching him. Gu Xuan's hair rapidly extended, and the energy radiating from his body grew increasingly formidable. Lightning crackled around him, creating a symphony of thunderous sounds. His eyebrows vanished, and even his countenance underwent a transformation, becoming more strikingly handsome. However, the aura he exuded was sufficient to send a shiver of trepidation through all who beheld him. Behold, Sun Wukong gazed upon Gu Xuan's Super Saiyan 3 transformation, his pupils narrowing involuntarily, a look of disbelief etched on his face. Vegeta was equally astounded. Super Saiyan 3. He gripped his fists tightly, so fiercely that his nails pierced his own skin. Yet, overwhelmed by the sheer shock, he felt no pain at all. His gaze fixed intently on Gu Xuan, his heart a tumult of emotions. He still could not transform into Super Saiyan 3, a source of deep anguish within him. Gohan also looked on, moved by Gu Xuan's Super Saiyan 3 form, for he had witnessed his father transform into this very state. Gu Xuan's transformation bore a striking resemblance to that of Sun Wukong, yet the disparity in their power was staggering. Was this the essence of Super Saiyan 3? A transformation akin to that of his father, yet the chasm in strength was unfathomable. Under Gu Xuan's Super Saiyan 3 form, an unprecedented pressure enveloped Sun Wukong and his companions, an insurmountable force they could scarcely withstand. In unison, they erupted with energy, elevating their own power to its zenith. Together, they forged a barrier of energy before them, barely managing to stave off the overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, as Gu Xuan unleashed the full might of Super Saiyan 3, the entire Earth and even the entirety of the seventh universe felt the suffocating terror of his formidable power. What manner of strength was this? How could it be so potent? In the depths of hell, King Yama was tending to his affairs when his countenance shifted dramatically, as if sensing something momentous. He rose to his full stature, eyes widening in shock as he gazed into the distance. This cannot be real. How could it be so terrifying? The North Kai, observing the luminous sphere before him, displayed a look of utter disbelief. At that moment, the East Kai looked towards the north, sensing the suffocating power emanating from a distant planet in the northern galaxy. The West Kai and South Kai also gazed northward, despite their differing dominions. They were united in their recognition of the astonishingly formidable force from the northern galaxy. Within the seventh universe, there exist two sanctuaries, realms that neither belong to the cosmos nor to the underworld, but rather are uniquely designated spaces. These are the sanctuaries. One such sanctuary is the Kaioshin realm, the dwelling place of the Kaioshins of the seventh universe. Known as the gods of creation, this realm is thus referred to as the realm of creation. At this moment, within the Kaioshin realm, the Kaioshin and the Elder Kaioshin were engaged in a lackluster conversation. However, just then, the moment the aura of Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 surged forth, it sent a tremendous shockwave through the entire Kaioshin realm. This is. The old Kai's gaze sharpened. Old ancestor, whose energy is this? How can it be so formidable? The Kaioshin Shin exclaimed in astonishment. within the realm of the Kaioshin. This energy was undeniably potent, yet it bore no malevolence. Furthermore, the source of this energy was none other than Earth. The old Kai, having lived for an extensive period, was well-versed in various matters and possessed profound experiences. Although he too was taken aback, he maintained a level of composure that distinguished him from Kaioshin Shin. Moreover, Goku and his companions were present on Earth. Nevertheless, no matter how he tried to discern it, he could not attribute this energy to any of them. Earth? The Supreme Kai, Shin, was momentarily taken aback, but soon closed his eyes to attune his senses. After a brief moment, he nodded slightly. It would be prudent to observe once more. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as we had imagined. The old Supreme Kai produced a crystal sphere and placed it before him, murmuring a series of incomprehensible incantations. His hands rested gently upon the surface of the crystal. Now, a ripple flashed across the crystal ball, and instantly an image materialized. The scene depicted was none other than the present-day Earth. Reflected within it were figures of Son Wukong, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and another individual whose identity remained a mystery. The Supreme Kai gazed at the 4 figures within the crystal ball, recognizing only 3 of them. As for the last one, his face was unfamiliar, prompting him to voice his confusion. If I knew, would I still be asking you? The old Supreme Kai retorted with annoyance. The Supreme Kai, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words to counter the assertion. Meanwhile, the expression of the old Kai grew increasingly grave. If this were indeed an individual who had never materialized before, the situation would be rather dire. This is my Super Saiyan 3, a transformation whose power is 4-fold that of Super Saiyan 2, equating to a staggering 400 times my base form. In my normal state, my combat power stands at 100 billion, and upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, it escalates to an astounding 400 trillion. The so-called Super Saiyan 3 is merely a threshold for the Saiyans. Any Saiyan willing to strive and dedicate themselves can effortlessly attain this 3rd stage of transformation. Yet beyond this 3rd stage, further transformations await exploration, though they will introduce a significant divide at that juncture. Gu Xuan spoke slowly. Rather than immediately contemplating the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, he took the time to elucidate to Goku and the others. Watershed? Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at Gu Xuan with a look of confusion. Given his intellect, he clearly found this statement somewhat difficult to comprehend. A watershed can also be perceived as a choice. However, each individual's choices are distinct. According to my research, in ancient times, the Saiyans were divided into 2 factions. One group adhered to the principle of Saiyan honor, vowing not to abandon or forsake their path, steadfastly continuing forward. Such individuals find it arduous to achieve breakthroughs. Yet once they do, their strength experiences a tremendous enhancement. This group can be seen as following the unique transformations bestowed upon the Saiyans. The other faction, however, opted for alternative paths. They sought to enhance their abilities through other means, even when unable to transform and surpass their limits. Among these individuals, some fortuitously attained new realms, transcending the existence of all others. It is an immutable law that every species, upon reaching a certain level, can cultivate in such a manner. Both paths have been traversed by the Saiyan ancestors, and both have found success. As for which of these paths is the correct one, that remains an enigma. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, revealing that he could have chosen to remain silent about these matters. Thus, he refrained from mentioning the divine realm and opted for a different approach. He believed that even if he chose not to speak, when Beerus arrives, Son Wukong and Vegeta would inevitably follow the original script, meaning they would ascend to become Super Saiyan gods. Gu Xuan's presence, therefore, served to provide them with a choice, which was his primary intention. Son Gohan, the path you tread is one that no Saiyan has ventured upon in countless years. Yet, your journey leans more towards the second path. However, there are nuances that set it apart, and I cannot comment further. Ultimately, it is for you to determine. Gu Xuan remarked, casting a glance at Son Gohan. Gu Xuan, you have spoken at length, so I wish to know, which path do you follow? Vegeta inquired, a question that only he would have the audacity to pose. If left to Son Wukong, his nature would surely prevent him from asking. It was not that Son Wukong lacked the courage to inquire, rather, he might not have even considered such a question. Gu Xuan cast a fleeting glance at Vegeta before shifting his focus to his clenched fist. I have chosen the path of the Saiyans, foregoing the cultivation of realms. In essence, I primarily pursue the transformations of the Saiyan lineage rather than the alternative route. A faint smile graced Gu Xuan's lips as he spoke. If that is the case, then in comparison to your Super Saiyan 3 form, surely there exist other transformations yet to be unveiled? Vegeta regarded Gu Xuan intently, his curiosity unmasked, as he inquired with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Of course. Gu Xuan nodded, offering no denial. May we also take a look? Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan with eager anticipation. Certainly. Gu Xuan nodded, and then, boom. As these words were spoken, a terrifying aura, far more potent than that of a Super Saiyan 3, erupted explosively from Gu Xuan's being, rising steadily in intensity. As the overwhelming aura enveloped them, the expressions of Sun Wukong and his companions shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Gu Xuan. What you are about to witness is a transformation that has not been seen since the ancient times when the Saiyans vanished, a transformation that no one has ever attained. It transcends even the form of Super Saiyan 3. I have named this extraordinary metamorphosis the Super Saiyan. With his fists clenched, Gu Xuan suddenly spoke after a brief moment of silence. 4. At the moment this exclamation resonated, an unimaginable and formidable aura erupted explosively from Gu Xuan's being. This aura was overwhelmingly powerful, reaching levels beyond comprehension. At least for Sun Wukong and his companions, it was an unprecedented revelation. They had never fathomed that an individual could possess such might. Particularly striking was the fact that this individual was, like them, a Super Saiyan. While Sun Gohan was somewhat indifferent, focusing solely on his academic pursuits in accordance with his mother Chi-Chi's aspirations for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Gu Xuan stood before them like an insurmountable mountain. Despite his tremendous power, which exceeded their wildest imaginations, they were compelled to confront this daunting peak. This epitomized the essence of Super Saiyan 4. The gazes of Sun Wukong and his companions were fixated on Gu Xuan. They anticipated his imminent transformation, a spectacle they had never witnessed before and could scarcely envision, especially since such a transformation had vanished in ancient times. Its reappearance now was an event they could not afford to miss. A terrifying tempest enveloped the surroundings, and at that moment, the ocean's waters receded by more than 3 inches due to the overwhelming aura emanating from Gu Xuan. The sea, boundless and infinite, was rendered diminished in its volume, as the scorching energy exuded by Gu Xuan was too formidable to comprehend. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was beyond imagination, yet it was indeed unfolding before their eyes. However, none paid heed to this spectacle. Sun Wukong and his companions remained fixated on Gu Xuan, holding their breaths, not daring to divert their attention in the slightest. With a thunderous roar, Gu Xuan's aura surged exponentially, escalating from the formidable battle power of 400 trillion characteristic of a Super Saiyan 3. In but a fleeting moment, his combat prowess soared to nearly 800 trillion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The crescendo of his might had only just commenced. His strength continued to escalate wildly, 1 trillion. 2 trillion simultaneously, tufts of hair emerged upon his form. His once golden locks reverted to a deep ebony hue, and a crimson halo encircled his eyes. Gu Xuan suddenly let out a low growl from his mouth. A tremendous force erupted, and in that instant, Gu Xuan transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, his power surged to a staggering 400 trillion, an astonishing leap that bordered on the absurd. Yet, after Gu Xian's metamorphosis into Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong and his companions felt an unexpected sense of relief. They could no longer sense the overwhelming, suffocating energy that had previously emanated from Gu Xuan. Instead, he now exuded a remarkably serene aura, or perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as approachable. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong observed Gu Xuan intently. Despite the absence of the previous aggressive energy, Gu Xuan now emanated a far more perilous presence, not through tangible sensations, but rather an instinctual awareness. Indeed, this was the essence of Super Saiyan 4, a Saiyant's ancestral path. Gu Xuan nodded. After unleashing the power of Super Saiyan 4, very few in the 7th universe could still perceive this formidable strength. However, in a peculiar corner of the 7th universe, there existed another sacred realm akin to the realm of the Kaioshin. In the cosmos, all beings are equal, where there are creation gods like the Kaioshin. There must also be destruction gods to maintain the balance of the universe. This second sacred site was indeed the realm of the god of destruction. Yet, the god of destruction in the 7th universe was rather indolent, with only 2 notable interests, food and sleep. Whenever unoccupied, he delighted in indulging in culinary delights. As for sleep, he could slumber for an extended period. Currently, the god of destruction was napping, but as Gu Xian's energy permeated the air, Beerus's slumbering form stirred with a sudden jolt, as if his body instinctively reacted to the sensation. Attempting to open his eyes proved futile, as he was overwhelmingly tired. He simply rolled over and resumed snoring. However, those familiar with Beerus would recognize that such movements indicated he was nearing wakefulness. After all, even the most ordinary person lingers in bed for a while upon waking, let alone someone like Beerus. Meanwhile, Whis was savoring delicacies as Gu Xuan's energy began to spread. Although he sensed it, he paid it no heed. It seemed that this faint presence did not warrant his attention. He simply ignored it and continued to eat with relish. I never anticipated that this would be so delectable, Weiss remarked as he savored his meal. Earth. The aura surrounding Gu Xuan gradually diminished as he exited the state of Super Saiyan 4, returning to his normal form. The terrifying power that once enveloped him vanished in that instant. If I am not mistaken, a formidable warrior will arrive on Earth in a few days. At that time, with your current strength, you will be utterly incapable of contending with him. Gu Xuan cast a glance at the starry sky, uncertain of Beerus's exact location. However, based on the timeline, it was evident that the day of Beerus's arrival was drawing near. A formidable warrior? Are you saying that even you are not his match? Sun Wukong gazed at Gu Xuan, astonished. He had always believed Gu Xuan to be exceptionally strong, but now he learned of an existence even more powerful than himself, which was beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. His might surpasses what we can fathom. Even I cannot guarantee that I could withstand even a fraction of his power while in the state of Super Saiyan 4. Nevertheless, preparations must be made beforehand. As Gu Xuan spoke, he raised his right hand and waved it. Instantly, a tempest erupted, enveloping Sun Wukong and the others in an instant. In the heavenly temple, Gu Xuan and the three of them suddenly found themselves in this new location. Sun Wukong, Piccolo exclaimed upon the unexpected arrival of Gu Xuan. Naturally, he also noticed the presence of an unfamiliar figure beside Sun Wukong. Strikingly, the aura emanating from this individual bore a remarkable resemblance to the terrifying energy he had sensed earlier. Who is Sun Wukong? Piccolo inquired, directing his question towards the unfamiliar Gu Xuan. Although he was brought by Sun Wukong and thus presumed to be harmless, it was prudent to seek clarity. When Sun Wukong revealed that the formidable power Piccolo had felt earlier was indeed emanating from Gu Xuan, he was taken aback. Gu Xuan appeared so youthful. Piccolo, we wish to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Is that acceptable? After explaining his intentions, Sun Wukong made his request. After a brief moment of hesitation, Piccolo acquiesced to Wukong's plea. Follow me, he said, casting a glance at Gu Xuan beside him. Although he had not arrived at the scene in time, he was nonetheless astonished by the overwhelmingly powerful aura that emanated from the divine temple, particularly now, as Sun Wukong had brought the other party along. This was a matter of respect that Bic was willing to extend. Under Bic's guidance, Gu Xuan and the others entered the spirit time chamber. Is this the spirit time chamber? Gu Xuan inquired, gazing at the expanse of the white, ethereal realm surrounding them. He could distinctly sense the disparity between this place and the outside world. The flow of time here was notably different. While a single day passed outside, an entire year could elapse within these walls. Training here was indeed quite beneficial, though it felt somewhat stifling and exceedingly dull. Beside Gu Xuan, Sun Wukong elaborated. The training here can be quite effective. Gu Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you all may commence your training. I, too, require a space to begin my own practice, he declared. As soon as his words echoed in the air, he vanished in an instant, darting swiftly into the distance, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, within the realm of the god of destruction, one of the two sacred domains in the seventh universe, Beerus, who had been in a deep slumber, slowly opened his eyes. However, it was evident that he still felt somewhat deprived of rest, as he stifled a yawn that stretched nearly to his ears. After a yawn and a stretch, Beerus glanced around, puzzled by his early awakening. Weiss, where are you? He called out, not spotting his attendant upon opening his eyes. For Beerus, the foremost concern upon waking was to seek sustenance. My lord, I assumed you would slumber for several more decades. I am pleasantly surprised by your early rise. Weiss approached from a distance, staff in hand, offering a gentle smile, his tone exceedingly amiable. I am unsure of the reason. It seems I had a dream of someone. A formidable rival, Beerus replied, still somewhat dazed and questioning. It had been many years since he encountered an opponent of equal caliber in the seventh universe. Any adversary before him could barely withstand a single blow. Could it be that such a rival truly exists in this world? Weiss chuckled lightly, treating Beerus's words as jest. Weiss, is the bathwater ready? Beerus inquired, indulging in his meal. Indeed, it is prepared to the perfect temperature, Weiss responded, demonstrating his impeccable service, having anticipated Beerus's needs. As the day gradually unfolded, the recently awakened Beerus found little inclination to obliterate planets. Destruction was merely part of his duties at heart. He was a being who cherished peace and culinary delights. After all, even work necessitated moments of leisure. In his view, nothing brought greater joy than the simple act of enjoyment. My lord, it is time to resume your duties. Although your slumber was brief, there is indeed much to attend to, Weiss remarked with a subtle smile. Beerus remained silent, feigning ignorance to Wiss's words, unwilling to respond. For he had yet to indulge in sufficient rest. His eyes slowly closed, and a profound sense of tranquility enveloped him. In this serene state, memories of his dreams began to surface. It seems I recall something. Beerus suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. What? Wiss was taken aback, glancing at Beerus. It seemed that Beerus had not truly heard his words. After all, Lord Beerus's demeanor often rendered conversations akin to playing a lute to a cow. Wiss, before I awoke, I sensed a surge of power. I cannot ascertain its origin, yet it bears an uncanny resemblance to the individual from my dreams. Assist me in locating him. He is my formidable rival, a worthy opponent. A glimmer of intrigue lit up Beerus's eyes as he murmured, still savoring the remnants of his dream. Very well. What is his name? Wiss nodded, recalling the abrupt surge of energy he had felt earlier, though he had dismissed it at the time. What was it called again? Beerus hesitated. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. It was something like super something. I seem to have forgotten. Despite his efforts, Beerus could not recall the name of the rival who had battled him in his dream. Lord Beerus, without even a name, how can I possibly find him? Wiss remarked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Let me ponder it for a moment. What was it called? After considerable contemplation, Beerus's eyes suddenly brightened as he exclaimed to Wiss, I remember now. It was something like Super Saiyan God. Ultimately, Beerus had retrieved the name from the recesses of his mind. Super Saiyan God? Wiss immediately commenced his search, however, after a prolonged effort. He found no trace of the so-called Super Saiyan God. Lord Beerus, I have not located the Super Saiyan God. Moreover, was it not the case that the Saiyans were annihilated by Frieza prior to your slumber? The Saiyan race is nearly extinct. Even if some remnants remain, they are scattered. Most of them reside on Earth, including their prince, Vegeta and Goku, who vanquished Frieza. Wiss spoke slowly, organizing the information, yet failed to uncover anything related to the Super Saiyan God, only the Saiyans. What? Goku killed Frieza? Beerus exclaimed in astonishment, rising abruptly to stare at Wiss in shock. Indeed, with a flick of his right hand, Wiss summoned a radiant beam from the angel staff, which transformed into a luminous screen before Beerus. The image displayed the fierce battle on planet Namek, where Goku exhausted every possible means yet failed to vanquish Frieza. Ultimately, after Krillin's tragic demise, fueled by an unprecedented fury, he ascended to the Super Saiyan form and subsequently defeated Frieza. Are all Saiyans characterized by such hair? Beerus inquired, intrigued by Goku's distinctive locks. No, typically, Saiyans possess black hair. It is only upon transforming into a Super Saiyan that their hair turns golden, Wiss elucidated with a smile. Super Saiyan? Why not Super Saiyan God? Beerus questioned, puzzled. He was in search of the Super Saiyan God, not merely an ordinary Super Saiyan. Nevertheless, since he is on Earth and is indeed a Super Saiyan, he must possess some knowledge regarding the Super Saiyan God, Wiss remarked, wiping his attire. It takes 24 minutes and 15 seconds to reach Earth, Lord Beerus. Are you truly intent on going? Wiss observed Beerus. Taken aback by the duration, Beerus pondered the multitude of delicacies he could savor during that time. Yet, after considerable hesitation, he finally spoke. Go. Although somewhat dissatisfied, Beerus resolved to make a journey to Earth in pursuit of the clues regarding the god of Super Saiyans. Wiss, please ensure to bring some meals. Anything will suffice, but we must have something to eat. Wiss did not refuse. Instead, he turned and departed to prepare the sustenance for Beerus. The god of Super Saiyans? Beerus mused, stroking his chin, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Across the cosmos, a beam of light, imperceptible to the naked eye, traversed the starry expanse at an astonishing velocity. The speed of this light was unparalleled. Perhaps it would be more fitting to say that it had reached the zenith of what could be sustained. Should it accelerate even slightly further, the universe would be unable to bear it, leading to a catastrophic rupture. Within this swift cosmic light resided two figures, none other than Wiss and Beerus, en route to Earth. In the realm of the Supreme Kais, the old Supreme Kai wore a grave expression, unable to fathom that the formidable entity had awakened at this very moment. This was dire news. With Lord Beerus roused, countless planets were likely fated for annihilation, given his temperament. The old Supreme Kai clasped his hands behind his back, his countenance solemn. While he might have some strategies for others, when it came to Beerus, he was utterly at a loss. This was hardly surprising, as he had once been sealed away by Beerus within the divine sword. Surely, as a deity, he cannot be as malevolent as you suggest, the Supreme Kai Shin remarked, observing the old Supreme Kai's troubled demeanor. Although he too sensed the unimaginable power lurking within the cosmos, he remained skeptical. You do not comprehend Lord Beerus. The god of destruction, his very purpose is annihilation, and his strength is unfathomable. Anyone daring to challenge Lord Beerus meets a dire fate. My concerns lie primarily with one individual, the old Supreme Kai stated gravely. Are you referring to Mr. Goku? Supreme Kai Shin immediately realized. Indeed, that reckless fool. Should he offend Lord Beerus, it is highly probable that the entire universe would face obliteration. The old Supreme Kai expressed his apprehension. Is there any way for us to avert such a calamity? Supreme Kai Shin queried, startled, although he was unfamiliar with the god of destruction. The old Supreme Kai's serious demeanor indicated that the situation was far more severe than he had imagined. Impossible. No one can stand in the way of Lord Beerus. The old Kai sighed helplessly. On Earth, a day had passed since Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta had entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Though a mere 24 hours might seem brief. The following day marked Bulma's birthday. For this occasion, Bulma had exerted considerable effort to host the celebration upon the sea, yet, to her dismay, neither Vegeta, Goku, nor Gohan had attended. This absence had understandably irked Bulma. Nevertheless, the party continued to thrive with jubilant festivities. Meanwhile, far from Earth, Beerus and Whis approached at astonishing speed, drawing ever closer. At this rate, they would arrive on Earth in approximately 3 minutes. Monkey King. In the ethereal realm of the training chamber, Sun Wukong was drenched in sweat. Here, he engaged in fierce combat with Vegeta and Gohan, free from any concerns. This relentless training had persisted for a year, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of his abilities. Moreover, it was not solely Wukong who experienced growth. Both Gohan and Vegeta exhibited significant improvements as well. Particularly Vegeta, driven by an unwavering obsession, achieved the most considerable advancement. Although he had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 3, his Super Saiyan form had grown considerably stronger. As yet another round of combat concluded, a familiar voice resonated in the minds of Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan. King Kai, is there something amiss? The voice belonged to the North Kai, who was communicating with Wukong through his unique antenna. Wukong, in approximately 3 minutes, Lord Beerus will arrive on Earth. His power is formidable, and you must not offend him. Otherwise, both Earth and the entire universe may face annihilation, the North Kai's anxious voice conveyed. The warning reached not only Wukong, but also Vegeta and Gohan, who listened intently. Lord Beerus? Wukong was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard that name. Indeed, Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. You must not provoke his wrath. The consequences would be unimaginable, the North Kai reiterated earnestly. I understand, Sun Wukong responded. Vegeta. Gohan, why don't you both step outside for a moment? I will stay here a while longer with Gu Xuan and will join you shortly. Sun Wukong addressed Vegeta and Gohan. Very well, Vegeta replied without a hint of hesitation. Gu Xuan, I must take my leave. Lord Kai has informed me that Lord Beerus is approaching, and he appears to be quite formidable. Sun Wukong found Gu Xuan in his secluded training area. Has Beerus arrived? Gu Xuan opened his eyes, a golden light flashing briefly as he regarded Sun Wukong. He exhaled slowly and spoke. He should be here in approximately 3 minutes. Sun Wukong nodded affirmatively. I see. Please step outside for now. I am at a critical juncture in my training. I shall emerge once I have completed it. Gu Xuan acknowledged with a nod. Gu Xuan, the powerful being you mentioned that we cannot contend with, could it be the Lord Beerus spoken of by the Supreme Kai? Sun Wukong inquired, expressing his confusion, which was the primary reason for his visit. Who can say? Perhaps it is, Gu Xuan replied ambiguously. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Although Sun Wukong felt a twinge of disappointment at Gu Xian's vague response, he nodded and turned to depart. With a swift whoosh, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant, darting away until he was completely out of sight. Meanwhile, Gu Xuan, after Sun Wukong's departure, curled the corners of his mouth into a subtle smile and murmured to himself. Is it Beerus? Gu Xuan murmured to himself. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. On Earth, the scene remained tranquil and serene, devoid of any turmoil or the ominous sense of an impending calamity that often precedes a storm. God of destruction? Vegeta appeared in the Supreme Kai's palace, his face a mask of disdain. I care not whether the one who approaches is a god of destruction or any other deity. Should they dare to threaten me, I, Vegeta, would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Uncle Vegeta, the King Kai has warned us that the god of destruction is exceedingly powerful, stronger than any adversary we have encountered before. Gohan cautioned Vegeta. Humph. Vegeta did not respond to Gohan, yet his inner thoughts diverged somewhat from his spoken words. Vegeta, I believe Gohan has a point. It is prudent for us to exercise caution regarding this so-called god of destruction, Beerus. At that moment, Goku emerged from the time chamber and glanced at the disdainful Vegeta. Kakarot, that is your concern, not mine. Vegeta retorted impatiently and without another word. He dashed off into the distance. Let us be on our way. Today is Bulma's birthday. Come along. Goku smiled, unfazed by Vegeta's remarks, and cheerfully addressed Gohan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, Son Wukong and Son Gohan dashed forth, swiftly pursuing Vegeta. Although the trio of Vegeta, Son Wukong, and Son Gohan had yet to arrive, Bulma's birthday celebration continued unabated. The cruise ship glided slowly across the ocean, devoid of a specific destination, merely because Bulma found the seascape enchanting. Thus, they sailed aimlessly. The sea breeze wafted in, accompanied by the rhythmic crashing of waves, as a lively atmosphere enveloped the cruise. Lord Beerus, shall we head directly to Vegeta? In the starlit expanse not far from Earth, was turned to Beerus, offering a subtle smile as he inquired about Beerus's preference. Indeed, Beerus nodded in assent. With a swift whoosh, a kaleidoscope of colors flickered and, in an instant, descended upon the Earth, coming to rest upon a cruise ship that was hosting a birthday celebration. Vegeta reclined in a secluded area, his mind incessantly replaying the fierce battle he had fought against Goku. In truth, during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had experienced a significant enhancement in his abilities. Although he had yet to transform into Super Saiyan 3, he was indeed on the cusp of achieving it. At present, I cannot attain Super Saiyan 3, but in my full-powered Super Saiyan 2 form, I am not significantly inferior to Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta murmured to himself. Nevertheless, he knew he must prepare for alternative paths. With his eyes closed, Vegeta pondered deeply. Vegeta. At that moment, a serene voice resonated, reaching Vegeta's ears. Though the tone was exceedingly calm, it caused a profound tremor within him the instant it landed. Opening his eyes in confusion, he immediately beheld two figures. The first he noticed was Whis. However, standing beside Whis, he felt no sense of pressure, as if the individual before him were merely an ordinary person. Shortly thereafter, his gaze shifted to Beerus. It was not that he could perceive the aura emanating from Beerus, but rather, the moment he laid eyes upon him, a thunderous shockwave reverberated through Vegeta's mind. Ah! Vegeta gazed at Beerus, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lord Beerus, Vegeta almost blurted out, recalling the one time he had encountered Beerus as a child, an experience that left an indelible impression on him. Oh, you actually remember me. How rare. Beerus stepped out from behind Whis, casting a glance at Vegeta before speaking calmly. Lord Beerus, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to Earth? Vegeta lowered his head, unable to meet Beerus's gaze. The shadows of his childhood surged forth, overwhelming him. He had faced Frieza with more courage than this. Yet now he lacked even the audacity to look Beerus in the eye. Vegeta, I have come to inquire if you're familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked, his demeanor unperturbed by Vegeta's apparent weakness. After all, with Vegeta's relatively insignificant power in Beerus's eyes, he could effortlessly obliterate him with a mere finger. The Super Saiyan God? Vegeta hesitated, pondering for a long moment before shaking his head. He was at a loss. Although Goku had mentioned different paths of the Saiyans, he had only touched upon the subject. Regarding the Super Saiyan God that Beerus spoke of, Vegeta had no inkling. Lord Beerus, I am not aware of any Super Saiyan God, Vegeta replied honestly. Even you are unaware, are you? Beerus expressed a hint of disappointment, having hoped that his journey to Earth would lead him to the Super Saiyan God of his dreams, only to find it fruitless. The Saiyan who defeated Frieza is named Goku, correct? Summon him. I shall pose my question to him, Beerus declared as he settled into a nearby recliner, addressing Vegeta. Indeed, in response to Beerus's command, Vegeta dared not voice any dissent, and in an instant, his figure vanished. Whoosh! Vegeta darted forward, arriving at another part of the spaceship, which was currently abuzz with activity. Vegeta, you're here, Goku exclaimed upon noticing the sudden appearance of Vegeta. However, the latter's expression was grave. Kakarot, come with me for a moment. Vegeta's face was etched with concern as he gazed at Goku. What is going on? At this moment, Goku was on the verge of forgetting the impending arrival of the God of Destruction. Kakarot, someone wishes to meet you. He is Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. When you encounter him, you must not exhibit even the slightest hint of disrespect. Otherwise, if Lord Beerus becomes angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Vegeta's demeanor was more serious than ever. Has he arrived? Upon hearing that the God of Destruction, Beerus, was present, Sun Wukong immediately felt a surge of excitement. As for the matters that Vegeta had mentioned subsequently, Sun Wukong absorbed not a single word. Come with me. Lord Beerus wishes to see you. With that, Vegeta vanished in an instant, departing without delay. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong followed closely behind. In an instant, he caught up. The group, consisting of Bulma, Chi-Chi, and others, observed as Vegeta and Sun Wukong departed without uttering a single word of farewell, prompting them to shake their heads in disapproval. However, they chose to remain silent, unwilling to let the negligence of these two irresponsible men dampen their spirits. Whis gazed ahead. They have arrived. With those words from Whis, two figures materialized before them, none other than Vegeta and Goku. Kakarot, you have yet to meet Lord Beerus. Vegeta immediately addressed Goku. You are the one who defeated Frieza? Beerus inquired, his expression betraying no emotion. For him, Frieza was merely refuse, a mere stroke of luck, as Lord Beerus had remarked. Goku chuckled lightly. While he acknowledged the statement, he did not refute it. But whether it was luck or not, defeating Frieza clearly showcases your prowess. However, I recall that when you vanquished Frieza, you were not quite as you are now. You must possess the ability to transform. After scrutinizing Goku for some time, Beerus articulated his hypothesis. Indeed, when I defeated Frieza, I transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan of my race. Goku did not attempt to conceal this fact. Although he was uncertain how Beerus was privy to such knowledge, he surmised that a deity would possess unique means of acquiring information. Moreover, such matters were hardly worth excessive concern, as almost everyone in the universe who was aware of him knew he could transform. Show me your transformation, Beerus commanded, adopting a tone befitting one of authority, one that brooked no dissent. Very well. Sun Wukong responded without any hesitation, paying no heed to Beerus's tone. With a resounding thud, a formidable aura erupted from Sun Wukong as he clenched his fists. The surrounding air trembled in response, only to be effortlessly dispersed by Beerus. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped Sun Wukong as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Is this what a Super Saiyan truly is? From this perspective, it seems that Frieza is indeed no match for you, Beerus remarked. Although Sun Wukong's power post-transformation remained trivial in the eyes of Beerus, it was evident that defeating someone like Frieza would be a trivial endeavor. Sun Wukong, are you aware of the Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired, gazing intently at him, revealing the purpose of his visit. Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta, shaking his head in a mirrored response. Lord Beerus, I have not heard of such a being, he admitted candidly. You are unaware as well. Beerus furrowed his brow, taken aback by this revelation. Lord Beerus, that is merely a figment of imagination. How could anyone in this world possibly rival you? Whis interjected, his dissatisfaction evident after their long journey. What? You appear somewhat displeased as if this trip has been in vain, Beerus remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Whis. Very well. Since there is no news of the Super Saiyan God, we shall return, Beerus concluded, his interest waning. The thought of having wasted over 20 minutes with Sun Wukong and his companions even sparked a fleeting desire to annihilate the Earth. Wait a moment. Upon hearing that Beerus was about to depart, Sun Wukong immediately interjected. Kakarot, what are you planning to do? Vegeta had just sighed in relief at the prospect of sending Beerus away, believing Earth had narrowly escaped disaster. However, Sun Wukong's words caused Vegeta's previously relaxed demeanor to tighten once more. What is it that you wish to discuss? Beerus glanced at Sun Wukong. Lord Beerus, I have heard of your formidable prowess, Sun Wukong exclaimed, disregarding Vegeta's concerns, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The moment those words escaped his lips, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. It was not only him, even the old Kai and Supreme Kai, who were observing every movement on Earth from a distance, felt a jolt of apprehension upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration. What on earth is this fellow trying to accomplish? The old Supreme Kai, in a fit of rage within the realm of the Kais, was so agitated that he was nearly compelled to fly over and deliver a fatal slap to Son Goku. Mr. Wukong, the god of destruction, Shin, wore a face of exasperation. Through the introduction by the old Kai, He had come to understand the true nature of Lord Beerus. Initially, allowing Lord Beerus to depart was acceptable, but due to a single remark from Son Goku, the situation could very well take an unexpected turn. Lord Beerus, I have heard tales of your formidable strength. Might you indulge me in a slight spar, just a brief contest? As anticipated, Goku, in his typical fashion, displayed a lack of foresight by uttering those words. Foolish Kakarot. Vegeta was the first to react, swiftly positioning himself before Goku and blocking him, with hands clasped together. He bowed his head, almost touching the ground. Lord Beerus, this fellow Kakarot suffered a head injury in his youth, resulting in occasional lapses in judgment. I humbly request that you show leniency. Vegeta spoke in a low, anxious tone. However, Beerus seemed to disregard Vegeta's plea entirely. You wish to witness my power? Beerus gazed at Son Goku, and, after a brief pause, suddenly broke into a smile. Ha ha ha. Beerus erupted into hearty laughter. It was, without a doubt, the most amusing jest he had heard upon awakening. Lord Beerus, I wonder if you would concur? Goku inquired anxiously, yet his tone brimmed with anticipation. He had merely heard tales of the formidable strength possessed by the god of destruction, Beerus, but had yet to witness it firsthand. Moreover, when faced with a powerful adversary, Goku could hardly contain his desire to engage in a contest of strength, just as he had with Gu Xuan earlier. Goku was indeed the kind of person. He would never let an opportunity slip by. I am not interested. After a moment of laughter, Beerus's expression instantly turned cold, his voice exceedingly indifferent. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lord Beerus was not completely enraged by Goku's remark. Although his demeanor had grown significantly colder, it remained within salvageable bounds. Lord Beerus. Vegeta gazed anxiously at Beerus's frosty visage, intending to pull Goku aside to offer an apology, but was interrupted by Goku's voice. Lord Beerus, are you afraid? Goku, perpetually oblivious to limits and lacking in awareness of the precarious situation, continued to press on with his words, provoking Beerus's threshold. Beerus was taken aback, clearly not anticipating that Goku would dare to speak to him in such a manner. Afraid? Beerus cast a glance at Son Goku, his eyes shimmering with a chilling glint. If you are not fearful, then let us engage in a contest. I am genuinely eager to witness your strength. With that, Son Goku assumed a combat stance. His gaze filled with anticipation as he looked at Beerus. Very well, Beerus unexpectedly acquiesced. However, should you defeat me or perhaps assist me in locating the Super Saiyan God, then this matter may be settled. Yet, if you fail to accomplish either of these tasks upon your defeat, I shall unleash destruction upon the entire Earth in the North Galaxy. Beerus's words were astonishing, yet none considered them to be jest. Well, Son Wukong was taken aback. Come on, while I still possess some interest, Beerus said, stifling a yawn, his expression one of indifference. With a swift whoosh, Son Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, raced towards Beerus. His speed was so astonishing that he seemed to close the distance in the blink of an eye. Kakarot had unexpectedly enhanced his strength significantly during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta's gaze sharpened. Goku's velocity left him somewhat astounded. However, he did not believe that Goku stood a chance in this state, for it was trivial in the face of Beerus. Too slow. In the face of such a swift assault from Son Wukong, Beerus remained utterly unconcerned. In the instant Son Wukong approached, a subtle shift in his stance allowed him to evade the attack, making it appear as though the misstep lay with Son Wukong himself. Adadada. With a strike that missed its mark, Son Wukong launched into yet another frenzied assault. Each attack was executed with utmost vigor, yet none found their target in Beerus. Each blow was effortlessly evaded by what seemed to be the god's casual movements. This was not a matter of Son Wukong misjudging his timing. Rather, it was that at the very moment his strikes were about to connect, Beerus would deftly sidestep them. To him, Son Wukong's speed appeared almost trivial, failing to ignite even a flicker of interest. Such was the reality of the situation. As a god of destruction and the mightiest being in the seventh universe, second only to the angels, Beerus's strength was entirely beyond the realm of Son Wukong's imagination. To clarify further, their powers existed in entirely different dimensions. Lord Beerus, your incessant evasion will yield no results, Son Wukong declared, pausing to clench his fists, exhaustion evident upon him. More than fatigue, he felt a profound sense of tedium. Are you bored? Beerus cast a glance at Son Goku. Your strength is far too feeble. Even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, you remain no different in my eyes. Beerus spoke with indifference. How about this? Despite Beerus' remarks, Son Goku did not feel particularly angered. However, since Beerus had already made such a statement, it was only natural for him to respond. Otherwise, he would not be Son Goku. With a resounding roar, an even more formidable aura suddenly erupted from within Son Wukong. This transformation transcended that of the Super Saiyan, which I shall refer to as Super Saiyan 2. Upon achieving this second transformation, Son Wukong's power surged, doubling his previous strength. It is quite astonishing to witness that you have the capability to undergo a second transformation. Beerus found himself intrigued by Son Wukong, albeit only slightly. Yet, what significance does your second transformation hold in my presence? If you believe that this second transformation qualifies you to challenge me, then your thinking is rather naive. Beerus gazed at Son Wukong as he spoke. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, his strength increased to a staggering 100-fold. I refuse to believe that this alone is insufficient. Son Wukong met Beerus's gaze, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. With a swift motion, Son Wukong dashed forward. His speed so astonishing that he reached Beerus in the blink of an eye. With a resounding thud, Son Wukong approached without a trace of hesitation, his fist clenched tightly. He unleashed a powerful blow directed straight at Beerus, the force of his strike radiating with unparalleled intensity. With a thunderous sound, a powerful punch was unleashed. Yet it failed to land on Beerus, who effortlessly evaded it at the last moment. Not enough. If this is all the strength you possess, then I'm afraid it's insufficient. Beerus regarded Goku, aware that it would be challenging for Goku to astonish him considerably. Nevertheless, on a mental level, Beerus harbored a modicum of anticipation. However, the extent of this expectation was likely known only to Beerus himself. After all, regardless of how much Goku's strength evolved, it remained merely that to him. Goku clenched his fists, and an overwhelming force erupted from within him at that moment. Instantly, a tempest roared, imbued with unimaginable power. This enhancement was gained during his training in the hyperbolic time chamber while battling with Gohan and Vegeta. Moreover, a significant portion of this power stemmed from the guidance of Gu Xuan. It could be said that at this moment, Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was far more formidable than during his previous battle with Gu Xuan. Things seemed to grow increasingly intriguing. Beerus cast a glance at Goku, an unusual glint appearing in his eyes. While Goku's normal state, Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan 2 had failed to garner any interest from Beerus. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3, although still leaving an insurmountable gap between his power and Beerus's, astonished Beerus with the rapidity of its enhancement. Lord Beerus, this is the pinnacle of my transformations, surpassing Super Saiyan 2. I call this transformation Super Saiyan 3. In terms of power, it is 4 times that of Super Saiyan 2, or 8 times that of the base Super Saiyan form, and 400 times my normal state. Goku's gaze sharpened, revealing a fierce intensity. Meanwhile, in the temple, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Gu Xuan, still engaged in his training, opened his previously closed eyes at that moment. A slight smile gracing his lips as if he felt something stirring. Have you arrived? He murmured to himself, then closed his eyes once more, entering a state of meditation. It seems I must hasten my pace. If this is your utmost strength, then I invite you to confront me with all your might. Although it is merely a formality. Given your diligent efforts, I shall grant you this opportunity. As for whether you can satisfy my expectations after being afforded this chance, that is beyond my control. It rests solely upon your own capabilities. Beerus remarked, gazing at Son Goku. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Son Goku replied, exuding confidence. In his perspective, Beerus was akin to Goku, and while he acknowledged he was not a match for him, he believed he could at least manage a modest contest. With a swift motion, Son Wukong vanished from sight. It must be acknowledged that after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, his speed has indeed escalated significantly. His swiftness has improved remarkably compared to before. Beerus nodded slightly, his interest intensifying. With a resounding thud, Son Wukong unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Beerus. Yet, regardless of the transformations Son Wukong underwent, his strikes consistently failed to make contact with Beerus. How is that possible? Son Wukong exclaimed, his face reflecting astonishment. Lord Beerus, you have been evading me. Without this, I have had no opportunity to witness your true power. Son Wukong halted his movements and earnestly addressed Beerus. Do you wish to experience my strength? Very well. I shall indulge your curiosity. Beerus nodded slightly, then raised his right hand. However, he did not intend to employ the full force of his hand against Son Wukong. Such strength was unnecessary. To deal with you, a mere finger is more than sufficient. To be precise, using this single finger is already a sign of respect towards you. Beerus remarked, taking a moment to refine his statement. Infuriating. Sun Wukong's gaze was sharp and penetrating as he fixed his eyes on Beerus. Feeling the sting of being looked down upon once again, a low growl escaped from the lips of Sun Wukong. Beneath this cry, the formidable power of Super Saiyan 3 erupted in its entirety, coalescing around Sun Wukong's being, transforming into a tempest. Though you may be a god of destruction, underestimating me bears grave consequences. Sun Wukong roared, and in an instant, he propelled himself forward, hurtling towards Beerus at an astonishing speed. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, Sun Wukong moved with the swiftness of lightning, launching a frenzied assault as he drew near, determined to unleash his most formidable offensive to shake Beerus to his core. Too weak. Although Beerus did not continue to evade, he indeed demonstrated, as he had stated, that against Goku's tempestuous onslaught, he merely employed a single finger. Furthermore, it appeared that he exerted no effort whatsoever. With the strength of that solitary digit, he effortlessly repelled all of Goku's assaults. After yet another strike from Sun Wukong, the tortoise swiftly distanced itself from Beerus. In that fleeting moment of separation, it brought both hands together, pausing at the right side of its body. As the second character of the word fell, the formidable power of Super Saiyan 3 surged wildly into his hands, transforming into a radiant point of golden light. Interesting. After witnessing Sun Wukong's movements, Beerus did not intervene. Instead, he chuckled and spoke, eager to see what kind of surprise Sun Wukong would bring him this time. As the point of light emerged, it swiftly absorbed the surrounding energies. Drawing upon the essence of Sun Wukong's strength, the luminous point gradually expanded into a radiant orb. Once the sphere of light was fully formed, a more formidable power radiated from it, causing the ocean to roar incessantly and conjuring towering waves that surged forward. As the fourth syllable of power resonated, radiant golden spirals instantaneously manifested upon the orb of light. These golden hues emanated from the overwhelming strength of Sun Wukong, which could not be contained, resulting in a magnificent outward display that was visually captivating. With a resounding wave, echoing as the final word departed his lips, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forcefully forward. A colossal beam of light erupted forth, surging towards Beerus with unprecedented speed and unimaginable force. This time, I wonder how you shall respond. A smile graced Goku's lips as he quietly observed the scene. He panted heavily, for this move had indeed drained a considerable portion of his strength. Overestimating oneself. As the Kamehameha wave approached, Beerus exhibited no inclination to evade. On the contrary, he remained steadfast, opting to disregard it entirely. When the Kamehameha wave was merely inches away from him, Beerus slowly raised his finger and gently pointed forward. With a seemingly casual flick of a finger, a subtle yet profound action, the formidable Kamehameha wave inexplicably shattered in an instant, offering no semblance of resistance whatsoever. At that moment, Sun Wukong's countenance shifted dramatically. He was contemplating a swift escape. However, just then, an overwhelming sense of imminent danger surged forth, causing his very spirit to tremble. Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately retreated. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong had distanced himself several yards from Beerus. Beerus's gaze sharpened. Goku, on the other hand, wore a perplexed expression. I actually retreated, Goku murmured. In that fleeting moment, he had instinctively pulled back without any conscious deliberation. It appears you truly are a prodigy in combat. Although you cannot sense divine energy, you possess the ability to withdraw at crucial moments. Had you not retreated just now, you would have either lost or met your demise. Beerus spoke slowly. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback, clearly still processing the meaning behind Beerus's words. Bang! At that moment, Beerus silently appeared before him. With an effortless motion of his right hand, he struck down upon Son Goku. This seemingly casual gesture unleashed an immense force that reverberated through Goku's body. As a result, Goku expelled a copious amount of blood and was instantly reverted to his normal state, his breath becoming labored and faint, clearly indicating the severity of his injuries from that single blow. However, as long as he remained alive, there was still room for negotiation. Son Goku, you have lost. According to our agreement, will you assist me in locating the Super Saiyan God, or shall I annihilate Earth and the Northern Galaxy? I consider myself quite merciful and shall not coerce you. I will grant you 10 seconds to contemplate your decision. If your deliberation yields unsatisfactory results, then I shall make the choice for you. Beerus remarked, his tone remarkably calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. Vegeta, feeling a surge of anger, found himself at a loss for how to respond. Kakarot, I told you not to provoke trouble. What now? He said, his expression dark as he regarded Goku. They could have already sent Beerus away, Yet due to Goku's words, the situation escalated to this dire point. Vegeta, his power is truly formidable. He may very well be the strongest individual we have ever encountered, perhaps even surpassing Goku's own might, Goku weakly replied. At that moment, even speaking brought him immense pain. A most unpleasant sensation, especially as he had no sins of beans at hand. Otherwise, one would suffice to heal all his wounds. Simultaneously, he was astonished to realize that this world harbored such a powerful adversary, feeling that Beerus' strength eclipsed even that of the ancient Shin Yuan. I am well aware of this. Vegeta replied solemnly, his countenance grim. 10. However, Beerus remained resolute, unaffected by the plight of Vegeta and the others, as he initiated the countdown. Kakarot. You must devise a solution swiftly, Vegeta exclaimed, his mind engulfed in a chaotic haze, rendering him incapable of formulating any ideas. The notion of annihilating Earth in the North Galaxy was utterly out of the question. The only recourse left was to assist in locating the Super Saiyan God. For this was the sole means to avert the impending crisis threatening both Earth and the North Galaxy. Goku began to speak slowly, having contemplated this matter long before. He even entertained the thought that Gu Xuan might indeed be the Super Saiyan God referred to by Beerus. Yet, Gu Xuan was currently engrossed in training within the Room of Spirit and Time, approaching a pivotal moment, making it ill-advised for Goku to intrude upon his focus. 9. The voice of Beerus echoed like a harbinger of death, casting a heavy pall over Vegeta. How could both Vegeta and Goku be here? Just then, a woman's voice resonated from a distance. Clad in a flowing white garment, Bulma approached, her gaze falling upon Vegeta and the unconscious Goku. Bulma, don't come any closer, Vegeta urgently interjected as she advanced. However, Bulma paid no heed to his warning. In truth, many aboard the ship were already aware of Goku's transformation. Initially, they believed it to be a confrontation between Goku and Vegeta, which deterred anyone from intervening. Being the guest of honor at this birthday celebration, Bulma intended to check on the situation, only to be confronted with the unfolding scene. You two must be friends of Vegeta and Goku, but today is my birthday. So I suggest you keep your antics to yourselves. Otherwise, you are not welcome here. Bulma's words were sharp, unyielding in the face of Beerus and Whis. Both deities exchanged a glance, momentarily taken aback. With a resounding slap, the sound echoed in the next moment as Beerus raised his right hand and delivered a powerful strike. Bulma immediately spat out a mouthful of crimson blood, her body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently onto the deck. Fabric. Bulma. My Bulma. Vegeta was enraged. Gone was his previous subservience. He resembled a detonated explosive, erupting in an instant. Boom. An overwhelming force surged forth from Vegeta's being, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Beerus. Vegeta shouted at Beerus, charging forward with unwavering determination. With a swift motion, Vegeta materialized beside Beerus, his right hand raised in a clenched fist, striking fiercely towards Beerus with a powerful blow. Overestimating oneself. Upon the arrival of Vegeta, Beerus spoke disdainfully. He raised his right hand, poised to crush this being whom he regarded as insignificant as an ant. However, at that moment, Vegeta suddenly vanished, reappearing directly at Beerus's right side. His speed was astonishing, compounded by Beerus's momentary lapse in caution. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist swiftly struck the figure of Beerus. What? Beerus's gaze sharpened, excitement flickering in his eyes. The current state of Vegeta was evidently beyond his expectations. If you dare to harm my Bulma, I will fight you with everything I have. Vegeta was consumed by rage, at this moment caring for nothing else. His eyes were filled solely with boundless fury over Bulma's injury. How could Vegeta possess such strength? Goku, witnessing his own easy defeat, was taken aback by the sheer power Vegeta unleashed in his anger. Bang, 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 bang. Under Vegeta's frenzied assault, Beerus found himself entirely on the defensive. Skyrocket. Vegeta's figure flickered, and he instantly appeared above Beerus. With a mighty roar, an immense surge of pure energy erupted from his hands, racing towards Beerus at astonishing speed. With a resounding boom, the skyward cannon fell, enveloping the scene in a thick cloud of smoke, from which Beerus emerged. Despite enduring Vegeta's frenzied onslaught, this merely constituted a minor inconvenience for Beerus. Furthermore, given Vegeta's power, even a direct strike upon Beerus would scarcely inflict any harm. The vast chasm of disparity in strength cannot be surmounted solely by fury. At the very least, it was beyond Vegeta's capabilities. Have you finished your attempts? Beerus began, his tone devoid of emotion, as he casually brushed off the dust from his attire, his gaze remaining serene as it rested upon Vegeta. Vegeta's body trembled. And at that moment, he regained his composure, no longer engulfed by the madness he had just experienced. At this moment, Lord Beerus was about to speak when he noticed Goku struggling to rise. "Lord Beerus, please wait a moment," Goku implored. His voice strained as he pulled himself up from the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain. "You are seeking the Super Saiyan God, correct? To be honest, we are unaware of his identity, but there is someone who might know." Goku gazed earnestly at Beerus. Upon hearing the mention of the Super Saiyan God, Beerus's interest was piqued, and he fixed his gaze on Goku. "If you possess a means to summon him, then proceed, as long as you can bring him here." "I shall spare you all," he declared, showing a willingness to relent if Goku could fulfill his promise. "Kakarot, do you truly know the Super Saiyan God?" Vegeta inquired softly, supporting his injured arm, which ached severely from his recent skirmish with Beerus. Despite Beerus having paused due to Goku's words, Vegeta bore numerous unexplained wounds. If Goku were unable to deliver on his promise to find the Super Saiyan God, their planet would inevitably face destruction. The God of Destruction, Beerus, was known for his unwavering resolve. "You've witnessed Beerus's temperament. Do not attempt to deceive him," Vegeta cautioned Goku, his fear of Beerus palpable. Goku remained silent, his head bowed as if deep in thought. "I can hear your words," Beerus remarked from a distance, his expression neutral as he stood with arms crossed. Behind him stood the Angel Whis, a smile on his face as he held his staff, clearly granting Goku and his companions a moment of reprieve. Vegeta shivered, promptly choosing to remain silent. At this juncture, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to place his trust in Goku. Yet, a thought crossed his mind as he glanced toward the temple. If only they could lead Beerus to that individual, perhaps there was hope for Earth. But he dismissed the notion, deeming it futile. At this moment, Son Wukong suddenly spoke, having anticipated Vegeta's thoughts. This notion had crossed his mind previously, but he had quickly dismissed it. Setting aside whether Gu Xuan was still training, it was uncertain if Gu Xuan could even triumph over Beerus. After all, he had genuinely experienced the true extent of their powers. Weighing the circumstances, it was evident that the ever-unserious Beerus was far more formidable. Should Gu Xuan be defeated, the fate of Earth would be sealed. However, at this moment, Sun Wukong conceived another approach, for their ignorance did not imply that others were similarly uninformed. They still possessed the omniscient Dragon Balls. In their effort to celebrate Bulma's birthday, they had diligently gathered the Dragon Balls in advance, waiting for this very day. Yet, this time, for the sake of Earth's safety, they might have to impose upon Bulma. "Bulma, may I borrow the Dragon Balls for a moment?" Sun Wukong inquired as he approached her, while Vegeta remained steadfastly supporting Bulma by her side. Dragon Balls? Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately grasped Goku's intention. He intended to summon the dragon to locate the Super Saiyan God. Of course, it could be done. After listening to Vegeta's explanation, Bulma finally understood the nature of the being before her. While feeling a sense of trepidation, she also felt a pang of sympathy for Vegeta. It was worth noting that Vegeta had previously been terrified of that being, yet now he stood up voluntarily for her sake. "Lord Beerus, please bear with us for a moment. Once we summon the dragon with the Dragon Balls, we will ascertain the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan," Goku declared as he approached Beerus. This was their final resort. Dragon Balls? Clearly, Beerus was unaware of what the dragon on Earth truly was. "Lord Beerus, the Dragon Balls were created by the Namekians of Earth and serve as a means to fulfill their wishes," Whis promptly elucidated. After listening to Whis' explanation, Beerus nodded slightly and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that Goku and the others could proceed. He only desired results. "Very well, Lord Beerus." Goku and the others immediately retrieved the 7 Dragon Balls. Bulma, however, displayed a hint of reluctance. After all, these were originally her birthday gifts, but now, for the safety of Earth, she had no choice but to part with them. Since the dragon could grant 3 wishes, allowing Goku and his companions one seemed reasonable enough. "So, this is Earth's Dragon Balls?" Beerus remarked, observing the 7 Dragon Balls nestled in the basket. "Why are they so small?" Nevertheless, his voice was too soft for the others to hear. At that moment, Gohan and the others gathered around on the cruise ship. But Goku chose not to disclose the matter of the God of Destruction to them, fearing it might affect their spirits. "Let us begin," Goku declared as he stepped forward, standing before the basket containing the 7 Dragon Balls. "Come forth, dragon. Grant my wish," Goku exclaimed, arms outstretched, loudly reciting the incantation. Thunder rumbled. The sky darkened instantly, and enormous flashes of lightning descended. Simultaneously, a colossal golden figure erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, soaring into the heavens. It circled the sky, casting a disdainful gaze upon Goku and the others. Two green dragon whiskers danced in the air without a breeze, and its crimson eyes radiated authority. State your wish. The dragon looked down upon Goku, its tone imbued with a haughty demeanor, exuding an air of inviolable majesty. Tell me, where is the Super Saiyan God? Beerus asked, arms crossed, his voice betraying no emotion as he regarded the dragon, giving an impression of superiority despite being below it. The dragon, about to teach that insolent brat a lesson for daring to speak in such a manner, paused upon noticing a figure in the crowd. Is that Lord Beerus? The divine dragon instantly resembled a wilted flower, lowering its colossal head, though its eye was indeed larger than that of Beerus at this moment. It longed to bury its head in the ground. It truly wished to slap itself. It could swagger before anyone. Yet it had foolishly chosen to flaunt its prowess in front of the universe's most formidable being. Even its serpentine form began to tremble incessantly, fearful that Beerus would retaliate for its transgression. Meanwhile, Son Goku and the others witnessed the dragon's pitiable state. Enough of the pleasantries. Tell me, where is the Super Saiyan God? Beerus's patience was wearing thin. He raised an eyebrow, gazing at the dragon that kept its head bowed. The Super Saiyan God? The dragon hesitated before continuing. According to the myth recorded in the Book of Namek, it is said that only 5 Saiyans with hearts of righteousness can channel their energy into another warrior, thereby creating the Super Saiyan God. Is that all? Beerus placed his hands behind his back and gazed at the dragon. The dragon promptly nodded and then cautiously inquired, might I ask, Lord Beerus, if you have any further questions? None at all. Begone. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Very well, the dragon exclaimed, lifting its body with a joy it had perhaps never experienced before. Boom. As the words left its lips, the dragon transformed into a brilliant beam of light. The 7 Dragon Balls scattered once more, landing across the globe, awaiting those destined to find them. All right, you have all heard, Beerus said, with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at Goku and the others. I shall give you 5 minutes. After that, I wish to see the Super Saiyan God. Although Goku and his companions found the dragon's hasty retreat amusing, Beerus's words compelled them to act swiftly. 5 Saiyan warriors? At that moment, Goku clearly revealed his vulnerability. It's perfect. Me, Vegeta, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks. This is just right. Goku chuckled as he gathered everyone together, realizing that this would enable them to summon the Super Saiyan God without delay. Oh dear. Son Wukong suddenly felt a sharp blow to the back of his head. Turning around, he discovered that it was Vegeta who had struck him. Why did you hit me, Vegeta? I didn't say anything wrong, Son Wukong said, looking at Vegeta with a face full of grievance. At that moment, even Son Gohan shook his head at his father's reaction. You fool. It requires the power of 5 Saiyan warriors to be infused into another body. Doesn't that mean we need 6 Saiyans? Vegeta shouted at Son Wukong, clearly exasperated by this individual's lack of understanding. 6, huh? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Son Wukong scratched his head with a cheerful grin, realizing he had indeed miscalculated. However, including Gohan and Trunks, there were only 5 Saiyans present, falling short of the 6 needed to summon the Super Saiyan God. Son Wukong fell into deep contemplation. What shall we do now? Are you a Saiyan? At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly spoke, gently leading his wife, Biddy Lee, closer. Biddy Lee, with her pregnancy evident in her prominent belly, rested her hands on it, clearly bewildered by the situation. Within her, a new life was blossoming. The very essence of their union. This child, too, bore the bloodline of the Saiyan warriors. Indeed, Biddy Lee. Son Wukong rejoiced, momentarily forgetting Biddy Lee's presence. After all, this was the child of Son Gohan, destined to inherit the formidable lineage of the Saiyan warriors. Biddy Lee inquired, perplexed, but after Son Wukong's explanation, she spoke again. Is this truly feasible? She harbored a hint of disbelief, considering that the child had yet to be born and was still nestled within her womb. No worries. It will undoubtedly work. Son Wukong gathered Goten and Trunks as well. After a brief explanation, they comprehended their purpose. The group positioned themselves around Wukong, each grasping one another's hands. Has it begun? Beerus observed Goku and the others from a short distance, a smile gracing his lips. He merely hoped that this time, Goku and his companions would not disappoint him. Otherwise, the earth would lose its significance in his eyes, and he would fulfill his promise to obliterate it entirely. The others also watched this scene, their hearts lodged in their throats, eagerly anticipating the birth of the Super Saiyan God. It has begun, Son Wukong said in a deep voice, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he questioned whether they would succeed this time. As soon as his words echoed through the air, The others began to channel their energy into Sun Wukong, gradually extending their power towards him. Only Bulma, not being a Saiyan warrior, could merely hold hands and stand on the ground. However, she was astonished to sense that her unborn child seemed to respond in that moment, as if conveying some form of communication to her. "Certainly," exclaimed Biddy, a smile illuminating her face as she sensed the response from the child within her. A gentle stream of energy began to flow towards Goten and Trunks, who stood on either side, and from them, it was conveyed to Son Goku. The latter, at the forefront, could feel the continuous influx of energy from all around him: Vegeta's, Gohan's, Goten's, and Trunks's, alongside a surge of energy he had never experienced before. A faint smile graced his lips. The ceremony persisted. To everyone's astonishment, golden light began to emanate from Biddy, enveloping her entire being in a radiant glow, transforming her into an ethereal golden figure, her hair cascading and dancing in the luminous aura. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, this golden essence from her body seemed to infect everyone present. Waves of energy erupted, sending forth a golden tempest. In that moment, apart from Son Goku, all others were enveloped in this golden light and transformed into Super Saiyans, as if their bodies had received an unspoken command. Thunderous roars echoed as immense energy radiated from them, creating rolling waves of power. Beerus raised an eyebrow, although Son Goku appeared unchanged at the forefront. He distinctly sensed something new within him, something only the gods possessed. Whis, standing behind him, observed Son Goku with keen interest. If all proceeded as expected, they would surely summon the Super Saiyan God this time. Meanwhile, the skies began to gather golden clouds, a sight only spoken of in legends, said to manifest only upon the birth of a god. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Just as the onlookers prepared to capture the moment with their phones, the heavens opened up, showering them with rain, which swiftly transformed into enormous snowflakes. The crowd, taken aback, sought shelter, abandoning their photographic ambitions. In tandem with these celestial occurrences, Son Goku's form began to shift. The golden radiance morphed into a vivid red, illuminating the surroundings. His energy surged correspondingly, escalating to an extraordinary height in mere moments. Gohan and the others released their hold. Their part was complete, and the remainder rested solely upon Son Goku. Beerus, observing Son Goku's crimson silhouette, felt a surge of exhilaration. Memories of his dream flooding back. The vision he had seen in slumber was on the verge of becoming reality. Thunderous echoes reverberated through the air. As the auspicious clouds dissipated, the essence of Sun Wukong diminished sharply at that very moment. Yet, it was not a loss of power, but rather a reaching of an elevated state, a retreat inward. At this juncture, Sun Wukong's transformation was not merely signified by the crimson hue of his hair, but also reflected in the vividness of his eyes. He appeared significantly rejuvenated. Unlike the exaggerated form and musculature of a Super Saiyan 3, the current Sun Wukong seemed to possess no other distinctly remarkable changes beyond his hair and eyes. However, Beerus held a differing perspective, for in this moment, Sun Wukong embodied the very figure he had envisioned in his dreams, the one he had been seeking, the Super Saiyan God. A thunderous roar echoed through the starry expanse, reminiscent of two formidable forces colliding. The mere aftermath of the unleashed energy shattered several surrounding starstones. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Beerus engaged in fierce combat. Having waited far too long, Beerus was clearly impatient. Despite transforming into a Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong's strength remained significantly inferior to that of Beerus, a disparity evident to any observer of their clash. Notably, even as Sun Wukong exerted every ounce of his power and continuously sought to master the essence of the Super Saiyan God, he found himself increasingly on the defensive against Beerus. Nevertheless, it was evident that Beerus was merely toying with him, as his expression remained unchanged throughout the encounter. Wave! Sun Wukong bellowed, as the Kamehameha in his hands reached its peak power. In an instant, a colossal Kamehameha surged forth, propelled by an astonishing speed and an unimaginable force, hurtling towards Beerus with tremendous might. Bang! Under the onslaught of the Kamehameha, Beerus took 3 steps back, his gaze upon Son Goku brimming with exhilaration. Although you do not embody the Super Saiyan God of my dreams, your strength is commendable. Beerus laughed heartily, even in this brief skirmish with Son Goku. He could sense it. Despite Goku's transformation, he still did not quite resemble the Super Saiyan God of his visions. However, it had been a considerable time since he encountered someone capable of challenging him. Thus, this opportunity must not be squandered. Allow me to demonstrate why the God of Destruction is aptly named. It is not merely a title without merit. Raising his right hand, a vast array of purple light coalesced, forming a radiant sphere. This sphere, imbued with a potent energy, sent tremors throughout the cosmos. With a swift whoosh, a violet orb of light surged forth, hurtling directly towards Sun Wukong and the other. "Break it!" Sun Wukong exclaimed as he gazed at the approaching purple sphere of light. With a powerful leap, he surged forward, instantly positioning himself in front of the violet orb. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand and delivered a ferocious punch toward the purple sphere. With a thunderous impact, Sun Wukong's fist collided with the violet orb. In that fleeting moment of contact, a tempest erupted, resonating with a cacophony of sound as ripples emanated outward, dispersing into the cosmos. Sun Wukong's body was violently propelled backward, retreating several dozen steps before finally coming to a halt. Once he dissipated the force of the impact, he realized that his entire right arm was numb and devoid of sensation. What an overwhelming power! Sun Wukong gazed at Beerus, his expression betraying astonishment. "Your strength is rather unimpressive." Beerus shook his head, raising a finger which immediately coalesced into a dense, radiant violet glow. This was the manifestation of Beerus's power, indeed. The entirety of this purple energy embodied the might of a god of destruction. The divine energy, in terms of hierarchy, vastly surpassed that of ordinary strength. Although Sun Wukong also possessed divine power at this moment, alas, it paled in comparison to that of Beerus. Now, you must find yourself at a loss for how to counter this, correct? Just as Beerus finished speaking, he subtly curled his finger. A resounding boom echoed as a colossal purple energy surged towards Sun Wukong. The velocity of this purple energy was rather unhurried, evidently a deliberate act by Beerus. You may choose to evade it, yet one must ponder whether, in your attempt to escape, the earth behind you will succumb to complete annihilation under this formidable force. Beerus spoke with an unsettling calmness, compelling Sun Wukong to make a swift decision. It was as if the potential destruction of the earth was merely a trivial matter to him. However, Sun Wukong held a vastly different perspective, after all. The earth was his homeland. Damn it. Sun Wukong's expression was exceedingly grim, for he recognized the validity in Beerus's words. While it was not difficult for him to evade the ominous purple energy, he understood that although he could escape, the earth behind him would undoubtedly suffer. There is no way to evade this. Thus, there remains but one solution. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong unleashed the entirety of his formidable power. Under the intensity of this force, the crimson aura enveloping him intensified, as if it were ablaze. This overwhelming essence enabled Sun Wukong to tap into his most potent strength, quietly absorbing a fraction of the divine power of the Super Saiyan. In this moment, the magnitude of his power soared to unprecedented heights. "No matter what, I shall not allow you to destroy the earth, even if it means my demise here today." Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute, his voice not loud yet imbued with unwavering determination. As long as he existed, no one could obliterate the earth. Such courage is indeed commendable, yet to safeguard the planet, mere valor is insufficient. Formidable strength is also imperative. Beerus regarded Sun Wukong with an expression of indifferent curiosity. "I will not permit you to annihilate the earth." Sun Wukong's declaration remained steadfast. The turtle faction heir. With unparalleled strength, Sun Wukong unleashed his most formidable strike. As crimson energy surged and coalesced fervently in his hands, transforming in an instant into a breathtaking burst of power. With the final syllable reverberating, Sun Wukong thrust his hands forward, unleashing a colossal Kamehameha wave that collided forcefully with Beerus's purple energy. The resounding roar echoed endlessly, following the clash of these immense forces. The entire cosmos trembled with a thunderous shock. In the mere instant of their collision, the purple energy astonishingly shattered Sun Wukong's Kamehameha wave with an unimaginable might. Furthermore, after the wave's collapse, the purple energy enveloped Sun Wukong entirely. A cry of anguish echoed through the air as Sun Wukong plummeted to earth. Struck by Beerus with a devastating blow, he was left gravely wounded, stripped of his combat prowess, and reverted to his normal state. The onlookers on Earth were momentarily taken aback, clearly struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. For with Sun Wukong's defeat, it was undoubtedly a harbinger of Earth's fate. Following his triumph over Wukong, Beerus manifested directly in the skies above the planet, his demeanor cold and indifferent, devoid of even a glance towards Vegeta and the others, or indeed towards Wukong himself. In his eyes, these beings held no significance. Beerus's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, as he sensed a formidable presence emanating from a certain location on Earth. Though uncertain if this was the individual he sought, the aura exuding from them was undeniably satisfying. He murmured to himself, reflecting on how his battle with Wukong, from inception to conclusion, had been but a brief affair, merely a warm-up. Originally, Beerus had no intention of concluding the fight so swiftly. He wished to indulge in a more playful encounter. Yet, Moments prior, he had detected a powerful energy surge. One that was distinctly divine in nature, unlike the divine essence that Wukong possessed after fusion. The two energies were incomparable. It was precisely this newfound sensation that prompted Beerus to forego prolonging his struggle with Sun Wukong. The rationale was simple, evidently. The recently manifested energy was far more suitable to serve as his opponent than Wukong. Thus, with this notion in mind, Beerus effortlessly vanquished Wukong with a single strike. How infuriating! Vegeta and the others gazed at Beerus, their eyes reflecting a profound dread. Yet, given the gravity of their predicament, they resolved that rather than beg for mercy and plead for the Earth's preservation, they would prefer to perish in battle. At the very least, they would find solace in knowing they had given their utmost effort. Beerus, we shall never allow you to obliterate our planet, even if you are a deity. An invincible destroyer, no one can triumph over you, Vegeta proclaimed, his gaze fixed upon Beerus. The others had just learned, during the fierce clash between Beerus and Goku, that should Goku be defeated, the Earth would face annihilation. Thus, they stood united in their animosity, staring defiantly at Beerus hovering in the sky. They understood that Goku had already succumbed, and even their combined strength would be insufficient to rival Beerus. However, their collective power was merely a comparative measure. As inhabitants of this Earth, they could not bear to witness its destruction unfold before their very eyes. If such a fate were indeed inevitable, they preferred to meet their demise first. Beerus paid little heed to Vegeta's declarations. After all, what could a destroyer, particularly one of his caliber, truly care about the words of mere mortals? In Beerus's estimation, Vegeta and his companions lacked the qualification and capacity to provoke him in any meaningful way. Ordinarily, such insolence would incite his wrath, yet at this moment, Beerus found himself too preoccupied to concern himself with trivialities. Have you kept me waiting for so long? Since you refuse to come, I shall seek you out myself. The immense energy you emit suggests that your strength may indeed excite me further. Beerus mused, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced into the distance. In an instant, he vanished in a flash of light, his speed far surpassing anything the onlookers could fathom. Within the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace, leaving only Whis as the sole witness to his departure. What just happened? Vegeta gasped, momentarily stunned. He had steeled himself for death, yet surprisingly, Beerus had not spared him a single glance. This realization brought him a measure of relief. As he became aware that he was drenched in cold sweat, it seems he headed in the direction of Gohan, he remarked, casting a puzzled glance toward the path Beerus had taken. Temple. Beerus and Dandy exchanged glances, fully aware that the direction in which Beerus was headed was indeed the temple. Could it be? A thought flickered in Vegeta's mind. You must have already guessed it. At this moment, Son Goku had regained some of his strength. Although this modest recovery did not allow him to unleash an overwhelming force, it was sufficient for his basic needs. During the previous battle, he had suddenly sensed an incredibly powerful energy surge, but he had little time to contemplate it before being defeated by Lord Beerus. Now, reflecting on it, that energy must have belonged to Gu Xuan. I wonder how much he has improved since emerging from the Room of Spirit in time. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Son Goku's eyes, for once Gu Xuan emerged, his power would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. You say Gu Xuan has exited the room? Vegeta closed his eyes to sense. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not detect Gu Xuan's presence. Why can't I sense anything? Vegeta questioned, perplexed. Despite his efforts, he was unable to perceive Gu Xuan's energy. Isn't it obvious? Gu Xuan's strength has reached an inconceivable level during this retreat, Son Goku murmured, a strange light gleaming in his eyes. Enough of this chatter. We should hasten our journey. Otherwise, we might miss a spectacular battle, Son Goku declared. With a swift motion, he raised his right hand, placing 2 fingers on his forehead. I will transport you all using instant transmission. We should still arrive in time. With that, Son Goku initiated instant transmission, whisking everyone away. In the temple, in the square, as Son Goku and his companions materialized at that very moment, Beerus and Whis also arrived at the temple square. With a resounding boom, Beerus appeared, his gaze immediately fixated on Gu Xuan, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his eyes. The power I sensed earlier emanates from you. Beerus addressed Gu Xuan, recognizing that their levels were not comparable to those of Son Wukong and his companions. From Gu Xuan, Beerus perceived an entirely distinct aura. Gu Xuan, maintaining his composure, regarded Beerus and spoke slowly, his demeanor remarkably tranquil. The arrival of Beerus was anticipated, allowing him to remain unfazed. In truth, he had known from the moment he exited the temporal mental space that Beerus would inevitably detect his presence. The instant Beerus became aware of him, it was certain he would arrive with utmost haste. Thus, all of this unfolded precisely as Gu Xuan had foreseen. Regarding the book, as it is the author's first endeavor, constructive criticism on any shortcomings is most welcome. As for updates, the author, being a student, has classes both morning and night, often returning to the dormitory past 8:30. Consequently, most chapters are written in advance and scheduled for release the following day. The update times are fixed at noon and 5 o'clock, with the possibility of an additional chapter in the evening. It should be noted that crafting a single chapter takes over an hour, and by the time 2 chapters are completed, it may be 11 o'clock, necessitating a quick wash-up before bed, as an early rise for study awaits the next day. Lastly, I wish to emphasize that your continued readership and support are invaluable encouragements, and I hope you will not hesitate to share your votes. Rest assured, your contributions are greatly appreciated. Furthermore, I must clarify that the author is neither small nor lacking in strength. You are quite remarkable, Beerus spoke slowly after a moment. Mediocre at best, in comparison to Lord Beerus, I remain woefully inadequate, Gu Xuan humbly replied. Despite having ascended to divinity, the chasm between gods remains insurmountable, particularly when faced with a destroyer of Beerus's caliber, who stands among the elite of such beings. Gu Xuan felt no confidence in confronting someone of this stature. Nevertheless, he harbored no objections to engaging in battle. Even if defeat was a foregone conclusion, this confrontation held profound significance for him. Lord Beerus, this place is unsuitable. Let us find a more appropriate location, Gu Xuan declared, and with that, he vanished, soaring into the skies. With a swift whoosh, he propelled himself forth, transcending the earthly realm in an instant, standing amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, confronted by the immense pressure and forces of the starry heavens. Survival would have been inconceivable without the cultivation of divine power. Even his Super Saiyan 4 form would falter under the cosmic strain. Yet, the present moment is different. Now, Gu Xuan possesses divine energy even in his normal state, rendering his existence among the stars utterly unburdened. Intriguing. Beerus's eyes also sparkled with interest. With a swift motion, one soared into the vast expanse, nearly bursting forth alongside Gu Xuan, standing amidst the celestial tapestry. Although Sun Wukong and the others yearned for a closer glimpse, they found themselves unable to traverse the cosmos as Gu Xuan and his companions did, leaving them at an impasse. Allow me to assist you, Vis declared, stepping forward and gently waving the angelic scepter in his hand. A brilliant light burst forth, manifesting as a shimmering veil. Within this ethereal display, the figures of Gu Xuan and Beerus emerged against the backdrop of the cosmos beyond Earth. The two stood approximately 10 paces apart in the vast expanse of stars, a distance trivial to them. In this moment, neither took the initiative to strike. Instead, they exchanged glances, their auras radiating as they honed in on one another's essence. It is indeed a rarity for a mere human to ascend to the realm of the divine through rigorous cultivation. While you may not be the first I have encountered, your ability to achieve such a feat fills me with astonishment. After a brief pause, Beerus addressed Gu Xuan, acknowledging, I have reached the divine realm. Yet my attainment is merely the most ordinary. It pales in comparison to your divine status, Lord Beerus. Gu Xuan smiled politely and replied, You are a Saiyan. May I then refer to you as the god of Super Saiyans? Beerus regarded Gu Xuan thoughtfully. No. Gu Xuan shook his head. At this moment, I can only be regarded as the god of the Saiyans, for this is the true essence of my being. A smile graced Gu Xuan's lips, and he appeared remarkably serene. As his words lingered in the air, he suddenly clenched his fist with great intensity. In that instant, a formidable power erupted from within him, unleashing a catastrophic force that transformed into a terrifying tempest, wildly spreading in all directions. With a resounding boom, Gu Xuan's momentum surged exponentially in that very moment, increasing by several dozen times in an instant. Concurrently, a golden aura erupted from his being. Golden, the color of a Super Saiyan. This was the true essence of a Super Saiyan god. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gu Xuan's golden gaze fell squarely upon Beerus. The transformation into a Super Saiyan, coupled with the divine realm, indeed manifested the power of a Super Saiyan god. Furthermore, this form of Super Saiyan god was significantly more formidable than that of Sun Wukong, which relied on the strength of many. Beerus nodded, his expression inscrutable, with his hands clasped behind his back. In contrast to Sun Wukong's crimson Super Saiyan god, Gu Xuan's transformation undeniably epitomized the essence of a Super Saiyan god. Commence. Among the multitude on Earth observing through Whis' shimmering screen, Sun Wukong suddenly spoke. His sensitivity to the ethereal presence surpassed that of all others present, save for Whis. Thus, unbeknownst to the crowd, He had already sensed the fluctuations within the cosmic expanse. As soon as Sun Wukong's words echoed through the air, the figures of ancient Xian and Beerus simultaneously stirred amidst the starry sky. Their swiftness was extraordinary, and in an instant, they closed the distance with remarkable speed. With a resounding thud, the moment they drew near, their fists collided. In that instant of impact, a deafening roar reverberated, echoing with an aura of terror. The force of their strike sent ripples cascading throughout the vast expanse of the cosmos. Remarkably, this was merely a tentative exchange between the two. Bang, 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 bang. A resounding roar echoed through the cosmos, stirring the very fabric of the nebula. Beside them, several moderately sized meteors were reduced to mere ashes under the force of their attacks. Ha ha, Gu Xuan, your prowess is indeed formidable. You have managed to engage me in such a manner. Aside from the other gods of destruction, no one has ever compelled me to this extent. You are the first. Beerus, shedding his earlier calm demeanor, now radiated palpable excitement. To him, Gu Xuan's might warranted his attention. Although the outcome remained unchanged, at the very least, it provided an opportunity to stretch his limbs. Lord Beerus, this is merely a warm-up, a prelude. While I am aware that I am not your equal, if you believe that this is all the strength I possess, you are gravely mistaken, Gu Xuan remarked, casting a glance at Beerus as he withdrew. Retracting the arm he had previously raised, the relentless collisions had given him a taste of the god of destruction's might for the first time. In a short span, they had clashed hundreds of times, leaving his arm trembling uncontrollably, even his grip quaking. In contrast, Beerus appeared utterly unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Oh, do you possess other transformations? He inquired, momentarily startled but not angered, his gaze now filled with intrigue and expectation. Noticing Gu Xuan's sudden halt, he too remained still. Hands clasped behind his back, observing him intently. Gu Xuan remained silent, offering only a smile, clearly reluctant to respond to the question. Currently, my power has surged to 500 trillion after transforming into a Super Saiyan, an increase of 50 times, Gu Xuan mused internally as he calculated his strength. Upon emerging from his seclusion, he, unlike Sun Wukong and others, faced no limitations. Thus, his base power had escalated dramatically, allowing him to reach a terrifying 10 trillion even without transformation. However, 500 trillion, while impressive, depended significantly on the opponent faced. When pitted against Beerus, Gu Xuan understood all too well that such power would have little impact. Indeed, this magnitude of strength would hardly warrant a flicker of concern from Beerus. Even with divine power, the gap was insurmountably vast. Nevertheless, Gu Xuan differed from Sun Wukong. While both were Saiyans, their core characteristics diverged significantly. Sun Wukong was a fervent warrior, dedicating the majority of his life to the art of combat. Especially those who are more powerful than him can evoke a profound excitement within him. However, Gu Xuan is different, although influenced by the Saiyan bloodline. He has also developed a fondness for combat. Yet, when it comes to battles where he lacks confidence, he harbors little assurance. He would never engage in self-destructive pursuits. Nor would he seek humiliation or invite suffering upon himself. At present, he has merely transformed into a Super Saiyan. For Gu Xuan, this is but a beginning. Far from an end, his strength has yet to reach its zenith. In other words, if his Super Saiyan form could rival Beerus, Gu Xuan would find it utterly tedious. Now, allow me to demonstrate my power. With that, Gu Xuan clenched his fists, and at that moment, the aura within him surged dramatically. A golden wave of energy enveloped him, rolling and churning with intensity. With a resounding explosion, even Beerus found his gaze sharpening. Is it the transformation into Super Saiyan 2? Akin to that of Son Goku? Beerus observed Gu Xuan with a quiet intensity, recalling Goku's own transformations. From Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2. And then to Super Saiyan 3, such feats that even someone of Goku's caliber could achieve. It is only natural that you would be capable of the same. With a slight smile, Beerus remained still, opting to allow Gu Xuan to complete his transformation without haste. With a resounding roar, a golden aura emanated forth, enveloping Gu Xuan's body in a mist-like form, causing his hair to stand upright. In that very moment, Gu Xuan's momentum surged dramatically, escalating from 500 trillion to a staggering 1,000 trillion. A chilling aura enveloped the cosmos, causing the entire expanse of stars to tremble at that very moment. The mere essence of this presence alone possessed such formidable power, leading one to ponder the terrifying extent of Gu Xuan's strength at this juncture. With a flicker of his gaze, Beerus spoke slowly, yet his demeanor conveyed dissatisfaction. However, I presume this is not the entirety of your might. You can transform into Super Saiyan 3, much like Son Goku, so do it directly. My time is precious. Beerus regarded Gu Xuan with an air of indifference. While a power level of 1,000 trillion may sound formidable, to Beerus, it remained trivial, failing to pique his interest. Although such strength could indeed contend with Beerus, the lack of a thrilling battle inevitably diminished his enthusiasm. Thus, Beerus awaited Gu Xuan's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, anticipating a more engaging encounter. Do you wish to witness a more powerful transformation? Gu Xuan inquired with a smile, casting a glance at Beerus. He was acutely aware that his current strength of 1,000 trillion paled in comparison to Beerus. Nevertheless, if it was curiosity that Beerus sought, he was inclined to indulge it. A glimmer of fierce determination ignited in Gu Xuan's eyes as an even mightier and more ferocious power erupted from within him. Lord Beerus, behold, he proclaimed, his voice calm. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation is upon us. As Gu Xuan's words fell, he immediately radiated an utterly terrifying force. This power was so overwhelming that, upon its emergence, a tempest suddenly materialized in the starry expanse. Beneath this tempest, Gu Xuan's aura surged dramatically. In an instant, his strength more than doubled, soaring from 1,000 trillion to 2,000 trillion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As his aura continued to intensify, the golden energy surrounding Gu Xuan thickened. With a surge of electricity, his brow gradually vanished, and his visage began to transform. As these changes unfolded, Gu Xuan's power escalated wildly, jumping from 2,000 trillion to 3,000 trillion. But that was not all. Amid the escalating aura, Gu Xuan's hair grew longer, transforming in mere seconds. Super Saiyan 3. Gu Xuan bellowed, his voice a cathartic release of emotion. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Gu Xuan's fighting spirit surged to unprecedented heights, culminating in his ultimate metamorphosis. The moment he assumed this formidable form, his aura explosively intensified in an unimaginable manner. Although this transformation transpired in mere seconds, it felt like a slow unfolding. In just 3 seconds, Gu Xuan had already become Super Saiyan 3. The eruption of power, equivalent to 4,000 trillion, enveloped him like a golden light, rendering him a deity of war. This was particularly evident in Gu Xuan's gaze, which radiated an unmasked confidence. He now possessed the strength to confront Beerus directly. Lord Beerus, behold my Super Saiyan 3. Are you satisfied? Gu Xuan spoke as he gazed at Beerus, his expression remarkably calm, reminiscent of Son Goku's demeanor upon his own transformation. His eyes had sharpened, seemingly disregarding all else. Indeed, he was powerful, yet it did not surpass my expectations. To be honest, I felt a tinge of disappointment. Despite being locked in by Gu Xuan's 4,000 trillion aura, Beerus remained remarkably composed. This calm was not a fade, but a testament to his formidable strength. Gu Xuan did not dispute Beerus's words. He found himself unable to argue, but he still chose to speak. Is that so? Gu Xuan chuckled. I could discern that transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 should be far easier for you than for Son Goku. Clearly, you have yet to exert your full strength. Therefore, do you wish for me to compel you to unleash your true power, or will you do so willingly? I hope you understand that my patience is finite. Although you pique my interest, do not dare to challenge my limits, for the consequences of such folly would be unbearable for you. Beerus regarded Gu Xuan, his brows slightly arching. He craved an exhilarating battle, devoid of any concealment, for anything less would make him feel belittled. Thus, his ire was kindled. Of course, I will take the initiative, Gu Xuan replied with a smile. While I possess confidence in my abilities, I also remain self-aware. With my current strength, defeating you is utterly impossible. In fact, I doubt I even possess 1/10 of your power. Gu Xuan spoke not with arrogance, but with a clear understanding of his limitations. You exhibit a modicum of self-awareness, Beerus acknowledged with a nod. However, I am still quite curious. What is the extent of your battle power? Gu Xuan inquired, eager to comprehend the disparity between himself and the god of destruction. After all, his own strength was considerable, yet it paled in comparison to Beerus's unfathomable might. Do not apply your measurements to me. Battle power is merely a unit of calculation for you, devoid of significance in my perspective, Beerus retorted dismissively. Have we reached a point where your battle power is beyond estimation? Gu Xuan mused, a wry smile forming on his lips. Beerus's response was, in its own way, another answer. I presume you have no further transformations left to unveil. In that case, elevate your strength to its zenith and engage me in battle, Beerus declared. Certainly. In response to Beerus, Gu Xuan offered no explanation, nor was there any need for one. In truth, upon reaching the realm of divinity, Gu Xuan had already sensed a transformation within his body. When he transitioned into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2, his divine power and the strength of a Super Saiyan remained distinct. This implied that the transformation could merely augment his base strength without enhancing his divine power. However, the transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was different, as it represented the ultimate stage of a typical Saiyan's transformation. Thus, at this moment, his divine power also experienced a surge. Let me witness how much I can elevate my abilities once I elevate my energy to its utmost state and merge it with my divine power. Gu Xuan felt a flicker of anticipation within his heart. A low growl emanated from Gu Xuan's lips. Beneath that roar, the power within him surged as if it were boiling over, erupting with tremendous force. Although he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, he continuously elevated his strength from the foundation of Super Saiyan 3. In an instant, his power experienced a remarkable escalation. 4 trillion, 4.5 trillion, 5 trillion, 6 trillion. A typical Saiyan, even Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form, would find it utterly impossible to achieve such an increase. Yet, Gu Xuan's Super Saiyan 3 appeared to possess no limits, wildly escalating beyond comprehension. Is this still increasing? Could it possibly have no limits? It is inconceivable. What exactly is happening? On Earth, although Son Wukong and the others watching through the light screen cannot feel it, they can certainly perceive it from the display. At this moment, both Son Wukong and Vegeta are filled with disbelief, especially Son Wukong, who is also capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Yet, he understands that his Super Saiyan 3 transformation cannot possibly elevate his power to such an extent. He has not yet transformed into Super Saiyan 4. And his current Super Saiyan 3 is already so formidable. It is unimaginable what terrifying heights he would reach if he were to become Super Saiyan 4. As these thoughts swirled in Son Wukong's mind, he and Vegeta exchanged a tacit glance, both recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. There was also a sense of relief. When Beerus previously inquired about the Super Saiyan God, he had refrained from revealing the information about Gu Xuan. It seems that this time, Lord Beerus has encountered a worthy opponent. This should bring him some degree of satisfaction. Wiz cast a glance at Gu Xuan on the light screen and began to speak. Unlike the others, while he too was observing the display, he could distinctly sense the rising aura of Gu Xuan amidst the stars. Even Beerus exhibited a look of astonishment. He never anticipated that after unleashing his energy, Gu Xuan could achieve such an impressive increase. He is indeed an unconventional and surprising individual. A smile crept onto Beerus's lips, and this time, his smile bore a hint of genuine joy. It was evident that Gu Xuan, after his energy surge, had reached a level that would surely please Beerus. Boom. Gu Xuan's aura continued to surge, leaving even himself in a state of disbelief. He never anticipated that the fusion of Super Saiyan power with divine strength could unleash such terrifying might. Gu Xuan was equally astonished. 9 trillion, 10 trillion, 12 trillion. Ultimately, his aura stabilized at 12 trillion, marking his utmost limit. This was a threefold increase from his previous Super Saiyan 3 form. A revelation that took Gu Xuan by surprise. Clenching his fists, excitement sparkled in his eyes. He could distinctly sense his newfound strength and unimaginable force. With his fists clenched, Gu Xuan's gaze fell squarely on Beerus. Lord Beerus, are you satisfied with my power now? His eyes revealed a fierce battle intent, and he was eager for the confrontation. As for transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Gu Xuan believed it was unnecessary. He preferred to conceal some of his strength rather than reveal his full potential. Regardless of the outcome, this approach might afford him an element of surprise, potentially proving advantageous in critical moments. I truly did not foresee that under the explosive might of Super Saiyan 3, combined with divine power, your strength could reach such heights. Beerus applauded, genuinely impressed. Your performance has greatly satisfied me. The upcoming battle promises to be exhilarating. It has been a while since I have engaged in such a thrilling fight. Today, I can finally stretch my limbs a bit. After a leisurely stretch, Beerus's gaze settled directly on Gu Xuan. Whoosh! In the presence of Beerus. Even though Gu Xuan had attained an astonishing combat power of 12,000 trillion after unleashing his rage, he understood that Beerus's true strength had never been fully revealed. Moreover, as Gu Xuan's own power grew, he increasingly sensed an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from Beerus. Initially, Gu Xuan's strength was not even in the same dimension as Beerus's, making it impossible for him to fathom the depths of the latter's power. It was akin to how Son Wukong and his companions stood before Gu Xuan, unable to grasp the extent of his current might. This situation was far from ideal, for it could adversely affect his fighting spirit, despite his attempts to suppress such thoughts. Once they emerged, it proved to be a formidable challenge to quell them. However, should he find himself unable to restrain these thoughts, then Gu Xuan vanished in an instant, choosing to take the initiative. His speed was breathtaking. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Beerus, leaving only an afterimage in his wake. Such swiftness! Beerus attempted to evade, but Gu Xuan was too fast, materializing right before him, unleashing an overwhelming force. Although he could have dodged, he remembered that he was there to fight, not to practice evasion. With this resolve, as Gu Xuan's fist approached, Beerus did not choose to retreat. Instead, he raised his right hand and countered with a punch of his own. With a resounding crash, the fists of Gu Xuan and Beerus collided with one another. In that fleeting moment of contact, a violent roar erupted, transforming into a tempest of unparalleled magnitude. Following the impact of their fists, visible ripples emanated from the point of contact, swiftly radiating outward into the cosmos. The emergence of these ripples was instantaneous, and they rapidly expanded into the universe. On Earth, Son Goku and his companions were observing the light screen when, all of a sudden, they perceived the approach of a ripple. As it materialized, it surged through Goku and his allies, extending far beyond their immediate vicinity. In an instant, the entire planet trembled under the influence of this wave. What transpired? Satan gazed around in confusion, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. His strength was the weakest among them, barely reaching 100, rendering him incapable of sensing the impending turmoil like the others. He could only feel an irresistible force surging forth, as if the very heavens were collapsing around him. It was over. Their entire universe was on the brink of annihilation. In the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin's face turned pallid after the ripples passed, devoid of any color, despite his naturally pale complexion. The fear and despair reflected in his eyes unmistakably conveyed the gravity of the situation. Amidst the starry expanse, nearby meteors shattered into cosmic dust the moment the ripples swept past. Bang, 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 bang. Haha, delightful. In a mere instant, Gu Xuan and Beerus had already clashed dozens of times. Each strike sent ripples through the air, a result of the overwhelming power unleashed during their battle. Throughout the entire seventh universe, particularly in the northern galaxy, all living beings sensed an irresistible force on the verge of manifesting. With a resounding thud, Beerus clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently upon Gu Xuan. The ripples surrounding them were of no concern to Beerus. After all, the act of creation was a matter for the Supreme Kai, and he held no regard for it. Moreover, his true purpose was destruction. Following this punch, the cosmos would crumble. The old Supreme Kai closed his eyes, for he had no means left to intervene. Vanish! Beerus bellowed, his fists soaring forward with reckless intensity as he closed in on Gu Xuan. With a resounding boom, Gu Xuan gazed at the approaching fist, his eyes glinting with determination. He surged forward, colliding once more with Beerus. In that fleeting moment, Gu Xuan raised his right hand, channeling an astonishing 12,000 megajoules of power into it. Concentrating all his strength, he unleashed a formidable punch directed at Beerus. Time seemed to slow down in that instant. Bang! Gu Xuan's fist collided directly with Beerus's fist. A resounding boom echoed through the cosmos. However, following that singular punch, the universe did not collapse under the weight of their confrontation. Instead, both Gu Xuan and Beerus took a step back simultaneously. The ripples that had previously resonated throughout the universe came to an abrupt halt, dissipating as if they had never existed at all. Lord Beerus, let us refrain from causing collateral damage. After all, this is merely a duel between the two of us, wouldn't you agree? Gu Xuan remarked, observing Beerus after the strike. He too sensed that their battle had far-reaching repercussions, and it was likely that many planets would face obliteration should their fight continue. Quite intriguing. But how did you manage that? Beerus inquired, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes, though it seemed trivial to him. Quite simple, really. I merely employed the same power as you, Gu Xuan replied succinctly, for that was exactly what he had done. Both Beerus and Gu Xuan surged forward simultaneously, their speeds astonishingly swift, accompanied by an overwhelming force. Bang, 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 bang. In a fleeting moment, Gu Xuan and Beerus clashed with each other countless times. Yet, with each encounter, Gu Xuan consistently employed a comparable force to counter Beerus's formidable strikes. Ha ha, it seems this is no mere coincidence, Beerus exclaimed, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes. Gu Xuan, your prowess is commendable. Since that is the case, I shall take this more seriously. Beerus's tone was imbued with anticipation, for it had been an eternity since he last engaged in such a vigorous contest, as no one had ever compelled him to do so. Gu Xuan was the first. Thus, at this moment, he was filled with exhilaration. I share that sentiment. It is indeed time to adopt a more earnest approach. Otherwise, this battle between us will yield no resolution, Gu Xuan replied, nodding in agreement, his demeanor calm. Clearly, in this confrontation, both parties had reserved numerous techniques, prepared to unleash them without restraint. Gu Xuan felt a profound thrill in battling Beerus, relishing the exhilarating sensation of an unrestrained duel, truly delightful. Amidst the starry expanse, the two stood facing each other, both instinctively halting their assaults and exchanging a knowing glance. Subsequently, with a resounding crash, Gu Xuan and Beerus collided once more. As if merely exchanging words, the reverberation echoed around them, and amidst the thunderous sound, Gu Xuan's body trembled, forcing him to retreat several steps. His arms, which had just been employed to withstand Beerus's assault, quivered incessantly, tinged with a slight numbness. In stark contrast, Beerus remained steadfast in his position, appearing utterly unfazed. How was this possible? Gazing at Beerus, who remained unscathed and did not even budge an inch under his formidable punch, Gu Xuan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Why such surprise? Let us not forget that I am a god of destruction. Observing Gu Xuan's bewilderment, Beerus responded calmly, his demeanor reflecting an air of indifference towards Gu Xuan's reaction. Gu Xuan, your strength is commendable. Among the humans I have encountered, you rank within the top 5. However, that is all there is to it, nothing remarkable. To contend with your level of power, I need hardly exert myself. Merely employing 30% of my strength would suffice to vanquish you. Beerus spoke slowly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet indeed, even Gu Xuan himself could sense it. Although Beerus had previously stated otherwise, he had hardly unleashed his true might. Defending against Gu Xuan's onslaught was as effortless as a child's play. Can I truly be defeated with just 30% of his strength? Gu Xuan's gaze flickered as he glanced at Beerus. Indeed, Beerus nodded, exuding an air of unwavering confidence. This was not mere blind assurance. It stemmed from his profound belief in his own prowess as a god of destruction. Since you assert that, I am eager to witness whether you can truly defeat me using merely 30% of your power. Gu Xuan bellowed, and in an instant, an unimaginable tempest of energy erupted from within him. Centered around Gu Xuan's form, it rapidly surged outward, expanding wildly in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. A series of resounding roars echoed, as nearby fragments of stone disintegrated into fine ash beneath the tempest surrounding Gu Xuan. Come forth, Lord Beerus, and employ but 30% of your power to vanquish me, if you truly possess the capability. Gu Xuan's voice resonated with unwavering determination. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Although he recognized that he could not be compared to Beerus, the notion that he could be defeated with merely 30% of Beerus's power was not a trivial matter. Even if the one uttering these words was Beerus himself, Gu Xuan was not one to easily concede. At the very least, he intended to draw forth a greater measure of Beerus's might. Ah! A low growl escaped from Gu Xuan's lips. Beneath this utterance, an immense force erupted from within him. This unleashed power was extraordinarily potent, immediately coalescing in Gu Xuan's hands. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan brought his hands together, and instantly, a luminous sphere of energy materialized between them. Though diminutive in size, the energy it encapsulated was extraordinarily formidable. With a flick of his wrist, the sphere was launched, hurtling toward Beerus at an astonishing speed, accompanied by the sound of air being cleaved. Child's play. Upon witnessing Gu Xuan's actions, Beerus scoffed dismissively, showing no sign of concern. Ultimately, this is all the skill you possess. Shaking his head, Beerus raised his right hand and gently pointed towards the approaching sphere of light. Just at the moment when the luminous sphere approached Beerus's fingertip, it abruptly halted, astonishingly coming to a standstill. With a resounding bang, as the luminous sphere came to a halt, Gu Xuan clenched his right fist with great force. With a sudden explosion, the orb of light before Beerus erupted in response to Gu Xuan's subtle movement. What? Beerus's expression changed dramatically. Amidst the explosion of the luminous sphere, he found himself unable to evade it immediately, instead becoming enveloped in its terrifying power. Gu Xuan refrained from making another move. He understood that certain tactics could only be employed once, and that one must not overreach, opting instead for a composed demeanor. Otherwise, the one to face dire consequences would ultimately be himself. Particularly since his opponent this time was Beerus, he had to remain vigilant. Thus, he chose to stand his ground, patiently awaiting the outcome. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Beerus's figure emerged, albeit in a somewhat disheveled state. It seems I underestimated you. With your strength, if I had been careless, I would have found myself in quite a predicament, Beerus remarked, his gaze fixed on Gu Xuan. Previously, amidst the thick fog, Beerus had anticipated that Gu Xuan would seize the opportunity to press his advantage. However, he was disappointed to find that Gu Xuan did not pursue him. This realization left Beerus somewhat vexed, prompting his comments once the haze had cleared. Compared to your strength, your intellect is far more composed, Beerus continued, his tone sharpening as his gaze turned increasingly serious, marking the first time he truly regarded Gu Xuan with such weight. So, do you still claim that merely using 30% of your power would be sufficient to defeat me? Gu Xuan inquired, looking intently at Beerus. Indeed, against you. I need only employ 30% of my strength, Beerus replied, nodding as was his custom. Very well. Gu Xuan ceased further explanation and turned his gaze towards Beerus. During my time in the mental space, I not only honed my divine powers but also refined some of my own unique techniques, although I had never employed them before. It now seemed like an opportune moment. Gu Xuan looked at Beerus with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, a reflection of his eagerness to unveil the techniques he had crafted. Lord Beerus, what do you think of this move? Gu Xuan raised his right hand, and immediately, a golden aura began to materialize at his fingertips. Though the aura appeared somewhat thin and meager, the moment it manifested, a formidable power emanated from it. This is. As he gazed at the power emanating from Gu Xuan's fingertips, Beerus's eyes narrowed in intrigue. This is a technique I have devised myself, and I have named it the Celestial Origin Cannon. As Gu Xuan's voice resonated, a golden aura erupted, swirling in midair. With every rotation, torrents of energy were drawn from all directions, merging into the luminous sphere, augmenting its might exponentially. In mere moments, the sphere had swelled several times in size, its power becoming increasingly formidable. Time raced forward. In another fleeting instant, a vast array of energy began to coalesce around the sphere with fervor. The forces within the cosmos were terrifyingly potent. Even strands of light converging could effortlessly obliterate a planet. Yet, amidst this overwhelming absorption of energy, Beerus remained unperturbed. Although he recognized the sphere's potential, he did not regard it with great concern. For if it were merely this, it would not warrant his attention. To withstand even a third of my power, one would need to harness a tenth of the universe's strength. But are you truly capable of achieving that? Beerus regarded Gu Xuan with a gaze filled with anticipation. Perhaps, within his heart, there lingered a flicker of hope that Gu Xuan might indeed surprise him. Is a mere tenth of power sufficient to defeat you? A smile graced Gu Xuan's lips, for if such a modest requirement were all that stood in his way, he hardly felt daunted. He could achieve far more than that. Lord Beerus, you claim that only a tenth of your power can inflict harm upon you. However, I wonder, if I were to unleash a quarter of the entire universe's strength, that is to say, the power of the northern galaxy, how great of a wound could I inflict upon you? Gu Xuan's voice rang out with calm assurance. At present, his celestial origin cannon had yet to reach its zenith. Thus, as his words fell, a ferocious force of absorption radiated from the luminous sphere. Boom. In just a fleeting moment, the entirety of the northern galaxy, all the untapped forces, converged towards the luminous sphere before Gu Xuan. Though this process seemed prolonged, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The sphere of light, having absorbed the energies of the entire northern galaxy, transformed into a radiant orb, a black orb. As soon as this orb manifested, it erupted with an unimaginable, terrifying power. Anything that dared approach it would surely be obliterated. Having fully assimilated the energies of the northern galaxy, the orb before Gu Xuan expanded to several zhang in size. The vastness of the northern galaxy is beyond comprehension, and such immense power condensed within this orb is indicative of the sheer magnitude of energy it contained. At that moment, as the orb fully took shape, even Beerus's gaze sharpened. He was astonished that Gu Xuan could absorb the entire power of the northern galaxy. Indeed, he had underestimated him. Beerus's expression turned serious, recognizing that Gu Xuan's actions exceeded his expectations. Lord Beerus, given the circumstances, do you believe you can still contend with merely 30% of your power? Gu Xuan inquired, observing Beerus intently. That is something we shall have to test, Beerus replied, his eyes flickering as he regarded Gu Xuan. Celestial Origin Cannon. Gu Xuan bellowed, and in an instant, the power within him erupted explosively, channeling the immense black energy into a formidable force that surged toward Beerus with great intensity. A tremendous surge of black energy, akin to several yards in size, surged forth with an explosive force, drawing perilously close to Beerus in an instant. In that very moment, the surrounding starry expanse fractured, resembling an intricate web. Waves of annihilating winds emanated from these fissures, cascading over Gu Xuan and Beerus. Yet, Gu Xuan remained utterly unfazed by these winds of obliteration, for his current prowess allowed him to completely disregard their existence. As for Beerus, he was equally unaffected. Both stood resolutely as the winds of annihilation swept past them. Allow me to obliterate you with this most formidable strike. A thrill danced across Beerus's visage as the Tianyuan cannon thundered towards him. He raised his hands. And in an instant, purple energy began to coalesce. A low growl escaped as a purple orb of light materialized within Beerus's hands. A manifestation of his god of destruction power. Though modest in size, this orb emanated a force potent enough to disturb even the vacuum of space. This was the pinnacle of my strength, drawn from merely 30% of my power. I hope your technique can withstand it. Beerus gazed at Gu Xuan, harboring a hope that Gu Xuan's Tianyuan cannon was not merely a facade. With a swift motion, a surge of violet energy erupted forth, swiftly approaching the celestial cannon of Gu Xuan. Upon nearing, it exhibited no hesitation, directly colliding with it. Each of these forces harbored unimaginable might. And at the moment of impact, the entire cosmos seemed to collapse. Such was the apocalyptic power that rendered all entities before it nothing but obliterated remnants. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Neither force had unleashed its full potential. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Gu Xuan's eyes. In truth, he himself harbored no absolute confidence. After all, Beerus had never revealed his true strength within the Dragon Ball realm. For one shrouded in such enigmatic power, Gu Xuan could only speculate about the true extent of his own 3/10 of strength. However, one thing remained clear to him. In the face of his celestial cannon's formidable might, this fraction of strength was devoid of pretense. It represented his most authentic power. The collision of two formidable forces continues, each countering and neutralizing the other. Although Gu Xuan's Tianyuan cannon was forged through a unique method and has absorbed the power of the northern galaxy, its might has far surpassed Gu Xuan's expectations. Despite Gu Xuan's own strength being 12,000 trillion, the power unleashed by the Tianyuan cannon, after assimilating the entirety of the northern galaxy's energy, has exceeded this figure by leaps and bounds. In fact, the potency of the Tianyuan cannon has been amplified by thousands, even millions of times. This epitomizes the essence of the Tianyuan cannon's power, as it consolidates all forces within the cosmos into one, resulting in an unparalleled eruption of strength. Once Gu Xuan's own power reaches an even greater magnitude, he could potentially channel the energy of the entire universe. At that juncture, even the full might of Beerus would demand his utmost attention. It is precisely for this reason that Gu Xuan asserts that Beerus's 3/10 of his power may not suffice to withstand the current might of his Tianyuan cannon. This is not due to Gu Xuan's belief that his 12,000 trillion strength poses a significant threat to Beerus. Rather, he is confident that the Tianyuan cannon, having absorbed the power of the northern galaxy, can compel Beerus to exert at least 3/10 of his strength. With a resounding roar that reverberated through the starry expanse, the immense black energy emanating from Gu Xuan was rapidly diminished beneath the overwhelming purple energy of Beerus. In but an instant, the formidable force shrank from several zhang to merely one, significantly reducing the potency contained within the black energy. I have already stated this. You should now be convinced. Beerus remarked, gazing intently at Gu Xuan. Truly, you are the god of destruction. It seems I have underestimated you. Gu Xuan could only manage a wry smile and a shake of his head, fully aware of his previous oversight. Yet, what of it? As the words fell, a sudden eruption of purple energy unleashed an extraordinary force, wildly spreading and enveloping the heavenly origin cannon of Gu Xuan. The frenzied might of the god of destruction enveloped it, as if intent on utterly annihilating this surge of energy. Give me. Just as Beerus was poised to obliterate the Tianyuan cannon, at the very moment he was about to utter the final word, an eerie glow emanated from the cannon, enveloped in purple energy. What? Beerus's gaze sharpened. Before he could gather himself, the primordial cannon, formed from the swirling purple energy, erupted explosively. Not good. Beerus's expression shifted at the sight of the explosion. He raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, a purple barrier materialized before him. The instant this barrier emerged, the Tianyuan cannon enveloped in purple energy shattered with a resounding crash. Boom. The celestial cannon collapsed, not due to the overwhelming energy of Beerus, but rather by the design of Gu Xuan. Although some of the energy within was indeed obliterated by Beerus, the latent force it contained remained profoundly formidable. Especially beneath this annihilation, Beerus's violet energy shattered, unleashing an explosion that radiated outward. Lord Beerus, this is something you did not foresee. Gu Xuan's calm voice resonated as the destructive power of the celestial cannon surged towards Beerus, propelled by unimaginable strength. Everything unfolded precisely as he had orchestrated. A terrifying tempest descended upon the violet barrier before Beerus. Although Beerus reacted swiftly, exhibiting neither hesitation nor delay, Gu Xuan had awaited this moment for an extended period. Boom. Thus, even though Beerus had braced himself, the urgency of the moment resulted in a rather limited accumulation of purple energy. While he managed to deflect a substantial portion of the attack, it was an insurmountable challenge to thwart the formidable power that Gu Xuan had concentrated from the northern galaxy. Even as a god of destruction, Beerus found himself at a disadvantage under such time constraints. Confronted with the cataclysmic force of the Tianyuan cannon, he dared not underestimate its impact. The purple barrier he erected held for but an instant before it shattered spectacularly. Once the barrier crumbled, the terrifying might of the Tianyuan cannon bore down upon Beerus. Despite his formidable strength, he could not help but change countenance in the face of such overwhelming power. Retreating several steps as he was momentarily engulfed by its ferocity. "Lord Beerus, it seems that merely 30% of your power holds no sway over me," Gu Xuan remarked, his face slightly pale after repelling Beerus. Yet, his gaze towards Beerus was imbued with exhilaration. "You are not mistaken, but your strength is now considerably diminished. Although your previous strike was indeed potent, I doubt you can muster a second assault of that caliber." Beerus's breath quickened slightly, yet overall, he maintained a decisive advantage. Even when confronted with Gu Xuan's sudden onslaught, he managed to regain his footing after the initial defense. While he appeared somewhat disheveled, he ultimately emerged unscathed. "I am aware." Gu Xuan nodded, not denying this fact, but rather acknowledging it with composure, for the truth indeed lay in this reality. Although the Tianyuan cannon could be unleashed, the remnants of Gu Xuan's strength could no longer absorb the vast power of the entire northern galaxy. Without reaching that level of prowess, it would hold no significance against a formidable opponent like Beerus. "Lord Beerus, although I am unable to unleash an attack of the same magnitude as the previous Tianyuan cannon, if you believe that the power I exhibit now represents my full capabilities, then you are gravely mistaken." Gu Xuan's gaze flickered as he slowly addressed Beerus. "What does that mean?" Beerus glanced at Gu Xuan, momentarily perplexed by the meaning of the statement, feeling somewhat dazed. "What I mean is, the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. With my current battle power of 12,000 trillion, does not represent my full strength, it is merely a fraction of it. To be more precise, this is less than 1/10 of my maximum power. If I express it this way, you should understand quite clearly, right?" Gu Xuan said with a smile. "Quite intriguing," Beerus remarked, furrowing his brow as he cast a glance at Gu Xuan. "Since you assert such confidence, I urge you to unleash your full power for me to witness. I am genuinely curious to see just how formidable your strength can be, and whether it will astonish even me." Beerus spoke calmly, contemplating that if Gu Xuan could not replicate the devastating strike of the previous Tianyuan cannon, then transforming again would be utterly futile. With a swift motion, Beerus appeared directly before Gu Xuan. Raising his right hand into a fist, he unleashed a powerful punch towards Gu Xuan's chest, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Bang! With a single strike, even the very fabric of space was nearly breached. Moreover, due to Beerus's extraordinary speed, Gu Xuan had no time to react and was consequently struck directly by Beerus's punch. Poof! Gu Xuan's body trembled violently, and he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, staggering back several paces. After forcibly steadying himself, he clutched his chest, his complexion pale and weak. It was evident that taking a blow from Beerus without any preparation was indeed quite challenging. "Well, if you possess greater strength, now is the time to unleash it. Otherwise, in your current condition, you won't withstand my second punch." Beerus addressed Gu Xuan. "The previous strike was merely a lesson. It held no significance." "Understood. I have resolved to hold nothing back and will summon my utmost power to engage you in battle. Although the outcome may remain unchanged, at least I will have given my all." A determined glint shone in Gu Xuan's eyes. "Let me witness your strongest power." Beerus's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The more formidable Gu Xuan became, the more exhilarated he felt. As for whether Gu Xuan could surpass him, the answer was undoubtedly negative. From the very beginning, Beerus had never worried about such a possibility. Defeating Gu Xuan was a certainty. However, before that, it was essential for him to enjoy himself, and that was paramount. "Prepare yourself for the manifestation of my strongest power, Lord Beerus," Gu Xuan declared, his gaze fixed intently on Beerus. "I eagerly anticipate your performance." "It seems your utmost strength might thrill me immensely," Beerus replied slowly. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. I am quite confident in that regard." As Gu Xuan finished speaking, he clenched his fists, and an overwhelming force erupted from within him. A power of 12,000 trillion surged forth, dramatically amplifying Gu Xuan's aura. Had he finally decided to transform into his strongest state? Sun Wukong's eyes glimmered with excitement as he fixed his gaze on the light screen. The strongest Super Saiyan 4. The ancestral power, He wondered what terrifying heights Gu Xuan's strength would reach upon transformation. The Saiyan transformation, which had vanished since ancient times, was making its reappearance today. Vegeta was equally filled with anticipation, hoping for Gu Xuan to grow stronger, at least compared to the seemingly unattainable strength of Beerus. Gu Xuan's power was something he could aspire to match. Though it might take a considerable amount of time, they were both Saiyans. And Vegeta believed he could achieve what Gu Xuan could. Another transformation? The Saiyan race is truly fascinating, as if there are no limits to their transformations. I wonder how much of Beerus' strength can be matched after this transformation. At this moment, Whis 2 was gazing with great interest at the luminous screen. Whis, might we venture into the starry expanse to observe? Sun Wukong proposed his idea, looking at Whis with eager anticipation. He was confident that if Whis were inclined, such a feat could indeed be accomplished. Certainly. In response to Sun Wukong's request, Whis did not decline but instead nodded in agreement. Thank you. Whis, wielding the angelic staff, gently tapped the ground. Subsequently, a radiant light enveloped Sun Wukong and the others, transporting them from Earth into the vastness of the cosmos. Shielded by the temporal power emanating from Whis, Sun Wukong and his companions remained unharmed. Lord Beerus, it seems that something extraordinary is about to transpire. Do take great care not to embarrass yourself, Whis remarked to Beerus upon his arrival. Although intended as a word of concern, it struck an awkward note, leaving Beerus feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Why does that sound as if you were belittling me? Do you think a destroyer god could be bested by a mere human? Beerus cast a disdainful glance at Whis. Not at all. I merely harbor concerns regarding the immense power that may erupt from his transformation. If you remain this careless, you might indeed find yourself injured, Whis replied with a gentle smile. He was well aware of Beerus's formidable strength. Not to mention Gu Xuan. There exists no one in other universes capable of surpassing him. Even among the destroyer gods, Beerus ranks within the top 3 in terms of prowess. Lord Beerus, the Saiyan's ultimate transformation is the final stage that I can attain. Do keep a close watch, came the calm voice of Gu Xuan at that moment. A tremendous force erupted from Gu Xuan, a manifestation of sheer madness. Under the weight of this overwhelming aura, even Beerus found himself momentarily captivated. At this moment, it is not merely that the aura emanating from Gu Xuan instills fear even in Beerus, rather, it is the sheer ferocity of his presence that is strikingly different from before. Previously, Gu Xuan exuded a sense of formidable strength, yet it was simply that, strength. However, at this moment, Gu Xuan embodies not only power but also a wild and fierce aura that envelopes him. He resembles a lion that has slumbered for a millennium, now awakened. This is the sensation that Beerus experiences. The time has come. Beerus gazed at Goku. With a resounding roar, a formidable aura erupted from Gu Xuan's being. Under the weight of this overwhelming presence, the entire cosmos trembled. The golden radiance enveloping Gu Xuan began to gradually fade, and his hair transformed into a deep black. A profusion of crimson fur emerged upon his form, and he grew taller. A crimson hue encircled his eyes, while his hair took on a more defined shape, presenting a stark contrast to his former self. This was the Super Saiyan 4. Upon completing his transformation, Gu Xuan's gaze fixed intently upon Beerus. Boom. This was not what moved Beerus, rather, it was the astonishing power of Gu Xuan at this moment. His strength had surged from the previous pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3 at 12,000 trillion to an astounding 50-fold increase upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, nearly reaching the limits of that form. In other words, the moment Gu Xuan transformed into Super Saiyan 4, his battle power escalated directly to 600,000 trillion. Such a terrifying enhancement. Each transformation yielded immense gains. I find myself increasingly intrigued by the Saiyans. Beerus regarded Gu Xuan, still feigning indifference. Yet a trace of gravity had crept into his gaze, though it was but a flicker. It was evident that Gu Xuan's ascent had begun to impose a measure of pressure on Beerus. Is this your full power? If you possess even greater strength, do not hesitate to unleash it, Beerus remarked, his patience wearing thin. This was merely the power of Super Saiyan 4 shortly after the transformation. It did not encompass his entire might. Gu Xuan gradually spoke, and as his words fell, an even more formidable force erupted violently from within him. The so-called limit of Super Saiyan 4 being 50 times applies only to ordinary Saiyans. For Gu Xuan, this was not his full capacity. The full power of Super Saiyan 4 is my ultimate strength, Gu Xuan declared, continuously escalating his aura, revealing the pinnacle of his inner might. With this eruption, Gu Xuan's power began to soar beyond the initial 600,000 trillion, accelerating towards an even mightier realm. His strength surged like a gushing spring, reaching an extraordinarily terrifying level in an instant. Rest assured, I am in no hurry. You have ample time to showcase your full power, Beerus observed. His gaze fixed upon Gu Xuan. As Gu Xuan let out a low roar, the momentum within him surged with tremendous ferocity. Nearly 2 seconds had passed, yet his aura had multiplied several-fold. The storm raged incessantly, radiating outward from Gu Xuan's form with fervent intensity. At this moment, even the starry sky trembled in response, unable to withstand the overwhelming power emanating from him. After all, prior to this, Gu Xuan had siphoned the entire might of the northern galaxy using the Tianyuan cannon, rendering it profoundly vacant. In such circumstances, it is entirely understandable that the northern galaxy found it difficult to bear the force unleashed by Gu Xuan. There is nothing shocking about that. The momentum surged wildly. After just a few more seconds, Gu Xuan's aura escalated significantly once again, skyrocketing from 600 trillion to an astounding 6,000 trillion, a tenfold increase, indeed a remarkable amplification. With a thunderous roar, the momentum surged tenfold, and Gu Xuan attained the full power of Super Saiyan 4, reaching the pinnacle of his potential, especially after merging with the divine force. Gu Xuan emanated an aura that was strikingly unique. 600 trillion, he declared to Lord Beerus, his expression solemn. This is the entirety of my current strength. Having achieved such a level, Gu Xuan had exerted himself to the utmost. This was the most formidable power he could muster thus far. Yet, he was acutely aware that, even so, his strength paled in comparison to that of Beerus. At this moment, he was only marginally stronger than Super Saiyan Red, still not on par with Super Saiyan Blue. Nevertheless, reaching this height indeed represented Gu Xuan's limit, and he found himself unable to push further. 600 trillion, though still weak, is sufficient. To be frank, it exceeds my expectations, Beerus conceded as he regarded Gu Xuan. If this were all he had to offer, Beerus remained unperturbed. Lord Beerus, come. With a flash, Gu Xuan propelled himself toward Beerus. In an instant, Gu Xuan appeared directly before Beerus, his speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Without a moment's hesitation upon his approach, Gu Xuan raised his right hand and, with a clenched fist, unleashed a formidable punch aimed squarely at Beerus. The force of the strike was so overwhelmingly powerful that it caused the very fabric of the starlit sky to tremble incessantly, as if on the verge of collapse. With a resounding thud, a fist surged forth, aimed directly at Beerus. In the blink of an eye, as the blow was unleashed, mere inches separated it from Beerus. Yet, in a seemingly effortless manner, Beerus raised his right hand and casually delivered a swift clap. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air. Gu Xuan's body trembled, as he felt an unimaginable force surge directly from Beerus's hand into his own. This power coursed through his arm and permeated his entire being, effectively neutralizing the strength he had infused into his punch. Not only that, but an even more domineering force than his own began to flood into him. Despite Gu Xuan's current strength of 600 trillion, he was compelled to stagger back several steps in the face of such immense power. What incredible strength! Truly befitting of a god of destruction. Gu Xuan's gaze sharpened as he shook his right hand to dissipate the force while regarding Beerus with a serious expression. You are impressive as well. Although your strength stands at only 600 trillion, you managed to withstand my strike. It appears you possess some skill, Beerus remarked with a hint of admiration, having just unleashed a portion of his divine power. Yet, I am still no match for you. Nor am I worthy to be your adversary, am I, Lord Beerus? Gu Xuan said with a touch of self-mockery. You are, after all, merely human, and your cultivation time is limited. To surpass me, you have a long journey ahead. There is no need for self-deprecation at this stage, Beerus replied. You are mistaken. I have not given up. It is simply that, at this moment, I am not your equal. However, I believe that by our next encounter, I shall possess the qualifications to stand as your opponent. As soon as Gu Xuan finished speaking, an explosive surge of power erupted from within him, coalescing his strength of 600 trillion into a colossal sphere of light atop his fist. This is a technique of my own creation, which I have named the God Slayer Fist. Determination gleamed in Gu Xuan's eyes, for this was another technique he had comprehended during his secluded training. As its name implies, he wished for even the divine to tremble beneath its might. The name God Slayer Fist bore an imposing weight, but could it truly deliver? A glint of anticipation flashed in Beerus's eyes. While he verbally expressed skepticism, he was nonetheless eager to witness what Gu Xuan had to offer. After all, the surprises Gu Xuan had brought in today were numerous, rekindling a long-lost thrill for combat. The outcome of this punch is not solely determined by my words or yours. It will be revealed through its power, Gu Xuan declared, gathering all remaining energy into his right fist. The god of slaughter. One could observe as Gu Xuan raised his right hand, the power emanating from his fist instantaneously merging with it. To the onlooker, there appeared to be no discernible difference. With a mighty roar, Gu Xuan unleashed a powerful punch with his right hand. With a resounding bang as this fist was unleashed, the starry sky trembled, and a colossal shadow of a fist manifested. This shadow was nearly tangible, and the power emanating from within was nothing short of terrifying. With a resounding boom, the shadow of the fist swiftly approached Beerus. It was merely a trivial display of skill, while it may appear formidable in reality. It was utterly feeble and posed no threat to me whatsoever. Do you still fail to comprehend this? Beerus felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had initially anticipated witnessing some exquisite techniques. However, it now seemed that his expectations of Gu Xuan had been rather excessive. Is that so? Gu Xuan offered no explanation, merely smiling faintly. The outcome would only be revealed after Beerus received this punch. Bang! Beerus raised his right hand and swiftly pointed forward, his fingertip colliding directly with the shadow of the God of Death's fist. In that fleeting moment of contact, the shadow of the God of Death's fist quivered violently, shattering instantly. I told you, mere trifles, Beerus remarked nonchalantly. Yet, just as those words escaped his lips, his expression abruptly shifted, as if he sensed something amiss. He gazed intently around him, and even Beerus could not help but feel his pupils constrict slightly. A massive fist shadow surged towards him. How many more times do you wish to play with the same trick? Instantly, 99 fist shadows materialized around Beerus. Although these shadows were not as colossal as the previous one, existing somewhere between reality and illusion, they formed a complete circle, enveloping Beerus entirely. This meant that, regardless of whether Beerus chose to annihilate it or ignore it, he had already succumbed to the encirclement of the God of Death's fist. This, indeed, was the true brilliance of the God of Death's fist. Do not forget, this technique is called the God of Death's fist. If it were merely as ordinary as it appears, do you truly believe I would employ it? Gu Xuan declared with unwavering confidence. Bang! A single word escaped Gu Xian's lips. In that very instant, the 99 phantom fists that had encircled Beerus began to shift, descending upon him with an astonishing speed that defied belief. Bang! 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 A series of thunderous roars reverberated through the air, shrouding Beerus in a dense cloud of smoke, obscuring the events within. The cacophony persisted relentlessly. The shadows of 99 fists, though numerous in count, descended in but a fleeting moment. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a chilling voice emerged from within the haze. The God of Destruction's fist, indeed a formidable strike, unparalleled in its might. Yet, akin to the previous Tenjin cannon, with your current prowess, you can only unleash it once, correct? Beerus's voice resonated slowly. As the smoke finally cleared, Beerus appeared somewhat disheveled, his stance lacking the previous rigidity. However, his gaze towards Gu Xuan was imbued with an unprecedented excitement. Regardless, this blow has evidently had some effect on you, Gu Xuan remarked with a smile, for he had never anticipated defeating Beerus with this single strike. For the moment, he was satisfied with the power he had unleashed. Indeed, it has had an impact. In an instant, Beerus flickered, raising his right hand to conjure a purple orb of light. Now, it is my turn to strike. With a slight motion of his fingers, the orb surged towards Gu Xuan at an astonishing speed. Though my energy has waned considerably, I refuse to be vanquished by such an attack. Gu Xian's eyes sparkled as he propelled himself forward, his right fist clenched tightly, ready to meet the purple orb with a fierce blow. With a resounding roar, the violet orb shattered beneath the force of Gu Xian's fist, its vibrant energy dissipating into the cosmos. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan appeared directly before Beerus, unleashing a flurry of rapid strikes that offered the latter no opportunity to counter. Gu Xuan, fully aware of the peril, dared not afford him any chance. Just as Beerus had articulated, his ultimate techniques had been exhausted. Bereft of any further means, he was compelled to resort to such a strategy. Yet, rather than harboring disdain for Gu Xian's relentless approach, Beerus wore a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, you have brought back the sensations of my own youthful struggles." As the two engaged in a frenetic exchange of blows, their velocity was astonishing, with a discernible acceleration in their movements. Even Goku and Vegeta found it challenging to discern the actions of Beerus and Gu Xuan. Fortunately, Whis' presence provided a slow-motion perspective, allowing Goku and Vegeta to glean a clearer understanding of the battle. Such power. This conflict transcends our imagination, Goku remarked with excitement in his eyes. Vegeta, contemplatively murmuring, noted, I seem to have gained clarity on my path between Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, having previously been indecisive about which direction to pursue. Now, however, he was resolute in his decision. Goku, too, was prepared, fully cognizant of the path he ought to take in his training. Gu Xian's formidable strength was evident. And as fellow Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta recognized the substantial gap that still lay between their powers and his. Whis cast a glance at Gu Xian before addressing Goku and Vegeta beside him. Gu Xian relentlessly unleashed a flurry of attacks. Each one executed without a moment's pause. With every strike, he channeled his utmost strength. Beerus, too, displayed an unprecedented excitement on his face. Despite the considerable disparity in their power, Gu Xian's relentless assault allowed Beerus to experience once again the exhilarating thrill of a fierce battle, a sensation he had not felt in a long time. Reflecting on this feeling now, the exhilaration remains ineffably profound. With a resounding crash, both Gu Xian and Beerus stumbled back several steps, their faces betraying an unmistakable excitement. Gu Xian, your strength has earned my recognition. Now, I shall demonstrate my most formidable strike at merely 30% of my power. I hope you can withstand it. Beerus proclaimed, his confidence in Gu Xian evident. I will do my utmost. Gu Xian replied with a nod. Beerus let out a thunderous roar. And in the blink of an eye, his entire figure appeared before Gu Xian. How swift! Gu Xian felt a fleeting blur before his eyes. Unable to discern clearly what lay before him. With a resounding thud, Beerus unleashed a powerful punch that struck Gu Xian directly. Even Gu Xian trembled under this punch, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood while letting out a cry of anguish. With a resounding thud, Gu Xian's body plummeted to the ground, his aura rapidly diminishing. Unable to maintain his Super Saiyan 4 form, he reverted to his normal state. The crimson glow around his eyes gradually fading. The once slightly erect strands of hair now lay flat against his head. Is my power limited to this extent? The searing pain coursing through his body compelled Gu Xian to furrow his brow, although he was reluctant to admit it. He recognized that his battle with Beerus had come to a definitive end. He had lost, and in a most humiliating fashion. Akin to being played with and toyed around by another. The screen displayed Gu Xian's defeat. Let us depart. This battle has concluded, and there is nothing left to behold. With a flick of the angelic staff in Whis' right hand, the figures of the onlookers in the cosmos vanished, reappearing at the sacred plaza on Earth. You have lost. According to my usual practice, Earth should be annihilated. However, despite your defeat, you have provided me with a moment of excitement. Therefore, out of a sense of goodwill, I shall spare you this time. Beerus gazed at Gu Xian, speaking calmly. His visit to Earth yielded substantial rewards, particularly with Gu Xian, Son Goku, and Vegeta, each of whom possessed immense potential. With a modicum of training, their future growth could be limitless. After all, as the god of destruction of the seventh universe, while destruction is his primary duty, the seventh universe ranks among the weakest in comparison to others. If these three could receive proper cultivation, perhaps the strength of the seventh universe could be enhanced. This was Beerus's true intention. It was this thought that prevented him from obliterating Earth. Thank you, Lord Beerus. After casting a backward glance, Gu Xian and Son Goku addressed Beerus. For them, this was indeed the best possible outcome. Whis, let us return. Beerus yawned as he spoke to Whis, genuinely feeling a bit fatigued, though he had often held back during the battle. It did not negate the fact that Beerus felt tired. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded, tapping his angelic staff against the ground, which instantly transformed into a beam of light, shooting off into the cosmos. At last, it has come to an end. After witnessing Beerus and Whis' departure, Son Goku let out a sigh of relief. Gu Xian, your strength is truly formidable, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Beerus, even though you ultimately face defeat. Son Wukong regarded Gu Xian with earnestness as he spoke. Although he could discern that Beerus was not exerting his full strength, it was indeed remarkable in comparison to his own capabilities. Vegeta remained silent, gazing into the distance where Whis and Beerus had departed, lost in contemplation. I have sustained significant injuries in this battle. I shall not accompany you any longer. I must take my leave. Upon uttering these words, Gu Xian waved his right hand and instantly vanished from sight. Son Wukong, who had initially intended to engage Gu Xian in a meaningful exchange, was compelled to abandon that thought. Vegeta, Son Wukong began, yet before he could finish, he witnessed Vegeta's figure flicker and transform into a streak of light. Departing swiftly, he sighed helplessly as he watched their retreating forms. Time passed swiftly. 3 months had elapsed since Beerus' arrival. During this period, the Earth remained tranquil, devoid of any adversaries. Naturally, cosmic visitors continued to appear frequently, with Whis being the most frequent guest. Each time Whis arrived, it was to visit Vegeta and the others. Gradually, it became apparent that one less Vegeta was present on Earth, and no one knew of his whereabouts. If anyone did, it was only Bulma who held that knowledge. It was only a month prior that Sun Wukong discovered Gu Xuan in a particular valley, and since then, he had not departed from that place, remaining there continuously. Yet, it is no exaggeration to say that the Earth was currently a picture of serenity. In a mountain range approximately 100,000 kilometers from West City, two individuals existed. Sun Wukong, you have been here for a month. What is it that is troubling you? After 3 months of intense seclusion and cultivation, Gu Xuan finally opened his eyes on this day. He glanced at Sun Wukong, who was seated nearby, and frowned before speaking. 3 months prior, he had been gravely injured by Beerus, and since then, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training. His wounds had long since healed. Most of his time had been spent enhancing his power. The battle with Beerus had proven to be immensely beneficial, requiring Gu Xuan a full 3 months to fully assimilate the experience. Now, although 3 months had passed, his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. A change that even he found astonishing. This rapid progress could undoubtedly be attributed to the system he possessed. Unlike Sun Wukong and the others, Gu Xuan's unique circumstances allowed him to grow stronger through relentless practice, especially with the Saiyan's exceptional physique facilitating such swift advancements. Sun Wukong had arrived a month prior, remaining silent and undisturbing during Gu Xuan's training, simply waiting for him to awaken. As Gu Xuan finally regained consciousness and addressed him, Sun Wukong perked up and immediately stood. Gu Xuan, I wish for you to teach me the method to transform into Super Saiyan 4. He stated directly, reflecting his straightforward nature. Super Saiyan 4? Gu Xuan regarded Sun Wukong with surprise, not expecting him to pursue such a path. Indeed, I have chosen to follow the same route as you, the Saiyan ancestral path. Sun Wukong replied earnestly. To my knowledge, Vegeta has already gone to the God of Destruction realm with Whis. With his guidance, I believe transforming into Super Saiyan God, or even surpassing it, will not be an issue. If Vegeta has chosen this path, why do you insist on pursuing the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Gu Xuan looked at Sun Wukong, curious about his reasoning. Because I am convinced that your choice is undoubtedly correct. Though this path may be arduous, the power attained upon its successful completion is beyond the imagination of ordinary beings, Sun Wukong replied slowly, revealing that his decision had been made after careful contemplation. Given Sun Wukong's character, such steadfastness was rare, especially as this represented a critical juncture in his training. Will you truly teach me the transformation into Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong asked with unwavering determination. Are you genuinely prepared to embark on this uncertain path? Gu Xuan countered, neither rejecting nor affirming Sun Wukong's request. I have made my decision. Sun Wukong nodded resolutely. Very well then, I shall teach you. Gu Xuan acquiesced, his heart already set on the endeavor. It is both comprehensible and justifiable that Sun Wukong has come to such a decision. I would be more than willing to teach you the transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, your current strength remains insufficient. The essence of a Saiyans transformation is fundamentally reliant on their base power. I have previously conveyed this to you. The greater your strength in your normal state, the more significant the enhancement you will experience upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. Gu Xuan spoke slowly. I have already mentioned this before, and I trust it is something you can recall. It is worth noting that during our previous battles, especially after you attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, you gradually began to rely on this transformation, while your training in your base form has not ceased. It lacks the fervor it once had. This, in essence, is a drawback of transformation, as the enhancement it provides can lead to a sense of complacency. Gu Xuan continued, speaking with a measured tone. Upon hearing Gu Xuan's words, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he had already recognized this truth. Consequently, during combat, he typically refrains from transforming unless absolutely necessary. As for teaching you the method to become a Super Saiyan 4, I cannot impart that knowledge immediately. However, since you have harbored such aspirations, the forthcoming training will present a significant challenge for you. The strength of a Saiyan primarily emanates from their tail, which you no longer possess. Nevertheless, being a Saiyan means that the absence of a tail is not a grave concern. It can regrow with time. Gu Xuan remarked with a smile. Tail? Sun Wukong paused for a moment, glancing at Gu Xuan, only to find that Gu Xuan, like himself, also lacked a tail. Was it necessary to possess a tail in order to transform into a Super Saiyan 4? Yet, how could one achieve such a transformation without a tail? Sun Wukong regarded Gu Xuan, his expression filled with perplexity. In a moment of surprise, Gu Xuan found himself at a loss for how to respond to Sun Wukong, unable to articulate an answer to his inquiry. Setting aside his uncertainties, he resolved to commence the training, for that was of utmost importance. However, he felt compelled to outline a few stipulations before proceeding. Only if you can adhere to these conditions will I train you. Should you falter? Then perhaps you should join Vegeta in wreaking havoc in the divine realm and pursue the path of the Super Saiyan God. Gu Xuan's voice, though soft, carried an undeniable conviction. Rest assured, now that I am here, I shall not waver, Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod, exuding confidence in this regard. That is precisely how it should be, Gu Xuan replied, also nodding as he continued. My requirements are quite straightforward, encapsulated in a few key points. Firstly, during my training, you must remain in your Saiyan base form. Transforming into a Super Saiyan is not permitted. Secondly, you are to remain in this valley for the duration of 1 year without leaving. Lastly, in exchange for my training, you must impart to me the techniques of the Kaioken. As he articulated these 3 stipulations, Gu Xuan understood that he could not train Sun Wukong without receiving something of value in return. No problem. Sun Wukong agreed without a moment's hesitation. Let us commence the training. As Gu Xuan's voice faded, an overwhelming pressure erupted from within him, reverberating with immense force. This formidable aura spread forth, enveloping the entire valley in its might. What? Under normal circumstances, Sun Wukong found himself utterly devoid of the strength to resist in the face of this overwhelming pressure, and he simply collapsed to the ground. Sun Wukong trembled, attempting to rise several times. Yet, with his usual strength, such a feat was utterly unattainable. This was merely a fraction, 1/10 of my typical oppressive force. If you can withstand it, your strength shall undoubtedly increase significantly. Once you are able to move freely under the weight of my pressure, you will have successfully passed the first trial. Gu Xuan's voice resonated slowly. Sun Wukong's complexion turned ashen as he exerted every ounce of his strength to resist this formidable pressure. 2 months swiftly passed. Though the duration was short, merely 60 days, each day for Sun Wukong was fraught with torment. Even with his indomitable spirit, he had contemplated surrendering. Yet, amidst his ultimate reluctance, he persevered, striving to counteract Gu Xuan's oppressive might. Gu Xuan's pressure had been meticulously calibrated, escalating from the initial 10% to a staggering 100%. After enduring this for 2 months, Sun Wukong finally found himself capable of confronting Gu Xuan's full force, moving with ease. The process had been excruciating, yet the results were undeniably profound. At the very least, Sun Wukong's strength had experienced a remarkable enhancement. Indeed, after 2 months, you are now able to maneuver effortlessly beneath my pressure. Your strength has surely surged. Why not take a moment to assess it? Gu Xuan observed Sun Wukong, keenly aware of the transformation that had taken place within him. With a resounding boom, Sun Wukong, without the slightest hesitation, unleashed his utmost power in its natural state. In an instant, a tempest surged forth, and the surrounding debris shattered under this overwhelming force, disintegrating into fine ash. How could this be? The disbelief in Sun Wukong's eyes was palpable. How could my strength have surged to such an extent? In utter astonishment, he spoke, realizing that his current power in its normal state was already on par with his previous transformation into Super Saiyan 2, if not stronger. Is it truly so? Your strength has now reached an astounding 15 billion in your normal state. It's only been 2 months, and even I am somewhat astonished by your growth. 15 billion. Sun Wukong felt the transformation coursing through him, clenching his fists. At this moment, he sensed that even in his standard form, he could shatter the very fabric of reality with a single blow, as if nothing in this world could stand in his way. This immense power is exhilarating. A look of excitement graced Sun Wukong's face. You rejoice too soon. This is merely the first stage of training, and the most fundamental. It comes as no surprise that you have managed to pass the initial hurdle. However, the forthcoming second challenge may prove to be a different story. Before Sun Wukong could bask in his triumph for long, Gu Xuan's words echoed in his ears. Rest assured, I shall not relent in my pursuit of strength, Sun Wukong declared with unwavering determination. Unlike before, when he was unaware, he now possessed a clear understanding of the monumental improvements he could achieve. How could he ever consider surrendering? Let us hope so, Gu Xuan smiled, offering no further explanation. Gu Xuan, I have successfully passed the first challenge. May we now commence the second? Sun Wukong spoke with an air of impatience. So eager, are you? Very well, let us proceed to the second challenge. Gu Xuan replied with a casual smile. He was unconcerned himself, but since Sun Wukong had expressed his eagerness, it was time to begin. What does the second challenge entail? With a resounding roar, the power emanating from Gu Xuan erupted forth, responding to Sun Wukong. The strength of Gu Xuan now vastly surpassed his previous capabilities. It was an astonishing force, significantly greater than when he battled Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened as he regarded Gu Xuan. My base power has now reached 100 trillion after the battle with Beerus, Gu Xuan declared, his voice steady as he assessed Sun Wukong. In your terms, that equates to 100,000 billion in strength, an unimaginable force for you at this moment. I do not expect you to defeat me without transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, if you can withstand just 1 hour against 1/10 of my base power without transforming, you will have passed the second challenge. Gu Xuan continued, of course, during this trial. You may employ any methods at your disposal, except for transforming into a Super Saiyan, whether it be the Kaioken or the Spirit Bomb. Any strategy you can conceive is permissible. 1/10, you say? 1 hour should be attainable, Sun Wukong contemplated as he regarded Gu Xuan. With a swift rush, Sun Wukong surged forth, hurtling towards Gu Xuan with remarkable velocity. So rapid was his movement that even Gu Xuan, upon witnessing it, found himself momentarily stunned, his gaze sharpening in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this fellow's prowess had escalated to such an extent. It truly took him by surprise. Gu Xuan exclaimed in shock. Bang, 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 bang. Sun Wukong's relentless assaults were executed with remarkable speed, and not merely the velocity, but the power of each strike remained consistently formidable. If it had only been this, it would have been inconsequential. However, what truly concerned Gu Xuan was the fact that Sun Wukong's attacks were progressively intensifying. Indeed, he was a member of the warrior race of Saiyans, which perfectly aligned with his nature. Gu Xuan was exceedingly pleased with Sun Wukong's performance. However, despite this satisfaction, his own prowess far surpassed that of Sun Wukong. In such circumstances, no matter how hard Sun Wukong exerted himself, it proved utterly futile. His attacks were of no consequence to Gu Xuan. Even a full-force strike would not inflict any harm. Conversely, the slightest blow from Gu Xuan posed a formidable challenge for Sun Wukong. Even a minor contact could leave him severely injured. Gu Xuan finally experienced the thrill reminiscent of his battle with Beerus, albeit this time he occupied Beerus's position while Sun Wukong found himself in the disadvantaged role. In this scenario, 3 days swiftly elapsed. Throughout this period, the combat between Sun Wukong and Gu Xuan was relentless. Each encounter concluded without exception, with Sun Wukong suffering grievous injuries at Gu Xuan's hands. This was not merely a daily occurrence, but rather transpired every hour. Thus, within a single day, Sun Wukong endured at least 20 severe injuries. Furthermore, after each injury, Gu Xuan forbade Sun Wukong from consuming the healing Senzu beans, insisting that he recover on his own. It could be said that these 3 days were akin to a nightmare for Sun Wukong. The ceaseless battles with Gu Xuan proved to be an arduous ordeal even for this warrior, leaving him in a state of torment during each recovery phase. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong was not without progress. At the very least, he had managed to prolong his endurance. From initially sustaining only a few seconds, he had now increased it to several minutes. This was indeed growth. Although he remained far from meeting Gu Xuan's requirement of an hour, it was essential to remember that only 3 days had passed. While Sun Wukong endured his hellish training in the valley, Vegeta, situated in the God of Destruction realm, was not faring much better. Although Whis' training methods differed, they still posed a significant challenge for Vegeta. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, a year had gone by. Throughout this year, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta experienced tremendous advancement. Meanwhile, Gu Xuan, by assisting Sun Wukong with his training, successfully mastered the King S technique, the King S fist. Under his own modifications, Gu Xuan's version of the King S fist bore no side effects, nor did it impose any strain on his body. This meant that under the influence of the King S fist, Gu Xuan could attain a boost in power without concern for his physical limits. His strength had become thoroughly integrated over the course of the year. It could be asserted that Gu Xuan now stood at his pinnacle of power. After a year of training, Sun Wukong had finally acquired the capability to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. However, although transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 may not pose a problem for you, it nonetheless remains within the realm of humanity. You still require the essence of divinity. Only then can you perceive the aura of the gods and exist amidst the stars. Gu Xuan gazed at Sun Wukong. Transform into a Super Saiyan for me to witness, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he noticed the tail that had reappeared behind Sun Wukong. Not a problem. Sun Wukong nodded. After a year of rigorous training, his base combat power had now reached an astounding 80 billion. Furthermore, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, he would become even more formidable. A tremendous force erupted from Sun Wukong, an overwhelming power that surged forth with astonishing intensity. At this moment, his combat strength skyrocketed to an unimaginable level, 800 billion. It multiplied 10-fold, 20-fold, 30-fold, 50-fold, 100-fold, and then 300-fold. Sun Wukong's strength ascended wildly, seemingly without limit. Indeed, Gu Xuan nodded, feeling quite pleased with the progress of Sun Wukong. With a resounding roar, an abundance of fur began to sprout from Sun Wukong's body, as his golden hair transformed into a deep black hue. In that very moment, he ascended into the formidable form of Super Saiyan 4. An overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him, emanating an unimaginable and terrifying strength. Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong gazed at his own form, reveling in the potent energy coursing through him, his expression betraying a delightful thrill. Such formidable power! Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. As a reward, Sun Wukong, I shall impart to you the method of cultivating divine energy. With your extraordinary talents, I believe it will not be long before you achieve success. At that juncture, you shall ascend to the status of a Saiyan god, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, you will become a Super Saiyan god. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, his gaze fixed upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, I hope that when we meet again, you will have successfully mastered divine energy and, through your own prowess, become a Super Saiyan god. With that, Gu Xuan waved his hand. Are you leaving, Gu Xuan? Sun Wukong inquired, a sense of reluctance evident in his eyes. After spending so many days together, despite the trials he endured under Gu Xuan's tutelage, Sun Wukong had developed a profound bond with him. Farewell. If it were not for Lord Beerus, I might have departed long ago. After all, on Earth, I have nothing left to tether me. It is time for me to explore new horizons, Gu Xuan replied with a gentle smile. Farewell. With that, Gu Xuan's figure vanished instantaneously from the valley. You are now free to depart from this place. On Earth, no one can stand against you, not even Vegeta. After Gu Xuan disappeared, his voice resonated clearly in Sun Wukong's ears. In the vastness of space, Gu Xuan reappeared, casting a glance at Earth, the place he had inhabited since his arrival. It had been a considerable amount of time. It was time to take his leave. Gu Xuan softly spoke, aware that remaining here was no longer necessary. With his current strength, he could traverse the cosmos with ease. Even if he encountered any audacious foes, Gu Xuan felt no fear. With his present power, while he may not stand a chance against a god of destruction, he was confident in his ability to contend with those beneath that level. Gu Xuan possessed great confidence in his own abilities. After all, during his time on Earth, he had made tremendous strides, significantly amplifying his strength. Particularly after his battle with Beerus, coupled with a year of refinement, his power had reached its pinnacle. Although he had yet to break through to the form of Super Saiyan 4, for Gu Xuan, that was already sufficient. He was not particularly anxious about transforming into Super Saiyan 5, for he understood that it required a particular opportunity. Standing amidst the stars, Gu Xuan gazed into the distance. The cosmos appeared shrouded in darkness, yet for Gu Xuan, there was no need for sight. He could perceive everything within the starry expanse. The seventh universe had become quite tranquil. Given this, it was indeed time to depart. Gu Xuan murmured. However, he had yet to contemplate where to go after leaving the seventh universe. Never mind, I shall first journey to the sixth universe. As a brother universe, I wonder how my current strength measures against the strongest assassin, hit, of the sixth universe? A glimmer of anticipation shone in Gu Xuan's eyes. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan darted into the distance, vanishing almost instantaneously, accompanied by the sound of rupturing air. Though I had reached the pinnacle of my speed, it was still far from the cosmos' swiftest. As an angel, Vis possessed an unfathomable strength. Gu Xuan had once believed that possessing the fastest speed was of little significance. However, it was evident that he had underestimated the angels. Perhaps my current velocity barely amounted to even a fraction of theirs. Shaking his head, Gu Xuan remained indifferent to the demands of speed. The seventh universe was vast, and traversing its expanse was a formidable challenge that would require years, given my current pace. After racing for an extensive duration, Gu Xuan initiated his technique of instantaneous movement. Although it was instantaneous, the distance covered was not excessively far. Fortunately, the exertion required for this technique was minimal, allowing Gu Xuan to employ it repeatedly. Yet, even with the use of instantaneous movement, he spent an entire day and night in transit. Ultimately, after countless attempts, he arrived at the universe's edge. His awareness of reaching the boundary stemmed from the presence of a conspicuous light barrier nearby, visible from a considerable distance. Crossing through this barrier was an arduous task, achievable only by those recognized as gods or under the guidance of an angel. Some rare treasures could also pierce through the cosmos, such as the translucent cube, While Gu Xuan's instantaneous movement was impressive, it could not facilitate a direct transition from the 7th universe to the 6th. Gazing at the luminous barrier before him, Gu Xuan realized there was but one option to enter the 6th universe, to forcibly breach the cosmic defenses. This was my chosen path, with no alternatives in sight. Contemplating the barrier, he spoke slowly, having anticipated this challenge prior to his arrival, making the light's presence unsurprising. Let me see if my current strength can shatter it. Anticipation gleamed in Gu Xuan's eyes, though he understood that such an act might alert the gods of destruction in both the 6th and 7th universes. There was no other course of action. Moreover, being discovered did not concern him. After all, even if he could not vanquish a god of destruction, evading capture would be easily within his capabilities. Clenching his right fist, he concentrated his inner power. With unwavering gaze directed at the barrier, Gu Xuan unleashed a formidable punch toward it. With a thunderous impact, Gu Xuan unleashed his utmost strength without any reservation. Under the might of such a powerful strike, it landed squarely upon the protective barrier. With a resounding thud, a fist struck down, causing the protective shield to quiver momentarily. However, it merely trembled for an instant before returning to its original state, with no further occurrences transpiring. Intriguing. A smile graced Gu Xuan's lips as he realized that his usual full-force punch had failed to shatter the protective barrier. In fact, it appeared to have no effect whatsoever. His curiosity was piqued. He was determined to ascertain the true strength of this defense and whether he could breach it today. The formidable nature of the barrier only intensified Gu Xuan's interest. At this moment, his eagerness to enter the 6th universe waned, for breaching the defense had become his foremost priority. At the very least, he needed to create a breach to ensure a safe passage. At this point, he cared not whether he was discovered. His sole focus was to rely upon his own strength to dismantle the barrier. If 100 trillion units of power proved insufficient, then he would unleash 5,000 trillion. A resolute determination shone in Gu Xuan's eyes. Today, he was resolute in his quest to break through the shield. With a sudden clenching of his fists, an immense force erupted from within him. A tempestuous wind swirled around him, and golden light burst forth, enveloping him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Upon assuming the form of a Super Saiyan, Gu Xuan's power surged dramatically from 100 trillion to an astounding 5,000 trillion. Yet, he did not cease there. He continued to elevate his combat prowess until it reached a staggering 9,000 trillion. In the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan Full Power, Gu Xuan spoke slowly, savoring the overwhelming strength coursing through him. With a resounding boom, the immense force of 9,000 trillion units radiated outward. In that fleeting moment when Gu Xuan raised his hands, an energy sphere materialized instantly. With a swift whoosh, the energy sphere hurtled directly towards the protective barrier. With a resounding bang, the protective barrier trembled, emanating a force of recoil. However, the shield remained unscathed, intact and resolute in its position. How intriguing! Does a staggering force of 9,000 megajoules exert no influence upon you? Gu Xuan chuckled softly. With a resounding roar, Gu Xuan's power surged once more, his aura transforming into a mist-like form, crackling with electric sparks. His combat prowess soared to an astonishing 10,000 trillion. As Gu Xuan shattered the protective barrier for the first time, both Beerus and Champa, the gods of destruction from the 6th and 7th universes, were momentarily taken aback. Sensing an unusual disturbance, someone had breached the defenses, evidently intent on entering. Beerus and Champa simultaneously uttered the same words. "Whis, go investigate," Beerus commanded immediately. "I am eager to discover who dares to disrupt the sanctity of our realm," Champa remarked in the 6th universe. A radiant beam surged forth from the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe, hurtling towards the location from which the protective wave emanated. Whoosh. In the 6th universe, both Beerus and Champa have also arrived. However, compared to the 7th universe, their position in the 6th universe is somewhat closer. Although the speed of the angels is exceedingly swift, it still requires a modicum of time to reach this location. Even with the reduced distance in the 6th universe, it takes approximately 3 minutes. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, Goku relentlessly assaults the protective barrier. With each successive strike, the ripples of the cosmic defense grow ever larger. Yet, regardless of Goku's fervent efforts, his attacks yield no effect on the barrier. The notion of breaching it seems utterly fantastical. It appears that there is indeed a significant difference. Thus, I shall simply transform into a Super Saiyan 3. In doing so, breaking through the defense should prove to be a trivial task. A glimmer of determination sparkles in Goku's eyes. The immense strength of this barrier surpasses his expectations, leaving him utterly astonished. A resounding roar erupted from within Gu Xuan, transforming into a tempest that reverberated through the cosmos. At the moment he ascended to Super Saiyan 3, Gu Xuan's power surged exponentially. In an instant, his strength skyrocketed from a staggering 10 trillion to an astonishing 40 trillion. This power is insufficient. I crave an even greater strength. A low growl escaped Gu Xuan's lips. With a thunderous roar, his strength continued to surge uncontrollably, and in but an instant, his power reached a staggering height of 90,000 trillion. This level of might should suffice. Gu Xuan's gaze flickered as he clenched his fist, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. However, at that moment, his expression abruptly shifted, and he turned sharply towards the distance, his pupils narrowing in alarm. Here they come. As Gu Xuan's voice echoed, a magnificent rainbow streaked swiftly from the sixth universe. The speed of the rainbow was astonishing. One moment it lingered in the distance, and the next it was upon them. As the inhabitants of the seventh universe beheld the spectacle, the radiant arc dissipated, revealing a man and a woman within. The woman possessed an elegant, statuesque figure and an exquisite countenance, radiating an aura of tranquility. However, the hue of her skin was rather unwelcoming, lending her an unusual appearance. Yet, setting aside her complexion, this woman could undoubtedly incite fervor in all who laid eyes upon her. Even Gu Xuan, who had previously encountered Vados in anime, found himself momentarily entranced by her breathtaking beauty upon the real-life meeting. As for the man, he was rather corpulent. Aside from his differing physique, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Beerus. These two individuals were none other than the god of destruction, Champa, and the angel, Vados, of the sixth universe. Stop. Seeing Gu Xuan preparing to strike the barrier, Champa immediately intervened. No matter who you are, I will not spare you for daring to disrupt the protection between you. Champa gazed at Gu Xuan, his expression exceedingly grim. Do you dare to threaten me? A smile curled at the corners of Gu Xuan's lips. That is simply his nature. Engaging him in a cordial manner might yield some results, but if one resorts to intimidation, the circumstances shift dramatically. For within him courses the blood of a Saiyan, a warrior race celebrated for their combat prowess. The Saiyan spirit abhors threats above all else. Although I may not be your equal in combat, I shall not acquiesce to your intimidation. Clenching his right fist, Gu Xuan raised it high under the watchful gaze of Champa, and with a swift motion, unleashed a formidable punch. A colossal shadow of his fist materialized instantly, embodying a terrifying force that reverberated through the air, crashing directly against the cosmic barrier. A resounding roar echoed through the air. The cosmic barrier shuddered violently, creating a rift. Yet, as swiftly as it appeared, the breach began to mend itself. Xiangpa's expression darkened. He was taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to provoke him in such a manner. This was an affront that he could not possibly tolerate, especially considering that this individual was a formidable force from the seventh universe. Such a realization only deepened the shadows in Xiangpa's heart. I instructed you to cease. Did you not hear me? Xiangpa's voice was frigid as he glared ominously at Gu Xuan. I have heard. Gu Xuan cast a glance at Xiangpa, and after a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. Since you have heard, how dare you take action? Xiangpa's voice was frigid, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. After uttering these words, Xiangpa took a step forward, effortlessly bypassing the previously impenetrable defenses that had thwarted Gu Xuan, and entered the seventh universe. Once within the confines of the seventh universe, Xiangpa displayed no hesitation. His figure flickered and he surged directly towards Gu Xuan. His speed was astonishing, vanishing from sight in an instant. You chose to disregard me. Now you shall pay a sufficient price. A glint of cold light shone in Xiangpa's eyes. His velocity was formidable, for he was indeed a god of destruction, swiftly closing the distance to Gu Xuan. In the face of a god of destruction's approach, others might have succumbed to terror. However, Gu Xuan remained undaunted. He had previously dared to confront Beerus, even when he was not as powerful as he was now. With his strength having surged dramatically, how could he possibly fear Xiangpa? Moreover, among the gods of destruction, Xiangpa's prowess was merely average, perhaps even below. With such capabilities, Gu Xuan felt no trepidation and had no intention of fleeing. There's no other way. Gu Xuan relinquished his assault on the cosmic defense and abruptly turned, his gaze fixed upon Lord Champa. I understand that you are the mightiest among the gods of destruction. My purpose in coming here is singular. I wish to engage you in battle. Gu Xuan looked intently at Champa. Given that circumstances had reached this juncture, he had no choice but to voice his intentions thus. With a resounding boom, Gu Xuan's aura erupted, his gaze fixed intently on Champa. His expression revealing a profound spirit of combat. Were he to confront Beerus at this moment, he might hesitate. However, facing Champa. Humph. Such audacity. Upon hearing Gu Xuan's words, Champa did not display anger but instead broke into a smile. To challenge a god of destruction? One wonders where your courage originates. Champa shook his head, deeming Gu Xuan's thoughts utterly unfathomable. It could even be characterized as a manifestation of hubris. How dare a mere human challenge a god of destruction? It is truly perplexing whether you are genuinely ignorant or simply courting death. Champa spoke, with a swift movement. The figure resembling a phantom darted forward and stood directly before Gu Xuan. As Champa was preparing to take action against Gu Xuan, intending to teach this audacious human a lesson, he suddenly furrowed his brow and swiftly turned to gaze into the distance, his pupils narrowing slightly. How did he arrive here? Champa murmured to himself. What shall we do? Lord Champa? Babotas inquired, casting a glance at Champa. As an angel, he was bound to maintain absolute neutrality, thus it sufficed for him to heed Champa's commands. The question of right or wrong was beyond Babotas' consideration and held no relevance to him. Gu Xuan, too, sensed the ominous aura and turned his gaze to the horizon. In the direction he looked, a long arc rushed towards him, revealing Beerus and was not far away. Gu Xuan, you are in the 7th universe, and I permit you to act as you wish. With my presence, you may continue your destruction of the defenses. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. Beerus addressed Gu Xuan. It was evident that he had grasped the situation upon his arrival, hence his words. The reason for his apparent favoritism towards Gu Xuan was clear. He had discerned that Gu Xuan's strength had surged immensely since their last encounter. The disparity in power was palpable, leaving Beerus momentarily taken aback. Beerus, what do you mean by that? Champa queried, his expression darkening as he regarded Beerus. Nothing of consequence. He is now within my 7th universe, so all his actions are of no concern to you, Beerus replied casually, casting a glance at Champa. You. Champa pointed at Beerus, his expression exceedingly grim. However, he found himself powerless. Goku was indeed correct. As the god of destruction of Universe 6, he had no authority to intervene in the affairs of other universes. Yet, what Goku was attempting was to breach the cosmic barrier and enter Universe 6 from Universe 7. Such an act was clearly something Champa could not permit. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that with Beerus present, thwarting Goku's efforts to penetrate the barrier was an impossibility. All he could do now was hope that Goku would fail to breach it. Beyond that, Champa had no other recourse. Beerus, I shall not let this matter rest. Though he currently resided in Universe 7, should Goku succeed in breaking the cosmic barrier and infiltrating Universe 6, he would unleash his full might. At that point, he doubted Goku would be able to escape his wrath. Champa glared fiercely at Beerus, realizing he had no option but to express his frustration. For he was no match for Beerus. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to such veiled threats. If one were to ascertain who Champa despised most among the gods of destruction, it would undoubtedly be Beerus. I am aware, Beerus began slowly. However, he suddenly shifted his tone, directing his gaze towards Champa. Champa, you have consistently asserted that the prowess of your 6th universe surpasses that of our 7th universe. Since the gods of destruction are prohibited from engaging in combat, I propose we compare ourselves in other respects. What are your thoughts on this? Beerus inquired. How shall we compete? Champa paused, gazing at Beerus. Let us wager on the mightiest of the deities beneath the destroyers of our 2 universes. We shall determine whether the strength of your 6th universe surpasses that of our 7th universe's mortals. Beerus regarded Champa, fully aware that, given Champa's disposition, he would undoubtedly acquiesce to this contest. After being overshadowed for so many years, Champa would seize any opportunity for retribution without hesitation. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Beerus's proposition held undeniable advantages for the 7th universe. Moreover, for Goku, this opportunity was exceedingly rare. If you lack the courage, then so be it. Consider my words unspoken. Beerus remarked casually, observing Champa's indecision. Are you afraid? Champa immediately interjected. What a joke. How could I possibly be afraid? I am merely considering your feelings, he explained. Enough of the nonsense. Just say whether you dare or not. Beerus spoke directly, leaving Champa with no option. To refuse would imply genuine fear. Would Champa choose such a path? Certainly not. Very well, I accept your challenge. If this Gu Xuan is the strongest in your universe, I shall not take unfair advantage of you. Thanos, summon our universe's mightiest warrior, no matter the cost. Champa commanded, fixing his gaze upon Thanos. Gu Xuan, however, paid no heed to the exchange between Beerus and Champa. he intended to proceed with his actions undeterred. As long as no one obstructed him from breaching the universe's defenses, he felt secure with Beerus backing him, confident that Champa would not violate their agreement. As for other matters, Gu Xuan had no desire to concern himself with them at this moment. Moreover, his purpose for visiting the sixth universe was solely to engage in battle with a formidable opponent. If Beerus could assist him, it would save him considerable effort. Gu Xuan, continue. No one will disturb you. Though the universe's defenses are formidable with your current strength, breaching them should be quite manageable, Beerus remarked, his eyes gleaming as he assessed Gu Xuan's power. At this moment, Gu Xuan had merely transformed into Super Saiyan 3, not yet ascending to Super Saiyan 4. Nevertheless, the formidable aura emanating from him was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings, at least in Beerus's eyes. Breaching the universe's defenses seemed attainable. I find it hard to believe he can break through, even if his power is indeed considerable, Champa scoffed, regarding Gu Xuan with disdain. For this defense was no ordinary barrier, it could not be easily breached by mere words. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, after our previous encounters, I have gained a fair understanding of this universe's defenses. I will dismantle it now, Gu Xuan declared, raising his hands in a simple gesture. As he did so, the immense power within him surged and immediately coalesced into his hands. What is this? Observing Gu Xian's movements, Beerus momentarily froze, recalling that this was a technique previously employed by Son Goku. However, could such a maneuver, which channels all one's energy into a singular force, truly dismantle the defenses? Gu Xian clasped his hands together, resting them at his right side, as a chilling utterance escaped his lips. The instant this first syllable resonated, a luminous point materialized between his palms. Simultaneously, the energy within his entire being surged with fervor, while the surrounding forces began to gradually converge towards the center of his hands. Although it was merely a glimmer at that moment, a formidable force suddenly enveloped Gu Xian's body. This power emanated from the luminous points in his hands. As the third word fell, an intense surge of power coursed through Gu Xian's body. In but an instant, a vast amount of energy coalesced within him. With the infusion of this energy into his hands, the luminous points within began to expand gradually, transforming from mere specks of light into radiant orbs. As these orbs took form, an unimaginable force erupted from them, captivating the attention of both Beerus and Champa. Even they were somewhat taken aback by the potency of the energy that Gu Xuan wielded. How could he be so formidable? Champa mused inwardly, astonished that Gu Xian's strength had escalated to such heights. While the protective barriers were formidable, his power was equally impressive. If this continued, it seemed the universe's defenses might indeed falter against him. Although reluctant to concede, Champa could not suppress his astonishment at the overwhelming power Gu Xuan displayed. Goodness! In just a year, he has advanced so remarkably, it truly defies belief. Beerus observed Gu Xuan, recognizing that he had grown significantly more powerful than he had been a year ago. Even Beerus himself was compelled to express genuine admiration. Power. The fourth word escaped from Gu Xian's lips. At the very moment this word was uttered, a chilling glint emerged in Gu Xian's eyes, transforming them into piercing orbs of intensity. With the utterance of the final syllable, Gu Xuan thrust both hands forward. With a resounding roar, the immense Kamehameha surged forth, propelled by an overwhelming force, swiftly racing towards the impending barrier. The velocity of the Kamehameha was astonishing, particularly as this instance was unleashed by Gu Xuan with the full might of Super Saiyan 3. Thus, one could ascertain the formidable strength it possessed, reaching unprecedented levels of power. With a resounding boom, the Turtle School's Kamehameha struck the protective barrier. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds reverberated from its surface, echoing endlessly. In but a few fleeting moments, the luminous shield collapsed beneath the onslaught of Gu Xian's Kamehameha. Yet, at the very instant of its shattering, a peculiar radiance emerged, swiftly mending the breach created by the destruction. With a swift motion, Gu Xian's figure flickered as he dashed through the rapidly contracting barrier. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to slip through the fissure and into the sixth universe. Approximately 3 minutes after his entrance, the breach he had created gradually restored itself. I have succeeded. Standing beneath the celestial expanse of the sixth universe, Gu Xuan paused. With a serene demeanor, he regarded Beerus and Whis of the seventh universe, along with Champa and Vados, without any overt expression. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. Beerus nodded in affirmation and stepped forward, crossing the barrier. You truly have managed to breach it. Champa, taken aback for a moment, then smiled wryly, astonished that Gu Xuan had actually accomplished this. It was merely luck. It is not of great significance. Gu Xuan humbly responded, acknowledging that he had no choice but to downplay his achievement. After all, he could not afford to be overly arrogant, for that would inevitably lead others to perceive him as somewhat presumptuous. Beerus, Whis, Champa, and Vados all entered the 6th universe. Champa, shouldn't the competition commence now? Let the mightiest warriors of our respective universes determine the victor. Beerus remarked, his gaze fixed on Gu Xuan, who he held in high regard. He was confident that if Gu Xuan were to take action, there would be no issue, even against the strongest adversaries of the 6th universe. Vados, have you located our universe's strongest fighter? Champa inquired, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly dissatisfied with Vados' efficiency. Lord Champa, I have indeed found him. I just need to bring him here. Given the distance, it will likely take about 10 minutes for a round trip, plus an additional 5 minutes to persuade him. So 15 minutes should suffice, Vados replied softly. Hurry, do not delay for too long, Champa urged, nodding in agreement. He needed to regain his dignity elsewhere. In the realm of the god of destruction of the 6th universe, Beerus, Whis, Champa, Gu Xuan, and others arrived. Gu Xuan, this battle concerns the overall strength of our 7th universe. I hope you do not disappoint me. After defeating the 6th universe, if you have any conditions, feel free to propose them. I shall not refuse if I can accommodate your requests, Beerus addressed Gu Xuan, emphasizing the importance of this battle for the honor of the 7th universe. Although he was confident in Gu Xian's capabilities, he felt compelled to reiterate his expectations. I wish to acquire a traversal cube, Gu Xuan stated without hesitation, directly expressing his desire. Transcendence cube? Beerus paused, casting a deep glance at Gu Xuan. It is known that the Transcendence Cube is exclusively utilized by the gods of destruction. Never has it been bestowed upon a mere mortal. Very well. If you can secure it in this battle, I shall grant you the Transcendence Cube. After a moment of hesitation, Beerus chose to acquiesce. For him, the prospect of humiliating Champa brought immense satisfaction. Although the Transcendence Cube is precious, it holds little significance for Beerus. In that case, let the 6th universe witness our power in this battle, Gu Xuan spoke slowly. His voice, though calm, exuded an unwavering determination and an unparalleled confidence. This confidence stemmed from an absolute belief in his own strength. Regardless of who the 6th universe sends, he was certain he could easily triumph over them. Humph. Champa scoffed dismissively, shaking his head. Bardos, do hurry. A sense of urgency lingered in his heart. He could not tolerate the arrogance of Beerus. At that moment, he longed for Bardos to summon the mightiest warrior from Universe 6 to thoroughly educate Gu Xuan. He was eager to witness how Beerus would extricate himself from such a predicament. Time passed slowly, and 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. Just as the final moment arrived, a brilliant rainbow streaked across the sky, descending directly into the realm of the destroyer gods. The light dissipated, revealing 2 figures within. Bardos, you have finally returned, Champa exclaimed, leaping with excitement and rushing to Bardos's side. Lord Champa, this is the strongest human from our Universe 6, Hit, who is also an assassin, Bardos spoke softly. Hit, Bardos must have informed you that if you defeat this fellow, I shall acquiesce to certain conditions of yours. Champa began to mimic Beerus's demeanor. My conditions have already been discussed with Bardos, Hit remarked while casting a glance at Gu Xuan before addressing Champa. Lord Champa, his condition is the time-skipping cube, which I have already promised him. If he emerges victorious, it shall be his. Bardos smiled as she spoke. Well, Xiangpa hesitated slightly. If you can win, why not grant it to you? With newfound determination, he resolved that if Beerus could bestow such a favor, so could he. Now that everyone is present, let us not squander any more time. We should proceed swiftly. Beerus glanced at Hit, stifled a yawn, and spoke. Gu Xuan, the next step is yours. Beerus directed his gaze towards Gu Xuan as he made his statement. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan appeared in an open space. The power of Super Saiyan 3 erupted from within him at that moment. To confront Hit, it should not be necessary for me to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Gazing at Hit, Gu Xuan murmured, Hit, the outcome rests in your hands. Similarly, Xiangpa regarded Hit and spoke. Come on. Hitter's gaze was somewhat solemn. He could sense the formidable strength of Gu Xuan, which exerted considerable pressure on him. You are Hitter, the foremost assassin of the 6th universe, the most powerful being beneath the god of destruction, Gu Xuan began, revealing his familiarity with Hitter. And you are Gu Xuan, the strongest under the god of destruction in the 7th universe, having even breached the cosmic defenses. Your prowess is commendable, Hitter replied slowly. Although he typically projected a cold demeanor, he was notably attentive when confronted with an opponent of similar strength. Gu Xuan undoubtedly represented a worthy adversary for Hitter. In fact, facing Gu Xuan made Hitter feel as though his chances of victory were rather slim. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan's figure darted towards Zeit. How swift! Hitler's gaze sharpened. For Gu Xuan's speed was so remarkable that even with Hitler's formidable strength, he found himself momentarily taken aback. With a resounding bang, Gu Xuan approached in an instant. Without the slightest pause after his approach, he raised his right hand into a fist and struck fiercely. Instantly, a thunderous sound reverberated. Before Shite could even react, he was met with a devastating blow that struck him forcefully. What? Hit's expression suddenly changed as he felt an unimaginable force surge directly into his body. Under the weight of this power, even he took several steps back before finally dispelling Gu Xuan's strength. Truly, he is the strongest in the 7th universe. This power is undeniably formidable. Hit gazed at Gu Xuan, his eyes now filled with gravity and apprehension. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan did not hesitate and charged forward once more after delivering a powerful punch. Whoosh! At the same moment, Hitler also surged forth. Bang! 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 Gu Xuan and Hit moved with remarkable speed, especially amidst the ferocity of battle. While they maintained their swift pace, their attacks were equally formidable. Although neither unleashed their full power, Gu Xuan's Super Saiyan 3 strength was not to be underestimated. Nevertheless, in the face of Gu Xuan's onslaught, Hit did not falter. Rather, he engaged in a fierce exchange, countering Gu Xuan's strikes with precision. Despite being at a disadvantage, Gu Xuan found it challenging to conclude the battle swiftly, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Beerus and Champa observed intently, aware that although this clash had reached its zenith from the outset, for them, it was merely the beginning. With a resounding boom, both Gu Xuan and Shite instinctively distanced themselves, their expressions reflecting an overwhelming excitement. Haha, exhilarating! Gu Xuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Quite exhilarating, Hit exclaimed, his face displaying an unusual array of emotions. The strength of Goku was unprecedented. He had never encountered such a formidable opponent in Universe 6. At this moment, to engage in battle with a warrior of Goku's caliber was a rare opportunity for Hit. After all, within Universe 6, he had no rivals of this magnitude. Unleash your true power, Hit, for otherwise, you shall never be my equal. This sentiment, gleaned from their previous exchanges, was clear to Hit, requiring no further elaboration. Goku regarded Hit as a worthy adversary, particularly impressed by his time-skip ability. Although Goku was aware of how to counter it, he found it somewhat vexing, as he could not suddenly elevate his speed by thousands of times. His only recourse was to anticipate actions, much like how Son Wukong approached Hit's time-skip. Unleash all your might? Hit chuckled softly, despite being at a disadvantage against Goku. The latter's strength had yet to reach a level that Hit could not withstand. Thus, Goku's words struck Hit as somewhat boastful. Moreover, the battle with Goku had reignited the potential within Hit, which had remained dormant for quite some time, and this was what truly exhilarated him. With a swift motion, Zeit dashed forth, hurtling towards Gu Xuan at an astonishing speed. Do you perceive me as a whetstone to hone your prowess? Gu Xuan furrowed his brow, fully aware of Zeit's intentions. However, he was decidedly averse to such an arrangement. The prospect of serving as a practice partner was one he would not entertain. With a resounding thud, at the very moment Hitler arrived, a glint of cold light flashed in Gu Xuan's eyes. His right hand rose, delivering a powerful punch. As this fist struck, the winds and clouds began to swirl, and a colossal shadow of the fist materialized in its wake. What? Hit's expression suddenly shifted. A formidable force emanated from the shadow of the punch. Even with Hit's strength, he was profoundly astonished by this overwhelming power. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated, unwilling to linger for an instant. He understood all too well that if such a punch were to strike him directly, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries. Though his intentions were commendable and he recognized the gravity of the situation, evading this attack proved to be an arduous task. Moreover, given the proximity of the threat, it was utterly impossible for Hit to dodge it. He simply could not achieve that. With a resounding thud, the shadow of the fist descended. In this moment of peril, Champa had no options left. As the fist's shadow approached, mere inches from Hit, it pierced straight through Hit's form. Beerus's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes intently on Hit. How intriguing! It was unexpected for a mere human to wield such power. Was also regarded Hit with newfound interest. Clearly, they both recognized the technique that Hit had just employed. That was close. Xiangpa exhaled a sigh of relief, believing the end was near. However, it appeared that everything was far from over. Have you finally revealed your ultimate move? Gu Xuan was not surprised and turned his gaze towards Hit. Of course, if there were still secrets to unveil at this moment, it would signify the conclusion. Hit's expression was somewhat grim, yet he was not significantly harmed. After all, although Gu Xuan's previous punch was formidable, it had not inflicted substantial damage upon Hit. The forthcoming battle would truly be our contest. Hit regarded Gu Xuan as he spoke. Gu Xuan shook his head, perceiving Hit's thoughts as somewhat naive. Hit, while your strength is impressive, there remains a disparity between us. Under ordinary circumstances, I might engage you in a fair contest, but now is not the time. Gu Xuan articulated slowly. Upon hearing this, Hit's eyes flickered as he gazed at Gu Xuan. Do you truly believe your power is sufficient to easily vanquish me? Hit retorted. If you had matured, I might not be able to achieve this, but at present, I certainly can, and it poses little difficulty. Gu Xuan nodded affirmatively. This time, it was a contest between the 6th and 7th universes. Although Gu Xuan was indifferent to the outcome, having promised Beerus and obtained his traversal cube, he felt compelled to exert himself. Defeating Hit with utmost speed would be Gu Xian's finest expression. Given your unwavering confidence, I am curious to see if you can indeed accomplish this. A glint of coldness flashed in Hit's eyes. Feeling underestimated, he was somewhat displeased. With a resounding boom, Hitler raised his right hand, and instantly, a multitude of violet luminescence coalesced into being. The moment these purple rays emerged, they erupted with an overwhelming force. A resounding rumble echoed through the heavens and the earth. As an immense surge of power converged, a violet orb of considerable size, measuring a foot in diameter, materialized with striking clarity. Following the emergence of this luminous sphere, it promptly transformed into 9 radiant orbs. Gu Xuan, seeing your unwavering confidence, I challenge you to withstand my ultimate technique. Ever since I unveiled its secrets, none who have encountered this move have survived. I earnestly hope you will defy the odds and emerge as an exception. As for the name of this formidable technique, it is called the 9-star convergence cannon. As Hit's voice resonated, the 9 violet orbs gleamed brilliantly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 9 purple orbs of light surged forth, encircling Gu Xuan in an instant. Despite the considerable distance between them, these luminous spheres were interconnected by beams of light. From a distance, the spectacle was undeniably astonishing. The 9-star convergence cannon? Such a delightfully whimsical name, yet I find it quite appealing. Gu Xuan paused momentarily, clearly taken aback by the revelation of such a technique from Hit, which he had previously been unaware of. This was hardly surprising, as Hit had never employed such a lethal move in the Dragon Ball universe, leaving Gu Xuan in the dark about it. As he beheld the 9-star convergence cannon approaching, imbued with an overwhelming force, a fierce glimmer ignited in Gu Xian's eyes. Your strength surpasses my initial expectations. It appears that defeating you will not be as effortless as I had presumed, and may require a considerable investment of time. Gu Xuan acknowledged that without transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he would indeed struggle to eliminate Hit in a single blow. Navi. A cold smile played upon Hitler's lips as the 9-stars convergence cannon approached, closing into less than 10 paces from Gu Xuan. In that moment, Gu Xuan raised his right hand, and a multitude of golden radiance materialized within his grasp. I must begin to take this seriously, otherwise, given my current condition, unforeseen complications may arise. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Gu Xian's eyes as he gazed at Hitler, slowly articulating his thoughts. Despite this assertion, it was evident that Hitler's prowess did not instill fear in Gu Xuan. Rather, it was only after Hitler revealed his lethal move that Gu Xian's interest was piqued, for it was a technique he had never encountered before. As for the final outcome, this battle was one he must win, and it must be a resounding victory. The 9-stars convergence cannon, what significance does it hold? Here and now, it shall hold no power over me. Gu Xian's voice was frigid. Allow me to obliterate your 9-stars convergence cannon. With that, Gu Xuan raised his right hand and swept it through the air. With a resounding boom, a tempest erupted instantaneously. As the storm materialized, it swiftly radiated outward from the ancient pavilion, spreading wildly in all directions. At that moment, Hitler's gaze sharpened, and his expression grew significantly more solemn. In an instant, Gu Xian's power surged dramatically, reaching a level that left even Hitler astounded. 9-stars aligning cannon. Annihilate him, Hitler bellowed, thrusting his hands forward. With a thunderous roar, the 9-star convergence cannon surged into motion, swiftly encircling Gu Xuan. In that instant, the 9 violet orbs of light began their furious assault upon Gu Xian's form. Each orb harbored an overwhelming and terrifying force. As the 9 spheres converged, the first violet orb collided with Gu Xian's body. In truth, this initial orb did not make direct contact with him. Rather, it trembled violently and shattered when merely 3 inches away from Gu Xuan. With the first orb's explosion, the second orb followed suit, exhibiting no distinction from its predecessor. It too trembled and succumbed to the tempest, bursting apart at a mere 3 inches from Gu Xuan. Remarkably, the shattering of the 2 violet orbs did not touch Gu Xuan, both disintegrated just before reaching him. Resolute, Gu Xuan decided against prolonging the encounter. As the third violet orb approached, also at a distance of 3 inches, a calm voice emerged from his lips. With a swift motion, he clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful strike towards the impending violet orb. With a resounding thud, Gu Xuan's fist collided with the third purple orb. At the very moment of impact, the orb shattered into fragments. In swift succession, the fourth, fifth, and sixth orbs followed suit, crumbling before his might. Undeterred, Gu Xuan summoned his strength once more, obliterating the remaining 2 orbs with ease. Now, only the 9th purple orb remained, the last bastion of power yet to be vanquished. This final orb harbored immense energy, embodying the pinnacle of the 9-star convergence cannon's might. This is the culmination of the most formidable force of my 9-star convergence cannon. Gu Xuan, unleash your power, I growled. As the 9th purple orb surged forth in an instant. Turtle, faction, air. As the 9th luminous sphere drew near, Gu Xuan clasped his hands together, and a voice, devoid of warmth, emerged from his lips. Beneath the resonance of his utterance, a golden orb of light coalesced between his palms. With a powerful thrust of his hands, Gu Xuan unleashed a colossal Kamehameha wave. Mere inches away from the 9th light sphere, with a resounding boom, the Turtle School's Kamehameha unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, colliding forcefully with the 9th violet sphere. With a resounding roar, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, creating a vast chasm in the ground, while the tempest swept outward in all directions. Break for me! Gu Xuan roared, as an even more formidable force surged into the Kamehameha wave, causing its power to reach an apex in that very moment. With a resounding boom, the 9th purple orb shattered in that instant. As the orb disintegrated, the Kamehameha wave struck Hitler directly, engulfing him in a colossal column of energy. A piercing scream escaped from Height's lips. Impossible! Under the immense force of the Kamehameha wave, Hitler coughed up a mouthful of blood and was forcibly propelled back several dozen yards before finally coming to a halt. However, at this moment, he was gravely injured. Although he had not fallen, he had lost all strength to continue the fight. You have lost, Gu Xuan remarked, gazing at it. To think your prowess is so formidable. Hit, clenching his fist tightly, looked at Gu Xuan with eyes filled with reluctance, and after a prolonged silence, finally spoke. You encountered me. Had it been someone else, perhaps the outcome of this battle would have been different. Nevertheless, this experience serves as a valuable lesson for you. Losing to me is hardly surprising. Yet had another been your opponent, none could have triumphed over you. Gu Xuan smiled as he replied. Although he had defeated it, he understood that among the humans in the 7th universe, none could rival Hit's strength except for himself. This battle had granted Hit a profound understanding of his own capabilities. Thus, in the forthcoming tournament, the power Hit could unleash would undoubtedly be even more formidable. Thank you. Hitler suddenly spoke. You are the first person to make me experience failure. Although this feeling is unpleasant, it is exceedingly precious to me. Failure compels me to question my own strength, thus fueling my motivation for further training. I understand that you did not exert your full power this time, but I bear you no ill will. I can only blame my own weakness. I hope that when we meet again, I may witness your true strength. Hitler gazed earnestly at Gu Xuan. I have lost. Your prowess far surpasses mine. However, next time, I shall defeat you. With unwavering determination, Hitler declared, and after speaking, he intended to leave. After your defeat, do you still have the audacity to depart? Or do you believe I will allow you to leave? At that moment, Xiangpa's cold voice echoed, reaching Hitler's ears. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force suddenly manifested, striking directly upon Hitler. Boom. Even Hitler trembled under this immense pressure, his complexion pale as he gazed at Xiangpa. It is worth noting that Hitler was severely injured, and in such a state, he instantly sensed a life-and-death crisis beneath Xiangpa's oppressive aura. However, for Xiangpa, Hitler's injuries held no significance whatsoever. To him, it mattered not. At this moment, Xiangpa's expression was rather grim. He cared not whether one was an assassin or possessed extraordinary abilities. In his eyes, defeat meant only one thing: death. Xiangpa slowly rose, his countenance dark as he fixed his gaze upon the departing Hitler. Lord Xiangpa. Bardas cast a glance at Xiangpa, astonished by the unexpected defeat of Hit, and even more so by Xiangpa's furious reaction. Had Hit merely lost in a casual manner, Xiangpa would have remained indifferent. However, the stakes had now escalated to a conflict between two universes. Bardas, You need not speak further. He must perish today, and no one can intervene. The resolute tone in Xiangpa's voice left no room for doubt. Do you wish to kill me? A flicker of determination flashed in Hit's eyes. Though death is the inevitable fate of an assassin, I shall not yield even before a deity of destruction. Hit's complexion turned pale. Yet he forced himself to rise under the oppressive aura of Xiangpa, his gaze icy as he regarded the latter. Such resolve is commendable, however. It does not guarantee your survival today. Xiangpa raised a finger on his right hand, and immediately, a multitude of purple light began to coalesce. Gu Xuan, I had initially hoped for another encounter with you in the future, but it appears that opportunity has been lost. As an assassin, I naturally possess my ultimate technique, and today I shall unveil it for your observation. After all, you are the only individual who has ever made me feel at ease, and likewise, you are my sole rival. Hit chose to disregard Xiangpa's impending assault and instead addressed Gu Xuan, for he understood that no matter how formidable his own power, he could never contend with a deity of destruction. Heh, you dare to disregard me? It seems I hold no weight in your eyes at all. The murderous intent in Xiangpa's gaze intensified. The final measure, you say? Is it not a tad premature? Until now, I have yet to unleash my full strength. Should you reveal it now, it merely affords me the opportunity to devise a countermeasure, Gu Xuan remarked with a smile. What? Hit was taken aback. Casting a glance at Gu Xuan. What do you mean by that? Although Hit had an inkling of Gu Xian's intentions, disbelief lingered in his heart. Gu Xuan, unfazed by his skepticism, offered a faint smile and took a step forward before slowly articulating. Have you not always yearned to witness the full extent of my power? Very well, I shall grant you that opportunity. Standing before Hit, Gu Xuan was interrupted just as he was poised to take action by the voice of Beerus. This is not our affair, do not interfere. Let them resolve it on their own. Yet, Gu Xuan turned to face Beerus. Lord Beerus, this sparring match is meant to be a display of camaraderie rather than a fight to the death. Moreover, if one were to resort to lethal measures out of anger, it would be one thing if I were not present. However, since I am here, I shall not permit such an occurrence. Perhaps my strength pales in comparison to that of a god of destruction, yet regardless of the outcome, I shall strive with every ounce of my being. Even if I am aware that failure is imminent, I remain undeterred. With those resolute words, the power within Gu Xuan erupted explosively, clashing directly against the oppressive force exuded by Xiangpa. You seek death. Upon witnessing Gu Xuan daring to openly confront him, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Xiangpa's eyes. I am well aware of your temperament. Since you have resolutely chosen this path, I shall permit you this moment of arrogance. Unleash your full power. If you are to engage in this endeavor, let it be done to perfection. With my presence, I assure you of your safety. Beerus, too, was fiercely protective of those he favored and held Gu Xuan in high regard. Thus he would never allow anyone to harm him, especially not in his presence. Lord Xiangpa, you may choose to blame me, but one day you will be grateful for my actions, for it will not be long before you realize how essential this is for your sixth universe. Gu Xuan spoke slowly. Hit, you may leave. I will handle matters here. Once I have resolved this situation, I will seek you out, and then we shall engage in a decisive battle. Gu Xuan gazed at Hit as he spoke. I will not depart, Hit replied, his gaze resolute. Very well. Today we shall both confront the god of destruction, allowing him to witness our strength. Gu Xuan exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Very well. Hitler, too, was resolute in his determination. A powerful force erupted from within him, unleashed without reservation, as he prepared to join Gu Xuan in the battle against the god of destruction. Very well, just two mere humans. Although your strength ranks at the pinnacle among humanity, in my eyes, you are utterly insignificant. Since you have chosen to seek your own demise, I shall oblige you. Xiangpa stepped forward, appearing directly in midair. His gaze icy as he regarded Gu Xuan and Hit. A tremendous force emanated from within him, transforming the very essence of the world around him. The heavens themselves darkened, and the celestial expanse dimmed, as if no other power could rival this overwhelming energy. Go! Gu Xuan and Shite exchanged glances before simultaneously voicing their command. The two of them, one on the left and the other on the right, charged towards Xiangpa from opposing directions with remarkable speed. Reaching him in the blink of an eye, they both raised their right hands, fists clenched, and launched a powerful strike towards Xiangpa, presumptuous as they were. Humans remain fundamentally limited to such a degree of strength. In the face of Gu Xuan and Shite's assault, Xiangpa effortlessly raised his hands and caught their fists with ease. With a resounding thud, as Champa seized the fists of Gu Xuan and Hit, he forcefully flung them apart. Such formidable strength! Is this the might of a destroyer god? Hit's eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed a tremendous power. Yet, when compared to Beerus, it fell somewhat short. Gu Xuan murmured, having sensed the difference. Despite both being destroyer gods, there exists a discernible disparity among them. Beerus ranks among the most powerful of his kind, while Champa's strength is merely average, if not slightly below. It is precisely this awareness that emboldened Gu Xuan to engage in combat despite Champa's wrath. This confidence stemmed not only from Champa's inferiority to Beerus, but also from Gu Xuan's own considerable enhancement in strength following his encounter with Beerus. Furthermore, with Beerus present, he was assured of his safety, allowing him to unleash his full potential against Champa without trepidation. Especially since he was not alone, he fought alongside Hit. The trio clashed fiercely in the skies of the Destroyer realm, their speed so breathtaking that their movements were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The air was filled with a relentless gust, capable of pulverizing anything that dared to stand in their path. Yet, even when Gu Xuan and Hit combined their powers, they posed no substantial threat to Champa. Amidst this chaotic battle, mere moments felt like an eternity, yet their assault merely matched Champa's prowess without truly endangering him. What was more disconcerting was the realization that Champa had yet to unleash his full potential. He appeared to be toying with them, exerting minimal effort. To him, Gu Xuan and Hit were nothing more than an amusing diversion. Only if they could warrant his seriousness would they stand a chance. Even their combined efforts proved insufficient. I had anticipated a different outcome from your collaboration, yet it seems to yield no greater results. Following yet another fierce exchange, the three combatants momentarily distanced themselves from one another. Champa coldly declared, "That was merely a warm-up. Now the true battle begins." Gu Xuan glanced at it, confirming that he was unharmed before addressing Champa. "A warm-up, you say? If that was merely a prelude, then it is time for the genuine fight to commence." Champa, with a tone of mockery, exhibited no concern, dismissing Gu Xian's actions as mere desperate struggles. "Very well, even if you choose not to speak. I am prepared to unleash my true power against you." Gu Xian regarded Champa and remarked, "Is that so? While I harbor little hope for you, I remain open to the possibility of unexpected surprises you might bring." Champa gazed back at Gu Xian. A resounding force erupted from Gu Xian's body. A powerful explosion that signified the unrestrained might of Super Saiyan 3. In this moment of fervent release, Gu Xian's power surged to an astonishing 90,000 trillion. Yet, even upon reaching this monumental threshold, there was no sign of cessation. Instead, his strength escalated in an even more ferocious manner. 100,000. Ultimately, Gu Xian's power solidified at an astounding level of 100,000 trillion. This was the essence of Super Saiyan 3. And his attainment of such an extraordinary level was truly astonishing. Observing Gu Xian's transformation and the immense energy radiating from within him, even Beerus found himself momentarily taken aback. Slowly articulating his thoughts, compared to their initial encounter on Earth, Gu Xuan had undergone remarkable growth. Whis, too, spoke softly, clearly impressed by Gu Xian's astounding progress. "Allow me to go first." Just as Gu Xuan unleashed a staggering 10 million trillion units of power, preparing to engage in battle with Champa, the voice of Hit softly resonated in his ears. "Hit?" Gu Xuan paused, casting a glance at Hit. "This was inherently my battle, and through our previous skirmishes, I had discerned a method to enhance my prowess. Although I lack the ability to transform like you Scions to augment my strength, the heavens are just." Stepping forward, Hit directly positioned himself before Gu Xuan. "What? You aren't implying that you intend to face me alone, are you?" Champa remarked, observing Hit. "While I am aware that my words may displease you, I must convey that this is the reality." Hit spoke slowly. "Presumptuous." A glint of cold light flickered in the depths of the eyes of the elephant. A low growl suddenly erupted from Hitler's lips. With a resounding roar, an incredibly ferocious power erupted from Hitler's being. The roar reverberated through the air, as a rich violet energy erupted from Hit's being. It seemed that events were about to take an intriguing turn. Beerus furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Hit, and a calm voice escaped his lips. "It indeed appeared so." Whis also smiled and remarked, "Lord Champa, it seems an unexpected development may arise." Vados offered a subtle smile, quietly observing Hit. "I am curious to see how you will proceed." Although Champa had noticed something amiss, his unwavering confidence in his own power rendered him unperturbed at that moment. After a brief pause, Hit ceased his low growl, and the violet energy swiftly receded into his body, as if nothing had transpired at all. "What is happening?" Beerus's gaze sharpened, as the anticipated scenario did not unfold. Hit clenched his fists. He was acutely aware of the events transpiring within him. Lord Champa, I am coming. With a flash, Hit surged forward. With a swift motion, Hitler suddenly appeared before Champa. How swift! Champa was taken aback as he realized that Hit's speed had significantly increased in that fleeting moment. With a resounding thud, it unleashed a powerful punch, aimed directly at Champa's body. Seeking death, a glint of cold light flashed in Champa's eyes as he unleashed a similar punch. Bang! However, at the moment when Champa unleashed his punch, it did not collide with Hit's body as he had anticipated. Champa's gaze sharpened. Yet, at that very instant, Hit's fist suddenly appeared, landing directly on the left side of Champa's body. The force behind this blow was immensely powerful, striking with an unparalleled might. Even someone as formidable as Champa, caught off guard by Hit's sudden assault, was compelled to stagger back 3 full steps. Although it did not inflict any substantial harm upon him, the mere ability to force him to retreat was an extraordinary feat. How could this be possible? Champa stared at Hit in astonishment, disbelief evident in his eyes. He could not comprehend how Hit's attack could have struck him, given his own speed. He should have been able to overpower Hit effortlessly. Was it a technique of instantaneous movement? Champa murmured to himself, as it seemed there were no other possibilities. He was aware that instantaneous movement could only leap 0.1 seconds ahead, and under such circumstances, Hit should not have been able to reach him. Your instantaneous movement can only leap 0.1 seconds. You could not possibly strike me with that. Do you possess other techniques that you have yet to reveal? Although Champa was perplexed and contemplated other possibilities, he still found it difficult to make sense of the situation, thus he turned to Hit and spoke. 0.1 seconds? Hitler gazed at Champa and then continued speaking. Indeed, my previous mastery of the time flash technique only allowed for a leap of 0.1 seconds. However, I have never claimed to possess the time flash itself. It was solely the ability to leap for 0.1 seconds. Furthermore, that was merely in the past. Through my previous battles with Gu Xuan and just now with you, I have discovered a path to greater strength. Under the pressure exerted by you, both my abilities and the time flash technique have experienced growth. My current leap time for the time flash is no longer 0.1 seconds but has reached an impressive 0.3 seconds. This signifies that the time flash has doubled in efficiency, and my overall strength has similarly increased by nearly twofold. Approaching 3 times, Hitler spoke slowly, offering this clarification without the slightest concern that revealing the truth to Champa would expose any vulnerabilities. Growth, is it? Champa chuckled. Is that truly the case? Quite intriguing. Previously, I believed that eliminating you would merely serve as a source of amusement for other deities of destruction. However, it appears you now possess the capability to incite my own obliteration. At the very least, your demise would spare me from ridicule. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Champa continued, you may find that slaying me is not as effortless as you envision. It may very well consume a portion of your time. He remained unfazed, for at this juncture, no amount of sweet words would hold any value. It was far better to speak candidly. I am indeed curious to discover just how troublesome it will be to extinguish your life. Champa laughed heartily. Height, is that agreeable? Gu Xuan expressed a hint of concern, glancing at Height. Rest assured, I have little fondness for collaborative combat. It tends to hinder my ability to strike effectively. I prefer to engage alone, as it allows me to fully unleash my potential. Moreover, I am eager to ascertain how much I can grow under the pressure exerted by the gods of destruction, and to what extent I can elevate myself, Height replied slowly. In that case, I shall respect your wishes. Gu Xuan nodded in agreement. Lord Champa, come forth. I possess my most formidable attack. One I have never executed before. You shall be the first. With that, Height's figure flickered away. With a swift motion, Hitler materialized directly before Champa. Did he intend to employ the technique of temporal acceleration? Champa furrowed his brow and raised his right hand with a decisive gesture. In response to this movement, a dense and vibrant purple tempest surged forth with a thunderous roar. With a resounding boom, a purple aura manifested 3 inches around Champa's body, rendering it impossible for Hit to approach from any direction. Now, your time skip technique is rendered useless, Champa declared confidently. Is that so? If you believe that, then you are gravely mistaken. A smile played at the corners of Hit's mouth, undeterred by the formidable power that sent shivers through his very being. He surged forward towards Champa with even greater speed. With a swift motion, Hit surged forward. What could be his intention? At that moment, Beerus, Whis, Bardos, and Goku all turned their gazes towards him, perplexed by Hit's enigmatic thoughts. Right before their eyes, Hit instantaneously appeared before Champa. As for the 3-inch purple aura, he seemingly disregarded it entirely, stepping into that very range without a hint of hesitation. Remarkably, despite crossing into the 3-inch boundary, Hit sustained no harm whatsoever. He raised his right hand and, upon reaching the 3-inch distance, unleashed a powerful punch directed at Champa. A sudden, invisible ripple emerged, enveloping the elephant in an instant. The gaze of Champa focused intently, as he felt an inexplicable force descending upon him at that very moment. Although it did not inflict any harm upon him, it imparted an unsettling sensation. It was as if something momentous had transpired within him. Yet he remained utterly oblivious to the nature of the occurrence. Indeed, Vis and Bardos immediately rose, their expressions betraying their astonishment. The manipulation of time to such an extent, who could he possibly be? Instances that render even angels incredulous are exceedingly rare. Yet, what Hitler demonstrated at this moment left them utterly astounded. The interplay of time, space, and the laws of nature represents 3 supreme forces. When these 3 converge, it heralds the genesis of beings akin to angels. The power of space, while formidable, is something humanity can grasp and utilize, which is hardly surprising, as it is the weakest of the 3 forces. However, the powers of time and laws are of a caliber that humanity cannot hope to wield. Indeed, it is a daunting challenge even for deities. At the very least, a destroyer god lacks such capabilities. The power of laws belongs to the exalted, accessible only to angels and high-ranking deities. Bardos murmured, somewhat shaken by Hitler's prowess. His time flash technique represents merely a fundamental application of time, although rare. For someone to have even glimpsed its potential is remarkable. Yet, they had not anticipated that Hitler could manipulate time to such an extraordinary degree, leaving them genuinely astonished. Lord Parda, this is the most potent attack I have recently comprehended, the culmination of all my strength, a desperate strike aimed at defeating you. Hitler spoke slowly, his expression unremarkable, undeterred by the fact that he stood before a destroyer god. Following this declaration, for words escaped his lips. Time prison. A sudden, invisible force of time enveloped Champa, ensnaring his body within its grasp. Although he remained present at that moment, he found himself uniquely trapped by Zeit, caught within the confines of time itself. Success. He sighed deeply, a sense of relief washing over him. This was an attack he had only just comprehended. And though he had little confidence in its efficacy, he had decided to gamble everything on it. To his astonishment, it actually succeeded, ensnaring Champa within. Cracks began to manifest, and then, astonishingly, the temporal prison shattered, allowing Champa to forcibly break free from its confines. Curse you! Champa burst forth from the temporal prison, his expression ablaze with fury. In an instant, his right hand lifted, aiming to deliver a devastating slap to Hit, wishing to strike fear into him. At that moment, Champa was consumed by rage. He never anticipated that he would suffer a setback at the hands of a mere human due to his own negligence. Such a humiliation was a profound affront to his identity as a god of destruction. Purple energy surged continuously in Champa's grasp. With a thunderous sound, a terrifying energy coalesced in an instant, manifesting as a violet-hued hand that emerged before the eye could blink. I want you dead. As the colossal purple hand emerged, it radiated waves of energy. Hit's complexion turned pale as he gazed upon the formidable hand above him. Although this hand harbored an unfathomable and terrifying power, Hit remained composed, devoid of fear. For him, the ability to momentarily ensnare Champa, albeit for a fleeting instant, was a noteworthy achievement, regardless of its brevity. Even a mere breath of confinement was significant. As he observed the enormous hand descending with cataclysmic force, capable of instilling dread in any living being, a smile graced Hit's lips. In this life, I harbor no regrets. I am fulfilled. Hit spoke slowly, having accepted the fate that awaited him. After all, he had lived for a millennium, taking countless lives, and had long grown weary of such an existence. Now, even under the might of Champa, faced with the specter of death, it could confront his end with tranquility. Just as the hand thundered toward him, though it had yet to make contact, the terrifying energy it contained caused Hit's garments to flutter. In that moment, as the overpowering force threatened to obliterate him, a voice suddenly resonated. Boom. At the very moment this sound resonated, a colossal Kamehameha wave surged forth, approaching with astonishing speed, without a hint of hesitation, and struck directly beneath the enormous palm of Zanya. A resounding boom echoed throughout the realm of destruction, as the Kamehameha wave collided fiercely with an outstretched hand. Gu Xuan. Hit abruptly turned to face Gu Xuan. Hit, if you were to perish in such a manner, it would mean I am deprived of a worthy adversary. You have only just embarked on the path of strengthening yourself. and your future holds limitless potential, though your current strength may be lacking. I am confident that with sufficient time, you will attain an unimaginable level of power. Death is indeed not to be feared. Yet I believe it would be a disservice for you to meet your end so soon. Gu Xuan's voice resonated calmly. Leave the ensuing matters to me. There is no need for your concern. Although Xiangpa possesses formidable strength, it will not be an easy feat for him to take my life. Moreover, with Lord Beerus present, I assure you that I shall come to no harm. Gu Xuan addressed Hit. Thank you. With the opportunity for survival before him, Hitler naturally would not relinquish it. He quickly grasped Gu Xuan's intention. I shall remember today's favor and repay it in the future. After uttering these words, Hitler's figure flickered and he vanished without a trace. Remaining here would only complicate matters for Gu Xuan. Gu Xuan. Xiangpa gazed at Gu Xuan, a shadow of gloom crossing his features. Lord Xiangpa, do you not fear being ridiculed for striking out against a mere human? Gu Xuan inquired with a smile. Ah. As the words fell, Gu Xuan immediately unleashed all his strength. With a resounding boom, the Turtle School's Kamehameha unleashed its utmost power, colliding directly with the colossal hand, producing an even more thunderous roar. A resounding crash echoed moments later, as the Kamehameha wave crumbled. A colossal hand descended with tremendous force. Yet, just before it reached Gu Xuan, he managed a slight smile and swiftly employed instant transmission to evade it. The enormous hand struck, causing the entire realm of destruction to tremble, leaving behind an immense handprint on the ground. The sheer power was so overwhelming that the realm was pierced through by the impact of that single blow. Beerus, you must provide me with a reasonable explanation for this incident. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not let today's events go unpunished. Xiangpa did not glance at Gu Xuan. In his eyes, Gu Xuan was merely a fragile insect, easily extinguished at any moment. He turned his gaze toward Beerus, his fury palpable, and he nearly roared his words. Lord Beerus, this is my affair. Regardless of the consequences, I, Gu Xuan, will bear them alone today. Gu Xuan met Beerus's gaze. After a moment of silence, Beerus assessed Gu Xuan, and upon witnessing the fighting spirit in his eyes, he understood Gu Xuan's resolve. Gu Xuan, I have already stated that today you are permitted to act recklessly. As long as I am present, no one shall hinder my departure with you. Beerus's words were calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. He had always been one to honor his word. Then I thank you, Lord Beerus. Gu Xuan replied with a smile. Unleash your full strength. Do not bring shame upon the seventh universe. Rest assured, even if you hadn't said so, I had every intention of doing just that. Gu Xuan responded slowly, turning his attention to Xiangpa. At that moment, a remarkable expression adorned Xiangpa's face. Lord Xiangpa, what follows will be my utmost power. Do be cautious. Gu Xuan offered a warning. Ah! Gu Xuan exclaimed, clenching his fists, a low growl escaping his lips. With this growl, a formidable aura erupted explosively from within him. Originally, Gu Xuan's power had already reached an astonishing 100 trillion. At this moment, it surged uncontrollably to even more insane levels. 200 trillion, 300 trillion, 500 trillion. In an instant, Gu Xuan's strength soared to the magnitude of 500 trillion. The pinnacle of transformation, Super Saiyan 4. Gu Xuan bellowed, and in that moment, an abundance of hair sprouted across his body. Simultaneously, his hair turned black, a consequence of the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. As he transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Gu Xuan's power experienced an explosive increase, reaching an unprecedented 1 quadrillion. Can you still transform? Champa's gaze sharpened as he studied Gu Xuan intently. This is the Super Saiyan 4. However, it does not represent the entirety of my power. My true strength lies in the full capacity of Super Saiyan 4. The moment Gu Xuan's words fell, his aura surged explosively, ultimately stabilizing at an astonishing 150 million trillion. The full power of Super Saiyan 4. This is my ultimate strength. After unleashing this immense power, Gu Xuan turned his gaze toward Champa and spoke slowly. No wonder you possess such confidence. It appears your strength is indeed formidable. It seems I have underestimated you. Champa regarded Gu Xuan. Although this force was not particularly overwhelming for him, the magnitude of the enhancement left him utterly astonished. Gu Xuan, do not hesitate in any way. Unleash your full power, and if possible, inflict some injury upon that fellow Champa. Beerus interjected with palpable excitement. While the gods of destruction are forbidden from battling one another, that does not preclude him from allowing others to engage. Rest assured, I shall hold nothing back in this fight. Gu Xuan nodded in response to Beerus. In truth, Gu Xuan was quite invested in this battle, for his opponent was not particularly powerful among the gods of destruction. Although he acknowledged the impossibility of defeating a god, his current state, combined with a few hidden cards, made it feasible to inflict damage upon a god. It seems you possess an abundance of self-confidence. If that is the case, allow me to witness what has instilled such confidence within you. Champa's gaze flickered, revealing a fierce intent as he fixed his eyes on Gu Xuan. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan dashed out, instantly approaching Champa seek death. Champa scoffed coldly. Previously, when dealing with Hit, although Champa harbored murderous intent, it was more a form of training than anything else. Yet, such a method of training was undeniably cruel. After all, he was still a member of the sixth universe. If one could endure it, then all would be well. However, if one could not withstand the pressure, the situation would become dire. Death would be just death. Yet, at this moment, he was confronted by Goku, the strongest of the seventh universe. While he might have considered showing mercy to Hit out of regret, the scenario was entirely different when facing Goku. As a prodigy from another universe, Champa deemed the most effective solution to be annihilation. As Gu Xuan was but an inch away from Champa, a sudden burst of purple radiance erupted forth. This violet glow traveled with astonishing swiftness, closing the distance to Gu Xuan in an instant. Under the influence of this resplendent light, Gu Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he immediately sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. Fist of the Killing God. At the critical moment, Gu Xuan acted without the slightest hesitation, delivering a powerful punch directly towards Champa. With a resounding boom, an overwhelming force converged from all directions, instantaneously forming a colossal fist before him. The fist of the god of death manifested with formidable presence. Following its emergence, it swiftly descended upon Champa. With a resounding bang, the god of death's fist made contact with the exterior of Champa's body. It was at that precise moment, 2 inches from Champa, that a surge of violet energy erupted and coalesced. This energy, under intense concentration, collided directly with the god of death's formidable punch. A series of deafening booms echoed through the air, while the resulting shockwaves swept across all directions, causing the very fabric of this space to tremble incessantly. I had presumed your strength to be formidable, yet it appears you are merely of this caliber, which truly disappoints me. Champa's voice resonated, and following these words, his right hand rose sharply, pointing fiercely at Gu Xuan. With a single gesture, a tempest of chaos erupted, colliding with the formidable force of the god of death's fist. Despite its immense power and the unfathomable terror it wielded, the god of death's fist faltered under the weight of Champa's approaching finger, shattering in an instant. As the fist disintegrated, Gu Xuan's body trembled violently as he was struck by the tremendous force of Champa's fingertip, which surged into him. The sheer intensity of this power caused Gu Xuan to stagger back involuntarily, though he managed to limit his retreat to a single step. Regaining his composure, he clenched his fists tightly, letting out a low growl as he bravely endured the excruciating pain coursing through him. This agony transformed into a wellspring of strength, which he channeled into his fist, and with a powerful strike, he launched a fierce counterattack. Bang! This was something even Champa had not anticipated. He did not expect Gu Xuan to withstand the force of his strike, merely taking a single step back. To be candid, although Gu Xuan possessed formidable strength, Champa had not approached their battle with utmost seriousness. To him, the act of slaying a mere human required little effort. It could be accomplished with casual ease. However, Gu Xuan's power exceeded Champa's expectations. Despite the protective energy surrounding him, in this moment of fury, Gu Xuan unleashed an unimaginable force with his punch. Under the weight of this power, even the external defenses that enveloped him proved futile and utterly incapable of withstanding it. With a resounding crash, the protective barrier surrounding Champa shattered. Following its collapse, Gu Xuan's fist struck directly upon Champa's body. Bang! Nevertheless, despite this, an unimaginable chasm remained between the strengths of the two individuals. Although his fist made contact with Champa, the force behind it was significantly diminished by the energy shield, failing to even rattle Champa in the slightest, let alone inflict any harm upon him. Thus, after this punch was delivered, Champa remained unfazed. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan's attack did not inflict any harm upon Champa. Instead, following the descent of his punch, Champa seized the opportunity. In an instant, Champa's right hand struck towards Gu Xuan with astonishing speed. However, just as Champa's fist was about to make contact, Gu Xuan's figure inexplicably vanished. He employed instantaneous movement once more to evade Champa's assault. Is evasion all you can do? Champa cast a glance at Gu Xuan. My strength pales in comparison to yours. If I do not flee, am I not merely awaiting my demise? Gu Xuan chuckled softly. Despite his current predicament and the apparent disadvantage he faced, he remained unfazed. He had yet to unveil numerous tactics, thus he did not feel pressed for time. After all, engaging in battle with a god of destruction presented a rare opportunity. Although Champa had not exerted his full strength, he had unleashed at least half of his power. A stark contrast to Beerus. Unlike Beerus, who would not display such a contemptuous and somewhat exasperated expression when confronting him, Champa's frustration was evident. This was clearly a result of Gu Xuan's repeated evasion of his attacks. However, if Champa believed he could vanquish Gu Xuan with such limited power, it was evidently an implausible notion. At least, that was Gu Xuan's conviction. Meanwhile, Beerus, Whis, and Bardos observed the battle in silence. Even they sensed that if Champa continued to hold back, he would only suffer greater defeats at Gu Xuan's hands. Beerus maintained an expression of amusement, eagerly anticipating Champa's missteps against Gu Xuan. Nevertheless, he remained attentive to Gu Xuan's development. Gu Xuan's strength had considerably advanced. Beerus noted the contrast between Gu Xuan's previous naivety and weakness during their last encounter and his current display of composure in battling Champa. He adeptly navigated the unique challenges presented, a skill he had evidently honed over time. This level of proficiency was not attained overnight. Although Beerus was unaware of the specifics, he surmised that Gu Xuan must have devoted considerable effort to his training over the past year. This individual possessed commendable strength, having reached an impressive level within the realm of humanity. Bardos observed Gu Xuan for a moment before addressing Whis and Beerus. However, his power remains confined to the human tier. When compared to a god of destruction, a noticeable gap still exists. Bardos gazed at Gu Xuan and offered her assessment once more. To an angel, Gu Xuan's strength did not stand out particularly. It could merely be considered average. In fact, it lacked the surprise that she experienced from Hitter's explosive power at the last moment. Nevertheless, the fact that a mere human could attain such a level solely through personal cultivation did leave Bardos somewhat astonished. Moreover, as Gu Xuan was the strongest human she had encountered, she found herself paying him a bit more attention, perhaps out of curiosity. With a graceful lift of his right hand, Champa summoned streams of violet light that coalesced around him. These luminous beams emerged from the surroundings, gradually gathering at his fingertips to form a luminous orb. Although this orb had yet to take a distinct shape, it was imbued with an unfathomable and terrifying force. I acknowledge your formidable strength. Champa's voice resonated calmly after the irregular orb materialized, but I wonder how you shall contend with my energy this time. With a subtle movement of his finger, the orb detached and surged forth. With a swift whoosh, the luminous orb surged forth, racing directly towards Gu Xuan. Yet again, this phenomenon. Observing the approaching sphere, Gu Xuan felt a twinge of exasperation. It seemed that many deities of destruction had a penchant for this particular display. Nevertheless, despite his irritation, he could not afford to underestimate the power contained within this orb. After all, it was energy wielded by a god of destruction. Any negligence could lead to dire consequences, far beyond what one might easily endure. Since you are so concerned about me, I cannot be remiss in offering a response. As the saying goes, it is impolite to receive without giving in return. With these words, Gu Xuan launched himself forward with determination. With a resounding thud, without the manifestation of any particular technique, Gu Xuan's body surged directly toward the approaching irregular mass of light. What? Beerus was taken aback by this scene, somewhat perplexed as to why Gu Xuan would choose to act in such a manner. He was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Gu Xuan, unable to comprehend how Gu Xuan would choose to confront the situation in such a manner. What could he possibly be planning? Could it be that Champa was also left speechless, bewildered by Gu Xuan's unconventional approach to combat? Was he truly oblivious to the fact that this was a force unique to the god of destruction, capable of annihilating all that exists? It appeared rather intriguing. Thanos, too, paused for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile, her gaze towards Gu Xuan now tinged with heightened curiosity. In that fleeting moment, as all eyes were fixated on the scene, Gu Xuan's body collided with the irregular orb of light. At the instant of impact, a resounding roar echoed forth. A tempest surged, and thick smoke billowed, obscuring all vision. What has become of him? A question stirred within Beerus's mind. Surely he hasn't perished? Champa, gazing into the rising haze, could not help but voice his doubts. If Gu Xuan were to meet his demise in such a manner, he would indeed deserve it, having to bear the consequences of his own recklessness. Yet, he appears unscathed? was cast a glance at the smoke, his interest piqued by Gu Xuan's resilience. Such an intriguing individual, indeed, thought Beerus to himself. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Gu Xuan's figure emerged, revealing that he bore not a single scratch from the forceful impact with Xiangpa's irregular light. Remarkably unharmed. Heh, Lord Xiangpa. I would not wish for you to show any mercy, Gu Xuan remarked with a smile directed at Xiangpa. Noise, exclaimed Champa with a cold huff. Though it was indeed true, as Goku had mentioned, that he had not exerted his full strength. To him, being a god of destruction, the idea of needing to use all his might against a mere human would be utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, he was aware of Beerus's presence. If Beerus were genuinely resolute in protecting Goku, Champa could not take any drastic measures against him. At the very least, he could not kill Goku. The notion of a god of destruction employing his full power yet failing to eliminate a human would undoubtedly provoke laughter among his peers. However, if he refrained from utilizing his full strength, the situation would be entirely different. He could claim he was merely training another. Ultimately, the priority remained his own pride. For there are few things that truly concern a god of destruction, and his reputation holds immense significance. If you do not unleash your full power, perhaps you will find it impossible to defeat me, Goku continued, his smile unwavering. Thus far, Champa's reactions had not aligned with his expectations. He desired to face a Champa who would unleash his full strength, rather than one burdened with hesitation and reluctance to enact real harm. Rest assured, you shall have neither the opportunity to escape nor prevail today. Although Champa understood that he might genuinely be unable to do anything to Goku today, he could not forego the verbal intimidation. Of course, Champa was acutely aware that Goku would remain unfazed by his threats. Yet, whether one cares or not is of little consequence. At the very least, he needed an outlet for his emotions. Lord Champa, allow me to demonstrate my power next, Goku declared. Though it is my first time unleashing it, the impact should not disappoint you. It may even astonish you. With that, Goku's gaze towards Champa grew resolute. Boom. As the words fell, Gu Xuan's power erupted in full force, with no reservations remaining. Let me see, I hope it will astonish me. Champa took an interest in Gu Xuan, watching him intently as he slowly spoke. This fellow truly possesses an extraordinary array of skills. Perhaps this time, we shall witness something remarkable. Beerus also looked on with anticipation. While observing battles is enjoyable, prolonged watching can become tedious, especially for someone like Beerus, whose hands itched to join the fray. However, this thought was swiftly suppressed. Yet, deep within, Beerus had already resolved that upon returning from the 6th universe, he would engage Gu Xuan in battle once more. Your Super Saiyan 4 must possess more than just this modicum of power. Unleash your utmost strength for me to behold. Champa gazed at Gu Xuan and spoke. Of course, I shall now demonstrate to you the full power of Super Saiyan 4. Gu Xuan regarded Champa, confidence evident in his expression. Let us not squander time. It is rather embarrassing to waste so long with a mere human. Champa's gaze flickered as he spoke. The overwhelming power of Super Saiyan 4 emanated from Gu Xuan, reverberating through the air. With a swift motion of his right hand, 9 Gu Xuans materialized around him, 8 duplicates along with the original, showcasing Gu Xuan's ultimate technique. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Champa, clearly aware of this, did not appear overly concerned upon witnessing the 8 doppelgangers. After all, in the eyes of a god of destruction, such duplicates were often deemed rather futile. They not only failed to enhance one's strength but also diluted it, rendering the endeavor a net loss. However, while Champa understood that most doppelgangers functioned in this manner, he believed that Gu Xuan must possess an understanding far beyond the ordinary. Could it be that his duplicates held some unique characteristics? Champa pondered. Lord Champa, my most powerful strike is upon you, declared all 9 Gu Xuans in unison, their gazes fixed intently upon Champa. Unlike typical doppelgangers, each of Gu Xuan's manifestations, although not as potent as the original, wielded over 70% of his strength. The most remarkable aspect of these duplicates was their ability to channel the full force of Gu Xuan's attack. In essence, rather than merely being 8 separate entities, they represented 8 manifestations, each poised to unleash an unparalleled strike at a moment's notice. Tenfold. At this moment, the 9 ancient sages spoke in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, uttering the identical phrase. The turtle, send, breath. A harmonious and synchronized voice resonated from the mouths of the 9 ancient sages, and instantly, a sphere of light manifested in each of their hands. Though modest in size, this luminous orb harbored an unfathomable and formidable power. Particularly when wielded simultaneously by the 9 sages, it caused the surrounding atmosphere to descend into chaos. "Quite intriguing," exclaimed Champa, his eyes lighting up at the scene before him. Though merely a projection, the power he wielded was hardly inferior to that of his true self. "It appears you possess some skill after all," Champa remarked with a smile. He raised his right hand and waved it, instantly condensing a rich violet radiance. This violet light was so intense that, upon its emergence, it erupted from Xiangpa's form, spreading wildly in all directions before coalescing into a sphere of energy measuring 3 zhang in diameter. "Gu Xuan, this is my full force. If you can withstand this strike, then today's matters will be resolved. Out of respect for Beerus, I grant you the chance to depart the 6th universe alive. However, should you fail, there will be no tomorrow for you, for beneath this power, your demise is certain." Xiangpa's voice resonated slowly. His words were not intended for Gu Xuan. He cared little for Gu Xuan's thoughts. The true message was directed at Beerus. The implication was crystal clear. Should Beerus doubt Gu Xuan's capabilities, he should intervene himself. Beerus understood Xiangpa's intent, yet after a brief hesitation, he chose to remain seated, observing Gu Xuan. "Gu Xuan, I am aware of your formidable strength, and that you have yet to reveal all your abilities. Regardless of your methods, do not tarnish the reputation of the 7th universe," Beerus stated calmly. Gu Xuan remained silent. Casting a glance at Beerus before nodding in acknowledgment, Champa bellowed, and in an instant, a colossal purple energy sphere, 3 meters in diameter, erupted forth, hurtling towards Gu Xuan's 8 avatars as well as his true form. As the purple sphere approached, a smile graced Gu Xuan's lips. "This is the moment I have been waiting for," Gu Xuan murmured within his heart. With a resounding wave, the 9 ancient Xians simultaneously uttered this final word. As the last syllable echoed in the air, they all thrust their hands forward with great force. 9 colossal Kamehameha waves surged forth, propelled by an unimaginable force, hurtling directly toward the 3-foot luminous sphere of Champa. Among these 9 waves, one stood out as particularly formidable, while the remaining 8 were comparatively feeble. Upon their release, the 9 Kamehameha waves collided with Champa's energy sphere. The moment they made contact, the waves began to diminish in strength. Particularly, the 8 waves conjured by the doppelganger appeared utterly insignificant against Champa's 3-foot energy. A low growl resonated as 8 clones simultaneously unleashed their voices. Concurrently, the forms of the 8 clones dissipated instantaneously, merging seamlessly with the energy of the Kamehameha wave, thereby amplifying its potency tenfold. In fact, once the 8 clones vanished entirely, the might of the 8 tenfold Kamehameha waves nearly equaled that of the formidable force unleashed by Gu Xuan. "Break it!" Gu Xuan shouted fiercely. 9 beams of tenfold Kamehameha energy erupted with unparalleled strength, attempting to forcefully obliterate Xiangpa's 3-meter energy sphere. The sound of violent explosions echoed incessantly. In merely a fleeting moment, 3 of the 9 beams collapsed, yet Xiangpa's 3-meter energy remained only slightly dimmed. The terrifying power contained within it was still immensely formidable. Has the power of the destroyer truly reached such a terrifying level? Gu Xuan was taken aback. "I refuse to believe that I cannot shatter this trifling energy." Gu Xuan growled lowly, eyes filled with determination, as he exerted all his strength to attempt to dismantle Xiangpa's 3-meter energy. At this moment, Gu Xuan's heart was tumultuous. For only by confronting this energy sphere could he truly grasp its horrifying might. Such power, capable of annihilating everything, was ultimately beyond his reach. Is this truly my limit? Gu Xuan's heart brimmed with reluctance. This outcome was far from what he desired. Losing was not fearsome, but failing to achieve his intended result was something Gu Xuan was unwilling to accept. He believed he should be capable of destroying Xiangpa's 3-meter luminous sphere. However, he had not anticipated that this seemingly unassuming sphere harbored such dreadful power, especially with 3 of his 9 tenfold Kamehameha beams already disintegrated beneath the 3-meter purple sphere. Only 2 remained. Meanwhile, Xiangpa's 3-meter purple energy still exuded an unimaginable ferocity. Gu Xuan understood clearly that under the current circumstances, once his tenfold Kamehameha beams were entirely obliterated, he would be utterly incapable of destroying Xiangpa's 3-meter purple sphere. Although he had trump cards left, Gu Xuan hesitated to employ them unless absolutely necessary, for revealing all of his capabilities was not in his nature. Break it. He relinquished the notion of employing the king's fist. Instead, he resolved to confront the challenge with the strength he currently possessed. With a resounding roar, Gu Xuan channeled all his energy into his hands, fervently condensing it as he surged towards the three-zhong purple energy. I refuse to believe that my strength cannot shatter this formidable force. Even if it is unleashed by a god of destruction, I am determined to obliterate it. A resolute glint shone in Gu Xuan's eyes. Subsequently, the energy between his hands intensified as he summoned nearly all his strength in this moment, solely to annihilate the purple energy of Champa. With a resounding boom, he unleashed the full extent of his power, engaging in a relentless struggle against the three-zhong energy. In just a fleeting moment, Gu Xuan sensed that his strength was insufficient, though the three-zhong purple energy had yet to descend. The terrifying force emanating from it imposed immense pressure upon Gu Xuan. It was a presence that he felt utterly powerless to resist, no matter how hard he exerted himself. A fierce roar erupted from the lips of Gu Xuan. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled as Gu Xuan's formidable strength fused once more into the tenfold Kamehameha, propelled by his deep-seated resentment. Yet, it proved futile. Ultimately, it was merely a manifestation of human potential, and even mastery within the realm of the divine felt somewhat inadequate. Champa slowly began to speak, his expression remaining eerily calm. Truth be told, Gu Xuan's prowess astonished Champa, yet his words dripped with disdain. For he sought to utterly demoralize Gu Xuan, to impart the harsh lesson of what it meant to oppose a destroyer god. Gu Xuan's eyes blazed crimson. In that moment, he could scarcely heed Champa's taunts, pouring every ounce of his strength into the struggle against his formidable adversary. Though Gu Xuan had exerted every ounce of his strength, despite unleashing all of his power, the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. Under the formidable might of the three-zhong purple energy from Champa, the tenfold Kamehameha ultimately succumbed, its energy obliterated entirely. However, at the very moment of this collapse, as Beerus's gaze sharpened with intent to intervene and save Gu Xuan, an immense force unexpectedly erupted from Gu Xuan's being, causing Beerus to halt in his tracks. A furious roar erupted, reverberating through the air. With that thunderous cry, the very heavens and earth were immediately shrouded in darkness. Bolts of lightning flickered across the sky, seemingly expressing the pent-up emotions of the ancient Xian. This sudden transformation left both Beerus and Champa momentarily stunned. A resounding roar echoed, intermingled with the distant rumble of thunder, as Gu Xuan's cries grew increasingly frenzied. The phenomena of the world became ever more terrifying. What has transpired? Champa's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively raising his gaze toward the heavens. Even with his formidable strength, he felt a shiver run down his spine at that moment, sensing an ominous foreboding. How is that possible? Beerus was momentarily taken aback, but his expression swiftly transformed. Boom. At this moment, Gu Xuan's aura surged dramatically, from a power of 1.5 million to 2 million, then 3 million and 4 million. In an instant, Gu Xuan's strength skyrocketed from 1.5 million to 90 quintillion, and once again, tranquility enveloped the world. Gu Xuan stood there, surrounded by a flickering aura. What had transpired? Champa and Beerus gazed at Gu Xuan. Despite Gu Xuan's appearance remaining unchanged, still transformed into a fully powered Super Saiyan 4, his aura was now profoundly different from before. If Gu Xuan had previously appeared merely powerful, not enough to capture the attention of a god of destruction like Champa, now he emanated an unfathomable presence. It was not only humans who felt this. Even gods of destruction like Champa and Beerus sensed it. Gu Xuan's eyes were closed, and his imposing figure exuded immense pressure, especially his aura, which was steeped in an enigmatic quality. The three-zhong purple energy that Champa had previously unleashed was forcefully shattered by Gu Xuan's overwhelming power. Are you Gu Xuan? Beerus asked, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. Even he found it hard to comprehend. A piercing gaze erupted from Gu Xuan's opened eyes as the sudden lightning in the sky slowly dissipated, as if nothing had ever occurred. I am Gu Xuan. A calm voice emanated from him, yet beneath that tranquility lay an essence that startled even the gods of destruction. Although it was merely a feeling, it was strikingly palpable. At that moment, both Beerus and Champa wore grave expressions, acutely aware of this powerful aura. Regardless of what has transpired within you, our battle is far from over, Champa declared coldly, unwilling to relent. Even with Gu Xuan's sudden surge in strength, he felt no fear. As his words echoed, Champa lunged forward, charging directly at Gu Xuan, raising his right hand to point. A brilliant purple beam surged forth, racing towards Gu Xuan with an astonishing speed. In the past, faced with such a rapid assault, Gu Xuan would have found it nearly impossible to evade. Even with all his might, his own speed simply would not suffice. After all, this was an attack from a god of destruction, one that allowed no room for carelessness. Yet that was a time long gone. Back then, Gu Xuan had not undergone that peculiar transformation. His strength was merely at the limits of humanity, far from being the most formidable among them. During that era, although he could barely contend with the god of destruction, he was unable to gain the upper hand, often finding himself toyed with. There were rare instances when he managed to injure weaker gods of destruction like Champa, but those were mere accidents, occurring with minimal probability. It is not an exaggeration to state that in previous battles, Gu Xuan was often subjected to mockery and manipulation, perhaps for the gods of destruction. Battling Gu Xuan was merely a source of amusement. Gu Xuan was acutely aware of this, despite his desire to change. He recognized that his power was insufficient to effect such a transformation. However, in the face of Xiangpa's impending attack, the transformed Gu Xuan displayed no sign of concern. Although the purple energy still approached at a formidable speed, it was now within the realm of the acceptable for Gu Xuan. In fact, the velocity of Xiangpa's assault seemed less exaggerated compared to before. He regarded the oncoming attack with an air of tranquility. While this all might appear to unfold slowly, it was, in reality, a mere instant. A smile broke across Xiangpa's face, for the energy at his fingertips was now less than 7 inches from Gu Xuan. At such a proximity, evasion appeared impossible given Gu Xuan's current strength. Yet, just as that smile began to form, it abruptly ceased. Gu Xuan lifted his right foot and stepped to the left, simultaneously turning his body slightly. Such a simple maneuver, yet upon its execution, Xiangpa's energy streaked harmlessly past Gu Xuan. A tempest erupted with a thunderous roar. The energy from his fingertips descended upon the distant ground. In an instant, the earth crumbled relentlessly, the energy erupting with a tremendous force, obliterating the terrain inch by inch, leaving behind only a colossal pit. This occurred even as Xiangpa had only just managed to rein in his power. Amidst the resounding crash, Gu Xuan's previous actions appeared utterly astonishing to him. Could it be? In a moment of instinct, Beerus contemplated a possibility. However, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he shook his head. It was implausible. It must merely be a coincidence. Despite his skepticism, Beerus clung to this belief, for in his mind, only the notion of coincidence could adequately explain Gu Xuan's previous mimicking of movements. Coincidence. This had to be mere happenstance. Otherwise, there was no way one could evade his attack. Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback. Gu Xuan's movements had been so simplistic, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Yet, in such a nonchalant manner, he had successfully dodged Xiangpa's strike. A coincidence? If you deem this to be mere chance, then I challenge you to try again. Gu Xuan spoke to Xiangpa with an air of calmness. To be frank, Gu Xuan was not entirely familiar with his newfound power. The strange enhancement had left him somewhat bewildered, and even now, he struggled to comprehend what had transpired. However, as time passed, he began to piece together the reasons behind his earlier increase in strength. Even if you remain silent, I will undoubtedly make another attempt. If you can once again evade my attack unscathed, then we can confront the notion that it was not mere coincidence. Xiangpa gazed at Gu Xuan with a frigid stare. Gu Xuan silently met his gaze, remaining still as he awaited Xiangpa's second strike. As for the terrifying power of the god of destruction that had once instilled fear in him, Gu Xuan now perceived it as nothing more than this level of intensity. With a resounding thud, Xiangpa raised a finger. Beneath this solitary digit, a multitude of violet energy manifested in the heavens. 1-2. In an instant, the sky was adorned with hundreds of violet orbs. Though each orb appeared diminutive, their sheer quantity was staggering. In total, there were 999 energy spheres. If one could evade them all, it would signify that previous events were no mere coincidence. Xiangpa regarded Gu Xuan, a glint of frost in his gaze. This assault bore no resemblance to the previous one. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In that fleeting moment, 999 energy spheres surged towards Gu Xuan simultaneously, each radiating an astonishing power. The sheer volume was overwhelming, especially as they descended upon Gu Xuan all at once, filling the sky with an impenetrable array, leaving no room for escape. For an ordinary individual, evading such a multitude of energy would indeed pose an insurmountable challenge. However, for Gu Xuan in his current state, it was hardly a formidable task. He gazed up at the dense cluster of energy spheres, formed from the concentrated might of the god of destruction, their destructive potential palpable. Without flinching or attempting to evade as Xiangpa suggested, Gu Xuan stood resolute. After all, there are countless paths to resolution, and one need not adhere strictly to Xiangpa's directives. Moreover, Xiangpa lacked the standing to dictate Gu Xuan's actions. Shall we avoid it? Gu Xuan gazed at the energy sphere, murmuring softly before shaking his head. I have no interest in it. However, I can opt for an alternative approach. Gu Xuan spoke quietly, yet his words were captured by Xiangpa's attentive ears. What method? Xiangpa was taken aback. My name is Gu Xuan. A fact you should already be aware of. However, I possess another name, one that I have only recently acquired. This name is none other than the god of Super Saiyans. Gu Xuan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly for all present to hear. What? Upon hearing that name, Beerus suddenly narrowed his gaze, casting a meaningful glance at Gu Xuan. Gradually, Gu Xuan's figure began to overlap with the one he had envisioned in his dreams. Super Saiyan God. Is that a title you have bestowed upon yourself? Champa spoke nonchalantly, clearly treating Gu Xuan's name as a jest. A Super Saiyan God, indeed. How dare a mere human proclaim himself a deity in my presence? Champa showed no restraint, bursting into laughter as if his amusement was intended solely for Gu Xuan. In response to Champa's merciless mockery, Gu Xuan felt no need to offer an explanation. After all, even he found the notion somewhat absurd, let alone others. You may think as you wish. Gu Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Observing the approaching 999 purple energies, his expression remained calm and unconcerned. He slowly raised his right hand, and with a resounding crash, a terrifying tempest erupted forth. Initially, it was unremarkable, yet within merely 3 breaths, it transformed into a raging gale. In an instant, the ferocious wind rampaged wildly, enveloping all energy within its grasp. Boom, boom, boom. Beneath the howling winds, a series of thunderous roars erupted from within. In an instant, the 999 purple energies unleashed by Xiangpa were completely obliterated. As these energies shattered, the surrounding atmospheric essence descended into utter chaos, a consequence of the residual power of the god of destruction. The might of the god of destruction was, after all, not as exaggerated as one might presume. Once the energies had been fully dissipated, a calm voice emerged from Gu Xuan's lips. As the storm subsided, Gu Xuan remained steadfast in his position, untouched and unscathed. Xiangpa stood in stunned silence. Had an ordinary person uttered such words, it would undoubtedly have elicited a fierce blow from Xiangpa. However, at this moment, Gu Xuan exuded an undeniable confidence. This left Xiangpa utterly bewildered, his gaze towards Gu Xuan filled with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a mere human could so effortlessly dismantle his energy. Such an occurrence had been nearly inconceivable until now. Yet this improbable event was unfolding before his very eyes, and what was being destroyed was his own power. This realization left Xiangpa feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Could it truly be that his 999 energies were so easily vanquished? Beerus also displayed a look of shock, taking considerable time to regain his composure as he regarded Gu Xuan with the eyes of one who beheld a monster, brimming with incredulity. Although Xiangpa was significantly weaker than Beerus, it did not imply that anyone could effortlessly dismantle an attack imbued with the essence of destruction. How fascinating it was that such a feat was accomplished so easily. What level of growth had he attained? Wish stroked his chin, voicing his thoughts. Clearly captivated by Gu Xuan's sudden surge in strength, the ability to effortlessly dismantle Lord Xiangpa's power indicated that he was indeed remarkable. Beerus looked at Gu Xuan with a smile, his interest in him intensifying. Gu Xuan's expression remained serene, as if his earlier actions were mere trifles, inconsequential in his eyes. How did you accomplish this? Xiangpa finally asked, voicing his greatest concern. If he could not unravel this mystery, he would undoubtedly be restless. How did I achieve it? Gu Xuan echoed, then shook his head, seemingly disinterested in addressing the inquiry. This is something that hardly requires explanation, for you should already possess a clear understanding. Gu Xuan maintained his composed demeanor as he spoke to Xiangpa. What? Xiangpa was taken aback for a moment, but he quickly comprehended the situation. With a swift motion, Xiangpa materialized before Gu Xuan, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever, and with a raised right hand, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, a fist imbued with immense power struck Gu Xuan's body. Under the weight of this force, Gu Xuan merely staggered back 3 steps. Just 3 steps. Even after the third, he remained steadfast. He raised his right hand and gently patted his body. The god of destruction appeared to be nothing remarkable. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Champa? Gu Xuan gazed at Champa, lowering his hand in the process. The more he displayed this nonchalance, the more it incited Champa's fury. You seek your own demise. The might of the god of destruction is beyond your comprehension. Although your strength has inexplicably surged, it remains exceedingly easy for a god of destruction to eliminate you. While I harbor disdain for Beerus, he is indeed a god of destruction, and thus deserves a modicum of respect. Consequently, I have refrained from unleashing my true power until now. However, given your audacity and reckless pursuit of death, I shall grant you that wish. Champa spoke slowly, his eyes glinting with malice. As for his earlier claim of not having exerted full strength in previous battles, the truth of that statement remained ambiguous, known only to him. Beerus, I trust you will not contest my decision, correct? Champa regarded Beerus as he spoke. Rest assured, my lord Beerus, I shall not falter. Moreover, I yearn to witness the true power of a god of destruction. Gu Xuan, too, looked towards Beerus, choosing to voice his thoughts. Settle your own affairs without involving me. After a moment's hesitation, Beerus replied, indicating his intent to allow Champa and Gu Xuan to engage in their true duel, irrespective of the outcome, without intervention. Thank you. Lord Beerus. Gu Xuan expressed his gratitude towards Beerus. Should Beerus insist on intervening, facing two gods of destruction would leave Gu Xuan with no chance. However, with only Champa to contend with, Gu Xuan felt more than capable of handling the situation. The power of 90 billion was, to be frank, not a significant threat to Champa. Yet, Gu Xuan possessed more than just 90 billion in strength. Within him resided the realm of the gods. Furthermore, having recently broken through, his power was poised to increase further. Gu Xuan, prior to our decisive battle, I have a question I wish to pose to you, and I hope for an honest response. Champa did not strike immediately, but instead looked at Gu Xuan as he spoke. What question do you have? If I know the answer, I will surely divulge it. Gu Xuan nodded slightly, not intending to conceal his thoughts on the matter. I am curious to know why your strength has suddenly surged so significantly. With your current power, it should be impossible for me to feel any sense of astonishment. Yet, there is indeed a disquieting sensation that arises in your presence. If you possess the knowledge to answer this question, I would appreciate a thorough explanation. Champa gazed at Gu Xuan, posing the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Do you truly wish to know? After reflecting on Champa's words for a moment, Gu Xuan finally turned to him and spoke. Of course, responded Champa with a nod. Such occurrences seemed exceedingly peculiar to him, utterly implausible. Yet, at this moment, it was undeniably transpiring right before his eyes. To lack curiosity about such a phenomenon would be entirely disingenuous. Since you are so eager to know, I suppose I can share with you. Gu Xuan began to speak slowly. In this brief span, he had already discerned the reason behind his sudden surge in strength. Though this revelation left him both puzzled and perplexed, the only answer I can offer you consists of two words: blessings. Blessing? Champa was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Indeed, it was the blessing from the Saiyans, or more precisely, those who had long since perished in ancient epics. Yet, their formidable power lingered on through their blessings. The Saiyans were once immensely powerful, though the reasons behind their downfall remain shrouded in mystery. Although the Saiyans have departed from this world, their indomitable spirit of battle has been passed down through the ages. My sudden surge in strength is attributed to the ancient Saiyans' blessing. They imparted to me that the mightiest beings in this world are not deities but rather the Saiyans themselves. Even in the face of destruction, one must strive to conquer. This embodies the essence of the Saiyan spirit and the significance of their blessing upon me. Gu Xuan spoke, acknowledging the peculiarity of the situation, yet recognizing it as a truth. In this moment, under their blessing, I have completed my ancestral return and emerged as a true deity among the Saiyan lineage. This means that I now stand as a god, akin to you all, and this state differs from the divine realm I attained through my own efforts. The latter merely allowed me to reach divinity without truly crossing into it. Yet now, under their blessing, I stand as the god of Saiyans. Gu Xuan's voice was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any ripples of doubt, and even he found it hard to believe his own words. Nevertheless, regardless of belief, the reality stands, even if it sounds somewhat absurd. Though unsure of the veracity of his claims, Champa chose to accept this as an explanation, for no other plausible rationale existed. As the conversation reached its conclusion, Champa's gaze sharpened, an aura of cold determination enveloping him. Let us begin. I cannot sustain this level of power for long. A swift resolution is imperative. Gu Xuan mirrored Champa's intensity, their eyes gleaming with resolve. In unison, their figures moved, as if they had silently agreed upon this course of action. Bang! In the instant their figures collided, the two individuals met with a forceful impact. In the wake of this encounter, a resounding roar echoed forth, resonating endlessly. Bang! 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 In an instant, the figures of Gu Xuan and Champa flickered with astonishing speed. One moment they were 100 meters apart, and the next, they had traversed an unimaginable distance. Reaching the limits of velocity, it could be said that they moved from one end to the other in the blink of an eye. Wherever they went, the surroundings could hardly withstand the force of their presence, shattering into fragments. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of their clashes. Each roar a testament to the sheer might unleashed by both combatants. Such a level of confrontation was the very essence of true battle, compared to the previous playful skirmishes. The clash between Gu Xuan and Champa could only be described as fierce. In mere moments, they had exchanged hundreds of blows. Their powers were immensely formidable. One wielded the might of a god of destruction, while the other was blessed by the ancient Saiyans, endowed with even greater strength as a Super Saiyan god. At this moment, both were evenly matched, their capabilities indistinguishable. Gu Xuan genuinely grasped the meaning of true power. Unlike his previous encounter with the god of destruction, where he could not compel his opponent to exert more strength despite pushing to his limits, the situation had radically changed now. He could genuinely provoke his adversary to fight without reservation. It was astonishing how much his strength had surged in such a short time. If this continued, perhaps he could indeed transcend the god of destruction with the prowess of a mere human. Were there such beings in other universes? Might today herald the emergence of one in the 7th universe? Beerus observed Gu Xuan, murmuring to himself, his gaze narrowing slightly. Although Gu Xuan's strength amazed him, the rapidity of his improvement was somewhat exaggerated. Logically, he should be pleased to have such a powerful entity in his universe. Yet at that moment, Beerus felt anything but joy. Rather, a sense of unease crept in. His growth was undeniably swift, but the nature of the ancient Saiyan blessing remained uncertain. Would it endure? If so, Whis slowly began to speak, seemingly deep in thought. As an angel, there were few things capable of astonishing him. Yet, he could not deny that there was something about Gu Xuan that even he found inscrutable. Vados, with her captivating gaze, regarded Gu Xuan with a peculiar interest. Much like Whis, her fascination with Gu Xuan deepened, though she perhaps remained unaware of how profoundly intrigued she had become by a mere human. Ha! Exhilarating. Champa bellowed, unleashing a tremendous punch that reverberated through the heavens, a colossal fist manifesting at an astonishing speed, racing toward Gu Xuan with immense force. Roar. Gu Xuan bellowed, raising his right hand immediately. Subsequently, a luminous orb materialized, brimming with terrifying energy. As this orb emerged, an immense force erupted forth, instantly unleashing a surge of energy that collided with the colossal shadow of Xiangpan's fist. A resounding roar erupted, as two formidable forces clashed violently, ultimately collapsing simultaneously. A fierce tempest of residual energy surged forth, sweeping across the surroundings and extending its reach to infinity after the two assaults disintegrated. At this moment, even the entire realm of destruction reverberated with a continuous rumble, as if it were on the brink of collapse. The intensity of their collision was astonishingly fierce. The terrifying tempest erupted, spreading wildly in all directions, nearly engulfing the entirety of the realm of destruction. Beneath the roar of the storm, the ground of this domain was marred by deep fissures, and the very fabric of the heavens bore the scars of relentless collisions. Yet, amidst such devastation, the two figures, Gu Xuan and Champa, hovered in the air, seemingly unfazed by the tempest that had just passed. They bore no injuries, having chosen to disregard the chaos around them. It has been far too long since I felt such exhilaration. Your strength is indeed formidable, ranking among the elite of humanity. Alas, you hail from the 7th universe. Were you to reside in my 6th universe, I would surely designate you as the successor to the role of destroyer. Champa regarded Gu Xuan intently, suggesting, have you ever contemplated departing from the 7th universe to join me in the 6th? Should you choose to come, you would stand beneath me, yet could also be regarded as my equal. Even the Supreme Kai would show you deference. Champa spoke slowly, his tone imbued with earnestness. I have no interest. Gu Xuan shook his head, firmly rejecting the somewhat ill-intentioned request from Champa. He was well aware that if he were to acquiesce to Champa's demands, it would likely incite the wrath of Beerus, and he had no desire for such an outcome. How boring. Champa sighed, realizing that if Gu Xuan had indeed agreed, it would have been beneficial, albeit only for him. Since you are so unappreciative, I shall demonstrate to you the true power of a god of destruction. The reason a god of destruction can reign supreme in their respective universes is not merely due to their strength, but rather a unique ability. You are the first to inspire me to exhibit this ability, and for that, you may take pride. However, beneath this overwhelming force, you will encounter an unprecedented sense of despair. Champa's voice resonated slowly, imbued with an unwavering and undeniable resolve. I eagerly await this encounter. I hope I can withstand it. Gu Xuan exhibited no semblance of fear, instead revealing an expression of excitement. For him, this was equally a challenge he had long anticipated. Just how formidable is the true power of a god of destruction? Previously, when contending with Beerus, he felt unworthy of such power. Now, he would finally have the opportunity to experience it at the hands of Champa. Destruction. Xiangpa roared, and instantly, a deep violet energy materialized. This was the manifestation of my power at 50%, its might potent enough to obliterate all. Your strength, while formidable, would be utterly inadequate to withstand such annihilation. Xiangpa spoke with unwavering confidence, envisioning the scene of Gu Xuan's defeat. Would he succeed? As Xiangpa unleashed his destruction, Beerus, Whis, and Bardos simultaneously turned their gazes toward Gu Xuan. Although their powers surpassed his, they remained uncertain whether Gu Xuan could endure the impending devastation. After all, this was an ability exclusive to the god of destruction. The force of annihilation surged toward Gu Xuan with breathtaking speed, swiftly approaching his form. Beneath this force, a tremor-inducing power emanated, instilling a profound sense of existential peril within Gu Xuan, even with the blessing of the ancient Saiyans. Grant me more blessings. I shall ensure that the glory of the Saiyans resonates throughout the cosmos. Gu Xuan murmured within. In that moment, an aura, imperceptible to all but Gu Xuan, abruptly manifested within the realm of the god of destruction. It was merely a phantom, a specter that did not truly exist. The glory lost by the Saiyans since ancient times would, today, be reborn through my hands, Gu Xuan, propelling him to unprecedented heights. Gu Xuan cast a glance at the specter, a low growl escaping his lips. Roar. Gu Xuan clenched his fist with great fervor, and in that very moment, a colossal shadow appeared in the sky, visible only to his eyes, mimicking the same powerful gesture. From a distance, this immense specter mirrored Gu Xuan's movements perfectly, as if it were his very embodiment. With this singular punch, I shall shatter all barriers. With this singular punch, I shall obliterate everything. With this singular punch, I shall restore the glory of the Saiyans. Similarly, with this punch, I shall demolish your destruction and reveal who truly prevails. Gu Xuan gazed upon the impending force of destruction, feeling the immense power it harbored. With a resounding roar, Gu Xuan clenched his fist and propelled himself forward, charging directly towards the explosive surge of destructive energy. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan darted towards the approaching destructive energy, his figure resembling that of a moth drawn to a flame, as he surged towards the violet energy that flickered like fire. Was he truly courting his own demise? Perhaps not. At the moment Gu Xuan surged forward, the colossal phantom dissipated. Yet, this dissipation was not a true vanishing. Rather, it merged into Gu Xuan's being. More precisely, it fused into the clenched fist that he had raised high. Break it, Gu Xuan bellowed, as he unleashed a powerful punch forward when he was merely a yard away from the destructive energy. With a resounding roar, the heavens and earth transformed dramatically. A colossal black fist materialized, imbued with unimaginable power, striking fiercely towards the destructive energy. Boom. Although this all transpired slowly, it was, in truth, but a fleeting moment. The swiftness of it was merely a heartbeat's duration. As two energies collided, Gu Xuan concentrated all his might, channeling the formidable power of the ancient Saiyan in a single punch. Upon contacting the destructive energy, it instantaneously began to dissipate at an alarming rate. The potent force within was gradually melting away, obliterated by the unique power of the god of destruction. After all, in the face of destructive energy, all attacks are rendered futile. Even Gu Xuan's most formidable blow succumbed to this reality. It was a true embodiment of annihilation. Your resistance, in my eyes, is utterly in vain, devoid of any efficacy. To obliterate my destructive energy is an impossibility. Not only you, but even other beings of destruction would find it exceedingly challenging. Destructive energy cannot be annihilated, it can only be countered. This, I presume, is knowledge you have yet to grasp. Xiangpa regarded Gu Xuan, his expression tinged with pity. Gu Xuan was undeniably powerful, yet he had not reached a threshold that instilled dread in Xiangpa. Can destructive energy truly not be annihilated? Although I have heard whispers of such a notion, I find myself in disagreement. Any energy can be destroyed. Your claim of invincibility merely suggests that the level of destructive energy is exceedingly high, beyond the capacity of ordinary forces to obliterate. However, I am convinced that while destructive energy may be of a high tier, it is certainly not the highest. This implies that while commonplace powers may be incapable of dismantling destructive energy, alternative methods must exist. Gu Xuan's tone was remarkably calm. Are you implying that you have discovered another method? Xiangpa observed Gu Xuan's demeanor, evidently unfazed. No, but I am aware of an alternative approach. One that entails utilizing an even more potent force to achieve destruction. Gu Xuan's words exuded an unwavering confidence. Overestimating oneself, Xiangpa let out a cold snort. He was evidently accustomed to Gu Xuan's arrogance. Although such an attitude was far from commendable, Xiangpa did not harbor any disdain towards it. On the contrary, there were times when he found Gu Xuan's demeanor rather amusing. The air was filled with a resounding roar, a tumultuous sound reverberating through the atmosphere. While the ensuing shockwaves clashed and neutralized one another, you assert that a greater force can obliterate this destructive energy. Since you have made such a claim, I cannot deny you the opportunity. Allow me to witness the formidable power you speak of, capable of annihilating the destructive energy. Xiangpa gazed at Gu Xuan and spoke. Rest assured, this will be the final strike. After this blow, our battle shall come to a close. Gu Xuan replied calmly. With a resounding boom, an unimaginable force erupted from Gu Xuan following his declaration. This force was so potent that it seamlessly melded with the enormous black fist. It is noteworthy that the shadowy fist already possessed an incomprehensible and terrifying might, although a portion of it had crumbled under the destructive energy. The power contained within the black fist remained exceedingly formidable. At the very least, the destructive force of 30%, akin to that of a god, could not obliterate it in a short span of time. This implies that Gu Xuan's own strength, combined with the blessings of the ancient Saiyans and the might of becoming a Super Saiyan god, had coalesced into a force that could rival the destructive energy. While it may not be entirely equal, it certainly stood capable of resistance. The disparity was present, yet not overwhelmingly vast. With Gu Xuan's power infused, an even greater surge of strength erupted beneath the black fist, leading to an intense collision between this fist and the destructive energy. After approximately 3 breaths, the collision of two formidable forces reached its zenith. Following this peak, both energies erupted simultaneously, leading to a catastrophic collapse. With this collapse, a tempest was unleashed. Even the likes of Beerus, Whis, and Bardock displayed a flicker of concern upon the tempest's arrival. Raising his right hand, a violet barrier materialized, effectively halting the storm's descent. However, due to Champa's proximity to the tumult, even he, despite his considerable strength, felt a tremor ripple through his body, causing him to involuntarily retreat a few steps. As the tempest's power surged into him, Champa experienced a peculiar sweetness in his throat, and before he could restrain himself, he expelled a mouthful of blood. Similarly, Goku was not faring much better. Standing at the heart of the storm, he too staggered back several paces, despite the blessings of the ancient Saiyans. The terror of the tempest rendered those advantages ineffective. With a soft exclamation, Gu Xuan also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion paling significantly, indicating he had sustained considerable injuries. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes did not dim in the face of his wounds. Rather, it intensified. The fighting spirit within him surged even more upon witnessing Xiangpa's injuries. The roaring tempest gradually dissipated with the passage of time. Once the storm had fully subsided, Gu Xuan descended from midair, his injuries weighing heavily upon him. Xiangpa, on the other hand, remained steadfast in the sky, his gaze icy as he regarded Gu Xuan, revealing a trace of astonishment. The fierce pride of a destroyer compelled him to maintain an appearance of composure, refusing to appear more disheveled than Gu Xuan. After all, he had not anticipated that he would truly be harmed by Gu Xuan's assault. You truly managed to achieve such a level, but in the end, I still emerged victorious, Xiangpa declared, fixing his eyes on Gu Xuan. No, you have not won yet. Under my onslaught, even a revered destroyer has sustained injuries. Have you not? Gu Xuan retorted, his expression pale but devoid of any fear as he gazed at Xiangpa. To me, the destroyer does not seem so untouchable. If you doubt this, shall we continue? Despite his pallor and considerable injuries, Gu Xuan believed he could still fight on, the fierce blood of his warrior lineage coursing through him. I concede this point. Xiangpa nodded, uncharacteristically acknowledging Gu Xuan's resolve. But what of it? Do you truly believe that your own strength can rival that of a destroyer? While it is true that I have been wounded by your hand, it does not imply that I am powerless against you. Enough. Just as the two were on the verge of a fierce confrontation, Beerus interjected, interrupting their dialogue. While Gu Xuan's words held truth, was not Xiangpa's assertion equally valid? Continuing this conflict would yield no benefits for either party. All right, Gu Xuan, you both have had your fill of fighting. Let us depart. With a swift glance at Xiangpa and Gu Xuan, Beerus approached with a determined stance. Are we simply to leave like this? Xiangpa furrowed his brow. What, do you have some delectable treats prepared? Beerus directed a chilling gaze towards Xiangpa. In an instant, Xiangpa comprehended Beerus's intent. He was providing him with an opportunity to save face. Thus, he adopted a facade of indifference, clasping his hands behind his back. Very well. In today's contest, I may have had the upper hand, but next time, I shall unleash a power that will utterly crush you into despair. Observing Xiangpa's demeanor, Gu Xuan felt no desire to engage further. However, he was confident that when next they crossed paths, he would not find himself in such a disheveled state. Let us depart. Beerus cast a final glance at Champa, and with a gentle tap of his angelic staff, whisked Beerus and Gu Xuan away from the realm of destruction in the 6th universe, hurtling towards the 7th universe at the speed of light. My Lord Beerus, your eagerness to return me to the 7th universe surely extends beyond a mere desire to prevent further conflict with Champa, does it not? Gu Xuan inquired, observing Beerus closely. This was an inference Gu Xuan could easily make. Do I truly need to articulate the reasons for bringing you back? Beerus replied, fixing his gaze upon Gu Xuan. Ah, it pertains to the matter of the Super Saiyan God, does it not? Gu Xuan chuckled heartily. Indeed, during our previous encounter, the aura you unleashed upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4 was somewhat familiar to me. However, at that time, since you had attained the Super Saiyan God through your own training, your energy was still somewhat distinct from that of the individual in my dreams. Beerus regarded Gu Xuan intently, a glimmer of insight in his eyes. On our journey back to the 7th universe, you must focus on recuperating from your injuries and enhancing your strength. Upon our return, I intend to engage you in battle once more. Beerus's expression was grave, leaving no room for Gu Xuan to decline. Alas, Gu Xuan let out a silent sigh upon hearing this. He felt somewhat weary at this moment, as battling a being of such formidable stature as a god of destruction was inherently exhausting. However, it seemed that upon his return to the 7th universe, he could not escape the inevitability of confronting the god of destruction once more. What? Your tone suggests a lack of enthusiasm. Beerus cast a glance at Gu Xuan. Well, since you, Lord Beerus, have already issued your command, I shall acquiesce and engage you in battle again upon my return. Though Gu Xuan felt powerless, his voice was laden with resignation, and ultimately he had no choice but to comply. It was an unavoidable predicament. Meanwhile, Beerus remained entirely indifferent to Gu Xuan's demeanor. Regardless of his feelings, this confrontation was destined to occur. With a swift whoosh, Whis darted into the 7th universe in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to the 7th universe, his velocity showed no signs of diminishing. Rather, he accelerated even further towards the realm of the god of destruction within that universe. With a swift whoosh, a vibrant rainbow arched across the sky. Moments later, Whis returned to the god of destruction's realm of Universe 7, accompanied by Beerus and Goku. Upon their arrival, they immediately spotted a figure not far away. Clad in a battle suit, with hair standing erect, he exuded an unmistakable aura unique to the Saiyans. This was none other than Prince Vegeta. Ever since the incident involving Beerus on Earth, Vegeta had accompanied Whis to the god of destruction's realm for training. After more than a year, with Vegeta's innate talent and relentless efforts, his strength had significantly increased. Vegeta, look who has arrived, Whis called out. In the midst of his training, Vegeta paused upon hearing Whis's voice, directing his gaze towards the source, only to be momentarily taken aback. Gu Xuan, to be honest. Gu Xuan's unexpected appearance took Vegeta by surprise, especially since he had returned alongside Beerus and Whis, which further astonished him. It's been a while, Vegeta. Gu Xuan greeted with a smile, unfazed by encountering Vegeta here. He could sense that Vegeta's strength had indeed improved significantly compared to before. Although such an enhancement was trivial in Gu Xuan's eyes, it was evident that Vegeta had made considerable progress over the past year. Gu Xuan, I heard that Kakarot has been training with you. I wonder how much stronger he has become during this year, Vegeta inquired, his curiosity piqued. Clearly laced with a hint of provocation, Gu Xuan, well acquainted with Vegeta's nature, recognized that this individual relished showcasing his prowess whenever he felt powerful. As Black Goku once remarked during the Zamasu saga, the title appetizer aptly suited Vegeta. His improvement has been decent, but not substantial, Gu Xuan replied with a chuckle. Not wishing to dwell on the subject any longer, opting instead for a casual response to Vegeta. Gu Xuan, I notice your strength has also grown considerably. I remember our first battle. You completely overwhelmed me, leaving me with no chance to retaliate. I wonder, if we were to fight again now, would the outcome be different? Vegeta gazed earnestly at Gu Xuan. After all, among the three of them, he was no match for Whis and could not defeat Beerus. Thus, it seemed that the disparity between himself and Gu Xuan was the least pronounced. As for Son Goku, Vegeta had come to believe that he had left Goku far behind during their time in the God of Destruction realm. Therefore, at this juncture, Goku no longer possessed the qualifications to command Vegeta's respect. Nevertheless, Vegeta remained uncertain about the extent of Goku's strength and how much he had progressed. Oh, Observing the intense fighting spirit reflected in Vegeta's eyes, Gu Xuan shook his head, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Indeed, Gu Xuan was reluctant to engage with Vegeta. His injuries had yet to fully heal, prompting him to avoid confrontation whenever possible. Moreover, he had a forthcoming battle with Beerus, which held far greater significance. Besides, even considering Vegeta's current prowess, how many exchanges could they truly have? What is the matter? Are you afraid to fight me? Observing Gu Xuan's shake of the head, Vegeta paused, his expression tinged with dissatisfaction. In his perspective, Gu Xuan was neither cowardly nor weak, and thus should not decline a challenge. Vegeta, while your strength has indeed escalated significantly, I am not inclined to engage in battle with you, as it would serve no meaningful purpose, Gu Xuan replied softly. Humph. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. However, since you are so eager to engage me in battle, if I were to decline, you would accuse me of fearing you. In that case, I shall summon another to confront you. Gu Xuan spoke slowly. Summon another? Perhaps Kakarot? Vegeta replied, gazing at Gu Xuan with a questioning glance. Indeed, Gu Xuan nodded. Casting a glance at Beerus and Whis. I shall return shortly. As his words echoed, his figure vanished without a trace. Earth. Sun Wukong gradually opened his eyes. At the moment he did, Gu Xuan's presence materialized directly before him. You have returned. Sun Wukong spoke calmly as he gazed at the suddenly reappeared Gu Xuan. Indeed, Gu Xuan's gaze sharpened as it fell upon Sun Wukong, and he instantly discerned the enhancement in Wukong's prowess. During his absence, Wukong had evidently not squandered his time. Instead, he had dedicated himself fervently to his cultivation. In such a brief period, you have truly mastered the divine energy. Clearly, you have exerted great effort. I had promised you that upon our next encounter, you would have cultivated the divine energy. Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head and replied. In fact, a day prior, Wukong had already attained the divine energy, and after a day of acclimatization, he was now capable of blending the divine energy with the Saiyan energy. However, it appears your strength has also seen considerable advancement. Sun Wukong glanced at Gu Xuan. Even with his current power, he felt an immense pressure emanating from Gu Xuan. This is nature, Gu Xuan nodded. You have made significant progress during this period. Now, I shall take you to a certain place. Gu Xuan gazed at Sun Wukong. Where? Sun Wukong inquired. Go to the God of Destruction realm and engage in battle with Vegeta. Let him witness that your choice was not in vain, Gu Xuan remarked. Casting a glance at Sun Wukong, the notion of the God of Destruction realm and Vegeta resonated with Sun Wukong, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, it had been some time since he last beheld him, and he was curious about Vegeta's growth in the God of Destruction realm. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes. After all, he could distinctly sense his own progress. However, with Whis' guidance, Vegeta must have experienced significant enhancement as well. As for whom among them would prevail in a confrontation, it was truly difficult to ascertain. Let us depart. Gu Xuan placed his hand upon Sun Wukong's shoulder. And in an instant, a divine aura enveloped them, causing Sun Wukong to vanish without a trace. 3 minutes after Gu Xuan's departure from the realm of destruction, he reappeared at the very same location, accompanied by none other than Sun Wukong himself. Sun Wukong? Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Beerus spoke slowly. Lord Beerus, Mr. Whis. It has been quite a while, Sun Wukong replied with a smile, gazing at Beerus and Whis. Indeed, it has been a long time, and your strength has significantly increased. There is a saying on Earth, after 3 days of separation, one should view another with new eyes. This certainly applies to you. Whis remained silent, merely observing Sun Wukong with a persistent smile. Kakarot, it has been over a year since we last met. I wonder how much your strength has grown. Today, allow me to assess your power. Let me see whether your growth surpasses mine. Vegeta's eyes gleamed with a fighting spirit, his aura erupting with intensity as he fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong. Kakarot, let us commence. Vegeta then assumed a battle stance. Sun Wukong, unleash your strength and let him witness it. Do not hold back. Gu Xuan expressed unwavering confidence in Sun Wukong. I am aware, Sun Wukong responded, excitement gleaming in his eyes, for he had long desired to engage in a contest with Vegeta. Vegeta, I am coming. With a flash in his gaze, the aura within him erupted with a thunderous force, transforming into a tempest that enveloped his entire being, ready for battle. Come forth, Kakarot. Vegeta bellowed, propelling himself forward with explosive speed. Whoosh. His speed was astonishingly swift. Vegeta. Goku responded with the same gesture, making his way towards Vegeta. Both of them moved with remarkable speed, charging forth with their right fists clenched tightly. With a resounding thud, as the two approached one another, they simultaneously raised their right hands, channeling immense strength, and struck each other with a powerful punch. In an instant, their fists collided with a forceful impact. With a resounding boom, a terrifying tempest erupted forth. Following a powerful punch, both Vegeta and Goku were compelled to retreat. However, while Vegeta staggered back 10 paces, Goku merely took a single step back. With a resounding boom, the moment they collided, an immense sound erupted. However, following this thunderous noise, the sheer force of the clash between Vegeta and Son Goku became unmistakably evident. How is this possible? Vegeta gazed at Goku, his face a canvas of astonishment and disbelief. How could your power have surged to such an extent? It is utterly inconceivable. Vegeta believed he had experienced significant growth himself, and indeed, he had. Yet, at this moment, the battle with Goku was merely commencing, and the disparity between their strengths had become glaringly evident during their initial exchanges. This realization was something Vegeta found hard to accept. Vegeta, while your base power has increased, the enhancement is not particularly pronounced, Goku remarked with a smile, having discerned the gap between their strengths from the very beginning. With those words, Goku swiftly vanished once more. With a swift whoosh, Son Wukong's speed was astonishing as he surged forth, arriving directly before Vegeta. Bang! Another punch landed directly on Vegeta. Although he managed to react in the instant before the blow struck, raising both hands to defend himself. The force behind Goku's punch was overwhelmingly powerful. Under this tremendous strength, Vegeta staggered back several steps, his expression darkening. How could this be? What had he experienced over the past year that had led to such a significant increase in power? Vegeta was genuinely astonished by Goku's strength in his base form. Though he had previously acknowledged a gap between them, it had never seemed this fast. As the relentless assault continued, Goku did not pause but instead unleashed an even more ferocious barrage, each strike delivered with unrestrained might. In the face of such continuous onslaught, Vegeta found himself at a complete disadvantage, unable to mount any substantial resistance. Yet, Vegeta's prowess was not to be underestimated. Why had he not transformed? Beerus glanced over, feeling a tinge of boredom, as this level of combat was scarcely more engaging than a child's play fight. Vegeta! Goku shouted once more. As the echoes of his voice faded, a radiant sphere of light manifested in his hands, while the energy coursing through his body surged and converged with fervor. At the very moment the final word wave was uttered, Son Wukong thrust his hands forward with great force. What? A beam of white Kamehameha energy surged forth from Son Wukong's hands, arriving before Vegeta with an astonishing swiftness. With a resounding boom, Son Wukong unleashed his Kamehameha wave, striking Vegeta with tremendous force. After a relentless barrage of attacks, Son Wukong finally ceased his onslaught. Observing the billowing black smoke that arose from the impact of his Kamehameha, his expression remaining remarkably serene. As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, an unexpected surge of formidable power erupted from within it. Has the true strength finally been unveiled? Gaze fixed upon the smoke, Son Wukong beheld Vegeta, radiating a resplendent golden aura. Vegeta, both of us have experienced tremendous growth over the past year. In light of this, let us cast aside any reservations and unleash our full might in this battle, Son Wukong proposed, his eyes locked on Vegeta. Kakarot, are you attempting to instruct me? Vegeta retorted, his tone laced with disdain. Do not assume that your impressive base power signifies superiority over me. Throughout this past year, I have diligently trained in the realm of the God of Destruction, solely to surpass you and leave you far behind. Now, there is no need for further words. I shall demonstrate the fruits of my labor over this year. Vegeta's roar resonated with determination. Deep down, he understood that while he was unaware of the trials Son Wukong had faced, his opponent's current battle prowess had surpassed his own considerably. The transformations into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan 2 held no significance now. What he needed was to reveal his latest transformation. It was the only means by which he could hope to defeat Son Wukong. This, indeed, was Vegeta's true strategy. For only he comprehended the extent of his power following that transformation. Kakarot, summon your utmost strength for this fateful duel, Vegeta declared, his fists clenched tightly. In that moment of resolve, an overwhelming force surged forth from Vegeta's being, erupting with unrestrained ferocity. A resonant roar echoed, reverberating incessantly. At that moment, a tempest emanated from Vegeta, wildly spreading in all directions. Surrounding debris shattered under the force of this storm, rendered utterly meaningless. As for the ground, it succumbed to the escalating pressure emanating from Vegeta, fracturing into numerous fissures. Under the sound of ka-ka, a series of lines emerged. Well, Son Wukong's expression subtly shifted, instinctively retreating a few steps, his gaze towards Vegeta revealing a profound astonishment. He could hardly believe that Vegeta's power had surged to such an extent. How could this be possible? Sun Wukong spoke with incredulity. The magnitude of Vegeta's enhancement far exceeding his expectations, leaving him utterly astounded. However, almost immediately, a fervent excitement illuminated Sun Wukong's features. This is truly for the best, otherwise, I would struggle to muster any enthusiasm. Now, this should suffice. Clenching his fists tightly, Sun Wukong's eyes brimmed with a fierce combat spirit as he regarded Vegeta. With a resounding roar, Vegeta's power swiftly ascended to the zenith of Super Saiyan 2. However, he did not halt there. Instead, he relentlessly surged towards even greater heights. Oh! The roar reverberated through the air. Vegeta's body trembled faintly as an overwhelming force surged within him, creating an almost explosive sensation. Kakarot. This is the latest form I have cultivated during my year in the realm of destruction, Vegeta declared, fixing his gaze upon Goku. With a resounding boom, Vegeta's power transcended the boundaries of dimensions, ascending to an exalted realm. At that moment, a radiant blue light enveloped him, suffusing his entire being with an aura of solemnity. Even Vegeta's presence began to dissipate, rendering Goku nearly unable to perceive him. This transformation surpassed that of the Super Saiyan God, a metamorphosis I have designated as Super Saiyan Blue. Upon assuming this new form, Vegeta's gaze fell squarely upon Goku, his expression serene and imbued with an air of superiority. Super Saiyan Blue? Goku gazed at Vegeta, his countenance one of profound astonishment. Sun Wukong was utterly astounded. He never anticipated that Vegeta could attain such a formidable transformation. This was a metamorphosis that even Goku had never achieved. Particularly overwhelming was the powerful aura emanating from Vegeta, a force that was nearly impossible to resist. Kakarot, this is my ultimate transformation, one that I have painstakingly cultivated over the past year. Now it is your turn. Summon your full strength, for this time I shall defeat you with honor. Confidence radiated from Vegeta's countenance. Super Saiyan Blue? It certainly appears impressive, Goku remarked, casting a leisurely glance at Vegeta. Such excessive banter. Beerus furrowed his brow. Faced with the Super Saiyan Blue, what course of action would Goku take? Could it be that he too could ascend to an even higher echelon? Whis observed Goku with a sense of curiosity. Although Whis had detected a vast reservoir of latent power within Goku, confronting the Super Saiyan Blue would still pose a formidable challenge. Since you've unveiled a transformation I've never witnessed and cannot replicate, I too must summon my utmost strength to engage you in battle. Undeterred by the pressure emanating from Vegeta, Goku's fighting spirit only intensified. The ultimate power, you say? I eagerly anticipate witnessing the fruits of your year's worth of training. Vegeta, brimming with impatience, was confident that no matter how much Goku improved, he would never surpass him, certain that he would leave Goku far behind. Let us not dawdle, came Beerus's voice. While he enjoyed watching the clash between Goku and Vegeta, his true desire was to face off against Goku himself. Beerus was aware that during the previous battle between Goku and Champa, there were likely hidden trump cards yet to be revealed. If Goku were to unleash his full potential, Champa would swiftly find himself at a disadvantage. Very well, Lord Beerus, Goku replied, casting a glance at Beerus, a smile gracing his lips as he began to speak. A powerful aura erupted, and a golden light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Sun Wukong, without the slightest hesitation, instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan 3. Following his transformation, a terrifying energy surged forth from his being. It was immensely potent, yet I recognized that such power was still far from your ultimate limit. You possess even greater strength. Do you not? If this is all you have, it would greatly disappoint me, as you would be unworthy of being my adversary. Vegeta exuded confidence. Naturally, if your power were truly limited to this, I would not have come. After achieving the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3, Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta and declared, "Allow me to showcase my new transformation." A faint smile graced the corners of his mouth. Transformation? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, his heart skipping a beat. Could it be that he? Vegeta cast a glance at Son Goku and suddenly noticed his tail, causing a subtle shift in his expression. No, it can't be. An ominous feeling began to emerge in Vegeta's mind. Boom. The aura of Sun Wukong surged with an unimaginable intensity, escalating in an instant. Within mere moments, his power multiplied several times over. At this very moment, his appearance underwent a transformation. First, his fur, then his hair, finally his eyes. This metamorphosis was none other than the legendary Super Saiyan 4. You truly have mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformed visage, Vegeta's heart raced, revealing a look of astonishment. Super Saiyan 4 is merely a fraction of my potential, Sun Wukong remarked, casting a glance at Vegeta. After his words lingered in the air, he slowly closed his eyes. As he did so, a peculiar energy erupted from within him. This aura was not overwhelmingly powerful, yet it contained an extraordinary essence. Divine energy. At this moment, Vegeta was utterly astonished. With a resounding roar, as the divine aura emerged, Sun Wukong's power surged once more. Vegeta, it is time. This is my utmost strength. After unleashing his full potential, Sun Wukong gazed at Vegeta, his eyes gleaming with a sharp intensity. This is getting interesting, Beerus observed, now intrigued. The powers of Sun Wukong and Vegeta erupted simultaneously, one transformed into Super Saiyan 4, the other into Super Saiyan Blue. These two paths were entirely distinct, although a disparity remained, unlike the overwhelming advantage seen in their normal states. They were now capable of a fair contest. Yet, it was evident to any discerning observer that the outcome was already known. Sun Wukong was destined to prevail. Ultimately, Sun Wukong's baseline strength surpassed that of Vegeta by a considerable margin, making his superiority only natural. Even Vegeta himself, upon witnessing the full force of Sun Wukong, realized he could not match him. However, given the circumstances, retreat was not an option, and Vegeta's pride forbade such a course. Thus, he found himself on a singular path, aware of his impending defeat, yet compelled to engage in a battle with all his might. With a swift rush, Sun Wukong surged forth, harnessing the unparalleled power of Super Saiyan 4, and charged directly towards Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta's expression darkened, yet having reached this juncture, he found himself devoid of any retreat. As Goku charged towards him, he too propelled himself forward to meet his rival. With a resounding bang, the two individuals swiftly closed the distance between them, launching a powerful punch towards one another. Boom! In an instant, a resonant thunder echoed. With a single punch, Sun Wukong's expression revealed intense exhilaration. Meanwhile, Vegeta took a step back. Such formidable power, how could he have ascended to such heights? In the wake of that strike, Vegeta was astounded. He had initially believed that after a year of relentless effort, he could leave Kakarot far behind. Yet, it now appeared that rather than outpacing Kakarot, he was falling increasingly behind. I refuse to accept this, Vegeta roared, channeling every ounce of his strength as he charged fiercely towards Goku. Vegeta, it is futile. Faced with Vegeta's frenzied assault, Goku furrowed his brow. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the resounding cacophony of thunderous roars, Sun Wukong and Vegeta engaged in fierce combat numerous times within a brief span. Vegeta instantly lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Goku. With a resounding thud, Vegeta's fist descended upon Goku with tremendous force. Yet, before Vegeta could revel in his triumph, Goku swiftly lifted his right foot and delivered a powerful kick aimed directly at Vegeta's head. With a thunderous crash, Vegeta's body was propelled backward by a powerful impact. Meanwhile, Goku clutched his abdomen, his face contorted in pain. Vegeta had been defeated. Beerus observed the scene, noting that while Vegeta approached the battle with grave seriousness, Goku appeared markedly more relaxed. The crux of the matter lay in Vegeta's unfamiliarity with the Super Saiyan Blue form. He had yet to master the control of its formidable power, resulting in significant energy expenditure. In contrast, Goku exhibited a much greater ease in his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, which required far less effort to maintain than Vegeta's full-throttle Super Saiyan Blue. This distinction might have eluded others, but as a god of destruction, Beerus could discern the difference at a glance. Kakarot, this is my final strike. Let us see how you respond, Vegeta declared, his hands coming together as he channeled an immense surge of energy within him. Sky Cannon, Vegeta bellowed, and in an instant, a colossal skyward blast erupted forth, hurtling towards Son Goku with tremendous force. Turtle, Faction, Air. As the sky-piercing cannon approached, Sun Wukong maintained an unruffled demeanor, his hands clasped together, resting at his side. With each word he uttered, a luminous orb gradually took shape between his palms. This orb radiated an immense power, solidifying in an instant. The thunderous approach of the sky-piercing cannon could be heard, a formidable attack unleashed by Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue form. Its might was beyond imagination, arguably representing Vegeta's most formidable strike in this moment. Vegeta's intent was unmistakable. He aimed to determine the outcome of their battle with this single blow. Wave. As the firework approached within a mere 10 feet, The last syllable escaped Sun Wukong's lips. Immediately following this utterance, he thrust both hands forward with great vigor. In the wake of this powerful push, a colossal Kamehameha wave erupted forth from his hands. With a resounding roar, the Kamehameha wave manifested, immediately surging forth with an unimaginable force aimed directly at the opponent. Both energies were immensely potent, each capable of effortlessly obliterating hundreds of planets. Yet, as these two formidable forces drew closer, they erupted in a cataclysmic explosion of power in an instant. With a resounding boom, the Kamehameha collided with the sky cannon, reverberating through the air. As these two formidable forces clashed, both the Kamehameha and the sky cannon unleashed their utmost power. A low growl escaped from Vegeta's lips. "Break for me," Sun Wukong roared. Unleashing the full might of the Kamehameha wave, the two most formidable forces collided, and under the cataclysmic power they contained, the area surrounding Sun Wukong and Vegeta within 100 zhang erupted in a thunderous roar, resulting in the formation of a colossal crater. With a resounding crash, within merely 3 breaths, Vegeta's final flash was utterly shattered beneath the might of Goku's Kamehameha. As the final flash disintegrated, the Kamehameha subsequently descended upon Vegeta himself. However, in the aftermath of the final flash's destruction, the Kamehameha had expended a portion of its energy as well. With a resounding explosion, the Kamehameha wave disintegrated just inches before Vegeta, vanishing completely. Despite shattering the Kamehameha, Vegeta's complexion turned pale. The Super Saiyan Blue transformation was one he could not sustain for long. He had initially hoped to conclude the battle swiftly, yet he was taken aback by Goku's formidable strength. At this moment, following the collapse of the Kamehameha, Vegeta's breaths became noticeably labored. Beads of sweat cascaded down his face, indicating that his condition was far from optimistic. "Vegeta, you have lost." Goku refrained from launching another attack, instead observing Vegeta. Fully aware that he could no longer maintain the Super Saiyan Blue form, hence his words. Indeed. Vegeta forced a bitter smile, reluctant to concede. Yet the truth was undeniable. His aura rapidly diminished, and in the blink of an eye, he reverted from the Super Saiyan Blue form back to his normal state. Kakarot, your strength is undeniably formidable. I cannot dispute that. However, I currently struggle to control the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. If given ample time, I am certain I will catch up to you. Vegeta gazed at Son Goku as he spoke. Though defeated, he was far from resigned. I know you won't easily admit defeat, but I won't allow you to catch up so effortlessly, Son Goku replied with a smile, unfazed. Gu Xuan, I have not let you down. Son Goku turned to Gu Xuan, a smile gracing his lips. You have learned to control the power of Super Saiyan 4 quite well. Yet, do not revel in your triumph too soon. You are merely at the beginning stages of Super Saiyan 4. If we were to categorize the transformations of a Saiyan into 4 stages, you are currently only at the first stage of Super Saiyan 4. There remains a significant gap between this power and the 4th stage of Super Saiyan 4, which represents its full potential. Gu Xuan spoke slowly. Despite his words, the admiration he held for Son Goku was unmistakable. It was evident that Gu Xuan was thoroughly impressed by Son Goku's performance, especially since he had triumphed over Super Saiyan Blue using Super Saiyan 4. What an exhilarating battle. It left me itching for action. Beerus clapped his hands and spoke slowly. Lord Beerus? Son Goku turned to him, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. What? You are not my opponent, and I have little interest in you. My focus is on him. Beerus glanced at Gu Xuan, disregarding the fighting spirit radiating from Son Goku. Lord Beerus, I believe with my strength, I should be able to contend with you. Though I may not surpass you, I am certainly stronger than the last time we faced off. Son Goku's eyes burned with intensity as he regarded Beerus. It seems that unless I battle you, you will not relent? Beerus observed Son Goku. Of course. Son Wukong's response was equally succinct and resolute. In that case, let us proceed. Allow me to witness the extent of your strength enhancement over the past year, Beerus remarked, observing Son Wukong with a calm demeanor. I assure you, you shall be satisfied, Son Wukong replied with unwavering confidence. A tremendous storm erupted explosively from within Son Wukong. Simultaneously, his aura surged to its zenith, bestowing upon him an imposing presence, imbued with unimaginable power. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In an instant, Son Wukong transformed once more into a Super Saiyan 4, merging with divine energy, thus elevating his strength to an unfathomable level. Lord Beerus, I am coming. With these words, Son Wukong propelled himself forward, charging straight towards Beerus. With a swift motion, Son Wukong approached Beerus in the blink of an eye. Yet, as he drew near, Beerus exhibited no sign of concern. He simply raised his right hand and gestured. Instantly, a roaring purple tempest erupted forth. With a resounding roar, a violet tempest surged forth, swiftly converging upon Sun Wukong. The terrifying power it harbored erupted forth, descending upon him with relentless force. Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened, his body momentarily still. At that precise moment, Beerus materialized directly before Sun Wukong, his right hand raised and transformed into a blade, descending towards Sun Wukong's shoulder. Too weak. At the moment the blade was about to strike Son Goku, he vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Beerus. With a mighty roar, Son Goku swept his right leg, landing a powerful blow on Beerus. The force of the impact caused even Beerus to momentarily falter. "I underestimated you," Beerus observed, his gaze gradually becoming more serious. "Even a lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. How much more so when I am not merely a rabbit?" Son Goku stated seriously as he faced Beerus. Witnessing their fierce clash reignite, Gu Xuan instinctively stepped back. "My injuries have nearly healed, though their battle may not last long. It should suffice for my complete recovery during this time," Gu Xuan murmured to himself. He refrained from watching the fight between Son Goku and Beerus, for he already sensed the inevitable outcome. His focus now lay in calming his mind while they battled. Sitting cross-legged nearby, the booming sounds of combat gradually faded from his ears. To be able to cultivate even in such a tumultuous state, he is indeed a peculiar individual. Vegeta remarked with a wry smile as he glanced at Gu Xuan. Ignoring him, Vegeta redirected his attention to the duel between Son Goku and Beerus. For him, witnessing a battle of such magnitude up close was immensely beneficial. Remarkable, to cultivate in tranquility, undisturbed by the external chaos. His temperament is truly exceptional, was mused. Observing Gu Xuan, individuals capable of remaining composed enough to cultivate during such a tumultuous event are exceedingly rare. Especially when faced with the clash between Son Goku and a god of destruction, it requires remarkable willpower to achieve such focus. Boom. The clash between Sun Wukong and Beerus reverberated, unleashing a violent storm that surged outward. "Ha! I never anticipated your strength would increase so significantly. It truly takes me by surprise," Beerus exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "I too did not foresee such an enhancement in my power," Sun Wukong replied, gazing at Beerus. "Yet, even with your newfound strength, what does it matter? You were no match for me before, and the outcome shall remain unchanged." Beerus shook his head, acknowledging Sun Wukong's growth, yet he deemed it inconsequential. His thoughts were consumed with the urgency of confronting Gu Xuan, rendering him indifferent to Sun Wukong's battle. In fact, he found the encounter somewhat tedious, akin to an adult indulging a child in a game of make-believe. Nevertheless, Sun Wukong's power had indeed escalated considerably. Under these circumstances, if Beerus wished to swiftly defeat him, it was not an easy feat. However, Sun Wukong did not warrant Beerus exerting his full strength. Moreover, given Gu Xuan's injuries from his previous battle with Champa had not fully healed, Beerus felt no pressing need to vanquish Sun Wukong. At the very least, before facing Gu Xuan, he could utilize this opportunity to warm up against Sun Wukong, which was a commendable choice. With a swift whoosh, Beerus launched himself forward, closing in on Son Goku in an instant. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Wukong launched a furious counterattack. The battle surged to new heights, with figures flickering in midair. While the speed may not have been extraordinary, Sun Wukong exerted himself to the utmost. The sheer intensity of his unleashed power began to draw the attention of Beerus. Meanwhile, Gu Xuan maintained an unruffled demeanor, absorbing the blessings of the ancient Saiyans, as he assimilated the residual blessings within him. A system that had only manifested once since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world, vanishing without a trace, began to show signs of reemergence. The blessings of the ancient Saiyans were immensely potent. Gradually, Gu Xuan seemed to enter a peculiar state, a strange condition. In the haze, he glimpsed a vision filled with an abundance of Saiyans. Each of these Saiyans was remarkably powerful. Even the children possessed formidable strength. However, Gu Xuan could only perceive them vaguely, unable to discern their forms clearly. A resounding crash echoed as Sun Wukong staggered back under Beerus's assault, spitting out a copious amount of blood, his complexion pale. Remarkably, despite my strike, he was not gravely injured and still possessed the strength to stand. Observing that Sun Wukong had not collapsed as he had anticipated, Beerus chuckled softly and spoke. "However, I am curious, even though you remain standing, how do you intend to continue fighting with this wounded body? It is worth noting that even at your peak, You were no match for me. Now, what do you possess to contend with me? Beerus gazed at Sun Wukong and slowly articulated his thoughts, fully aware that this battle had come to its conclusion. Oh. Sun Wukong raised his head, his eyes glistening with a crimson hue. I had initially been attempting a technique, yet had not succeeded. If I were to use it now, the chances of success would be less than 20%. I had intended to confront you only after achieving success. But it appears I have been rather naive in my assumptions. Sun Wukong spoke, casting a glance at Beerus. What? Beerus paused, casting a glance at Son Goku. His eyes shimmering with anticipation. Is this his ultimate technique to counter me? Beerus murmured. Indeed. This is a move I learned from the King Kai long before I transformed into a Super Saiyan. It has been ages since I last employed it. But now I shall unveil it for you. If I succeed, my power will surge immensely. However, should I falter, the consequences could be catastrophic, possibly leading to my own demise. Nonetheless, I am compelled to take this risk. Son Goku regarded Beerus with a serious expression, a weight of concern evident in his gaze. Then come on. Beerus's interest intensified. What could the king of the world's ultimate technique be? Even Whis paused for a moment, gazing at Son Goku with a look of bewilderment. Could it be? Could it be? Vegeta cast a glance at Son Goku, suddenly recalling the technique that Goku had employed during his first visit to Earth. With a resounding roar, the power within Son Wukong erupted instantaneously, causing a continuous thunderous resonance throughout his being, further awakening the very cells of his body. King of the worlds. The words escaped from Son Wukong's lips. In the very instant these words were uttered, his power surged uncontrollably. Fist. Son Wukong's body trembled, beads of sweat rolling down as an excruciating pain enveloped him, revealing a look of anguish on his face. A sudden surge of crimson energy erupted around Son Wukong's form. What? Beerus's gaze sharpened as he glanced at Son Goku, his eyes revealing a profound astonishment. Success. Son Wukong clenched his fist. For the technique he had been diligently studying since transforming into a Super Saiyan was finally mastered on this very day. Kaioken? Beerus murmured as he gazed at Son Goku. Indeed, the Kaioken technique involves stimulating the body's cells and bones, allowing one to unleash their latent potential to its utmost limit. Lord Beerus, your power is truly formidable. This is my first time employing the Kaioken while transformed into a Super Saiyan. I am uncertain how long I can maintain it. But I understand that to defeat you, or even to engage you in battle, I must at the very least. As Son Goku's words trailed off, he clenched his fists tightly, a fierce roar escaping his lips. Kaioken, 10 times. With this declaration, Son Goku's aura surged dramatically. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong's power surged to an astonishing degree. In merely a few breaths, it escalated to a terrifying level. The Kaioken, an ability within the Dragon Ball universe, undoubtedly possesses an overpowering essence, particularly when combined with the Super Saiyan form, rendering it extraordinarily fearsome. At this moment, enhanced by the strength of Super Saiyan 4, Son Wukong also employed the Kaioken. This was quite intriguing. It was unexpected that the KO could wield such a technique, leaving one both moved and astonished. Beerus spoke slowly, somewhat taken aback by Son Wukong's ascension. Although Beerus understood that such an enhancement would not last long, perhaps even fleetingly brief, for beings of their caliber. Even a moment could yield countless exchanges in battle. Son Wukong's power had increased tenfold under the Kaioken, surpassing Beerus's expectations. Quite intriguing, Weiss remarked, casting a glance at Son Wukong, a smile gracing his lips. Had he truly succeeded? Vegeta observed Son Wukong, whose power had already surpassed his own. Now, under the tenfold amplification of the Kaioken, his strength had reached unimaginable heights. How infuriating! What level had Kakarot attained? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, ignoring the sharp pain as his nails pierced his skin. Lord Beerus, this is the entirety of my power. I wonder if it meets your approval? Son Wukong gazed at Beerus, his eyes brimming with a fervent battle spirit. Satisfactory, indeed. I initially believed our encounter would merely be a means to pass the time. However, I did not anticipate you reaching such a formidable state. It seems I cannot afford to underestimate you. Otherwise, an unpleasant outcome may ensue, Beerus replied, his tone becoming increasingly grave. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Beerus started towards Son Wukong. With a swift motion, Son Wukong's eyes glimmered as his body surged forward with remarkable speed. However, this enhancement, while startling for Beerus, did not warrant much of his concern. After all, Beerus's formidable strength was undeniable. Despite Son Wukong's rapid advancement, it remained insignificant in the eyes of Beerus. Bang! in a moment of exhilarating speed. The attacks of the two individuals collided directly with one another. With a resounding boom, the heavens and earth trembled, unleashing a ferocious storm that swept across the landscape. Yet, amidst this chaos, no one paid heed. All eyes were fixated on the fierce battle between son Wukong and Beerus. Lord Beerus must be feeling quite troubled now, Whis remarked after casting a glance at the unfolding conflict. In the midst of their struggle, few noticed that Gu Xuan had gradually opened his eyes. Upon the opening of his eyes, Gu Xuan's injuries had completely healed, and his strength surged significantly in that very moment. It seems it is time for the system to come into play, Gu Xuan spoke softly, observing the duel between son Wukong and Beerus. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air, revealing that son Wukong's colossal Kamehameha, magnified tenfold, had been utterly obliterated by Beerus's energy. As the remnants of the blast dissipated, a surge of violet energy surged towards son Wukong, enveloping him in an instant. Son Wukong, your prowess is indeed formidable. Were it not for the presence of Gu Xuan, I might have found amusement in engaging with you. However, at present, my interest in you is rather limited. Despite your significant enhancement, you still lag considerably behind. If you wish to surpass me, first strive to catch up with Gu Xuan. With a resounding crash, son Wukong's body plummeted from the air, and Beerus regarded him with an expression of calm. Having attained the Super Saiyan 4 form combined with the tenfold Kaioken, son Wukong was initially capable of engaging in a fierce battle against Beerus. However, the strain of the Kaioken was exceedingly burdensome, especially as this was the first time he had employed it in conjunction with the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, amplifying its intensity tenfold. It is worth noting that the transition from Super Saiyan 3 to Super Saiyan 4 is merely a tenfold enhancement. Under such circumstances, son Wukong's body could not withstand the pressure for long. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed so swiftly. Though I have been defeated, Lord Beerus, the power you wield this time is significantly greater than during our previous encounter. It appears that under my Super Saiyan 4 form combined with the tenfold Kaioken, I posed a greater threat to you than before. Despite his loss, son Wukong gazed at Beerus and spoke earnestly. Indeed, I concede that your current strength surpasses what it once was. Among the mortals I have battled, your prowess ranks second, surpassed only by Gu Xuan. Beerus, who typically eschews idle chatter, found himself compelled to acknowledge this truth. To receive such high praise from you is gratifying. With those words, son Wukong fell to the ground. Gu Xuan, your injuries have healed. It seems the time has come for our confrontation. Your decision to return to the 7th universe with me is not born of fear of Champa, but rather a desire to engage in battle with me, is it not? Beerus's gaze settled squarely upon Gu Xuan. Indeed, otherwise what purpose would my return serve? After all, departing was not an easy endeavor, Gu Xuan replied with a smile, displaying no trepidation in the presence of the god of destruction. Since you share such intentions, let us commence. Reveal your strength. Beerus's eyes gleamed with excitement. For him, battling son Wukong held little significance, yet the prospect of clashing with Gu Xuan piqued his interest immensely. I know that even without your declaration, I will unleash my full power against you, Gu Xuan remarked with a grin, swiftly moving to stand beside son Wukong. You have performed admirably. Your training has been diligent. However, a being of the god of destruction's caliber is beyond your current capabilities. Now, observe closely, for this battle holds great significance for you. While I cannot promise you anything, I assure you that this encounter will be enlightening and may offer you considerable aid. Gu Xuan gazed at son Wukong. After his words fell, he extended his right hand and gently patted son Wukong on the shoulder, though it was but a single touch. A surge of power emanated from Gu Xuan's hand, seamlessly merging into son Wukong's being. Gu Xuan, you. A formidable force surged into son Wukong's body, swiftly healing all of his injuries in an instant. Having accomplished this, Gu Xuan turned to Beerus and offered a subtle smile. Lord Beerus, I have arrived. Gu Xuan proclaimed. I have awaited this day for a long time. Come forth, my dreamt Super Saiyan god. Excitement and anticipation shimmered in Beerus's eyes. A resounding force erupted from within Gu Xuan, unleashing a tremendous power that stirred the very atmosphere around him. This formidable energy manifested in the form of 9 colossal tornadoes that spiraled into existence, enveloping Gu Xuan's figure. He was indeed a peculiar individual, continuously advancing in ways that left me perplexed. Such enigmas are scarce, yet they seem to recur in his presence. Nevertheless, this development is welcome. For Gu Xuan's current prowess still falls short of the legendary Super Saiyan God I envision in my dreams. Perhaps this latest surge will bring him closer to that pinnacle. Otherwise, I fear the upcoming battle will not be as exhilarating as I hope. Observing Gu Xuan now, Beerus remains utterly unfazed. In an instant, the power of Gu Xuan surged to its zenith. He was astonished to realize just how formidable his current strength had become. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flickered in Gu Xuan's eyes as he sensed the might coursing through his being. Even he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of this power. Beep! Just as Gu Xuan unleashed his usual strength, a sudden electronic synthesized voice resonated within his mind. The sound was exceedingly jarring, causing Gu Xuan to hesitate momentarily upon hearing it. Congratulations, host. For receiving the blessing of the ancient Saiyan and retaining a portion of it, the voice of the system declared. Upon hearing that sound, Gu Xuan felt somewhat speechless. It had been quite a while since the system had finally responded. Could it be? This reaction was exceedingly sluggish. Gu Xuan couldn't help but mutter to himself. It is worth noting that this system had only manifested once upon his arrival, and since then, it had seemed as if it had vanished entirely. Gu Xuan had presumed that his system was rather ordinary. However, unexpectedly, it had suddenly re-emerged at this moment. After such a prolonged absence, why had it suddenly resurfaced? With this question lingering in his mind, Gu Xuan pondered quietly. He did not harbor any expectations of receiving answers from the system. Yet the existence of this query compelled him to voice his thoughts. The system, which had previously been undergoing maintenance, is now fully operational once again. It has sensed that the host has received the blessings of the ancient Saiyans, prompting its reappearance. The electronic synthesized voice resonates once more, maintaining its characteristic coldness and detachment. The system has detected that the host's strength has reached the pinnacle of Saiyan power. The host is now presented with three choices. The synthesized voice continues. Option 1. The power of the ancient Saiyan. Option 2. The ultimate technique of the ancient Saiyan. Option 3. The heart of the ancient Saiyan. As the announcement concludes, the system reveals its own inclination. Although there are only three choices, each option sounds remarkably appealing. The power of the ancient Saiyan is of little interest to Gu Xuan, as he believes his current strength rivals that of the ancient Saiyans. The ultimate technique of the ancient Saiyan, however, captivates him due to his lack of prior experience with it. The third choice, the heart of the ancient Saiyan, presents a dilemma for Gu Xuan. He is uncertain of its nature, yet its name alone suggests it is something extraordinary. Should he opt for the second choice, the ultimate technique of the ancient Saiyan? Or the third, the heart of the ancient Saiyan? These two options leave Gu Xuan in a state of indecision, unsure of which path is the most prudent. After a moment of contemplation, he resolves, I choose the third option, the heart of the ancient Saiyan. Without further hesitation, Gu Xuan makes his choice. Feeling that delaying any longer would be futile, he senses that not choosing the heart of the ancient Saiyan could lead to significant losses. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your selection is successful. The system is about to grant the reward, the heart of the ancient Saiyan. The electronic voice proclaims. At that moment, Gu Xuan's body trembles as he feels an unusual force enveloping him. It is a sensation that defies description, strange and almost dreamlike. Yet, it is fleeting. Lasting only for an instant, yet it feels profoundly real. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have fused with the heart of the ancient Saiyan. The synthesized voice echoes in Gu Xuan's mind. Has the fusion been successful? What benefits will it provide? Gu Xuan is filled with uncertainty, feeling no immediate change. As if the heart of the ancient Saiyan is an ordinary entity, offering him no discernible advantage. The heart of the ancient Saiyan embodies the purest essence of a Saiyan spirit, capable of aiding the host in better assimilating the power of Super Saiyan God. The sound of electronic synthesis echoed, serving as an answer for Gu Xuan. Is it a superior fusion of the power of the Super Saiyan God? Gu Xuan murmured. After uttering this phrase, the system fell silent once more, as if it had vanished again. Though this entire exchange seemed to unfold slowly, in reality, it transpired in a mere instant. The attack was executed in the blink of an eye. Are you not transforming into your most formidable state? Beerus inquired. Observing Gu Xuan after he unleashed his peak power in his base form, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, Lord Beerus, the battle has yet to commence, and I do not intend to reveal my utmost strength right from the outset. Gu Xuan replied with a smile directed at Beerus. Intriguing, Beerus remarked, casting a glance at Gu Xuan. He was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in Gu Xuan's mind. Is this to help me hone your strength? If it were anyone else, I would certainly feel differently. However, for you, I shall assist you just this once. Beerus mused inwardly. Let me see what transpires when the essence of the ancient Saiyan merges with the might of the Super Saiyan God. At this moment, Gu Xuan was also engaged in silent contemplation. This, indeed, was his true intention. After all, the power of Gu Xuan as a Super Saiyan God had never overlapped with his innate strength. In essence, the might of the Super Saiyan God was distinct from that of the Super Saiyan. Although both powers belonged to Gu Xuan, wielding them simultaneously was far from a simple endeavor. In previous battles, Gu Xuan had suffered because of this very limitation. However, during his encounter with Champa, he had received an enigmatic blessing from the ancient Saiyans, resulting in a significant surge in his power and enabling him to harness the strength of the Super Saiyan God. This allowed him to hold his ground against Champa without faltering. Yet, even that was fleeting, lacking permanence. As the blessing from the ancient Saiyans began to wane, Gu Xuan's strength would inevitably decline. Though he had absorbed some of the ancient Saiyan blessings, their effect was minimal. Uncertain of the veracity of the system's claims, Gu Xuan pondered that since he had acquired the heart of the ancient Saiyan and heard the system's assertions, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 to confront Beerus at this juncture was not the wisest course of action. The truly prudent approach would be to merge with the divine energy, allowing him to attain the status of a genuine Super Saiyan God, akin to when he received the ancient Saiyan blessing. At that point, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 would elevate him to the rank of Super Saiyan God. This was the thought that resided in Gu Xuan's heart, and he was resolute in his decision to act accordingly. Lord Beerus, although I have not transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, I have conceived of an alternative method. I cannot quantify the extent of the power enhancement, but I am confident that you will find this approach exceedingly agreeable. Gu Xuan spoke slowly, brimming with confidence. As his words resonated, the divine energy within him surged dramatically. What is the essence of divinity? What is he intending to do? Could it be? As the divine energy erupted from Gu Xuan, the countenance of everyone present shifted dramatically, their gazes turning towards him, a blend of confusion and disbelief evident in their expressions. Among them, there was also a sense of awe. Lord Beerus, my method is to merge with the divine energy, allowing me to undergo a complete transformation from a mere human into a true deity, a Super Saiyan God. Gu Xuan's voice resonated calmly. As his words fell, the divine energy surged forth in full force. Although it was difficult to articulate the sheer magnitude of this power, it undoubtedly surpassed ordinary strength in terms of its essence. As the divine energy radiated outward, Gu Xuan promptly began the process of absorption. Could he truly intend to merge with the divine energy? Beerus regarded Gu Xuan with incredulity. What is he doing? Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, both revealing their confusion through their eyes, struggling to comprehend Gu Xuan's actions. Absorbing divine energy is indeed the act of a madman. Perhaps his ability to elevate his strength in such a short span of time relies not solely on luck. Such audacity plays a crucial role as well. To cultivate divine energy, truth be told, is not an extraordinary feat. Any race can achieve it after reaching a certain level. However, merely cultivating divine energy does not equate to wielding its true power. At best, it grants one some semblance of divine abilities. Yet there remains a significant chasm between them and true deities. The Saiyans are a peculiar breed, as exemplified by Gu Xuan, Son Wukong, and Vegeta. All three have cultivated divine energy and can utilize it under specific circumstances, albeit sparingly. Notably, during their time in the Sixth Universe, Gu Xuan acquired the ability to harness divine energy, albeit briefly, resulting in a considerable enhancement of his prowess, enabling him to contend with Champa. Whis murmured, seemingly to himself. Yet his words appeared directed toward the bewildered Vegeta and Son Wukong nearby. In any case, he had conveyed all that needed to be said. The fusion of divine energy signifies a complete metamorphosis from human to God. Although I have heard of individuals achieving this, such occurrences are exceedingly rare. At least within our seventh universe, no such being has emerged in my recollection. Whis spoke slowly, pondering whether Gu Xuan would succeed. Beerus observed Gu Xuan, refraining from intervening, instead choosing to wait silently, his eyes betraying a mixture of doubt and, more prominently, anticipation. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps he truly may succeed, Whis chuckled, withholding a definitive answer. Let us hope, Beerus said, shaking his head. Time flowed slowly. As the divine energy melded with his corporeal form, Gu Xuan's aura surged dramatically. As if boundless, upon the fusion of the divine energy and his body, Gu Xuan experienced an unprecedented surge of power. The sensation of this strength coursing through him brought an extraordinary comfort, particularly under the harmonious union of divine energy and flesh. Gu Xuan felt as though he was undergoing a profound transformation. Is this the essence of merging with divine energy? It is remarkable, as he sensed the changes within. A glimmer of brilliance shone in Gu Xuan's eyes. Time passed quietly, and before he realized it, an hour had elapsed. After a full hour of fusion, Gu Xuan finally achieved a complete amalgamation of divine energy and body. Throughout this process, he encountered no discomfort. Everything unfolded seamlessly. Success. Gu Xuan opened his eyes and glanced at Beerus as he spoke. Beerus was utterly stunned, gazing blankly at Gu Xuan. How could such a feat be accomplished effortlessly without encountering any danger? Beerus was astonished, and at that moment, his gaze upon Gu Xuan resembled that of someone beholding a monster. If he were unaware of the difficulty involved, it might be understandable. However, Beerus was acutely aware. It was precisely because of this understanding that the moment Gu Xuan successfully merged with the divine energy, transforming from a mere human into a deity, left him in such profound shock. For this was a feat that should have been impossible. After successfully merging with the divine energy and completing the transformation from human to god, Gu Xuan's body unleashed an unimaginable surge of power. Boom. His aura surged wildly, escalating dramatically in an instant. There was no need for meticulous calculations, nor was it feasible to do so. In any case, Gu Xuan's power underwent a monumental transformation at that moment. Prior to this, he harbored no confidence regarding his battle against Beerus. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. However, with the successful fusion of the divine energy at this moment, his strength surged, instilling him with newfound confidence in facing Beerus. Now that I have unleashed my full potential, I should be able to contend with Beerus, shouldn't I? Even if I ultimately prove to be no match for him, I should at least be able to inflict some damage. Gu Xuan gazed at Beerus, emboldened by his enhanced power. You have significantly increased your strength, which I did not anticipate. What astonished me even more is how effortlessly you transitioned from human to deity. This aspect truly eludes my understanding. Nevertheless, since you have succeeded, it is evident that you possess your own methods, and I shall not pry into them. However, now that you have achieved this success, should our battle not commence? I have awaited this confrontation for quite some time. If your strength fails to meet my expectations, I trust you are well aware of the consequences, Beerus remarked, his gaze fixed on Gu Xuan. Rest assured, I possess confidence in my current self. At the very least, I am sufficiently formidable to face you. Gu Xuan replied with unreserved candor. In this moment, he indeed had the audacity to speak thus. Lord Beerus, this shall be a battle between gods. Although I have not received an official appointment, I am now a deity, the god of the Saiyans. And soon, I shall transform into the Super Saiyan God. Gu Xuan clenched his fists, and in that instant, a tremendous force erupted explosively from within him. A powerful storm suddenly swept in during the early summer, and Gu Xuan's strength surged wildly. Golden light enveloped him, amplifying his power by more than 50 times in that single moment. This was the essence of a Super Saiyan God. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Gu Xuan's strength skyrocketed from the 500 quintillion he had attained after merging with divine energy, reaching a staggering 25,000 quintillion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Astonishingly, even after such an unprecedented increase, Gu Xuan's power continued to rise, ultimately stabilizing at 35,000 quintillion. Lord Beerus, utilizing full power as a Super Saiyan should not be excessive, correct? Gu Xuan inquired, casting a glance at Beerus. Not at all. If you feel it insufficient, you may continue to transform. Ideally, you should reach your utmost state, that is, your Super Saiyan 4, for that is what I desire most, Beerus responded, his voice remarkably calm. No need, let us take our time. I am in no hurry, Gu Xuan cheerfully declined. To him, the notion of combat power had become irrelevant. If divine power were categorized into 10 tiers, with the Destroyer God at level 8, Gu Xuan's current strength would be approximately at level 5. As for Beerus, he was among the most formidable of the Destroyer Gods, likely at level 9. Of course, this was merely a metaphor. It appears you possess great confidence in your current abilities, Beerus remarked with a smile, appreciating Gu Xuan's self-assurance. Confidence? Rather, it is a matter of certainty. Gu Xuan replied with a smile of his own. After saying this, he wished to cease wasting time conversing with Beerus. Lord Beerus, here I come. Gu Xuan's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Beerus, a serious expression crossing his face. Beerus's strength was formidable, surpassing that of Champa, placing him among the most powerful of the Destroyer Gods. In confronting such an adversary, revealing his entire hand would be unwise, as it would hinder the element of surprise. Gu Xuan murmured to himself, fully aware of this truth. However, In this world, what one understands, others also comprehend. Thus, it rendered the insight somewhat futile. This battle remained a fierce contest for him. With little assurance of victory against Beerus, Gu Xuan contemplated internally as he gazed at Beerus. "Come forth, let me witness your prowess." Beerus watched Gu Xuan with eager anticipation. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan propelled himself forward. In that very instant, his figure appeared directly before Beerus. How swift! Even someone as formidable as Beerus couldn't help but show a slight change in expression at this moment. He had not anticipated that Gu Xuan's speed had reached such remarkable heights. Gu Xuan lifted his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch towards Beerus. In that very instant, Beerus's body shifted slightly, allowing him to evade Gu Xuan's punch, which was imbued with immense strength. Gu Xuan's gaze sharpened. If Beerus had merely blocked his punch, it would not have been particularly surprising. Even if Beerus had evaded it, Gu Xuan would not have been astonished. However, the fact that Beerus dodged at a mere 3 inches from his fist altered the entire situation dramatically. With a resounding thud, his punch missed its mark. Gu Xuan swiftly pivoted his right hand once more, launching another fierce strike towards Beerus. Bang, 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 bang. In a fleeting moment, Gu Xuan unleashed a flurry of punches, yet each strike failed to land on Beerus, who effortlessly evaded every one. The continuous barrage of attacks, all skillfully dodged by Beerus without so much as a brush against his form, left Gu Xuan somewhat astonished. "Lord Beerus, your persistent evasion suggests that our confrontation may yield no conclusion," Gu Xuan remarked, observing Beerus's demeanor. Although he possessed no such ability himself, Gu Xuan was not particularly troubled by it. While dealing with such a skill posed its challenges, it was not insurmountable. After all, Beerus's mastery seemed rudimentary, barely scratching the surface of true prowess. "I share your sentiment. I initially wished to prolong our engagement. However, since you have voiced your thoughts, let us commence our genuine battle," Beerus responded slowly. As his words echoed, he clenched his fists, and in that very instant, a terrifying force erupted from within him, saturating the atmosphere with an oppressive weight. "Gu Xuan, this is my power. I am aware of your significant growth and strength, and today, I shall employ 70% of my might in this duel. I hope you can overcome my 7/10 power, or perhaps compel me to unleash my full potential," Beerus declared, fixing his gaze upon Gu Xuan. "Rest assured, I shall strive earnestly," Gu Xuan replied, his expression turning serious. The true extent of Beerus's 70% strength remained a mystery to him. However, he understood one critical truth. To triumph over Beerus, he must unleash all his techniques. Otherwise, he would stand no chance of victory. Yet, at this moment, Gu Xuan was not inclined to reveal his utmost strength. "Lord Beerus, this battle represents the clash between the Super Saiyan God and the God of Destruction, a confrontation of deities. I cannot predict the outcome, but it is undoubtedly a spectacle worth anticipating," Gu Xuan remarked, gazing intently at Beerus. A powerful force emanated from Gu Xuan, transforming into a tempest that surged outward, centering around him and wildly spreading in all directions. With a swift motion, both Beerus and Gu Xuan darted forward almost simultaneously. Their speed was astonishing. They were upon each other in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, each raised their right hand. As they closed the distance, they unleashed their might, striking each other with a formidable punch. With a resounding thud, the fists of Gu Xuan and Beerus met in an instant. Upon this contact, a tremendous roar echoed forth, as an unimaginable force erupted beneath their clenched fists. A thunderous roar erupted instantaneously as a violent tempest surged forth, centered around the fists of the two combatants. It rapidly expanded outward in a frenzy. The formidable force encapsulated within that singular punch was nothing short of terrifying. It was so immense that the very fabric of space surrounding them began to fracture. This devastation was a direct consequence of Beerus's might, as the terrifying energy of the God of Destruction continued to seep forth, even with such a seemingly simple strike. It magnificently showcased the immense power wielded by both Gu Xuan and Beerus. Bang, 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 bang. A resounding roar echoed through the heavens of the Destroyer realm, reverberating with the fierce clash between Gu Xuan and Beerus. There was no respite with each fleeting moment. The two engaged in a relentless and frenzied battle, their exchanges unyielding. The shockwaves unleashed from their collisions surged forth, and had it not been for the angel Vados, who wielded his celestial power to contain this tumult within the confines of the Destroyer realm, the entirety of the 7th universe would undoubtedly have succumbed to devastation under the weight of their conflict. "Lord Beerus and Gu Xuan are so engrossed in their duel that they seem utterly indifferent to my presence," Vados remarked with a shake of his head. though his gaze remained fixed upon the battlefield. While Vados held little interest in such a skirmish, he found occasional glimpses to be rather enjoyable. Goku, Vegeta. This battle offers you a unique opportunity. Observing with confidence will greatly aid you in your future endeavors, he advised, casting a glance at both Vegeta and Goku. Meanwhile, on Earth, an insidious plot from the cosmos was quietly unfolding. Once, Frieza's minions infiltrated the planet and successfully acquired the Dragon Balls. Following Frieza's resurrection, they hastily departed, leaving almost no one on Earth aware of their presence. Haha, delightful. Beerus bellowed, as purple energy coalesced in an instant, transforming into a luminous sphere that shot directly towards Gu Xuan. Once more, Gu Xuan laughed heartily, his right hand clenched into a fist. And as the violet energy surged forth, he unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding roar, a violent upheaval surged forth. As the storm surged and spread wildly in all directions. Gu Xuan, your strength has reached a level that astounds me. Unleash your utmost power. For only then can you truly be regarded as my most formidable adversary. Beerus hovered in the air, his expression brimming with excitement. Haha, since you, Lord Beerus, have requested it, I shall graciously comply, Gu Xuan replied with a hearty laugh. As his words fell, an overwhelming and frenzied aura erupted explosively from within Gu Xuan. With a low growl emanating from his lips, Gu Xuan immediately transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. An unimaginable power erupted from his being. Lord Beerus, this is my ultimate form, the full power state of Super Saiyan 4. Following his transformation, Gu Xuan's gaze became exceptionally sharp. The energy of Super Saiyan 4 appeared formidable. Beerus's eyes flickered as he glanced at Gu Xuan, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It was now that Gu Xuan truly pleased him. With a swift motion, Beerus stepped forward, merely a single step. Yet, in that instant, he found himself directly before Gu Xuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger. A rich, violet light emanated from his fingertip, transforming into a piercing arrow that surged toward Gu Xuan in an instant. Lord Beerus, such power is insufficient. Gu Xuan's calm voice resonated as the violet arrow approached him. After his words were spoken, Gu Xuan raised his right hand, not to strike with a punch, but rather to grasp the arrow firmly in his grip. What are you attempting to do? Beerus paused, momentarily taken aback by Gu Xuan's action. What am I attempting to do? Naturally, I intend to obliterate it. Gu Xuan had effortlessly seized the violet arrow. As he grasped the purple long arrow, a formidable force erupted from within Gu Xuan, coalescing along his arms and concentrating upon the arrow. With the explosive power of Gu Xuan unleashed, despite the fact that the purple long arrow was conjured by Beerus and contained an unimaginable force, it remained, after all, merely an arrow. To Gu Xuan, the power that could be condensed within a single arrow held little significance, barely warranting his attention. Grant me annihilation. Upon seizing the violet long arrow, a low growl emanated from Gu Xuan's lips. Accompanying his roar, torrents of formidable energy surged forth from his hands, continuously channeling into the violet long arrow. Although the power of the arrow was formidable, it was evident that the strength Gu Xuan wielded was even more terrifying. After holding the violet arrow for approximately 3 breaths, it gradually lost its momentum under the relentless influx of Gu Xuan's energy, eventually coming to a tranquil halt. Did he truly succeed? As the violet long arrow settled, Beerus's gaze flickered, and he regarded Gu Xuan, slowly beginning to speak. Destroy it for me. A smile crept upon Gu Xuan's lips as he exerted tremendous force. In an instant, the violet long arrow shattered, dissipating before him. The method employed to obliterate Lord Beerus's power is astonishing. He is indeed formidable. The power of the Super Saiyan God has awakened within him, enabling him to unleash a fraction of its might. Whis cast a glance at Gu Xuan and provided an answer. Although it was somewhat peculiar for Gu Xuan to shatter this purple arrow purely through sheer strength, Whis did not exhibit excessive astonishment. In his view, such an accomplishment was not particularly difficult. Given Gu Xuan's prowess, it was hardly an exaggeration. Lord Beerus, it seems, the power of a god of destruction is not as extraordinary as one might believe. After annihilating the purple arrow, Gu Xuan turned to Beerus with a faint smile and spoke. Is there truly nothing remarkable about it? Perhaps that is indeed the case. However, regardless of any underestimation of the god of destruction's power, such a perception would be a misjudgment on your part. It is unnecessary to employ the true might of a god of destruction to deal with you. Beerus maintained a serene expression. Is that so? Gu Xuan replied nonchalantly. If it truly is as Lord Beerus has stated, then I am quite eager to witness the genuine power of a god of destruction. It is often said that the younger generation surpasses the older, yet there is another adage that asserts, the older ginger is always spicier. Upon uttering this phrase, Beerus's gaze gradually turned icy. Those familiar with him understood that every time he displayed such a look, it signified that he was about to become serious. Since you are so eager to experience my full strength, I shall allow you to do so. I hope you do not come to regret it, Beerus declared, fixing his eyes on Gu Xuan. If you have encountered the entirety of my power, apart from those who are also gods of destruction, and among humanity, you are the first to witness my full might. In this regard, it can be considered both an honor and a misfortune for you. For those who have perceived my complete strength, none have survived thus far. Although I harbor no desire to kill you, should you wish to experience my full power, you must be prepared for the possibility of your demise. Once I unleash my complete strength, I will show no mercy and will strike my opponent with full force until their utter annihilation. Beerus's voice resonated slowly, imbued with a chilling undertone, alongside an unmistakable aura of menace. Rest assured, since I dare to allow you to unleash your full power, I certainly possess my own methods of countering it. Furthermore, even if I were to ultimately face defeat, it would be of no consequence. I am entirely confident in my ability to escape. Gu Xuan's voice emerged steadily at that moment. Though soft, it carried a profound tranquility, undisturbed by the ominous threats of Beerus. Is it your instant transmission? While it is indeed an excellent technique, it is quite improbable that you can escape using just that. Beerus responded with a smile. At the very instant these words left his lips, an overwhelmingly terrifying power erupted explosively from within Beerus. Boom! This was a force that transcended imagination. With the eruption of this power, all living beings in the realm of destruction trembled and bowed in fear at that very moment. Even Son Wukong and Vegeta felt an unprecedented pressure suddenly descend upon them. Could this truly be the full extent of Lord Beerus's power? Vegeta cast a glance at Beerus, his expression reflecting sheer astonishment. He understood that the god of destruction was formidable, and that Beerus's strength was an unfathomable enigma. Despite transforming into a Super Saiyan Blue, he was undoubtedly no match for Beerus. The disparity between them was simply too vast. Yet, even so, the power that Beerus unleashed at this moment far exceeded Vegeta's imagination. It was a force beyond comprehension. Had his strength truly escalated to such heights? Was this the essence of a god of destruction? Sun Wukong, too, gazed at Beerus, his astonishment beyond the realm of words. For both of them, their growth had been remarkably swift. However, even with such rapid advancement, they were likely not even a fraction of Beerus's full power. With my current strength, it is utterly impossible to confront him, Sun Wukong murmured. Nevertheless, this realization illuminated a truth. If Gu Xuan could achieve such feats, then he too could aspire to attain them. Now that Gu Xuan had compelled Beerus to unleash his full power, it signified that with sufficient effort, one day he could reach Gu Xuan's current level. With this thought, excitement sparkled in Sun Wukong's eyes. Kakarot, after this, let us train together in the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth, Vegeta proposed to Sun Wukong. Vegeta? Goku cast a glance at Vegeta, astonished that he would make such a request. To be honest, it surpassed his expectations. The Vegeta he remembered was not one to behave in this manner. Enough of the pleasantries. Simply state whether you agree or disagree, Vegeta replied decisively, crossing his arms as he addressed Goku. Since you have already voiced your intent, how could I possibly refuse? Goku smiled and acquiesced to Vegeta's demand. A dense, purplish energy enveloped Beerus, ultimately extending 10 zhang around him. This meant that within this 10 zhang radius lay the full extent of Beerus's terrifying power. At that moment, this area could be deemed a forbidden zone. No one could approach it. Anyone who dared to venture near would be immediately assaulted by the purple energy emanating from Beerus. In other words, to get close to Beerus, one would first need to dismantle this 10 zhang barrier of energy. Gu Xuan, this is the might of a god of destruction. Though it is not my full strength, it is certainly beyond your current capabilities, Beerus remarked, gazing at Gu Xuan. Not your full strength? Gu Xuan furrowed his brow, realizing that Beerus's power exceeded his expectations. He had initially believed that this was the entirety of Beerus's might, but it turned out to be otherwise. Lord Beerus, do not underestimate me. If I do not compel you to unleash your full power today, it would indeed be a disservice to myself, Gu Xuan retorted coldly. With a swift motion, Beerus appeared before Gu Xuan, his right leg raised as he delivered a powerful sweeping kick forward. With a resounding thud, Gu Xuan immediately raised both hands. However, at that moment, Beerus's right leg struck Gu Xuan with an astonishing speed, causing even Gu Xuan to stagger back several paces. his expression darkening slightly. Such speed. It appears that in my current state, I truly cannot contend with him. The disparity is quite significant. With a grim visage, Gu Xuan regarded Beerus, who was already raising his right hand. Streams of purple light coalesced, swiftly transforming into a massive orb of purple energy, 10 zhang in size. Hovering above him, "Behold my full power," Beerus declared, pointing with his finger. Instantly, the colossal purple sphere surged forward at an incredible velocity, carrying unimaginable force towards Gu Xuan. As the orb moved, the terrifying power it emanated erupted forth. How formidable! Vegeta's pupils narrowed, disbelief etched on his face. Under the weight of this tingeing purple energy, Vegeta's body trembled uncontrollably. How would Gu Xuan confront such overwhelming strength? Son Goku was equally astonished. Beneath this immense energy, he sensed a grave threat to his existence. This was merely the residual force of the purple sphere, which was not even aimed directly at him. The implications of it landing upon him were all too clear. It is difficult to fathom the immense pressure Gu Xuan must be enduring, locked in the crosshairs of this energy, regardless of the thoughts of those around him. Gu Xuan had no time to contemplate. As he gazed upon the approaching tingeing purple energy, a remarkable glimmer sparkled in his eyes. Quite powerful. Yet it seems not impossible to annihilate. An expression of exhilaration crossed Gu Xuan's features as he brought his hands together, positioned at his right side. And a calm voice emanated from his lips. As the first character fell, a surge of power coursed through Gu Xuan's body, converging towards his hands. Is he employing that same technique again? Upon witnessing Gu Xuan's repetition of the maneuver, Beerus could not help but furrow his brow. While the technique was commendable and possessed considerable might, its repetitive nature seemed somewhat monotonous. Although the move was familiar, its efficacy rendered it valuable. As for everything else, I remain indifferent. Gu Xuan gazed at Beerus and declared, "Kamehameha." Observing Gu Xuan's actions and listening to his words, Son Wukong immediately grasped his intent. Humph! Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. While the Kamehameha wave possessed formidable power, he did not believe that Gu Xuan could possibly shatter the tingeing of energy emanating from Beerus. After all, the force contained within that tingeing was nothing short of terrifying. Vegeta was acutely aware that, even if he were to exert every ounce of his strength, it would be utterly impossible for him to obliterate it. As for Gu Xuan, though undeniably powerful, Vegeta harbored doubts about Gu Xuan's ability to dismantle that tingeing of energy. He could not shake the conviction that success was beyond his reach. Send. Air. Power. Gu Xuan articulated each syllable with great emphasis. The tingeing energy drew ever closer, now merely 4 zhang away from him. At this moment, Gu Xuan found himself completely enveloped by this formidable force. Escaping was no longer an option. However, he had no intention of fleeing. To retreat now would only lead him to disdain himself, let alone what others might think. Wave. Just as Beerus's energy was only 3 meters away, Gu Xuan uttered the final word. Immediately after pronouncing it, Gu Xuan thrust his hands forward with great force. With a thunderous roar, a colossal Kamehameha surged forth from Gu Xuan's hands, propelled by immense power, and hurtled towards Beerus's formidable tingeing energy. A resounding boom echoed as the distance of 3 zhang became inconsequential against the backdrop of the tingeing energy unleashed by the formidable Kamehameha wave. The two forces collided with a deafening roar, sending tremors through the earth and fracturing it with enormous crevices. The sheer might of this collision seemed to transcend the limits of nature itself, threatening to rend the very fabric of the cosmos. It is crucial to note that this realm is not Earth, but the realm of destruction. The ability to tear the sky asunder here speaks volumes of the immense power at play, bordering on the unimaginable. Yet, despite such overwhelming force, Gu Xuan's Kamehameha wave began to dissipate almost immediately upon clashing with the gargantuan purple energy. Ultimately, the disparity in strength was simply too great to overcome. Is this truly all you can muster? Beerus's voice, frigid and disdainful, resonated in Gu Xuan's ears. Tenfold, Gu Xuan bellowed with fervor. With a resounding roar, the power of the Kamehameha surged dramatically, multiplying tenfold. This tenfold Kamehameha was indeed the true strategy that Gu Xuan had devised to confront Beerus. Yet, the reality was that even this formidable technique proved utterly ineffective, failing to obliterate the immense purple energy that loomed before him. Is this truly your utmost effort? It appears rather unimpressive, Beerus remarked disdainfully. If this is all you can muster, I must say I am thoroughly disappointed. Shaking his head, Beerus questioned. Is this your full strength? My lord Beerus, I never claimed such a thing, Gu Xuan replied with a subtle smile. Despite the dire circumstances he faced, he remained unperturbed. Do you possess any more power? Beerus cast a glance at Gu Xuan. Of course, there is. Gu Xuan spoke with unwavering confidence. King's fist. Gu Xuan bellowed. With a resounding roar, a crimson aura erupted from his being. Lord Beerus, this is my ultimate technique to confront you. Unlike Son Goku, my Kaioken has been refined. This means that while employing the Kaioken, I will experience no adverse effects and can sustain its use indefinitely. Gu Xuan's voice resonated, accompanied by a subtle smile at the corner of his lips. 20-fold. After these words were uttered, Gu Xuan's aura surged dramatically, instantaneously increasing by a staggering 20 times. Prior to the manifestation of the Kaioken, Gu Xuan had not particularly captured Beerus's attention. The moment he unleashed the Kaioken, Beerus was compelled to regard him with seriousness. Especially with the 20-fold Kaioken, Gu Xuan's power escalated to an extraordinary level. In fact, one could argue that, to some extent, it would not be an easy feat for Beerus to defeat Gu Xuan in this moment. With a resounding roar after unleashing the 20-fold King Kai Fist, Gu Xuan's power reached its zenith, especially with his 10-fold Kamehameha, infused with the might of the 20-fold King Kai Fist. It instantly erupted with an unimaginable force. Boom. Beneath this overwhelming force, Beerus's colossal purple energy, towering at 10 zhang, now appeared somewhat inadequate. With a series of thunderous roars, the sky became increasingly riddled with fissures, eventually giving rise to the emergence of a black hole. Give it to me. Gu Xuan roared, unleashing the power of the 20-fold King Fist. With an immense surge in strength, he forcefully shattered the gigantic purple energy, measuring 10 zhang in size. A tempest of terrifying magnitude swept across the landscape in an instant. Fortunately, the power of Weiss was present. Otherwise, the entire realm of destruction would have been rendered utterly desolate, if not obliterated entirely. Gu Xuan and Beerus retreated simultaneously, their gazes locking in mutual surprise. To think you truly succeeded, Beerus mused, observing Gu Xuan. Perhaps it is mere coincidence, or perhaps not. Gu Xuan smiled, not allowing pride to overtake him. He was acutely aware that the power of a god of destruction was far from limited to what had been displayed. His objective today was not to vanquish Beerus, but rather to compel him to unleash the full extent of his abilities. Though this endeavor was fraught with challenges, Gu Xuan was confident that with his current strength and strategies, he could achieve this goal. Lord Beerus, I believe our true battle begins at this very moment. Gu Xuan declared, his eyes alight with fierce determination. If you choose to believe that, so be it. However, I shall not show mercy from this point onward. Prepare to wield all of my power, as well as the force of destruction. Whether you can endure it will depend on your own capabilities and fate. With that, Beerus slowly spoke, closing his eyes thereafter. I am eagerly anticipating this, Gu Xuan remarked, a smile gracing his lips. This observed the two, his expression reflecting a similar sense of anticipation. Even Vis himself felt a flicker of interest regarding the forthcoming battle. Gu Xuan, let us proceed. After a brief moment, Beerus opened his eyes, his demeanor remaining indifferent. Come forth. Gu Xuan opened his eyes, gazing calmly at Beerus, his expression devoid of any trace of fear, exuding an air of tranquility. A powerful aura erupted from Beerus, a force so formidable that it compelled me to engage in earnest combat. Something I had never experienced from any being other than another destroyer god. Gu Xuan, you were the first to incite such seriousness within me. As this overwhelming energy surged forth from Beerus, a calm voice emerged from his lips. It is my honor. Gu Xuan replied with a smile. Following this declaration, the divine power of Super Saiyan God 4, along with the 20-fold enhancement of the Kaioken, erupted from Gu Xuan's being. This force was so immense that it shot straight towards the heavens upon its emergence. The magnitude of this power was nearly on par with that which erupted from Beerus, showing no sign of inferiority. Observing the clash of these two formidable auras, Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances filled with anticipation, pondering the ultimate outcome of this battle. What will be the result of this confrontation? Goku inquired with eager excitement. Is Gu Xuan's strength truly the pinnacle among humans? Though he has transformed into a Super Saiyan god and undergone his fourth transformation, Beerus is still a destroyer god. Thus, Gu Xuan seems to stand little chance of victory. Vegeta remarked thoughtfully. But let us not forget, Gu Xuan is a Saiyan, and his potential is beyond imagination, Goku reminded him. Enough of this futile discussion. Regardless of the outcome of their battle, in a certain sense, they are both victors, Whis interjected, bringing an end to Goku and Vegeta's conversation. With a swift motion, both Gu Xuan and Beerus sprang into action simultaneously. In that instant, they closed the distance between them, and before a heartbeat could pass, they were in contact. With a resounding crash, the fists of Gu Xuan and Beerus collided. A tempest erupted, sweeping through the surroundings. Gu Xuan unleashed a flurry of punches in rapid succession, delivering dozens of strikes in the blink of an eye. The sheer velocity of his assault intensified the excitement in Beerus's demeanor. Yes, this was the sensation he craved. As Beerus eagerly proclaimed, he unleashed his full power, engaging in battle with all his might. One was the god of super science, the other a god of destruction. The clash between such formidable beings promised to be nothing short of spectacular. Their speed was so extraordinary that, to the naked eye, they seemed almost invisible. Observing from a distance, Goku and Vegeta, despite their own considerable strength, found it impossible to discern the breathtaking velocity of Gu Xuan and Beerus in this moment. A low growl escaped from Vegeta's lips. Beneath this roar, his power surged forth, and in that moment, he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Only after this transformation was he able to discern the movements of Goku and Beerus with any clarity. As the resonant sound echoed, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Simultaneously, a low growl escaped from Goku's lips. He immediately ascended to Super Saiyan 4, enveloped in divine energy, allowing him to clearly perceive the movements of both Goku and Beerus. It was an extraordinary spectacle. What kind of power could unleash such a fierce battle? Goku exclaimed, his expression brimming with astonishment. This was indeed a remarkable clash. Aside from the battle between deities, it was my first time witnessing such a confrontation, Whis remarked slowly. After a fierce clash, Beerus and Goku both staggered back, creating a considerable distance of several yards between them. At that moment, Beerus raised his right hand, and a colossal purple energy surged forth with a thunderous roar. This purple energy emanated an aura of terrifying power. Even Goku, upon witnessing it, narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of apprehension. This is how battles ought to be. It truly adds to the excitement, Goku remarked with a smile. Subsequently, fire the sky cannon. As the immense purple energy approached, Gu Xuan raised his hands, and instantly a colossal surge of energy erupted from his palms, hurtling towards the impending violet force with a thunderous roar. What? Vegeta's gaze sharpened. How could this be? Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that Gu Xuan had learned his ultimate technique. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that Vegeta himself had never been aware of it. However, upon witnessing the immense power unleashed from Gu Xuan's hands in the form of the Big Bang attack, Vegeta was left utterly astonished. With a thunderous roar, the sky-splitting cannon clashed with the violet energy, creating a resounding echo that reverberated across the expanse. Billowing clouds of smoke ascended amidst the cacophony, accompanied by a ferocious tempest. Both the cannon and the purple energy disintegrated simultaneously, unleashing an unimaginable shockwave that radiated in all directions. Such formidable strength. Could this be the essence of the battle between Gu Xuan and Lord Beerus? This overwhelming power leaves me pondering when I might ever attain such prowess. As the tempest gradually subsided, the figures of Gu Xuan and Beerus emerged, unscathed and undeterred, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they regarded one another. Haha, your strength is quite impressive, capable of repeatedly dismantling my assaults, Beerus exclaimed with exuberance. Lord Beerus, I maintain that all of this is mere coincidence. I possess a clear understanding of my own capabilities and recognize that I am not your match, Gu Xuan replied. Despite his humble words, the glint in his eyes suggested that the true contest had only just commenced. You speak wisely. I have awaited this battle for quite some time. After all, you are my arch-rival, a Super Saiyan god with whom I can contend in my dreams, Beerus chuckled. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a god of destruction. The ensuing battle will transcend the limits of humanity, for only a god of destruction can unleash such might, while your strength may surpass the boundaries of humanity. I have encountered others who are even stronger, Gu Xuan remarked calmly. Are you referring to those who can vanquish the gods of destruction from their respective universes? Beerus inquired, surprised as he glanced at Gu Xuan. I have heard whispers of such beings, yet I also understand that, Lord Beerus, your power ranks among the most formidable of all gods of destruction. Thus, if I am to defeat you, it will undoubtedly be more challenging than against other universal combatants. Gu Xuan responded with a smile. Such aspirations are commendable, yet whether you possess the requisite strength remains to be seen. I permit you to entertain the notion of defeating me, but alongside this, you must exhibit a power that convinces me of your potential to triumph over me. In our previous encounter, I sense that if this is merely the extent of your abilities, then your ambitions are but a folly, Beerus observed, scrutinizing Gu Xuan. Though these words may not be pleasing to hear, the truth is the truth. I am well aware of this. And I have never claimed that the power I previously displayed would suffice to overcome you. After all, you have yet to reveal your true strength, have you not? Lord Beerus? Gu Xuan retorted. Allow me to showcase my prowess. These abilities have been meticulously crafted for your sake. While they may not necessarily inflict harm upon you, they should at least compel you to unleash the full extent of your destructive power. As Gu Xian's words resonated, he lifted his right hand and gently gestured forward. Show me your skills. Let me witness the techniques that can elicit the potential of the god of destruction within you. An expression of heightened excitement spread across Beerus's face. With Gu Xian's subtle wave, a surge of energy emanated from his being, expanding into the surroundings. Something seemed different. Neither Son Wukong nor Vegeta sensed any anomalies. And even Beerus himself was oblivious, though he felt an intangible shift in the atmosphere at that moment. Yet, he could not articulate the nature of this change. Only Whis was truly able to perceive it. How has he mastered such powers? Whis regarded Gu Xuan with a gaze filled with curiosity, accompanied by an intensified interest in him. With my power, I shall solidify a domain, crafting a prison of my own design. Gu Xuan's calm voice echoed. The instant his words fell, a vast expanse suddenly unfolded from him, transforming into a cage that encompassed the area within 1,000 zhang, effectively partitioning this realm. This was Gu Xian's technique of creating a prison by drawing boundaries, melding his essence with the world to form an independent realm. Though a span of 1,000 zhang may not seem grandiose, within this territory, Gu Xuan stood as the unequivocal sovereign, for this was a world uniquely his own. A prison of boundaries, intriguing indeed. As the surroundings shifted, Beerus sensed the impending peril. However, despite his awareness, he remained unconcerned. To him, these circumstances were trivial, hardly worthy of attention. Furthermore, 1,000 zhang was not something he regarded with any seriousness. Is this your contingency plan for me? It appears rather unimpressive, lacking any exaggeration. Is that so? If you believe that, then you are gravely mistaken. Upon concluding his statement, Gu Xuan surged forward. With a swift motion, he traversed 100 zhang in the blink of an eye, arriving directly before Beerus. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of confinement. As he approached, Gu Xuan showed no hesitation. He raised his right hand and unleashed a fierce punch directed at Beerus. With a resounding thud, a shadow of a fist materialized, imbued with tremendous force, descending upon Beerus. In the fleeting moment before it struck, a look of disdain flickered in Beerus's eyes. To him, this was merely an insignificant display of power, utterly incapable of garnering even a modicum of his attention. I have stated it before, it is far too feeble. Beerus raised his right hand and pointed forward. Beneath the gesture lay an unfathomable reservoir of energy. Yet, just as this force was about to make contact with Gu Xian's fist, the fist inexplicably vanished, silently reappearing behind Beerus. Upon its sudden emergence, it unleashed an unparalleled strength, directly impacting Beerus with overwhelming force. Bang! The revelation came so abruptly that even Beerus was caught off guard, unable to react before being struck by that punch. It is important to note that at this moment, Gu Xian's strength was not significantly inferior to Beerus's. Caught unprepared, the consequences of being hit by Gu Xian's fist were all too predictable. Beerus's body trembled as he staggered back several steps, swiftly pivoting to deliver a sweeping kick toward Gu Xuan. However, in that very instant, Gu Xuan raised his right leg to defend, colliding with Beerus's right leg. Bang! Beerus's body trembled, and he retreated almost simultaneously with Gu Xuan. Are you satisfied with my confinement? Gu Xuan inquired, gazing at Beerus as he stepped back. He chose not to strike again, understanding that while Beerus might make a mistake once, he would certainly not do so a second time. His initial success stemmed from Beerus being unprepared for the unique nature of his confinement ability. However, continuing to attack could lead to unpredictable consequences. Gu Xuan was not a reckless individual. On the contrary, he maintained a keen awareness at all times. He recognized that the existence of his confinement ability could only be utilized in stealth. Engaging in a direct confrontation with it would render it ineffective against Beerus. Moreover, provoking Beerus could easily lead to the destruction of his confinement. What a remarkable confinement it is, where within this vast expanse, nothing escapes your will. Your ability to conceive such a tactic is commendable, but if you think that this mere trick will suffice to defeat me, you might as well abandon that notion altogether. Although the confinement caught Beerus off guard, he remained largely unfazed. He understood one fundamental truth: in the face of absolute power, all tricks are rendered futile. As long as he remained sufficiently cautious. I never claimed that relying on confinement would be enough to defeat you. It is merely one of my strategies. Besides, I possess other techniques, and there is ample time for us to engage further. Gu Xuan smiled, unfazed by Beerus's remarks. Apologies, but if you wish to toy with me, I have no objections. However, I must inform you that I am no longer in the mood to play. Beerus spoke with a dark expression. Oh, if that's the case, then there is no other option. Gu Xuan chuckled lightly. Confinement, gather 1,000 zhang of power, shatter. Raising his right hand, a chilling voice escaped his lips. What? This? How is this possible? At the mere gesture of Gu Xuan, an immense force began to coalesce within 1,000 zhang radius. This gathering of energy caused the area to shrink rapidly, almost instantaneously transforming the vast expanse into a sphere no larger than a fist. Witnessing this spectacle, both Son Wukong and Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Even Beerus, upon witnessing the event, narrowed his eyes, revealing a look of incredulity. Clearly, what unfolded before him surpassed the limits of his imagination. How had he achieved such a feat? Beerus pondered in confusion, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Holding on to the pride characteristic of a god of destruction, could it be that he truly comprehended the rules? Whis stared at Gu Xuan in a daze. Although Gu Xian's previous actions had surprised him, they had not commanded his full attention. Even the manifestation of the boundary, while exceeding Whis' expectations, did not seem particularly significant. However, as the boundary shrank and transformed into a luminous sphere in Gu Xian's hand, Whis' demeanor shifted, now imbued with profound concern. This was indeed the power of the rules. Whis could not be mistaken. The rules represented the supreme force in this world, one that was unattainable for ordinary beings. Not only humans, but even gods, including gods of destruction, could not wield the power of the rules. Previously, in the 6th universe, Gu Xuan had only begun to grasp the nascent form of the rules' power, which was already remarkable in itself. However, to witness him now harnessing this force and integrating it into his being to launch an attack was astonishing. Whis gazed at Gu Xuan in shock, fully aware that the power of the rules was exclusively accessible to angels. Even among angels, only the most fundamental aspects of this power could be utilized. Nonetheless, it was fortunate that this was merely a basic application of the rules' power. While taken aback, Whis comforted himself with the notion that, under certain fortuitous circumstances, such a development was not entirely implausible. Prepare yourself, Lord Beerus. As Gu Xian's words echoed, the luminous sphere in his hand was hurled towards Beerus. Although it was merely the size of a fist, the power it contained was utterly terrifying, at least from Beerus's perspective. He perceived within this small sphere a force he found insurmountable. However, this force was exceedingly feeble, merely a wisp. Otherwise, Beerus would not have entertained any thoughts of resistance, and perhaps even would have conceded outright. Yet, with only a trace of the power of rules present, Beerus, while aware, did not regard it with excessive concern. As the sphere hurtled directly towards him, Beerus's eyes flickered as he glanced at Gu Xuan, then raised his right hand. The instant he grasped it, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from his being. With a swift whoosh, a beam of violet light materialized, descending directly upon the luminous sphere formed by the incantation that confined the area. Though the purple energy was scarce, upon contact, the radiant orb quivered profoundly. Moments later, with a resounding crash, the entire luminous sphere shattered into countless fragments. Boom. This scene was exceedingly abrupt, as if it had occurred without reason. With the explosion of the luminous sphere, a tempest instantaneously swept across the entirety of the God of Destruction realm. This is, upon witnessing the luminous sphere, Gu Xuan was immediately taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. How could this be possible? Vegeta and Son Goku exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock mirrored in the other's eyes. Is it destruction? After a brief moment, Gu Xuan comprehended the situation. Only the exclusive ability of the God of Destruction could wield such formidable power. Indeed, it is only through destruction that one can effortlessly obliterate their own strike. Precisely. This is destruction. Beerus cast a glance at Gu Xuan, his expression remarkably serene. For him, the act of destruction appeared exceedingly facile, requiring hardly any exertion at all. In that instant, a tremendous force erupted from Gu Xuan, reaching its zenith. As this power surged uncontrollably, an aura of terror immediately enveloped the surroundings. Lord Beerus. Gu Xuan gazed at Beerus, who raised his right hand with a swift motion, summoning a staggering 98 clones, along with his original form. There now existed a total of 99 Gu Xians. Receive this attack and see how you fare. 99 ancient Xians simultaneously emitted a low growl, their voices resonating in unison. In tandem with their utterance, the 99 ancient Xians thrust their hands forcefully forward. Boom. Following the eruption of 99 Kamehameha waves, an identical sound echoed from Gu Xian's lips. Tenfold. In an instant, 99 waves of tenfold Kamehameha surged forth in an unimaginable manner, descending upon Beerus with a breathtaking force. Destruction. Beerus did not pay heed to these matters. Instead, as the tenfold Kamehameha waves approached within a yard of him, a calm voice emanated from his lips. In an instant, a force emanating from Beerus, terrifyingly greater than that of the mighty Champa, surged forth. A thunderous roar erupted. An unimaginable tempest unleashed its terror in an instant, surging wildly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, 99 formidable waves of the tenfold Kamehameha, unleashed by Beerus's mere utterance of 2 words, crashed violently. There was no warning. Witness this. This is the exclusive power of the god of destruction. Indeed, his most potent force. Beerus regarded Gu Xuan, speaking slowly. Destruction, it appears to be quite formidable. Gu Xuan replied, his expression growing solemn. This was undeniably beyond his expectations. He had not anticipated that Beerus's destructive prowess surpassed Champa's by such a considerable margin. Do you possess any other techniques? If so, now is the time to reveal them. If not, then so be it. Beerus spoke with a measured tone, his gaze toward Gu Xuan filled with admiration. Understanding Beerus's demeanor, Gu Xuan realized that in such a situation, landing a blow on him and inflicting any harm was nearly impossible. While my conventional attacks may bear no effect on him, he is bound to lower his guard under these circumstances. Perhaps, in this very moment, I might seize an opportunity to injure him. Gu Xuan's focus sharpened suddenly. Although Beerus's power, once he embraced his role as a god of destruction, was immensely potent, it also presented a chance for him. Under my own destruction, all power and all attacks shall bear no significance against me, for I am the strongest entity. Beerus held this belief with unwavering confidence. Is that so? Gu Xuan retorted. Lord Beerus, since you have stated it thus, I am compelled to inquire about those deities of destruction who were vanquished by the mortals of their respective universes. How did they meet their defeat? This question had long lingered in Gu Xuan's mind, yet he had never found the opportunity to articulate it until now. Beerus found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond to such an inquiry. Allow me to elucidate. Gu Xuan's figure gradually ascended, reaching a height equivalent to that of Beerus. In truth, this question is easily clarified. Destruction energy is not the ultimate force. There exists a power even greater than that of destruction energy. With that, Gu Xuan let out a thunderous roar. With a resounding roar, an overwhelming surge of fervor erupted from him, an undeniable force that was simply too formidable. The moment it manifested, it transformed into a tempest. Gu Xuan's form was enshrouded by this power, rendering him indistinct. I am uncertain what transcends the god of destruction and the essence of destructive energy. Yet I am aware that there exists a type of energy that even destructive forces cannot obliterate, capable of inflicting damage upon them. Gu Xuan slowly began to speak. With a resounding boom, as the words left his lips, Gu Xuan raised his right hand and unleashed a powerful punch directed at Beerus. In an instant, the surrounding energy surged wildly, coalescing into a colossal shadow of a fist. An unimaginable force erupted from it, brimming with terrifying might. This punch encapsulated the entirety of my strength. It was my final strike. Can you withstand it? Gu Xuan's words resonated with an icy chill. With a resounding thud, the shadow of the fist surged forth, racing toward Beerus with astonishing speed, almost reaching him in an instant. Child's play. Beerus scoffed, his form flickering as he surged forward, his right hand poised to unleash destruction upon the shadow of the punch. Yet at that very moment, a smile crept across Gu Xuan's lips. Had a flaw finally been revealed? Gu Xuan understood that his attacks were futile against the god of destruction, particularly against Beerus, who could obliterate all his efforts. In such circumstances, Gu Xuan found himself entirely on the defensive. No matter how powerful his strikes, they would have no effect on Beerus. This scenario was one that Gu Xuan was unwilling to accept. He had no desire to concede. Although his offensive tactics had become utterly ineffective under Beerus's destructive might, it appeared as though Gu Xuan had no opportunity for victory. Nevertheless, all of this transpired after Beerus had unleashed his destruction. If only he could prevent Beerus from executing his destructive abilities, then his attacks might inflict damage upon him. Indeed, even the possibility of defeating Beerus would not be out of reach. Gu Xuan awaited such an opportunity, and at this moment, that chance had arrived. As Beerus charged forward, ready to annihilate Gu Xuan's punch, he slowly raised his palm, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. What? Weiss's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing Gu Xuan's actions. Previously, he had been astonished by Gu Xuan's use of the fundamental force of rules, but at that time, he did not take it seriously. However, in this moment, As Gu Xuan made his move, he immediately perceived a transformation that was visible solely to him, imperceptible to others. Even Beerus, the god of destruction, felt nothing at all. The power of rules. Weiss's expression changed, for it was this entity once more, yet it exhibited a far greater proficiency than before. Fixed. At the utterance of this word, an extraordinary force surged forth from Gu Xuan's fingertip, racing towards Beerus's form. Concurrently, ethereal threads, invisible to the naked eye yet perceptible to only Gu Xuan and Whis, darted towards Beerus in that very moment. Though this sequence of events may seem to unfold slowly, in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Beerus prepared to annihilate Gu Xuan's formidable punch, Gu Xuan's right hand had already extended, and a chilling word escaped his lips. Fixed. A word so simple. Yet the voice of Gu Xuan was not loud. However, the instant this word was uttered, Beerus's figure suddenly froze. What is this? At the moment his body was immobilized, an expression of disbelief emerged on Beerus's face, as the resounding echo reverberated, just when Beerus found himself immobilized. The might of Gu Xian's punch surged forth with tremendous force, crashing down upon him, rendering him unable to evade its impending impact. With a resounding thud, the full force of the punch erupted, exploding upon contact with Beerus in that very instant. With a resounding roar, a terrifying force enveloped Beerus, consuming him entirely. Scoundrel! A roar filled with fury erupted from Beerus's lips as he burst forth from the black mist, retreating at an astonishing speed. Yet, in that moment, Beerus appeared somewhat disheveled. A testament to his injuries as the god of destruction. Blood trickled down the right side of his body. Meanwhile, Gu Xian's triumphant voice resonated, revealing that even Lord Beerus was not impervious to harm. Upon witnessing Beerus emerge, Gu Xuan felt no surprise. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he could not restrain himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. Nevertheless, he stood tall, proclaiming to himself, I have not reached my limit. I can still fight. With unwavering determination, Gu Xuan refused to yield despite his physical wounds, his resolve only strengthened by Beerus's injury. Even someone as formidable as Beerus could be vanquished. However, Beerus had lost the desire to continue battling Gu Xuan. He descended slowly to the ground. Gu Xuan, what was that you just unleashed? Beerus gazed at Gu Xuan in astonishment, realizing that the fight had lost its significance. His pride would not allow him to accept being wounded by a mere human. In his eyes, he had already been defeated. Noticing Beerus's lack of fighting spirit, Gu Xuan felt a twinge of confusion, but nevertheless released his transformation, reverting from Super Saiyan 4 to his normal state. The power Gu Xuan had just exhibited left Beerus utterly incredulous, far beyond his expectations. It's nothing. Merely something I recently comprehended, a form of the power of rules. This is my first time wielding it, and I struggled to control it, especially against Lord Beerus's overwhelming strength. Thus, it placed a significant burden on me. Gu Xuan smiled, revealing no secrets about the power of rules, feeling no need to conceal it. Is that so? Indeed. It is the power of rules. Beerus glanced at Whis, and upon seeing Whis nod, his conviction was further solidified. After the conclusion of the battle between Gu Xuan and Beerus, the realm of destruction once again returned to tranquility. Beerus, adhering to his usual habits, chose to rest thereafter. In the realm of destruction, a fierce battle unfolded between Son Wukong and Vegeta. However, Gu Xuan remained indifferent to their conflict. His encounter with Beerus proved to be tremendously beneficial, particularly as it led to a significant enhancement of his own strength. Through this continuous growth, Gu Xuan's power gradually approached the critical threshold of Super Saiyan 4. This indicated that he was now ready to attempt the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Yet, achieving this transformation was fraught with challenges, not easily attained. Although his system offered some assistance, its impact was rather limited, merely alleviating the difficulty of transitioning into Super Saiyan 5. To truly transform, he required further stimulation, particularly in terms of his power. 3 months swiftly passed. While this duration may not seem extensive, Gu Xuan's relentless training during this period resulted in a remarkable elevation of his strength. Now, Gu Xuan stood at the pinnacle of human capability, embodying not merely a man, but rather a deity, the god of science. His dedication to training was unwavering. He approached it with utmost seriousness, particularly in these critical times. Meanwhile, Son Wukong and Vegeta continued their battles in the realm of destruction. Under Whis' guidance, their strength surged dramatically. Vegeta had now mastered the control of Super Saiyan Blue's power, while Son Wukong had become increasingly adept at harnessing the strength of Super Saiyan 4. Most importantly, Son Wukong had gained considerable proficiency in the mastery of divine energy, marking his most significant advancement. Vegeta, during this time, primarily focused on his base form, as his standard state lagged considerably behind that of Sun Wukong. If he did not strive to catch up, future endeavors would prove even more arduous. Throughout these 3 months, the powers of Gu Xuan, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta had all experienced tremendous growth within the realm of destruction. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, unite and launch your assault upon me, Gu Xuan proclaimed as he emerged from his seclusion, addressing both warriors. Very well, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Yearning for the unattainable, Vegeta exclaimed with palpable excitement. Roar. At that moment, both Vegeta and Son Goku transformed into their most formidable states simultaneously. One was the Super Saiyan God with divine energy, and the other was the Super Saiyan Blue. Gu Xuan, I am coming, Vegeta and Son Goku proclaimed in unison. As their words echoed, their figures flickered and surged towards Gu Xuan at an astonishing velocity. Haha. Gu Xuan laughed heartily, instantly transforming into the divine form of Super Saiyan God 4, engaging in a fierce battle alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding clamor of intense collisions reverberated, marking the zenith of this fierce battle. Gu Xuan, in a solitary endeavor, confronted both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, despite the formidable strength possessed by the two adversaries. Facing Gu Xuan was a task he navigated with remarkable ease and familiarity. Indeed, possessing a keen sense of combat strategy is an admirable trait. Why step back momentarily, retrieving a steaming bento, savoring each bite with evident delight. King Frieza, during this expedition to Earth, was resolute in his intent to annihilate that band of wild Saiyan monkeys. A colossal spacecraft hurtled through the cosmos, with Frieza seated within, seemingly relishing the flattery of those around him, leisurely sipping red wine. Not a single Saiyan shall escape this time. The torment I endured during my time in hell must be repaid tenfold. Frieza's countenance darkened as he spoke, the memories of his endless suffering in the underworld igniting a near-manic fury within him. With a swift whoosh, the spacecraft traversed the starry expanse, heading directly towards Earth in the northern galaxy. Its velocity was astonishing, and in mere moments, it had arrived at the northern galaxy, emerging just beyond the planet's atmosphere. Thunderous rumblings. A colossal spaceship descended upon the Earth, landing on a vast plain approximately 500 kilometers to the north of the capital. As the hatch of the spacecraft swung open, a series of malevolent roars echoed from within. Countless figures surged forth from the ship, each emanating a formidable aura. In the Temple of the Gods, Piccolo was engrossed in his training. However, his expression abruptly shifted as he stood up, gazing into the distance. It was the energy signature of Frieza. Could it be that he has returned? Piccolo's countenance darkened as he spoke. This aura belongs to Frieza. Has he been resurrected? At that moment, Krillin also looked skyward, sensing the presence of an old friend. Frieza. Gohan lifted his gaze towards the distance, his expression grave. In that moment, figures surged forth from various directions, all hastening toward the location of Frieza. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, Master Roshi, Goten, and Trunks raced at unparalleled speed. Lord Frieza. I shall lead the Frieza force to obliterate the Earth. Dodoria respectfully addressed Frieza, perceiving this as an excellent opportunity for merit that he could not afford to miss. No need. Frieza waved his hand dismissively. Those arrogant fools on Earth have already arrived. Moments later, silhouettes emerged from the distance. Indeed, they were the Z fighters. However, two were conspicuously absent, Goku and Vegeta. You all have come, but where are Goku and Vegeta? I wonder where they have gone, Frieza remarked, his gaze calm as he surveyed the assembly, clearly indifferent to their presence. To him, they were merely weaklings, none worthy of his concern. Frieza, why have you abandoned your place in hell? Are you seeking to die once more? Piccolo growled, propelling himself toward Frieza, intent on resolving the matter personally. I shall grant you 3 minutes. I do not wish to see any of you left standing, Frieza stated with a languid indifference. Kill. A series of low roars erupted as all the Frieza Force soldiers surged forth, charging directly at the Z warriors. Although the combat prowess of the Z fighters could not be deemed overly formidable, there were certainly some among them of exceptional strength. Notably, Gohan possessed an immense power that surpassed even that of his father, Goku, in his Super Saiyan 3 form. However, despite his prowess, Gohan found himself besieged by numerous opponents, leaving him unable to divert his focus and forcing him to confront the onslaught with all his might. Moreover, due to his considerable strength, Frieza's forces were particularly intent on targeting him, rendering Gohan's situation even more perilous. Kamehameha. In the face of dozens of Frieza Force soldiers, Master Roshi transformed into his combat form, his muscular physique channeling the Kamehameha wave. With a powerful shout, the Kamehameha surged forth. While this iteration of the Kamehameha did not possess the terrifying power exhibited by Goku, it was more than sufficient to deal with the rabble of the Frieza force. With a resounding roar, the Kamehameha wave unleashed an incredibly potent force. A chilling wail pierced the air as dozens of Frieza force soldiers met their demise, their bodies disintegrating beneath the onslaught of the Kamehameha wave. It seems this old body still has some utility. Master Roshi couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Yet, at that moment, a surge of energy approached with alarming speed, appearing directly behind him. Master, watch out! Krillin instantly materialized at Roshi's side, raising his hand to deflect the incoming energy wave with a powerful strike. Thank you, Krillin, Roshi said, patting the top of Krillin's bald head. The battle raged fiercely. Mere minutes had passed, yet the Z fighters found themselves rapidly depleting under the relentless assault of Frieza's forces. Only 4 remained capable of continuing the fight: Gohan, Piccolo, Android 18, and Android 17. Their strength surpassed that of their comrades, who lay incapacitated from grievous injuries. Even the 4 of them felt the weight of exhaustion as they faced the ceaseless onslaught from Frieza's minions. Thank you, 17, Gohan acknowledged, casting a glance toward the approaching android. It's nothing. If the Earth is destroyed, I'll be out of a job as a park ranger. So in truth, I'm not helping you. I'm helping myself. Moreover, this is Earth, not planet Vegeta. It is the duty of Earthlings to protect it, not you Saiyans. 17 replied calmly. What shall we do next? Android 18 surveyed the surrounding Frieza force, the sheer number of foes obscuring any clear count. Among them were formidable opponents, with Frieza himself exerting immense pressure on them. Whis, are you there? Nearby, Bulma clutched a fruit cake, speaking into her communicator in search of Whis. It appeared she had yet to reach her father and Uncle Vegeta. In that case, it seems we must rely on ourselves, Gohan said, casting a somber glance at Bulma. Eliminate them all, leave no one behind. Frieza, having lost patience with the absence of Goku and Vegeta, commanded, Understood, Lord Frieza. The Frieza Force soldiers displayed expressions of eager anticipation at the order. Stop, Sun Wukong shouted with fervor. With a swift motion, Sun Gohan dashed forward, instantly arriving before Frieza. Frieza, cease your actions. Sun Gohan bellowed as the Kamehameha wave materialized in his hands. A low growl escaped, and the Kamehameha wave descended with unwavering force. Whoosh! Just as the Kamehameha was about to descend, Frieza's figure flickered, effortlessly evading the attack. What? The Kamehameha wave missed its target entirely, and Sun Gohan's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed at Frieza. This was due to the fact that he had unleashed the Kamehameha from such a close range. Your speed is far too sluggish, Frieza remarked slowly. With a resounding thud, Frieza suddenly materialized before Sun Gohan, raising his right hand to conjure an energy sphere in an instant. A cry of anguish echoed through the air as Sun Wukong was struck by an overwhelming force, his entire body reeling from the impact. With a resounding crash, the thunderous sound echoed as Sun Wukong plummeted from the air, appearing to have sustained grievous injuries. Sun Gohan. In an instant, Piccolo rushed towards Sun Gohan. However, before he could draw near, Frieza had already arrived before him. Bang! With a single blow, Piccolo sustained grievous injuries, uncontrollably plummeting downwards. The sheer magnitude of Frieza's power upon his resurrection was utterly beyond their expectations. Goku, please return swiftly. This scene was vividly witnessed by Bulma, who, in her despair, emitted a cry of hopelessness. Why is Bulma sending so many messages? Has she encountered some trouble? Whis instinctively glanced at the Angel's staff and was taken aback to see dozens of notifications from Bulma. Hello, Bulma. Whis promptly returned the call. Whis, are Vegeta and Goku with you? Bulma's voice was laced with urgency as she spoke. Bulma, what has transpired? Vegeta and Goku, having heard Bulma's anxious tone, gathered close to inquire. Vegeta, Goku, Frieza has been resurrected. He has arrived on Earth. You must return at once. Bulma exclaimed without delay. What? Vegeta exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Frieza? Has he been resurrected? Goku, equally taken aback, interjected. Hurry back. Gohan and the others have sustained injuries. The Earth is perilously dangerous at the moment. Bulma urged anxiously. Vegeta, utilize my instant transmission to return. Goku glanced at Vegeta, recognizing the urgency of the situation. He raised his right hand to his forehead, beginning to sense the energy signatures on Earth. Vegeta hesitated slightly. Allow me to escort you back. Gu Xuan cast a glance at Sun Wukong, raised his right hand, and with a swift motion, An extraordinary force enveloped both Son Wukong and Vegeta. In an instant, their figures vanished, departing from the realm of the god of destruction. Whither have the three of them gone? As Gu Xuan and the others departed, Beerus, clad in his pajamas, approached with a yawn, his eyes still heavy with sleep. Lord Beerus, it appears that Frieza has been resurrected and is seeking vengeance on Earth. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Gu Xuan have just executed a technique of instantaneous movement to leave, Whis informed Beerus. What? Beerus exclaimed, momentarily taken aback as he turned to Whis. Frieza has been resurrected and has ventured to Earth? Such a development appears rather intriguing. Let us accompany him and observe. Instantly captivated, Beerus promptly issued a command to Whis. Very well, Lord Beerus. Shall I prepare some bento? No need, Beerus replied nonchalantly. Earth is renowned for its delectable cuisine. We shall dine there. He had long since regarded Earth as his personal dining hall. Very well, Whis remarked, and with a gentle tap of his angelic staff upon the ground, he propelled Beerus towards Earth at the speed of light. Earth. In an instant, the figures of Goku, Vegeta, and their companions materialized. However, upon their arrival, they were immediately enveloped by a foreboding atmosphere that lingered in the air. Vegeta, Goku, you finally returned, Bulma exclaimed, rushing towards them. Bulma, please keep your distance. The matters ahead are ours to handle, Vegeta advised, casting a glance in her direction. Gohan, take everyone back. This battle is ours, Goku instructed, turning to Gohan. Kill them, Frieza commanded, his expression dark and menacing. He had spared the lives of Gohan and the others with the intention of luring Goku and Vegeta back. Now that they had arrived, Frieza felt no need for mercy and issued his orders without hesitation. Understood. The Frieza force, upon receiving the command, immediately displayed a cruel expression, unleashing their formidable power as they advanced towards the powerless son Gohan and his companions. Vegeta, I entrust these individuals to you. Goku did not cast a glance at the members of the Frieza force. Instead, his gaze remained fixed on Frieza as he spoke to Vegeta beside him. Humph, Kakarot. Do you believe you are conversing with whom? Frieza sneered. This fiend annihilated the Saiyan planet. I shall not let him escape my wrath. You may handle these minions, but I shall confront Frieza myself. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. Vegeta, Goku cast a glance at Vegeta. Without waiting for a response, Vegeta surged ahead, effortlessly bypassing the soldiers of Frieza's army, making a beeline for Frieza, who was seated calmly on his throne. Frieza, today I have come to personally end your life. As he charged forward, Vegeta's power erupted dramatically, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. The overwhelming strength radiated from him as he closed in on Frieza. Vegeta, it has been quite some time. You seem increasingly confident in your abilities, to the point of believing you can kill me, setting aside everything else. This audacity and self-assurance are already commendable. I hope you can follow through. Frieza remained unfazed by Vegeta, despite the fact that Vegeta had now attained the form that Frieza once feared the most. With a resounding bang, Vegeta swiftly closed the distance to Frieza, unleashing a powerful punch. In the face of such an assault from Vegeta, Frieza remained utterly unfazed, effortlessly meeting Vegeta's fist with a casual strike of his own. With a thunderous roar, a tempest was unleashed in an instant. What? Vegeta's expression shifted subtly. To his astonishment, his most potent punch in the state of a Super Saiyan had inflicted no harm upon Frieza whatsoever. He could even sense an overwhelming power emanating from Frieza's fist. The silhouettes of Vegeta and Frieza vanished simultaneously, only to reappear at a considerable distance from one another. Bang, 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 bang. Under the cacophony of violent detonations, Vegeta and Frieza had already clashed numerous times. Each assault was delivered with utmost ferocity, fracturing the earth beneath them and sending columns of fire soaring into the sky. From a distance, it resembled a cataclysmic eruption, a scene both breathtaking and terrifying. Since my opponent has been taken from me, I shall resolve to eliminate all of you. Son Goku's gaze fixated upon Frieza's army, although they were numerous. For a warrior of Goku's caliber, their quantity bore no significance. In his presence, unless they possessed formidable strength, their sheer numbers could not inflict any harm upon him. With a decisive roar, Son Goku opted against transforming and instead charged directly into Frieza's ranks. Within a mere 30 seconds of fierce combat, every soldier of Frieza's army lay grievously wounded. You are too weak. You fail to provide me with any thrill, Goku declared, his voice steady as he surveyed the aftermath of his overwhelming victory over Frieza's troops. His attention then shifted to the conflict between Vegeta and Frieza, for that battle was where the true intensity lay. However, Vegeta had only just begun to engage, and Goku was uncertain if he would have an opportunity to intervene. It appeared that Vegeta was on the cusp of triumph, yet within Frieza, there seemed to linger a reservoir of even greater power. Son Goku's eyes remained fixed on Frieza. Bang! At that moment, the fists of Frieza and Vegeta collided once more. With a resounding roar, both Vegeta and Frieza were forced to retreat. Vegeta, if you find yourself unable to continue, allow me to take over, echoed Goku's voice as they paused. TCH, I was just getting warmed up. But since you've put it that way, there's no helping it, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. Frieza, I am aware that you possess hidden power. There is no longer any need for further testing between us. Unleash your full strength, and let us settle this once and for all. Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Frieza. Once his words fell, he immediately clenched his fists, emitting a low growl. A low growl escaped his lips, and in that moment, Vegeta's power surged explosively. The earth trembled violently, and the mountains crumbled. What an extraordinary power. What has transpired with Vegeta during this time? How could such a profound transformation occur? Is he truly Vegeta? How is this possible? As Vegeta's power surged dramatically, astonishment washed over everyone present, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Amidst their shock and bewilderment, a radiant blue light erupted explosively from Vegeta's being. Simultaneously, his aura dissipated. Frieza, behold my latest transformation, Super Saiyan Blue. Now unleash your utmost strength, for otherwise you shall not stand a chance against me, Vegeta proclaimed, having transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, casting a glance at Frieza. I never anticipated such a significant enhancement in your abilities, Super Saiyan Blue. This is indeed intriguing, Frieza remarked, clapping his hands. Since you have reached this level, it would be rather disrespectful of me to hold back. With that, Frieza spoke calmly, clenching his fist with fervor. With a thunderous roar, an uncontrollable surge of power erupted from Frieza's being, escalating at an unimaginable velocity. This, impressive, is hardly inferior to Vegeta's blue form, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. It should be this way. Only then does it become more intriguing. Vegeta gazed at Frieza, his eyes gleaming with fervor, a manifestation of excitement and anticipation. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped Frieza, transforming his entire being into a resplendent gold. Vegeta, this is the transformation I achieved after 4 months of training following my resurrection. If we were to name it according to your Saiyan conventions, I would call this form Golden Frieza. The name may be somewhat unrefined, yet the power it embodies is formidable. This is the transformation I have prepared for you, Saiyans. Today, without exception, everyone must perish here. Upon becoming Golden Frieza, his confidence surged palpably. Golden Frieza? Vegeta's pupils constricted in response. Even he could sense an impending threat emanating from this Golden Frieza. Since my birth, I have never trained. Thanks to you, Saiyans, I attained this transformation after merely 4 months of training upon my revival, Frieza stated calmly. Are you implying that this form is one you have only recently attained? Vegeta retorted, discerning the crux of his words. Indeed, yet even so, dealing with your kind would be effortless. There shall be no issues, Frieza replied, brimming with confidence. Then let us begin. Vegeta chuckled, fully aware of Frieza's vulnerabilities. Given that Frieza had just transformed, he was likely still unaccustomed to this new state. Thus, this presented the perfect opportunity for me to vanquish him. Vegeta murmured to himself. In an instant, the figures of Vegeta and Frieza flickered and vanished, only to reappear in midair. Their fists collided with tremendous force, and they immediately felt the intensity of each other's power. Take this, you wild monkey. Face your doom. Vegeta and Frieza growled incessantly, and in that fleeting moment, the battle reached its zenith. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding echoes of thunderous collisions reverberated through the air. Here, apart from Son Wukong and Gu Xuan, no one could discern the swift movements of the two combatants. The velocity of their battle was simply unimaginable. Sky Cannon, Vegeta bellowed, and in an instant, a colossal sky cannon materialized between his hands, roaring forth with immense power, hurtling towards Frieza with unrestrained ferocity. Yet, amidst the tumult of this formidable assault, Frieza's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of any sign of concern, as if Vegeta's sky cannon held no significance to him whatsoever. Just as the sky cannon approached Frieza, a mere yard away, he finally raised his right hand. With a resounding boom, a luminous point materialized, swiftly escaping from his palm. In that fleeting moment of separation, the point expanded exponentially, transforming into an immense sphere of light, radiating both black and golden hues within. With a thunderous roar, two forces collided with one another. In a mere 3 seconds of fierce confrontation, they erupted in a tremendous explosion. However, this was no ordinary detonation. Upon contact, the cannon of energy was significantly diminished. Subsequently, Frieza's energy surged forth, unleashing a cataclysmic force that utterly shattered the cannon. In the aftermath of this destruction, Frieza's energy transformed into a torrent of annihilation, hurtling towards Vegeta in an instant. Under normal circumstances, Vegeta would have been utterly incapable of evading such formidable power. Yet, in his current state as a Super Saiyan Blue, his strength was nearly on par with that of Golden Frieza. Thus, while he regarded Frieza's assault with caution, he did not allow it to weigh heavily on his mind. As Vegeta raised his hands, a torrent of energy erupted wildly from his palms. Frieza, are you not considered powerful? Did you not yearn for vengeance? How is it that you cannot even contend with me now? Today, I, Vegeta, shall personally send you to the depths of hell. In the midst of Vegeta's roar, he unleashed hundreds of energy blasts, all striking Frieza with relentless fury. Big bang, Vegeta roared, causing the heavens and earth to tremble as all his energy erupted in the vicinity of Frieza. The terrifying force directly struck Frieza. However, just as Vegeta believed he had triumphed over Frieza, a voice he most dreaded to hear emerged from the swirling smoke. Vegeta, I expected you to be stronger. It seems you are merely this formidable after all. As the smoke began to dissipate, Frieza's figure became visible. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he bore no significant injuries. Astonishingly, despite Vegeta's relentless bombardment, Frieza had sustained no harm whatsoever. In fact, at that moment, Frieza's aura subtly intensified. Vegeta was taken aback, pondering the perplexing situation. How could Frieza's power be increasing? Though he could still maintain his Super Saiyan Blue form, Vegeta felt a noticeable decline in his own energy. Vegeta, it's time to switch. Goku observed the dire circumstances. Although Vegeta remained in his Super Saiyan Blue state, his energy was gradually waning, while Frieza's aura showed no signs of diminishing. Instead, it seemed to grow stronger. Kakarot. Vegeta gazed at Goku. Frieza's target on this occasion is not you, but rather me. Naturally, I am his objective. So why must you wade into these murky waters? Furthermore, I am quite curious to witness Golden Frieza in action. Goku turned his attention to Frieza and spoke. It matters not. You may engage in a battle of attrition. I am indifferent, for today you shall all meet your demise. No one shall leave here alive. Frieza remained unfazed, possessing an unwavering confidence in his current prowess. Even if Goku and Vegeta joined forces against him, he would remain unconcerned. After all, Frieza was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his golden form. Switch out, Vegeta, Goku declared once more. In an instant, he appeared before Vegeta, his gaze unwavering as he faced Golden Frieza. Kakarot, his power is immense. Exercise caution, Vegeta ultimately relented. He understood that continuing the battle against Frieza would inevitably lead to his own defeat, never Frieza's. If the outcome was already predetermined, it would be wiser to withdraw while one still could. I understand, Sun Wukong nodded. Have you finally decided to make your move? Frieza inquired, a transformation prepared for him. What do you think? Are you satisfied? The hatred in Frieza's eyes was palpable, an emotion he could not erase. Indeed, it was quite astonishing. I never anticipated that you could possess such power after your ultimate transformation. However, if you believe that this mere transformation will suffice for vengeance, you are rather naive. Sun Wukong gazed at Frieza, asking, what do you mean? Do you wish to kill me for a second time today? Frieza responded with unwavering confidence. You witnessed Vegeta's previous transformation. While formidable, it still falls short compared to mine. Vegeta may not have the means to conquer you. But that does not imply I lack the capability, Sun Wukong retorted. Moreover, your Golden Frieza transformation harbors a fatal flaw, though it has yet to manifest. You will soon discover its limitations. A faint smile graced Sun Wukong's lips as he clenched his fists tightly. Allow me to showcase my transformation. It is a path entirely distinct from Vegeta's. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon Frieza. Isn't it a splendid sight? Gu Xuan stood at the forefront, observing as Sun Wukong and Frieza began to engage. Although Gu Xuan held little regard for the battle unfolding before him, considering both Golden Frieza and Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong to be insignificant figures in his eyes. Their prowess was undeniably among the elite within the entirety of the 7th universe, while there were indeed individuals capable of vanquishing them. Such beings were exceedingly rare and had yet to make their presence known. Sun Wukong, you should be able to transform like Vegeta into that Super Saiyan Blue form. If I recall correctly, do not hesitate to reveal it. I have no interest in defeating you at your peak. Golden Frieza declared with unwavering confidence. I will not. Sun Wukong replied with unwavering resolve, shaking his head. Not capable? Are you planning to revert to your former Super Saiyan form? Frieza chuckled. For if Sun Wukong were indeed limited to such a capacity, he would hardly pique his interest. Certainly not. As I have previously stated, the path I tread is entirely distinct from that of Vegeta. You have witnessed Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue, yet you have yet to behold my ultimate Super Saiyan form. As Sun Wukong's words resonated, he immediately clenched his fists. A resounding explosion of immense power erupted from within Sun Wukong, manifesting instantaneously. This force was extraordinarily potent, transforming into a tempest upon its emergence. I found myself eager to witness this phenomenon. Golden Frieza, instead of interrupting Sun Wukong's transformation, observed with keen anticipation. He too was curious about the nature of this so-called ultimate Super Saiyan transformation and the extent of its power. However, from Golden Frieza's perspective, regardless of the circumstances, he was certain that victory in this battle would ultimately belong to him, regardless of the true extent of his own strength, even in the event of his defeat. He possessed a secondary stratagem. At that juncture, the Super Saiyans, unable to survive in the vastness of space, would be doomed. Only he could truly endure in the cosmos. Even amidst the cataclysm of a planet's explosion, Frieza would emerge unscathed. Behold, the arrival of Super Saiyan 4. Sun Wukong's entire aura suddenly shifted, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. With a resounding roar, upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Sun Wukong's power surged to unprecedented heights. His gaze, icy and unyielding, fixated upon Frieza, his expression devoid of any emotion. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan 4? It appears formidable. Yet the true extent of its power remains uncertain. The golden Frieza's eyes gleamed momentarily before he charged directly at Sun Wukong. With a swift motion, the golden Frieza darted forward with remarkable speed, effortlessly arriving before the Super Saiyan 4 Goku. With a resounding thud, without a hint of hesitation, the right hand was raised, and a powerful fist was hurled towards Sun Wukong. This strike encapsulated the full might of Golden Frieza. The force behind it was so immense that it transcended the realm of imagination. Yet, in the face of such a terrifying blow, Sun Wukong remained utterly composed, showing no signs of distress. In fact, within his gaze directed at Golden Frieza, there lingered a subtle hint of mockery, overestimating oneself. Just as Golden Frieza's fist approached, a mere 3 inches from Son Goku, he swiftly raised his right hand and grasped Golden Frieza's fist directly. What? The moment his fist was seized, a change washed over Golden Frieza's expression. He attempted to withdraw his hand, only to find it utterly impossible. Your strength is, in my eyes, utterly negligible, Goku proclaimed. As his words resonated, Goku's left hand ruthlessly clutched Frieza's body, lifting him effortlessly into the air. With a resounding crash, he seized Frieza's body and forcefully hurled it towards the ground. The sudden turn of events left Golden Frieza utterly unprepared to react. A chilling scream echoed as Golden Frieza's body was violently slammed to the ground. Unleash your true power, for you are no match for me, Son Goku stated, his expression imbued with indifference. I initially intended to toy with you, but since you insist, I shall take this seriously. Golden Frieza gradually rose, dusting himself off as he addressed Son Goku. Ancient Saiyan, are you not formidable? Why not go and eliminate that fellow Frieza? Bulma glanced at Ancient Saiyan, vividly recalling the battle between Ancient Saiyan and Beerus on Earth. This confrontation should not necessitate my intervention. Son Goku's prowess should suffice to deal with Frieza without any trouble. Ancient Saiyan shook his head, unwilling to engage. He deemed it unnecessary to confront someone as trivial as Frieza. Indeed, the primary reason was his disdain for taking action, as he found Frieza's weakness utterly uninteresting. In an instant, Son Goku and Frieza vanished, their figures flashing as they clashed at an extraordinary speed. Bang, 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 bang. As the battle raged on, a series of intense roars reverberated through the air. The speed of the two individuals was so formidable that their figures were nearly imperceptible. Whoosh! With a resounding bang, the earth fissured dramatically, as the tempest generated by the clash of two formidable warriors swept in all directions. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. The planet's resilience was insufficient to withstand the ferocity of their conflict. Gu Xuan, with a wry smile, shook his head. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and waved it with intent. In that instant, an extraordinary force emerged, rapidly expanding outward, simultaneously bolstering the Earth's strength manifold. Perish along with the Earth, Son Goku, Frieza bellowed, swiftly distancing himself from Goku. During the fray, Frieza had recognized that, despite his overwhelming might strong enough to surpass even the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, he found himself utterly incapable of overcoming Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 form. It was a flawless display of power. Engaging in battle with Super Saiyan 4 was proving to be a challenge for Golden Frieza. Now, having created some space, Frieza lifted his right hand, directing it toward Goku, as a golden orb of light materialized within his palm. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable. Yet as the orb was released, it expanded exponentially at an unimaginable speed, transforming into a colossal golden sphere. A terrifying force erupted from it. Die, Son Goku. Frieza sneered as the orb, brimming with ominous power, hurtled toward Goku. Each time this occurred, one might wonder if it ever became tiresome for him. Gazing at the approaching golden sphere, despite its menacing energy, Goku remained unfazed, furrowing his brow. If one believed that such an energy could obliterate the Earth, they either underestimated the planet or underestimated him. Goku felt a twinge of indignation at being so underestimated, and this provocation ignited his resolve to unleash his full power. This was the essence of his character, the fighting spirit of the Saiyan warrior, Son Goku. As the golden orb drew nearer, poised to descend upon him, Son Wukong clasped his hands, emanating a calm yet piercing voice. With the final syllable spoken, a colossal Kamehameha wave erupted from Son Wukong's hands, colliding with the immense golden energy at an astonishing speed. With a resounding boom, a cacophony of sound erupted as the two forces collided violently. A tremendous clash reverberated through the heavens as two colossal forces collided. The sheer power of this cataclysmic impact was utterly terrifying, rending the sky asunder and giving rise to vast fissures that emerged seemingly from nowhere, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Perish, roared Golden Frieza. Give it to me. Son Wukong bellowed with equal fervor, unleashing the Kamehameha wave that erupted with unimaginable might. Beneath this overwhelming force, the two powers clashed in a cataclysmic collision of unparalleled intensity. With a resounding boom, the golden energy shattered beneath the might of the Kamehameha wave. Following the collapse of this radiant force, the Kamehameha surged forth with even greater power, crashing down upon Frieza. With a resounding boom, Golden Frieza raised his right hand and effortlessly grasped the approaching Kamehameha wave. Though formidable, its strength had significantly diminished by the time it reached me, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Golden Frieza slowly began to speak, and the moment his words fell, he tightened his grip forcefully. The sound of a resounding explosion echoed as the Kamehameha wave erupted, its potent energy radiating outward before eventually dissipating into the ether. I have asserted that before me, no one stands as my equal. Although you may possess great strength, I remain steadfast in my conviction. At this moment, I am the most formidable entity in the universe, an invincible force unmatched by any adversary. Golden Frieza laughed heartily, exuding an unwavering confidence. Is that so? At that moment, a chilling voice resonated, reaching Frieza's ears. As the voice echoed, a radiant light descended from the heavens, materializing before the gathered crowd. It was Whis and Lord Beerus. Frieza, I never anticipated that after all these years apart, your strength has scarcely grown, yet your arrogance has swelled tremendously. Is this your new form? Claimed to be the strongest in the universe, but to my eyes, it is nothing remarkable. Beerus spoke slowly, arms crossed, gazing at Frieza. Who are you? Frieza stammered, taken aback by Beerus's sudden appearance. He had encountered Beerus before and was acutely aware of the unfathomable power he possessed. In the past, Frieza had believed that one day he could match Beerus's strength. However, in the present moment, confronting Beerus after attaining such formidable power only revealed the absurdity of his former aspirations. Frieza, repeat what you said earlier, Beerus demanded, his expression laced with disdain, eyes shimmering with icy intensity. Lord Beerus, I. Frieza faltered, unable to utter a single coherent word, paralyzed with fear. Why have you fallen silent? Were you not exceedingly arrogant just moments ago? Beerus glanced at Frieza. Lord Beerus, I was mistaken before, but I am here for revenge today. Do you intend to intervene? Frieza's face contorted with distress as he regarded Beerus. If Beerus truly decided to meddle, Frieza realized he would be utterly powerless. After all, with Beerus present, no amount of bravado would embolden him to act recklessly. I have no interest in your trivial affairs. Besides, I am the god of destruction, not a meddler. I shall not intervene. Beerus cast a final look at Frieza before stepping aside with Whis. Since you assert that, Lord Beerus, I feel relieved. Frieza exhaled, genuinely shaken. The arrival of Beerus on Earth was something he could never have anticipated. Hey, Frieza, Goku called out, fixing his gaze on Frieza. Our battle is far from over. It has only just begun. Shall we continue? Goku's tail twitched behind him, brimming with anticipation. Of course. I came here today with the intent to eliminate you and Vegeta, and then to obliterate this planet. I cannot afford to abandon my purpose now, Frieza growled. With those words, Frieza's power erupted violently, golden light radiating around him as he charged once more towards Goku. Just in time, Sun Wukong's gaze flickered, and a look of excitement danced in his eyes. With your formidable strength, it is only fitting that we engage in a battle of utmost enjoyment. Sun Wukong laughed heartily. As his words echoed, he sprang forth with equal fervor. In an instant, the two of them closed the distance, colliding in a split second. At the moment of their contact, both raised their right hands, letting out a low roar as they unleashed a powerful strike upon each other. A resounding boom echoed through the air as the fists of Sun Wukong and Frieza collided in an instant. The tremendous force unleashed a powerful explosion, reverberating throughout the surroundings. A violent shockwave surged forth, sweeping outward and permeating the atmosphere. I detest dust. If you must fight, keep your distance from me, remarked Beerus, his brow furrowing as he raised his right hand, conjuring a shimmering aura of purple light around his form. With a swift motion, Son Gohan and his companions regained some of their stamina and approached Beerus, while they held great confidence in the prowess of Goku and Vegeta. Not to mention the formidable ancient Saiyan, they felt it prudent to remain by Beerus' side. The formidable lineup they possessed could effortlessly vanquish Frieza, expending little effort in the process. However, the allure of safety and proximity to Beerus outweighed any thoughts of joining the fray. The clash between Goku and Frieza erupted with fervor, resonating with thunderous roars as their intense battle unfolded. The ferocity of their confrontation was such that Gohan and his allies could not discern the true magnitude of the conflict. The vast chasm of power between the combatants was not easily bridged. In that moment, only a few, including Vegeta, Ancient Saiyan, Beerus, and Whis, could perceive their movements clearly. The others, including Gohan, could not even catch a glimpse of the fleeting shadows of Goku and Frieza. Whoosh, whoosh, 3 luminous orbs emerged, slicing through the air with a swift, piercing sound, hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Frieza, do you possess no original techniques of your own? You merely employ the moves of others. Sun Wukong cast a disdainful glance at Frieza, unimpressed by his tactics. Humph, do not presume you can confront me as you did before. I may falter once, but I shall never err a second time. Frieza gazed at Sun Wukong, recalling the humiliation he endured on Namek, when his own attack had cleaved him in two. Bang! At the moment the aura manifested, Sun Wukong remained nonchalant, relentlessly launching a series of powerful punches forward. The resounding roar echoed, transforming into a tempest that swept across the surroundings, while beneath Sun Wukong, the aura shattered completely. I have already stated, if you wish to defeat me, you must exert your utmost effort. Your tentative strikes have yielded no results despite numerous attempts. Must I repeat myself ad nauseum before you grasp this? Sun Wukong gazed at Frieza as he spoke. He was disinclined to repeat such sentiments repeatedly, yet it appeared Frieza had never truly heeded his words. A fact that left Sun Wukong somewhat vexed. I am well aware of this, the golden Frieza remarked, his expression darkening. If you are aware, why then engage in such futile probing? Or is it that your golden state cannot endure much longer, nearing the limits of your physical capacity? Sun Wukong replied slowly. Nonsense. My transformation can endure for a considerable duration, unlike you Saiyans, Frieza retorted, though it was evident that Sun Wukong's deduction had struck a chord. Even if Frieza was reluctant to concede. Frieza, although your transformation into Golden Frieza has granted you immense power, you have committed a grave error. Had you continued training after your transformation, once you fully mastered this new form, perhaps today's outcome would have differed. Yet, you did not. You rushed into seeking revenge immediately after attaining this form, without properly acclimating to it. This is your greatest mistake. Sun Wukong observed Frieza intently, having anticipated this misjudgment. Given Frieza's historically arrogant demeanor, it was predictable he would rush to Earth immediately after mastering his new transformation. At that moment, Frieza's energy also exhibited signs of waning. Impossible. I simply believe that dealing with you requires no full effort. This level of power is sufficient to eliminate you. Frieza continued to feign strength. Still unwilling to admit the truth? Very well, I shall have to demonstrate it to you. Only then will you acknowledge reality. Sun Wukong shook his head, expressing disdain for Frieza's obstinate pride. In a swift motion, his figure darted forward, instantly closing the distance to Frieza. Frieza! A powerful roar erupted as Sun Wukong's strength surged wildly within him, coalescing beneath his clenched fist. With a resounding thud, a powerful punch was unleashed, hurtling directly towards Frieza with immense force. Seeking death. In the face of such a formidable punch from Sun Wukong, Frieza's expression shifted slightly. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he raised his right hand, delivering a punch in retaliation towards Sun Wukong. Bang! In an instant, the fists of the two collided. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. Under the impact of this blow, Frieza's expression changed dramatically, revealing a look of anguish as he staggered back 3 steps from the tremendous force. In stark contrast, Son Goku remained steadfast, not even swaying slightly, his icy gaze fixed upon Frieza. "So, do you believe my words now?" Son Goku said calmly, refraining from immediate action. "How is this possible?" Frieza exclaimed, astonished as he stared at Son Goku. "Go die?" Frieza bellowed, raising his hands as a tremendous amount of energy swiftly coalesced within them. A resounding roar echoed as a tremendous surge of energy materialized in Frieza's grasp. "Goku, this is the culmination of all my power, a singular strike to determine our fate." The immense energy manifested above the golden Frieza, erupting with an unfathomable and terrifying force. The sheer magnitude of this power was staggering. Even Goku, upon witnessing Frieza's ability to unleash such overwhelming energy, could not help but alter his expression slightly. "I never imagined you possessed such formidable strength. However, if this is indeed your final blow, it is unlikely to yield any results." While Goku was taken aback by Frieza's astonishing power, he remained unfazed. For him, overcoming such force was not beyond his capabilities. In fact, he need not exert himself to accomplish it. "Allow me to demonstrate the true power of Super Saiyan 4. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he beheld the approaching energy, Goku was confident that once he unleashed his own strike, Frieza would be left unable to endure it. "The strongest power, you say? Now you've piqued my interest." Despite knowing the precariousness of his situation, Golden Frieza maintained his icy demeanor as he spoke. "Tenfold." A chilling voice emanated from Sun Wukong. As the words echoed, an immense force erupted explosively from within his being. Sun Wukong paused, his hands positioned at his right side, where a luminous orb began to materialize. Although it did not erupt, the sphere contained an unimaginable and terrifying power. "Frieza, this is my ultimate strike. I wonder if you can withstand it." Sun Wukong spoke slowly. At that moment, Frieza, renowned for his formidable energy, approached, descending upon Sun Wukong with the force to obliterate everything in its path. "Wave!" Sun Wukong bellowed. Beneath his mighty roar, a colossal Kamehameha surged forth, hurtling towards Frieza's immense energy. In an instant, the two titanic forces rushed towards one another with fervent intensity. An unimaginable momentum erupted in that fleeting moment. "Die, Saiyan!" growled the golden Frieza. "Break it!" Sun Wukong roared in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, 2 streams of energy swiftly approached one another and collided with great force. At the moment of impact, a terrifying tempest erupted instantaneously. The magnitude of both forces was immensely frightening, and in this moment of eruption, they unleashed their most formidable power. With a resounding boom, 2 forces collided, unleashing a terrifying power that erupted forth. The intensity of this clash was formidable, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble in its wake. This strike would determine the victor. Vegeta gazed intently, pondering who among them would emerge triumphant. Goku and his companions also looked on, uncertain of the outcome. Yet, within their hearts resided a shared conviction. The ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Goku. Throughout the years, having endured countless battles fraught with peril, Goku had never failed to meet their expectations. No matter how daunting the challenges, he always prevailed against his foes. It is for this reason that they firmly believed once more in Goku's inevitable victory, confident that he would triumph over Frieza once again, just as he had before. A low growl emanated from Frieza as he channeled all his strength into a colossal surge of energy, amplifying his power to unprecedented levels. In an instant, this immense energy erupted with unimaginable force, colliding directly with the Kamehameha wave. Tremendous shock waves surged forth, threatening to shatter the Kamehameha. Under normal circumstances, the Kamehameha would stand no chance against Frieza's overwhelming might. Faced with such a formidable force, even Goku would inevitably succumb. However, the present moment was different. Goku was in his Super Saiyan 4 form, enhanced further by the divine energy, unleashing a Kamehameha wave that was tenfold in strength. Given this, no matter how potent Frieza's power, it was utterly implausible for him to dismantle this tenfold Kamehameha. In light of Frieza's full force, Goku found the situation significantly more manageable. It was evident that even now, Goku had yet to unleash his full potential. "Frieza, I have already told you, it is futile," Goku remarked. A hint of sympathy evident in his gaze toward Frieza. Sun Wukong, Frieza's expression darkened, for he realized that he had once again been defeated. this time by the very Saiyan he despised the most. Ha! Sun Wukong, no longer holding back, thrust both hands forward with great force, channeling his inner power directly into the tenfold Kamehameha wave. With a resounding roar, the heavens trembled. Frieza's immense energy was instantaneously shattered beneath the overwhelming force of the tenfold Kamehameha, forcibly obliterated by its might. What? After the energy was shattered, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes reflecting shock as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not. Following the collapse of Frieza's immense energy, the tenfold Kamehameha, imbued with tremendous power, descended directly upon Frieza. Even Frieza, upon confronting this formidable tenfold Kamehameha, experienced a drastic change in expression and instinctively retreated. However, no matter how swiftly he moved, it was insufficient to match the velocity of the tenfold Kamehameha. Nearly 3 steps later, the tenfold Kamehameha struck Frieza with unparalleled force. The powerful force of the tenfold Kamehameha enveloped Frieza entirely. Fortunately, Frieza was in his golden form. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand the immense pressure of the tenfold Kamehameha. Nevertheless, even as golden Frieza, he spewed forth several mouthfuls of blood under the impact of the tenfold Kamehameha, being hurled back several dozen meters, appearing utterly disheveled. Once the tenfold Kamehameha dissipated, Frieza could no longer maintain his golden transformation and reverted to his third form. I cannot believe I have once again been defeated by a Saiyan. This is impossible. How could I possibly be defeated? Frieza clenched his fists tightly, a look of incredulity etched across his face, unable to forgive the situation. Frieza, your power has reached an astonishing level that leaves me quite astounded. I must concede, you are indeed a formidable adversary. Goku approached Frieza, his expression somewhat agitated. After all, the strength Frieza displayed this time was truly surprising, far beyond what Goku had anticipated, especially after Frieza's latest transformation. Yet, I have still lost. Go ahead and kill me. Frieza gazed at Goku. No, I shall not kill you. You may leave. Goku glanced at Frieza, astonishingly rejecting his request. What on earth is Kakarot doing? Vegeta was taken aback, his eyes filled with disbelief. Goku, finish him off. Krillin and Bulma chimed in as well. Goku, however, paid no heed to their cries. Frieza, you may go. I hope that when you return, you will have fully mastered the Golden Frieza transformation. Goku cast a final glance at Frieza. Unforgivable! Frieza roared in fury. Losing was one thing, but Goku's derision was something he could not tolerate. What is this fool thinking? Beerus observed Goku with a furrowed brow. I came here with a resolve to die. Since you refused to kill me, I shall take my own life. Frieza shouted, raising his right hand, a point of light appearing above it. As he prepared to bring it down upon himself, it appeared as though Frieza intended to end his own existence. Although this act seemed rather theatrical, everyone except Goku could see through the facade. Yet, alas, Goku remained oblivious. Frieza. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong appeared before Frieza in an instant, seizing his hand with a firm grip. You. Sun Wukong was about to speak. But before his words could escape his lips, his expression shifted dramatically. With a swift flash, a beam of light pierced through Sun Wukong's chest. Ah, Sun Wukong. You remain ever the benevolent soul, Frieza remarked, seizing a handful of the Monkey King's hair and, with a violent toss, unleashed a flurry of punches that landed relentlessly upon him. You. Sun Wukong's complexion turned pale as a gaping wound appeared on his body, blood oozing incessantly. He had reverted from his Super Saiyan 4 form, clearly indicating the severity of his injuries. What happened? Were you not exceedingly powerful? Frieza remarked coldly, raising his right hand to deliver a devastating punch upon Sun Wukong. The immense force unleashed a harrowing scream from Sun Wukong's lips. Despicable. Despite the excruciating pain, Sun Wukong still managed to speak with great effort. Despicable? Is it only now that you come to this realization? As long as I can eliminate you, what does it matter if it is deemed despicable? After all, you are destined to perish. Letting you utter a few curses before your demise holds no significance for me. Do not entertain the notion of resurrecting with the Dragon Balls of Earth, for once I have slain you, I shall obliterate the planet, rendering your resurrection an impossibility. Frieza cackled with glee, his countenance betraying an overwhelming exhilaration. This scenario had played out in his mind countless times, and at last, it was poised to become a reality today. Although there remained a Vegeta after Sun Wukong's demise, Frieza was utterly unconcerned. Scoundrel! Sun Wukong exclaimed, his fury reaching its zenith. Yet, regardless of his indignation, he found himself gravely injured, devoid of any surplus strength to muster. The prospect of resistance was utterly futile. This sudden turn of events left the onlookers in a state of stunned silence. What had initially appeared to be a certain victory now seemed far from that. However, in stark contrast, Gu Xuan's thoughts diverged from the crowd's perception. For while Frieza's ambush on Sun Wukong had proven successful, he himself was grappling with a different set of troubles. Beep. The system has determined that the host has completed all tasks within the current universe. A reward of invincibility for 1 minute has been granted. The system is preparing to transport the host to another universe. Countdown to the transport, 1 minute. The countdown has commenced. This. Gu Xuan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a system that had long remained silent. He had not undertaken any tasks. And yet the system declared that he had completed everything? Was this judgment not rather hasty? Moreover, what did the system mean by stating it would soon transport him to another universe? Would it be a transfer to something akin to the 4th universe or the 6th universe, or perhaps to entirely different realms? Gu Xuan fervently bombarded the system with inquiries in his mind, yet at that moment, the system appeared as silent as the grave. Aside from the countdown still ticking away, it offered no acknowledgement whatsoever. In his frustration, Gu Xuan contemplated whether this time the system would, akin to the initial occurrence, send him into another world like it had when he was transported to the Dragon Ball universe. However, if that world were unfamiliar, unlike the Dragon Ball universe, it would indeed be disastrous. Observing the countdown in his mind dwindling to just over 50 seconds, Gu Xuan realized he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. He needed to resolve the matter at hand. That fool Kakarot, it was always like this. Vegeta clenched his fist lightly, feeling exceedingly displeased as he watched Frieza's current excitement. Just as he contemplated approaching, another voice echoed from behind him. Allow me. A formidable aura erupted from Vegeta's being, accompanied by a brilliant surge of blue light, as he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue in that very instant. However, this overwhelming power was short-lived, for the moment the voice's owner placed a hand upon his shoulder. It was forcibly subdued. Eh? Vegeta was taken aback, and as he turned around, he found the solemn-faced Gu Xuan standing beside him. Gu Xuan, Vegeta began slowly, gazing at Gu Xuan. Allow me to take over. Gu Xuan spoke again, his expression grave as he kept a watchful eye on the countdown while also stepping forward. 50 seconds should be more than sufficient to deal with Frieza, Gu Xuan murmured to himself. Though he had taken merely a single step, his figure instantly materialized before Frieza. How swift! Vegeta's gaze sharpened, for even with his formidable strength, he had failed to perceive how Gu Xuan had moved in that fleeting moment. Nevertheless, Vegeta was certain that Gu Xuan had not employed instant transmission. This implied that the movements, which had previously eluded Vegeta's comprehension, were merely a manifestation of Gu Xuan's astonishing speed. Just how extraordinary was his velocity? It was astonishing that even I could not discern it clearly. Moreover, what was most remarkable was that he had not even transformed into a Super Saiyan, implying that he was solely utilizing his God Saiyan form. Vegeta murmured inwardly, his gaze toward Gu Xuan tinged with an undercurrent of fear. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying. In that moment, Vegeta finally grasped the essence of that statement. Although I do not know you and have never encountered you, your aura suggests that you are also a Saiyan. And it seems you share a favorable rapport with Goku and the others. Frieza's eyes narrowed. To be candid, Gu Xuan's speed astonished Frieza, rendering him momentarily speechless. From your words, it seems you can sense my aura as well. Gu Xuan regarded Frieza with indifference, his tone serene yet laced with a chilling detachment. Frieza, I fear I have disappointed you. At this moment, Goku was in a state of utter weakness. His injuries were grave, and upon seeing Gu Xuan, he could not help but smile wryly. It's nothing. One learns from adversity. As long as you remember this lesson, it suffices. Mercy towards an enemy is the greatest cruelty to oneself, for not everyone possesses a benevolent side. Your kindness may not earn the respect of your foes. It could very well be exploited by them. Keep this in mind. Otherwise, regardless of the heights of your power, until you overcome this perception, you shall forever remain a weakling. Gu Xuan spoke slowly. I believe you all underestimate me, Frieza. Frieza abruptly interrupted Gu Xuan and Goku's exchange. With that, he raised his right hand and aimed a ferocious punch directly at Goku, intent on seizing his life while he lay gravely injured. Bang! However, at the very moment Frieza unleashed his punch, his fist did not strike Son Goku as he had intended. Did I give you permission to act? Gu Xian's right hand grasped Frieza's arm, his gaze cold and indifferent as he slowly began to speak. How is this possible? Frieza gazed at his right hand, firmly grasped by Gu Xuan. An expression of profound fear and astonishment etched across his face. He could distinctly sense the power within him being suppressed at this very moment. Goku, pay close attention. one must annihilate the enemy with an overwhelming force. This is a significant flaw of your Sun family. Gu Xuan addressed Goku. And after finishing his words, he clenched his right hand with fierce intensity. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Frieza's entire right arm shattered explosively, disintegrating into countless fragments of flesh that scattered in all directions. I shall kill you, he bellowed in a voice filled with rage, the agony consuming him. A resounding explosion of immense power erupted from Frieza's being as he transformed into Golden Frieza in that very moment. Futile, for in my presence, your strength is utterly insignificant. Even the contingency plans you have prepared for this battle hold no more value to me than refuse. Gu Xuan's voice remained calm, eerily so, glancing at the time. Only 35 seconds remained. Die for me, Frieza bellowed, immediately launching an attack towards Gu Xuan. Boredom. Gu Xuan merely uttered 2 words. With a swift motion, Frieza suddenly found himself face to face with Gu Xuan. Just as he prepared to strike, a hand materialized above him, seizing his head with an iron grip. This time, Frieza, once you perish, do not entertain the notion of resurrection. Gu Xuan's voice resonated as he exerted tremendous force with his right hand. With a resounding crash, Frieza's head was crushed by a powerful grip from Gu Xuan, leaving no opportunity for resistance whatsoever. Frieza's voice had yet to fully escape his lips when, having uttered but a single syllable, his body collapsed, devoid of life. Did you witness that? This is the most effective method of dealing with one's adversaries. Gu Xuan waved his hand, as if attempting to cast away the blood that stained it. I understand. Sun Wukong weakly rose to his feet, having finally learned his lesson. However, how long this lesson would remain with him was uncertain. For the time being, though, he would not soon forget. Eradicate the remnants of the Frieza force. Leave not a single one alive, Gu Xuan spoke slowly. Following his words, the other Z fighters surged forth, charging towards the Frieza force soldiers who had lost their leader and were now paralyzed with fear. No. A series of anguished cries echoed. And moments later, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the thick stench of blood. The crowd rejoiced at the demise of Frieza's army. Yet only was noticed the peculiar change in Gu Xuan. At that moment, Gu Xuan's figure began to grow ethereal. As the countdown reached its final 10 seconds, his form gradually turned transparent. Gu Xuan, what is happening to you? Whis inquired. The others were also taken aback by Gu Xuan's abrupt transformation, some even fearing he was on the brink of death. Not much, just that the time has come. I may need to visit another realm. Gu Xuan replied with a wry smile. A minute can feel both fleeting and interminable. If only the system had informed him sooner. He could have taken the opportunity to explore a bit more during his recent travels. Gu Xuan, you're leaving again? When do you plan to return this time? The weakened Son Goku, supported by Gohan, seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation, instinctively believing that Gu Xuan was merely heading off as he did during his previous journey to the 6th universe. The others, however, sensed the heavy atmosphere surrounding Gu Xuan. I don't know, Gu Xuan shook his head, but I believe I will return soon. As he uttered these words, the countdown reached its last second, and his body became entirely transparent. Everyone could no longer see him, and even Gu Xuan's presence faded away with his disappearance. The Saiyan Infinite Growth System alerts you. Multiverse traversal successful. Successfully logged into the Marvel Universe 19999. Login timestamp: 3 months prior to the Avengers timeline. Mission initiated. Ensure that Earth safely navigates through the timeline of the Avengers. Note: due to the host login, the content of this universe may differ from the cinematic universe familiar to the host. Completion reward: transformation into Super Saiyan 5. With the opportunity to return to a previous universe once. Time limit: 1 day. Upon task completion, the system will automatically commence the countdown for universe traversal. Wishing the host a pleasant journey. Beneath the boundless starry sky, he should have maintained his usual silence. Yet tonight, that silence proved elusive. Within a clandestine base of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Pegasus project was underway. However, this location, rather than being a true secret base, was hardly concealed. Spanning over 1,000 acres, it could be easily discovered by anyone willing to search. How could such a place remain clandestine? Nevertheless, its secrets resided not in its location, but rather in the research being conducted within. If all proceeded as expected, the revelations here would remain unknown to all of America, perhaps even to humanity itself, for it was never intended for the public eye. Currently, the focus of this project was the Tesseract. Years prior, Nick had paid a hefty price to reclaim it from the jaws of an orange creature. This sacrifice left Nick forever burdened with an eye patch. Of course, to the outside world, Nick only spoke of the fierce battles he endured to retrieve the Tesseract, never mentioning the orange entity. Director, I harbor a troubling premonition. Expressed his concerned aide, Hill beside him. Yet Nick could see no alternative. Earth requires its own trump card. Much like the strategy employed against the island nation back in the day. Today, Earth needs a deterrent more potent than nuclear weapons to confront those extraterrestrial beings. Nick's determination was unwavering, for the reality was indeed dire. Months earlier, a self-proclaimed Prince of Asgard had visited Earth, leaving a profound impact. The previously unseen weaponry and abilities far exceeding those of Earthlings were astonishing to Nick. Most alarmingly, he learned from their discourse that Earth was once known as Midgard. Situated at the center of the Nine Realms, and was indeed territory of Asgard. In other words, he had once been considered a subject of that cursed Asgardian prince. Such a notion was intolerable to Nick's pride. In his view, Earth would forever belong solely to its inhabitants. Let those cursed Asgardians retreat far away. Although Asgard has indeed shielded Earth from numerous foes over the years, Nick remains steadfast in his belief that Earth does not require Asgard's protection. Perhaps they could forge an alliance, yet an ally shall remain merely an ally. As the self-proclaimed representative of Earth, Nick cannot abide the notion of the land he safeguards becoming a dominion of others. This sentiment he has discussed with Captain Marvel. However, according to the cosmic laws, Captain Marvel is only permitted to thwart enemies beyond Earth's borders and must maintain a cordial demeanor towards the Asgardians. Thus, under the weight of such pressure, Nick finds himself compelled to wield the cosmic cube. There is no alternative. Earth requires its own trump card, one that would instill awe even in extraterrestrial beings. Director. A familiar voice resonated, and Nick smiled as he gazed at Professor Selvig. The professor's current responsibility was the comprehensive development of the cosmic cube. However, the expression on his face was one that made it difficult for Nick to share in his mirth. What troubles you, Professor? Nick inquired with concern. For as long as there were no issues regarding the research of the cosmic cube, nothing else would pose a problem for him. Come quickly, Director, Professor Selvig urged. His brow furrowed with concern as he beckoned Nick Fury to follow him towards the largest observatory within the entire base. As he operated the central telescope of the observatory, he explained to Nick, the sky tonight is unlike any other. If my calculations are correct, a tiny meteor is hurtling towards Earth. Nick Fury, nonchalantly aligning his single eye with the lens, replied, There's no need to panic, Professor. It's merely a meteor. Who hasn't witnessed a meteor shower in this day and age? He maintained an air of calmness, having encountered extraterrestrial beings descending upon Earth, let alone a mere tiny meteor. Observing the professor's frantic demeanor, he pondered whether to grant Professor Selvig a respite, for it appeared that he was wearied from his labors. However, the meteor's trajectory pointed towards New York, and alarmingly, its shape bore a resemblance to the human form, leading me to question whether there might indeed be a person nestled within that meteor. Excuse me? Nick exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Damn it! In an instant, he grasped the implication of the professor's words, barely managing to contain his emotions. The last time such a meteor descended, it had bestowed upon them the weapon of Thor, and now it appeared that a person would be arriving? Moreover, the landing site was none other than their beloved New York City. Nick felt a surge of displeasure. Each day, it seemed, aliens were indulging themselves with nothing better to do than visit Earth for amusement. How much longer until their arrival? Nick's expression grew grave. Approximately 16 minutes remained, with the designated landing site being the heart of Manhattan. Understood, Nick nodded. He promptly activated the communicator, issuing directives to the agent currently vacationing in New York. The holiday was to be canceled. Coulson would lead the operation, with the location set in Manhattan. The primary objective was to evacuate civilians, ensuring their safety while simultaneously encircling the anticipated landing site. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, the orders of the team leader would take precedence. Understood. Agent Coulson, who was enjoying a candlelit dinner with a second-tier actress in New York, suddenly received a message. Just a moment ago, he had agreed with the actress to accompany her to his home, but his expression changed in an instant. What's wrong, darling? The actress, oblivious to the unfolding situation, assumed that her previous joke had failed to amuse Coulson. Please forgive my abruptness, dear. I must attend to an unexpected matter. However, the actress's words had barely left her lips when Coulson had already donned his coat and exited the restaurant without a backward glance. Meanwhile, across various locations in New York, a convoy of Hummers surged forth, all with a singular destination, Manhattan. In the heart of New York, the Manhattan district was nothing more than a typical securities exchange. Yet today, rumors circulated that an extraterrestrial prince was poised to assault the New York stock market. In an instant, The surrounding crowds were hastily dispersed. Once the last individual had been cleared away, the so-called alien prince finally entered their observation zone 5 minutes later. Awaiting him were over 20 Hummer-wielding agents and an emergency task force led by Coulson. As for Natasha, she was engaged in other missions and could not make it in time. As he gazed at the approaching meteor in the sky, Coulson couldn't help but ponder why each appearance of such characters was always accompanied by such grand spectacle. The last time it was Thor. And now this new associate was no different. He hoped this individual would prove to be as foolish as Thor, making matters considerably easier to manage. Coulson mused. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself unable to locate the most crucial figure. Where the hell was Iron Man? Why had he not yet arrived? They needed him to slow that damn thing down. Don't worry, buddy, he's already on his way to decelerate it. Iron Man descended from the sky, after all. Heroes always make their entrance last. It's not a good habit to insult people behind their backs. As a lesson, I've taken the actress you were trying to charm tonight. Tony chuckled as he lifted his helmet, revealing a rather cheeky grin beneath. How did you know what I was doing tonight? Coulson retorted, clearly agitated. She was a woman he had set his sights on. I received the intel the moment you stepped foot in New York. I even know the brand of oil you used with that other actress in bed 2 nights ago, Tony replied, a playful smirk on his face. I just didn't expect your taste to be so unique. He draped his arm casually over Coulson's shoulder. Are you watching me? Coulson expressed his displeasure, yet felt utterly powerless against the man before him, simply because he was Tony Stark. Meanwhile, the meteor successfully descended, just as Tony had predicted, gradually decelerating during its descent. Fortunately, it merely struck a securities exchange, sparing greater calamity. As the man arrived, everyone slowly approached him, enveloped in a profound silence. Unanimously, their focus gravitated towards the peculiar anatomy of the man, which differed slightly from their own. In an instant, as the figure's arm within the ruins lifted slightly, over 80 rifles and 15 rocket launchers were aimed at him. The arc reactor's glow in Iron Man's palm flickered incessantly, rendering Coulson's pistols seemingly insignificant. Team 1, advance for inspection. Team 2, maneuver to the flank. Team 3, follow me, Coulson commanded as he led the way. The incapacitated man, after a brief motion of his arm, succumbed once more to an eerie stillness. Can you understand me? Who are you? Where do you come from? Coulson inquired cautiously. His firearm remained trained on the man, although his gaze could not resist darting toward the stranger's distinctive anatomy. Yet, the figure on the ground lay motionless, akin to a lifeless body. Observing this, Coulson gradually mustered his courage, guiding his team toward the enigmatic individual. A chilling scream abruptly interrupted their advance. Coulson, ever vigilant, held his weapon steady, wary of the man before him, fearing that he might erupt into violence, although they were prepared to unleash at least 300 rounds in his direction. Who could truly guarantee that such ammunition would inflict harm upon him? Was this a form of resurrection? Coulson pondered aloud. After the man's commotion, they were all paralyzed with fear, compelled to maintain their aim at him. Even Iron Man hovered overhead, unlocking all his weaponry, pointed squarely at the man on the ground. 10 minutes later, observing that the man had fallen utterly still, Coulson cautiously approached, his skepticism lingering. Once he ensured that it was safe to draw near, he promptly instructed the other agents to lift Gu Xuan and transport him to the vehicle. Their movements were swift. Within a minute, they had successfully loaded the man into the car, and then the team regrouped, departing in their Humvee, leaving only Tony, clad in his Mark armor, behind. Jarvis, please search for any remnants the extraterrestrial may have left behind that could contain DNA. We must prepare ourselves for any potential threats this individual may pose. Very well, sir. Approximately half an hour later, at the New York branch of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury observed the still figure of Gu Xuan lying silently upon the examination table in the adjacent room. He found it rather difficult to fathom that someone could fall from such a great height and emerge unscathed, not even a single strand of hair harmed. Surrounding the lab bench were 10 researchers representing the pinnacle of global medical expertise, equally astounded. Good grief. With our current technology, we are utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest injury upon his skin. Is the cellular vitality within him genuinely real? Does he merely require a moment of rest to recover from any grievous wounds? What is the nature of the surging energy within him? Why is it that our instruments cannot detect it at all? Oh my goodness. Behold this flawless physique. I would be utterly enamored. Snap out of it. Your wife would surely not approve. No worries, my wife would consent to the 3 of us. Gu Xuan, lying on the examination table, furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed he had just emerged from a dream, one from which he could not awaken. Yet now, the dream had ended. and he was roused by the incessant chatter of these individuals. Slowly, he opened his eyes, only to find a group of irritating figures clad in white coats surrounding him, engaged in some unknown activity. Damn, he's awake. One of the personnel was the first to notice Gu Xuan's movement, prompting the others to direct their gaze towards him. Their expressions reflected the awe one might reserve for a monstrous entity. Have I traversed into the Marvel Universe? Gu Xuan mused. But as he attempted to lift his arm to support his head, he caught sight of a multitude of wires densely connected to his body, leaving him perplexed as to their purpose. Annoying. Gu Xuan felt an inexplicable surge of anger. He loathed the sensation of being treated like a mere spectacle. With a slight exertion, he tore away the bindings that restrained him, but in his clumsiness, his palm inadvertently brushed against the experimental table upon which he lay. When he withdrew his hand, it left behind a distinct imprint, a testament to Gu Xuan's presence. A throbbing headache persisted, and the energy within him surged with agitation as he processed the information conveyed by his own digestive system. After a prolonged moment, Gu Xuan reopened his eyes, only to be met with the astonished gazes of the medical personnel around him, who regarded him as if he were some kind of monster. This perception irked him considerably. Though he had not been conscious prior, it did not imply he was oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. He sensed the transformation of power coursing through him, acutely aware of the vast superiority of the Marvel Universe's laws compared to those of the Dragon Ball realm. Even his own strength felt significantly constrained. Nevertheless, according to the system's indications, merely enduring the trials of the first Avengers should be well within his capabilities. After all, in the Dragon Ball universe, a battle power of 530,000 was sufficient to obliterate the Earth. Even here, where the laws were more refined, his might was still formidable. Gu Xuan was confident that even beings of celestial caliber would find it challenging to contend with him. At the very least, he believed he could handle entities like Thanos or Odin without much difficulty. Gu Xuan's immediate priority was to comprehend his surroundings, and he soon began to make discoveries. Under the astonished gazes of the medical staff, he slowly approached the glass barrier. On the other side, Nick Fury observed him with a grave expression as Gu Xuan advanced toward the glass. Has he noticed us? Hill inquired anxiously. For recent reports indicated that Gu Xuan's physical resilience was extraordinary. Their simulations suggested that even a nuclear explosion would merely feel like a gentle breeze to him. With such prowess, Gu Xuan was far beyond the current capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D., at least until they resorted to their ultimate weapon. For now, they could only hope that the strength of extraterrestrial beings resembled that of Thor, who was rather simple-minded. Do not worry. Reports indicate he lacks penetrating capabilities. He is likely just admiring his reflection, Nick replied with an air of calm. However, the next moment, when Nick lifted his gaze once more, he found himself locked in an uncanny stare with Gu Xuan's remarkably handsome face, maintaining a facade of composure. Nick inwardly clung to his belief that Gu Xuan was merely observing his own reflection, yet the gaze of this monstrous presence bore down upon him with unsettling intensity. Even Nick felt a sense of helplessness. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Agent Hill, adorned with an exquisite visage, wore a worried expression as well, having already arranged for a tactical team to wait outside. Should any unforeseen events arise, the team would swiftly enter to prioritize the director's evacuation. I am aware of your presence outside. Gu Xuan's voice unexpectedly resonated. On the other side of the glass, Gu Xuan did not possess any superhuman ability to see through objects. However, that did not imply he had never watched a Marvel movie. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Nick was likely standing on the other side of the glass, observing him as if he were a mere monkey, accompanied by his petite secretary, Hill. How do you know my name? Nick was taken aback. Well, you might consider me to have a form of super hearing. Gu Xuan casually fabricated a reason to placate Nick. He did not possess such extraordinary auditory abilities, but it was certainly within his capacity to see objects hundreds of meters away. Nick, however, was convinced. After all, anything was possible when dealing with an extraterrestrial being. Unbelievable. Nick murmured to himself. There are many things you find hard to believe, but before we continue, might you step aside? Sir? I do not appreciate being observed like a spectacle, Gu Xuan stated, pressing forward. Yet, contrary to Nick's anticipation, he did not halt upon nearly reaching the glass. Instead, he continued to stride forward. Bang! In an instant, as Gu Xuan advanced, both Nick and Hill had no time to react. Before their astonished eyes, Gu Xuan, harnessing his formidable strength, crashed through the glass that even missiles could not penetrate. The glass shattered instantaneously, splintering into countless fragments. Instinctively, Nick and Hill raised their arms to protect their heads and vital organs. However, after a few seconds, the shattered glass did not fall in their direction as anticipated. When Nick reopened his eyes and looked up again, he swallowed hard by reflex. "Excuse my boldness, but is this ability to manipulate objects also one that you possess?" Nick inquired, his face a portrait of disbelief, as he beheld the calm demeanor of Gu Xuan, surrounded by glass shards that should have fallen to the ground, now floating like magic around him. "Well," Gu Xuan slightly raised his brow. "It was merely a trivial trick." As he spoke, the glass finally fell to the ground as if it had lost its support. "What is it, Director?" At that moment, the door was kicked open, and a large group of heavily armed agents stormed in, each equipped with sophisticated firearms. After ensuring the Director was unharmed, they all aimed their weapons at Gu Xuan. Should he dare to make a rash move, an overwhelming barrage powerful enough to pierce an elephant would be unleashed upon him in the blink of an eye. Humph. Gu Xuan gazed at these individuals, letting out a cold snort as an indescribable pressure emanated from within him. To be precise, it was merely a wisp of energy radiating from Gu Xuan, which he now wielded as a weapon to intimidate those present. At that moment, the atmospheric pressure in the entire room seemed to diminish. Everyone was astonished to realize that even the act of breathing had become a struggle. "What is happening?" Nick pondered, feeling perplexed, for he found himself in a similar predicament. At that moment, everyone present except for Gu Xuan shared this sentiment. Nick furrowed his brow slightly. "I apologize, sir. This is merely a misunderstanding, and I regret the indiscretion of my subordinate," he remarked with a forced smile that was more akin to a grimace. Hill, standing nearby, appeared equally astonished. Her status as a level 9 operative attested to her intelligence. Under Nick's gesture, the agents on both sides gradually lowered their weapons. "It seems you have many questions for me. However, before we proceed, it would be prudent for you to fetch me a garment. I prefer not to have my vulnerabilities exposed to your gaze," Gu Xuan stated, casting a brief glance at Nick's midsection. Cough, cough. Nick too felt awkward under Gu Xuan's gaze. "Quickly bring this gentleman a set of clothing," he said, glancing at Gu Xuan. "A trench coat similar to yours will suffice." "Very well, sir." Gu Xuan nodded and followed Nick into his office. A trench coat tailored for Gu Xuan had already been neatly placed on the desk. Unfazed by the possibility of Nick tampering with his attire, Gu Xuan remarked, "Your taste is commendable. I have long grown weary of practicing in my training garb." As he spoke, he swiftly donned the coat, causing a miniature tempest to swirl within the office. Papers scattered across the room, and Nick found himself struggling to maintain his footing amidst the chaos. "Please, take a seat. I shall grant you an opportunity to voice your inquiries. Though whether I choose to respond is entirely at my discretion." By the time Nick reopened his eyes, Gu Xuan had effortlessly settled into Nick's own chair. The trench coat, coupled with his demeanor, created an illusion that the individual before him was the very director of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, this audacious attitude instilled a sense of foreboding in Nick's heart. Domineering. At that moment, Nick could perceive nothing but sheer dominance emanating from Gu Xuan. This indicated that Gu Xuan would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable adversary, unlike Thor, who could be easily deceived with a few well-placed words. After a brief silence, Nick summoned Hill once more. "Please bring us a bottle of your finest wine." "Indeed," Hill nodded. And soon the office was once again left with only Nick and Gu Xuan. However, as a precaution, Hill had arranged for hundreds of agents to be on standby outside, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, before the drinks arrived, "May I boldly inquire about your true identity? An extraterrestrial? A deity from Asgard?" "Aha," Gu Xuan chuckled. For Nick's question struck him as rather amusing. Indeed, he was a human from Earth, yet not from this particular world. Was he a human from the Dragon Ball universe? It seemed not. "Are you attempting to assert your authority before addressing my inquiry?" No. I merely find your question somewhat humorous," Gu Xuan replied. "What you are referring to is not the correct answer. Then who exactly are you?" "As for me, I am simply an unremarkable Saiyan," Gu Xuan retorted, without any intention of concealing his identity. For he believed that regardless of how cleverly he disguised himself, the intelligence network of S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly uncover traces of his abilities should he employ them on Earth, even if the revelation seemed far-fetched. Furthermore, Gu Xuan recognized the necessity of demonstrating formidable strength to suppress S.H.I.E.L.D., as he was certain that with Nick's cunning nature, even a simple trip to the restroom could be meticulously documented. After all, the title representing Earth was not to be taken lightly. Any individual not aligned with their interests would be deemed a potential adversary by S.H.I.E.L.D. E-L-D. Hence, to avert unnecessary complications in the future. Gu Xuan felt it essential to exhibit a portion of his power to dispel their unfavorable thoughts. Saiyan? Nick was momentarily taken aback by Gu Xuan's revelation. Countless scenarios had played out in his mind regarding Gu Xuan's self-introduction, yet this was not one he had anticipated. With all due respect, sir, you might as well claim to be an indigenous deity of Earth for it to be more credible. Otherwise, could you show me your tail that symbolizes your Saiyan heritage? That would help me believe your words. Or perhaps, when did manga from your island reach your divine realm? Nick chuckled as he spoke, instinctively perceiving Gu Xuan's claim as a jest. Even if Gu Xuan professed to be a deity, he would have chosen to believe him. But the assertion of being a Saiyan seemed just a tad implausible. Yet upon witnessing the earnestness in Gu Xuan's gaze, Nick sighed. All right. I shall tentatively accept that you are indeed a Saiyan. However, I still hope for a more formal introduction between us, Nick said, resignedly addressing Gu Xuan. Gu Xuan nodded in agreement. I am Nick Fury, director of the organization beneath your feet. I am Gu Xuan, a Saiyan. He reiterated his identity. Yet, seeing Nick's bewildered expression, he realized his words had fallen on deaf ears once more. All right, I understand you still do not believe what I am saying. In light of this, I find myself compelled to adopt an alternative means to substantiate my identity, Gu Xuan lamented. Director, what is the matter? At that moment, Agent Hilt, who had stepped out to serve drinks, returned, slightly bewildered by the current situation as she held 2 glasses. It's nothing. Merely our new friend is about to showcase something pertaining to the Saiyans, Nick remarked with a smile. If Gu Xuan was in such a state, he had already conceived another strategy to deal with him. Saiyans? Aren't they merely figments from a comic? Hilt questioned skeptically, casting a doubtful glance at Gu Xuan. However, as she attempted to offer a drink to Gu Xuan, he declined. I am aware of your inquiries. Thus, I shall present a means to verify my identity. Furthermore, allow me to clarify, I am not your ally, Gu Xuan stated firmly, a hint of coldness emanating from his brow. Upon witnessing this, Nick felt a sudden pang of apprehension. Watch closely, Gu Xuan declared, his fist clenched and resting firmly at his waist. A low growl escaped from Gu Xuan's lips, and an inexplicable aura began to surge from within him. Despite his utmost efforts to contain the power within, a few tendrils of energy inadvertently seeped out. In front of him, Nick and Hill exchanged glances, a profound sense of unease washing over them. It felt as though the figure before them was not Gu Xuan, but rather a colossal beast in human form. The pressure emanating from him was incomparably greater than that of the Hulk. Do not let your ignorance bind me. This transformation will occur but once. Should you harbor any malicious intentions thereafter, you shall bear the consequences. With a resounding boom, an overwhelming surge of power erupted at the moment the words were uttered. Under the utmost control of Gu Xuan, this force was confined to erupt solely above his head. Ascending rapidly, in an instant, the pressure pierced through several hundred meters of the building, creating a brilliant golden beam of light that shot skyward, visible throughout New York City in that direction. The golden aura suddenly enveloped Gu Xuan, manifesting as a radiant column that soared into the heavens. Due to Gu Xuan's mastery over it, the energy did not disperse but surged upward instead. Yet, as the force began to spread, even with Gu Xuan's diligent control, the entire building trembled incessantly. Apart from Gu Xuan, nearly everyone else struggled to maintain their footing. However, Nick remained oblivious to these disturbances, for at that moment, all his attention was fixated on Gu Xuan. Golden energy, golden brows, golden hair, everything was resplendent in gold. Was this not reminiscent of the transformation of a Super Saiyan from the comics? Gu Xuan let out a cold snort, and under Nick's terrified gaze, he retracted his transformation. As Gu Xuan returned to his original form, the entire Sankei building finally regained its tranquility. Chill, pinch me, and tell me this isn't real. Nick swallowed hard, still finding it difficult to believe. Director, don't make me be the one to say this. I wish more than you that this is a falsehood. Fear was evident in Shill's eyes as well. Do not dwell on it. I understand that this is inexplicable, but I have come to your world for reasons beyond comprehension. Even if I were to tell you that I am also a part of your Earth, I suspect you would find it hard to accept. Therefore, please do not burden yourselves too heavily. Simply regard me as an alien temporarily residing on your planet. As Gu Xuan spoke, he stood up and approached Nick, patting him on the shoulder. I believe it would be prudent for you to empathize with my situation. Unlike those extraterrestrial beings eager to invade Earth, I yearn to return home more than anyone else here. However, your attitude towards me has been somewhat irksome. Nevertheless, since this is your first offense, I shall forgive you, hoping that you do not repeat this in the future. In fact, we could potentially become friends or allies. Nick paused before speaking. Let us put that aside. Rather than being tied to a certain organization, I prefer to be carefree on my own. However, if you are willing to let me assume the role of director of S.H.I.E.L.D., then that proposition might be acceptable, Gu Xuan stated earnestly. Well, Nick gazed at Gu Xuan's profoundly serious expression, rendered speechless by his words. If it were indeed possible to recruit someone like Gu Xuan, who boldly claims to be a Saiyan, as an ally, the advantages for S.H.I.E.L.D. would far outweigh the disadvantages. At the very least, when next confronted by those extraterrestrial beings, they would have someone like Gu Xuan as a formidable asset. However, relinquishing the position of director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was out of the question. Let that damn Saiyan go to hell. Never mind, I know you won't agree to this. So consider it a mere jest on my part. Gu Xuan shook his head and then lifted it to regard the massive hole he had just created. Nick, do you know? In my previous universe, there were boundaries to the cosmos. Even with my strength, reaching the edge of the universe took me many days. Are you sharing your experiences with me to suggest that the universe here is less expansive? No. What I mean is, if you continue to provoke me, I would not hesitate to hurl your Earth to the farthest reaches of the universe. Gu Xuan's tone suddenly turned icy, and this abrupt shift startled even Nick. Though he did not reveal his surprise on his face, with a slight furrow in his brow, Nick frantically concocted words in his mind, pondering how best to communicate with this young Saiyan. Wait for me a few minutes. I need to step out. However, I hope that by the time I return, you will have prepared a compensation plan for me. Huh? What compensation? Gu Xuan's expression darkened as he inquired in a low voice. Is it customary for you to abduct others for research without offering any recompense? Before Nick could respond, Gu Xuan's legs tensed slightly. And with a powerful push and raised arms, he vanished in an instant, leaving behind only the large hole he had forcibly created. Was this a warning to us? He looked up at the two gaping holes above, one from the energy released when Gu Xuan transformed, and the other from his departure. No, Nick shook his head. This was the first lesson imparted to us by the Saiyan from another universe. Never negotiate with those whose strength is disproportionate to ours, for we are simply unworthy. Nick sighed. Hill, please prepare what our Saiyan guest desires. Atop the Stark Tower in Manhattan, Tony was astounded as he turned off his surveillance. The brilliant golden light that had erupted from the tri-cornered tower was now vividly imprinted in his mind. What a monstrosity! The energy released was comparable to that of a small nuclear weapon. In his astonishment, Tony slumped to the ground. The more he interacted with these extraterrestrials, the more he recognized the chasm that lay between them. Some things they possessed from birth, while Earthlings might spend their entire lives without ever attaining them. This was the stark difference between the two parties. Jarvis, do you think I have a chance of catching up to those beings? Mr. Stark. There is no need to be disheartened. They were merely born at the finish line, while you still possess infinite potential. Thank you, Jarvis. With renewed vigor, Tony sprang from the sofa. His plans would have to be altered, for time was not on his side. He could never transport a cumbersome suit of armor everywhere he went. Thus, he needed to design a compact and portable suit, ideally the size of a briefcase. He would employ his knowledge to vanquish those foes. Meanwhile, as Gu Xuan ascended from the tri-corner tower, he too noticed the distinctions of Earth as a world within the Dragon Ball universe. The technological apparatus here was evidently more akin to his original world. Unlike the highly advanced technologies of the Dragon Ball realm, although nations like Wakanda existed, which were decades ahead of the rest of the world, it was likely that Wakanda would remain unchanged for the next few years. At this moment, Gu Xuan recalled the mission assigned by the system to ensure the Earth operated normally until the conclusion of the Avengers' first assembly. Isn't that the time when Loki instigated the Chitauri army's invasion of Earth? He mused to himself. The conclusion of that episode saw Iron Man nearly sacrificing himself to send a nuclear missile into outer space, ultimately bringing an end to the Chitauri army. However, since Gu Xuan was already aware of the plot, he would undoubtedly prevent a recurrence of such an incident. In fact, even if he were to confront the Chitauri army single-handedly, Gu Xuan possessed absolute confidence in his ability to triumph over them. Indeed, it was Gu Xuan against an entire army. With the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, coupled with the godly domain, he was entirely assured of his prowess. Remarkably, even during his initial attempts, his power of law remained effective, which delighted Gu Xuan immensely. Thus, he had gained an additional advantage in the Marvel universe. Nevertheless, he pondered whether defeating Loki so easily might be somewhat tedious. Gu Xuan harbored ambitions, and due to his Saiyan heritage, he inherently exhibited the warrior spirit characteristic of Saiyans. Therefore, merely overcoming Loki and the Chidari army would not suffice to satiate his desires. Since he had arrived, it was imperative that he confront that formidable purple-skinned entity. Ideally, he would face Thanos wielding all 5 Infinity Stones. Only then would his journey be deemed worthwhile. However, Gu Xuan felt a tinge of regret. He had arrived in the timeline a bit too early. Had he come a few years later, he could have encountered Thanos at the height of his power during the events of Avengers: Infinity War. As it stood, even if he did confront Thanos, it would only be the version with a single Infinity Stone, rendering the encounter considerably less exciting. Nonetheless, any opponent was better than none. And he was curious to ascertain the current strength of Thanos, whether he could compel Gu Xuan to unleash his Super Saiyan 2 form. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Xuan felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. It seemed that when Loki arrived on Earth to steal the Tesseract, he would need to intervene, ensuring that Loki summoned Thanos. Subsequently, he could venture to Asgard to engage with old Odin. That would make his journey truly worthwhile. In mere moments of contemplation, Gu Xuan had circled the Earth countless times. After all, at his speed, a single orbit around the planet took mere seconds, so swift that even satellites could not keep pace with him, nor could a complete photograph be captured. Yet, it was not that Gu Xuan refrained from flying through the cosmos upon entering the Marvel Universe. Rather, he was apprehensive that this world might not possess the same security as depicted in the cinematic universe. After all, the system has indicated that this universe may possess subtle deviations from what one perceives. Otherwise, given Gu Xuan's temperament, he would have already soared deep into the cosmos. If fortune favors him, he might even encounter Captain Marvel, who is currently playing the role of a mediator. Gu Xuan finds himself filled with anticipation, curious whether he can match the formidable ant without transforming. At this moment, he is soaring several kilometers above the ground at an astonishing velocity. Countless turbulent air currents buffet his attire, yet under the protective aura surrounding him, his clothing remains intact. Within the Triarch Tower, Neil, who had just instructed Hill to take care of certain matters, now sits in his office, restless as if sitting on a bed of nails. He rises weakly and takes a sip from his glass. The warmth of the alcohol jolts him from his stupor. What kind of weapon could possibly be effective against him? Nick muses. The recent satellite report indicates that something is hurtling through the sky at an almost inconceivable speed, nearing the velocity of light. Without a moment's thought, Nick knows it must be Gu Xuan. He struggles to fathom the true extent of this creature's strength. The sheer force generated by such speed could obliterate New York, or even the entirety of America, from the world map in an instant. Thus, Nick is compelled to revise his strategies regarding Gu Xuan. Do you believe humanity's weapons could still be effective against him? Nick inquires of Hill, who has just returned from his task. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. While we still hold some trump cards, it would be wise not to employ them recklessly, Hill responds. Indeed, the sword of Damocles, the last resort of S-H-I-E-L-D. If even that cannot vanquish the beast. Both men fall silent, clearly troubled by Gu Xuan's overwhelming power. The adversary they face is unprecedentedly formidable. Nick believes that, should Gu Xuan desire it, even the mere emanation of his aura could reduce the Triarch Tower to rubble. We must expedite the plan concerning the Hulk. Nick asserts. Rest assured, Director, I have already assigned Agent Natasha to oversee the relevant tasks. If all goes as expected, she will disembark in India this evening. Good. As for Dr. Selvig, urge him to accelerate his work on the Tesseract's power. We urgently require weapons to address unforeseen circumstances. And that scoundrel Tony. Have Coulson continue to pursue him. We must enlist his expertise. Tony has recently reached out to us, expressing his willingness to comply with our previous requests. However, he has also taken possession of all data regarding Gu Xuan and insists that the Young Avengers be activated immediately. Very well, Nick murmured as he rubbed his temples. At least not everything was in disarray. Most matters were still progressing along the right path. As for Thor, he would undoubtedly send someone to ensure Jane made contact with him, urging that muscle-bound oaf to return promptly. It was imperative to monitor all of Gu Xuan's activities. Yet caution must be exercised to avoid provoking him. When appropriate, one could endeavor to meet his requests to the best of their ability. Furthermore, all information regarding Gu Xuan must be sealed off and kept confidential. We must not allow those fools to incite the wrath of this capricious Saiyan. Otherwise, it would not merely be S-H-I-E-L-D, facing the consequences. Very well, Hill nodded. Hill informed me that our dear Saiyan gentleman had taken to the skies once more. Nick inquired. he'll promptly access the satellite imagery. Although they were unable to track Gu Xuan's movements in real time, his general trajectory could still be discerned. It seems our Saiyan gentleman possesses a fervent passion for flight. Having completed 3,612 orbits around the Earth thus far, Hill remarked, visibly astonished. All right, let him indulge in his love for flying. It is certainly preferable to the unnecessary troubles he could cause us. Nick sighed, expressing that as long as Gu Xuan refrained from violence, everything could be discussed amicably. Wait a moment, Director. What is happening now? The satellite reveals that Gu Xuan seems to have ascended to the pinnacle of our Lincoln statue. What could he possibly be doing there? Is it conceivable that Scions possess a penchant for sightseeing? No, Director. The satellite imagery indicates that he appears to be relieving himself atop Lincoln's head. Goodness gracious! What a sheer delight, unparalleled in its exhilarating freedom. Even Gu Xuan himself is oblivious to just how long he has been soaring. Throughout his continuous flight, he has become thoroughly acquainted with the environment of this universe. After finishing his impromptu act atop the Lincoln sculpture, Gu Xuan intends to return briefly to assess the sincerity of Nick and his companions. To be candid, Gu Xuan feels no compelling need to antagonize the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he also sees no reason to regard them with undue reverence. By nature, he would refrain from seeking trouble unless provoked. Of course, should a formidable adversary capable of capturing his interest emerge, the circumstances would be entirely different. Currently, his sole duty is to remain vigilant on Earth, awaiting Loki's impending assault. Beyond that, he merely requires a sanctuary to continue his training. After all, during his time in the Dragon Ball universe, Gu Xuan had become accustomed to secluding himself for extended periods, sometimes even half a year or a year at a time. Thus, a change of scenery presents no significant challenge. Yet, as Gu Xuan traverses the skies, he begins to sense something amiss. Though he could typically cross the distance in mere seconds, he has now been flying for over half a minute and remains unable to reach New York. Law, Gu Xuan whispered softly. Immediately, a faint force of the law emanated from his hand, suddenly expanding outward from him. This was the spatial law he had just begun to comprehend. It was also through this very law that he had previously devised the technique of drawing a prison around himself, intended as a countermeasure against Beerus. However, at this moment, Gu Xuan utilized it to assess his surroundings. His instincts warned him that he had likely fallen into someone else's trap. Yet, he pondered, who could possess such formidable abilities to ensnare him without his knowledge? Gu Xuan, having found no results in his exploration, no longer hesitated and chose to transform into a Super Saiyan form. With the Kamehameha wave, Gu Xuan placed his hands on his hips, channeling all his power into that moment. In the next instant, a sphere of light emerged, bursting forth with an overwhelming force. A faint smile graced his lips. If they wished to confine him here, he would simply annihilate it all. The reason Gu Xuan transformed was to further affirm his thoughts. For under the might of his formidable transformation, the earth beneath him showed no sign of reaction. Logically, if he were to unleash his aura recklessly, the entire planet should tremble beneath the weight of his immense power. Yet, it remained utterly unresponsive. This only served to reinforce Gu Xuan's convictions. With the final word wave descending, Gu Xuan's hands abruptly thrust forward. With a resounding roar, a colossal wave of energy erupted from Gu Xuan's hands, surging forward at an unimaginable velocity. Although Gu Xuan could not perceive the boundaries of this realm, he held steadfast in his belief that as long as it was not the tangible world, there must exist an ultimate end. What Gu Xuan aimed to accomplish now was to harness the force of this unleashed Kamehameha wave, propelling it relentlessly to its terminus, with the intent of obliterating it entirely. Grant me. With a deep breath, Gu Xuan summoned all the energy within his body to the palms of his hands. And then, break. With a thunderous roar, the Kamehameha in Gu Xuan's hands instantly magnified several times, unleashing an unparalleled momentum. In an instant, the entire realm surrounding Gu Xuan quaked, reverberating with an incessant rumble. A faint smile graced the corners of Gu Xuan's lips, confirming that his thoughts were indeed accurate. As the energy of his Kamehameha dissipated, cracks began to emerge around him, spreading like an intricate web. The entirety of the world seemed to be affected. It appeared that with just a little more force, the fabric of reality would shatter completely. However, before Gu Xuan could make another move, the web-like space around him fractured entirely. With a resounding bang, the first sound echoed, causing the remaining fragments of space to cascade downwards. Gu Xuan was about to unleash his own aura to shield himself from the debris, but in the next moment, the fragments dissipated mid-fall. Gradually, The true visage of the entire space unveiled itself before Gu Xian's eyes. "Why is your head so large?" Gu Xian remarked in exasperation at the diminutive figure that had appeared before him. The head was indeed disproportionately large, far exceeding the norm for a human. Gu Xian couldn't help but ponder whether such a hefty cranium might one day lead to an unfortunate tumble resulting in a fatal neck injury. Once the original fragments vanished, the surrounding space transformed into a mirrored realm. As Gu Xian beheld the myriad reflections of himself, he found the observer before him to be the more amusing sight. "The sage always transcends your understanding," the observer declared with a solemn expression. As the observer approached, Gu Xian finally discerned his true stature. Although he was nearly the same height as Gu Xian, his head accounted for half of his total length. Despite this, Gu Xian remained vigilant. For the being was reputed to be omniscient and omnipotent. In terms of overall prowess, he was nearly on par with the celestial group, despite facing certain tribulations thereafter. His current strength remained second only to that of the celestial group, and the technological advancement of his race was millennia ahead of other civilizations within the Marvel Universe. Even the Tony Stark of this universe might not surpass it within his lifetime. As the most formidable observer of events, the observer had always maintained a detached role, witnessing all occurrences within the universe without intervening. However, it was now evident that he felt his presence had disrupted the tranquility of the cosmos he was sworn to protect, prompting him to summon Gu Xian for a thorough inquiry. Though in the animated realm, the observer's strength could not rival even a mere Infinity Stone-wielding Ultron, it did not mean that Gu Xian would recklessly disregard his identity and engage in a hasty escape. "So, where am I now? Earth? Or another dimension?" Gu Xian inquired with a sense of resignation. Not at all. It was evident that the observer had no intention of divulging this matter to Gu Xian. Gu Xian, possessing a keen self-awareness, refrained from pressing further. He had surmised the observer's purpose in bringing him here, and now only wished for the questions to be swiftly posed so he could return home without delay. "You seem rather impatient." The observer's voice resounded once more, and with a mere flick of his will, he could transform the entire space to his liking. "Would you truly find joy in being inexplicably captured?" Gu Xian retorted with irritation. The observer fell silent, as if conceding to the validity of Gu Xian's words. Yet, he pondered when he had last appeared before a human. Was it 200,000 years ago, or perhaps 30 million? The observer did not dwell on it. But soon his authoritative voice echoed again. "Human, you do not seem to belong to our universe." The gravity in the observer's tone was palpable, imbued with an ineffable weariness. Addressing the denizens from a vantage of absolute superiority, Gu Xian despised this demeanor, yet he chose to endure it for the moment. "I am," he replied, "though I traversed from another parallel universe where Iron Man and that insufferable S-H-I-E-L-D exist. However, there was no self-proclaimed deity speaking to me in such a manner." "No, you're not." The observer remained unperturbed by Gu Xian's attitude, responding with serene composure. "I have observed countless universes, yet I have never encountered your likeness. In this vast cosmos, your existence is absent. If you are not a being of our universe, why then do you disrupt the inherent order of our realm? I must insist you return to your rightful universe." "I'm afraid I cannot do that," Gu Xian replied decisively, shaking his head. Though he yearned to voice his grievances, he held his tongue. For he could not confess to the observer that this entire situation was orchestrated by a system, and he too wished to return, but found it utterly impossible. Thus, Gu Xian opted for a different approach. "I apologize, but I am powerless in this matter, at least for now. Grant me some time, and when the moment arrives, I will naturally return to my own universe." As he spoke, Gu Xian turned as if to flee from this place. He moved with remarkable speed, traversing vast distances in an instant. Yet, he could not escape the observer's grasp, for this realm belonged to the observer. In this world, he reigned supreme. "Wait a moment." As the observer's voice resonated, his figure appeared before Gu Xian just as the words fell. This abrupt emergence compelled the soaring Gu Xian to halt mid-flight. Gu Xian gritted his teeth. Indeed, this individual proved to be quite formidable. Yet, he was not one to engage in idle chatter. Should the observer truly provoke him, he would strongly advise against confronting this most powerful of observers. "I have articulated my point clearly. Do you still fail to comprehend?" Gu Xian replied impatiently. His fists clenched tightly. He had yet to revert from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation, and he could readily unleash his power at any moment. "Not at all," the observer replied, shaking his head. "Your abrupt intrusion will utterly disrupt the cosmic order, diverting the predetermined course of events. Therefore, it is not my desire to take action, but rather a necessity. Only by returning you can I fulfill my obligation." As he spoke, the observer extended his hand toward Gu Xuan. Though it appeared to be an utterly ordinary hand, it exuded an indescribable sense of oppression that weighed heavily upon Gu Xuan. Yet, if the observer possessed only this modest capability, then I must express my regrets. With a resounding roar, Gu Xuan's aura erupted, fierce and unrestrained. Even though his power was suppressed to nearly a fraction of its potential within this universe, he had grown accustomed to it, and it did not impede his combat prowess. The notion of duty was meaningless. Today, whether they allowed him to depart or not, he would leave. As he spoke, his inner force surged dramatically, rapidly reaching a level of terrifying intensity. He did not even opt to transform into Super Saiyan 4, relying solely on the might of Super Saiyan 3 God to engage with the observer. The strength of divine beings varies across universes. Although he had attained nearly the power of a destroyer in the Dragon Ball realm, it did not imply that there were no entities in the Marvel universe surpassing the destroyers. Based on Gu Xuan's estimations, the observer before him, while not on par with Beerus, was at least of the caliber of Champa, if the observer were indeed only of Champa's level. With a resounding boom, Gu Xuan exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. In the very next moment, as the observer extended his palm, Gu Xuan unleashed a powerful fist. The two forces collided instantaneously, producing a thunderous sound. A shock wave radiated from their point of contact, sweeping across the entirety of the cosmos, causing the world itself to tremble. The mirrored realm in which Gu Xuan resided began to sway, seemingly a consequence of the tremendous energy unleashed between him and the observer. The observer also displayed a look of confusion, as he had not anticipated that Gu Xuan's strength would be so formidable, rivaling his own prowess. Not yet finished, Gu Xuan bellowed, simultaneously elevating his own momentum to its zenith as he unleashed a flurry of frenzied strikes. His speed was so astonishing that even the formidable observer struggled to perceive his movements, having never encountered such ferocity. The observer found himself utterly powerless against Gu Xuan's relentless onslaught. The observer was nothing more than this. As Gu Xuan continued his assault, he taunted his opponent. However, he soon realized that the observer's resilience was far from ordinary. Despite currently holding the upper hand, Gu Xuan was astonished to discover that the observer remained entirely unscathed, impervious to his intense barrage. Nevertheless, Gu Xuan was determined not to allow him any respite. With a resounding crash, as another punch struck the observer's head, Gu Xuan swiftly extended his other hand to press against the observer's chest. An explosive wave of energy surged forth instantaneously. Under the force of this tremendous eruption, the observer was compelled to retreat uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Xuan turned and fled, unwilling to squander any more time with this adversary. His only desire was to return swiftly. Yet, the observer was not so easily dismissed. As he regained his composure, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Just as he intended to harness his abilities to pursue Gu Xuan, he was astonished to discover that the very space around him seemed to have become frozen in that moment. Despite his efforts to move, he found himself utterly immobilized. It was the power of the laws. The observer promptly realized that Gu Xuan had employed the force of the laws to catch him off guard. Hiki. On the other side, as the ancient Xian was almost soaring into the realm of this world's lens, he glanced back at the observer, a smile gracing his lips as he withdrew his own power of laws. Until next time, Gu Xuan turned back and waved at the observer, preparing to unleash the Kamehameha wave once more to shatter this world. However, before he could gather the energy in his palms, he realized that the mirrored space above his head had been retracted by the observer. What could this possibly mean? Gu Xuan did not concern himself with whether it was intentional or otherwise. Since the observer had provided him with an opportunity, he was determined to seize it. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan vanished from the observer's sight while accelerating with all his might. The observer, however, did nothing to impede his departure. Yet a sudden voice echoed persistently in his mind. Without hesitation, Gu Xuan soared back to the Tricentennial building in New York, almost immediately upon his forceful entrance. A large hole materialized in the recently repaired structure. Observing the terrified expressions of the maintenance workers, Gu Xuan merely shrugged it off as a trivial issue. Indeed, he felt more at ease in the familiar territory of humanity. As for that observer, he had no desire to encounter him again. Yet, Gu Xuan pondered. If the observer was aware of his arrival, then surely the Earth's guardian, Master Gui, must also be cognizant of him. However, rather than being invited for tea, Gu Xuan preferred to take the initiative himself. After all, he aimed to reclaim control in Gu Yi's presence. Fear not, everyone. This is merely a minor incident. I am here to discuss a few matters with Nick, Gu Xuan spoke calmly. Clearly, the workers were skeptical of his claims, perceiving him as a terrorist or similar menace. After all, who would choose to breach a building through the wall instead of using the front door? His arrival revealed to the maintenance crew the true nature of the previous two holes. Goodness, was he treating S-H-I-E-L-D as his own abode? Such an individual would never be shown mercy by them. Suddenly, one of the workers drew a gun from his waist and fired at Gu Xuan. The bullets flew towards him, yet he could not be bothered to evade such feeble attacks. Observing the transformation of a mere maintenance worker into an elite S-H-I-E-L-D agent in the blink of an eye, Gu Xuan frowned but felt no anger. I offered you a chance. I hope you do not take it for granted, he stated, attempting to present himself in a more dignified manner. However, they were S-H-I-E-L-D. After all, how could they be swayed by such niceties? In that moment, the others drew their weapons as well. Nick would not extend formal introductions to Gu Xuan, thus. They regarded him merely as an ordinary intruder, one so ordinary that he could disregard even the blast-proof glass with ease. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, over a dozen firearms were aimed at Gu Xuan. As the flames erupted from the gun barrels, no fewer than 20 bullets were unleashed upon him. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The agents continued to fire relentlessly, seeking to eliminate Gu Xuan at the earliest opportunity. Observing the torrent of bullets raining down, Gu Xuan could only let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, when it comes to such violent organizations, all words of diplomacy are rendered futile. The most effective response to violence is, unequivocally, more violence. The bullets aimed at Gu Xuan were disregarded entirely. As they struck his body, he leisurely advanced towards the nearest agent. Monster. He is a monster. Don't shoot. He is not afraid of bullets. Hurry, report to the director. We are under siege. The agents regarded Gu Xuan with eyes filled with terror. They emptied an entire magazine, yet were utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. Aside from a few marks on his clothing, they hadn't even managed to graze a single hair on his body. Meanwhile, Nick, who was devising strategies in his office, caught sight of Gu Xuan's face on the surveillance feed. Damn it, that cursed Saiyan is back. Witnessing Gu Xuan's audacious demeanor on the screen, Nick felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. I am Nick. Heed my command. Cease all fire. As he issued the order over the communication device, he hastily donned his coat and rushed towards the elevator. He was anxious, fearing that if he delayed even a moment longer, he might arrive to find only the lifeless bodies of his subordinates. Back at the scene, Gu Xuan observed the agents who had ceased their assault. Although he had not overheard their earlier conversation, he could surmise the reasons behind their sudden halt. However, he was not inclined to comply with their unspoken truce. What do you intend to do? The agent, trembling in fear as Gu Xuan approached, recalled that he had been the first to fire. What else can I do? You attempted to kill me with your bullets. Is it not within my right to return the favor? Gu Xuan's expression turned cold as he extended his hand, grasping the agent's throat and slowly lifting him off the ground. You were firing quite enthusiastically just a moment ago, weren't you? Gu Xuan inquired. The agent, feeling the searing heat of Gu Xuan's grip, realized that if Gu Xuan wished it, his neck could be snapped in an instant. Clearly, Gu Xuan was not one to engage lightly. His actions signified that he was prepared to kill. The remaining agents all pointed their firearms at Gu Xuan. Despite receiving Nick's order not to fire, they could not merely stand by and watch their comrade being throttled to death by Gu Xuan. If your guns are swifter than my hands, then feel free to shoot. Gu Xuan's expression was frigid as he gazed at the crowd. He slowly raised his right hand and then forcefully stomped it down onto the ground. Instantly, everyone felt a sinking sensation. The entire office floor was utterly obliterated, the reinforced concrete and shatterproof glass disintegrating into dust. Under Gu Xuan's overwhelming strength, all present felt as though they had been diminished. Observing their blood-stained feet, Gu Xuan wore a scornful smile. Where's the rescue team? Where are they? Nick shouted into the communicator, having finally arrived via the elevator. However, upon witnessing the chaotic scene, he paused momentarily. Almost everyone bore varying degrees of injury, with only Gu Xuan and the agent grasped in his hand remaining unscathed. The agent looked at Nick with a desperate plea in his eyes. Nick rubbed his temples. To be frank, he felt utterly powerless. All he could do now was to pacify Gu Xuan's temperament. After all, if one were to be precise, it was indeed their people who had fired first. Your Excellency, this place is far too chaotic. There is hardly a spot to stand. Perhaps we should retreat to my office for a discussion? Have you not seen how I discipline my unruly subordinates? Gu Xuan slightly tilted his head, and even Nick felt a shiver at the intensity of his gaze. Rest assured. This time it was indeed our people who acted improperly. However, I implore you to overlook this minor transgression. Let us consider it a lesson learned. I will ensure they are properly reprimanded to prevent such trivial mistakes in the future, Nick pleaded. Humph. Gu Xuan let out a cold laugh, choosing to cease his actions on the steps provided by Nick. Casually, he tossed the agent onto the ground littered with shards of glass, and upon impact, the agent's body was marred by over a dozen wounds, eliciting uncontrollable cries of agony. Dominance. Unmatched dominance. At this moment, no other emotion could be discerned from Gu Xuan. All that was visible was sheer authority. Remember, this is the final warning. Gu Xuan sneered, gradually descending to the ground while sending the debris beneath his feet scattering, creating a space for his landing. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the fearful gazes of those around him. Gu Xuan felt quite satisfied with the image he had crafted for himself. He understood well that one must never show leniency towards such violent organizations. Excessive tolerance would only embolden them. After all, Gu Xuan did not require their respect. This was more than sufficient. At least now, no fool would dare to provoke him again. As for Nick, the cunning old fox, he was well aware of Gu Xuan's intentions. Yet he found himself powerless in the situation. However, this could be seen as a fortuitous event for the agents, serving as a warning to them. It was a reminder that on this planet, the threats were not limited to that giant green creature. Now, even an ordinary individual could instill fear so profound that it would render them unrecognizable. Simultaneously, it conveyed a message to Nick. Gu Xuan was formidable, to the extent that Nick questioned whether he should provoke him at all. Much like the character Sun Wukong from the comics, who possesses the power to annihilate the Earth in the latter stages. Yet, Gu Xuan was not Sun Wukong. He would not sacrifice his own interests for the sake of the Earth, nor would he cast aside fame and fortune, willingly attributing all achievements to a mere earthling who had done nothing. Sigh. The thought of having to constantly face such a figure in the future left Nick with a headache. Nevertheless, for now, it was best to ensure Gu Xuan was settled. Put away your futile tricks, Nick. Everything you possess appears trivial to me. Unless you can guarantee my annihilation, provoking me will have dire consequences. Gu Xuan approached Nick and spoke. With each step he took, the debris on the ground seemed to part for him, as if possessing a consciousness of its own. This was Gu Xuan utilizing his energy to clear the obstacles. Upon arriving in this world, Gu Xuan discovered that the energy within him possessed such extraordinary capabilities, which he had never experienced in the Dragon Ball realm. This was not the Dragon Ball world, where even destruction could be undone with a wish from the Dragon Balls. Therefore, Gu Xuan refrained from exerting his full strength unless absolutely necessary. He could not even utilize much of his normal power, only a fraction. While this limitation restrained him in some ways, it also provided him with an opportunity to refine his control over his energy. Previously, he had never needed to be as meticulous as he was now. Even the slightest emission of energy required careful management. Nick and the agents watched in awe at the magic Gu Xuan displayed, rendered speechless. Had it been our Saiyan ancestors, they would have simply invaded your Earth. Gu Xuan remarked. I understand that you may not appreciate being regarded as mere debris, as it shows a lack of respect. However, before we proceed further, I believe it would be prudent for you to show me a modicum of respect. After all, who invites guests only to present them with 100 bullets as a greeting? Was it not you who intruded upon our domain? Is it not reasonable for us to perceive you as invaders? One agent, unable to contain his frustration, boldly confronted Gu Xuan. Nick attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He held his head in his hands, realizing that future training for the agents would need to emphasize the importance of temperance. During your missions, do you ever consider the feelings of the homeowners when you forcibly invade their premises? Gu Xuan retorted. Instantly, they were rendered speechless, as many among them had executed similar missions. At critical moments, they had disregarded the homeowners' wishes, akin to Gu Xuan's actions today. Thus, when you question me, I urge you to reflect upon your own conduct. I have always adhered to the principle of not offending others unless provoked. However, if you manage to incite my ire, well, Gu Xuan said as he stepped into the elevator. The atmosphere grew tense, overshadowed by Gu Xuan's imposing presence. Nick, what are you waiting for? Gu Xuan impatiently called out from within the elevator. Nick shook his head and followed Gu Xuan inside. It is truly a pleasure to see you again. I was beginning to think Earth could not hold you any longer. In the elevator, Nick wore a countenance more sorrowful than tears as he addressed Gu Xuan. To be frank, he found it utterly impossible to muster a smile at that moment. He expressed his gratitude for Gu Xuan's appreciation of Earth's mesmerizing vistas, especially after traversing the planet a staggering 7,482 times, yet resolutely choosing to remain in his homeland. Abandon your speech, Nick. I would not place faith in a single punctuation mark of your words, Gu Xuan remarked, his expression serene. However, the depths of his eyes, inscrutable even to Nick, revealed a mystery that the self-proclaimed connoisseur of human nature could not decipher. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, yet this time, through that particular window, Nick gleaned nothing. The elevator ascended slowly, and neither party chose to pursue the conversation further. When the doors finally opened once more, they were greeted by the somewhat flustered visage of Hill. Director? Upon receiving the news that the director was ascending the elevator alongside Gu Xuan, Hill hurriedly made her way to the elevator to await their arrival. She was apprehensive that Gu Xuan might lash out at Nick in a fit of rage. Fortunately, the outcome was not as she had feared. Observing Hill effortlessly masking her expression, Gu Xuan smiled. Do I appear to be a monster capable of senselessly taking lives? He inquired. If we are to speak of murder, I may well have taken fewer lives than anyone present here. While he spoke, he adeptly returned to his previous position. Nick and Hill followed closely behind. Pray tell, how have you fared in preparing what I requested last time? Gu Xuan inquired, casually crossing his legs. The moment you departed, I instructed my team to meticulously prepare everything. I am rather particular, so I trust you will not disappoint me. Of course, Nick chuckled. With a snap of his fingers, an individual entered, cradling a substantial heap of items, which were promptly spread across the table, towering even above Gu Xuan. Although Gu Xuan was uncertain of the contents, one item caught his attention, the black card resting atop a pile of papers. My lord, a token of my esteem, I hope you will graciously accept it. As he spoke, Nick slid the black card towards Gu Xuan. Gu Xuan paused, contemplating the significance of the gesture. What does this mean? He inquired. Was Nick truly hoping to present him with something to satiate his desires, rather than simply offering cash? If that were the case, did it imply that everything laid out on the table was property? A token of appreciation, Nick chuckled. This is what we refer to as money on our planet. A medium through which one can acquire anything one desires. I am fully aware that this is money. Oh, I apologize. I had forgotten that your world also utilizes a similar form of exchange. However, this is indeed the most precious commodity on our earth. With it, one can fulfill all their wishes. After all, I am convinced that with your capabilities, there is nothing beyond your reach. Thus, I could only prepare a modest sum for your leisurely pursuits on Earth, Nick expressed earnestly. Had it not been for Gu Xuan's education, he might have truly been swayed by Nick's words. So, how much precisely is this amount you speak of? 5 billion. Nick instantly stood up, grasping Gu Xuan's hand, his face radiating sincerity. As an agency directly under the United Nations of Earth, SHIELD, receives at least $100 billion annually. Trust me. Your Excellency, should you speak the word, I could even deposit our entire year's budget into your account. However, I have only just arrived on Earth and do not possess an account. But now I do. Just prior, we had prepared all your identity information and documentation. Henceforth, whether you wish to travel incognito or visit other countries directly, you need not worry about any suspicions regarding your identity. For behind you, SHIELD, will always be at your service, alleviating any potential troubles. Just say the word, and regardless of where you are in the world, our professionals will wholeheartedly attend to your needs. Furthermore, I have arranged properties in various countries for you. With but a word, you could have a home in any nation at your convenience. Nick spoke with fervor, transforming into Earth's guide for Gu Xuan, keen to resolve a myriad of issues. However, much to his dismay, Gu Xuan remained unimpressed by this display. He was not oblivious to Nick's ulterior motives. Such a cunning old fox could hardly harbor benevolent intentions. Yet, Gu Xuan was undeniably taken aback by Nick's extravagant offers. To bestow such lavish gifts indiscriminately was quite a sight to behold. It would truly be a shame not to bestow upon Nick the title of the Child of Fortune. Nevertheless, for Nick, any matter that could be resolved with money was trivial. In fact, should Gu Xuan be willing to ally with SHIELD, Nick could easily procure double the funding from the United Nations, solely to win Gu Xuan's favor. However, observing Gu Xuan's expression, it seemed that his self-proclaimed eloquent speech had failed to sway him. Nick felt a pang of disappointment. It needn't be such a hassle. Gu Xuan resolutely declined Nick's generous offer. If I am not mistaken, these residences you propose are undoubtedly situated in remote, desolate areas, are they not? Perhaps on the borders of Siberia? Or in the heart of some island nation's capital? How could that be? Upon realizing that his intentions had been unveiled, Nick maintained his composure and continued to engage with Gu Xuan. It would be ideal to send Gu Xuan to the border. If that proved impossible, he would strive to accommodate his demands as much as possible. After all, as long as he managed to avoid provoking this formidable being, anything would suffice. Pray, do share your requests. We are capable of fulfilling any desire you may conceive, Nick asserted with unwavering confidence. Requirements? Gu Xuan paused for a moment. It seems I have no particular demands. I would be content with a reasonably spacious apartment in the heart of New York City. Gu Xuan spoke casually. The specifics of the dwelling are inconsequential, as long as the location is favorable. Furthermore, he would likely spend most of his time devoted to cultivation, hence his minimal expectations. As for that card, Gu Xuan would certainly accept it. Although he finds little use for money, it would be foolish to refuse something offered freely. Is that all? Upon seeing Gu Xuan take back the card he had offered, Nick raised his eyebrows slightly. Indeed, even the most formidable individuals cannot escape the allure of wealth. Indeed, very well. This is an exceedingly simple task for S.H.I.E.L.D. Grant us merely 10 minutes, and we shall fulfill your request. However, prior to that, I may have a small favor to ask of you. After Gu Xuan nodded, Nick cautiously articulated another request. I would like to conduct a test on your physical capabilities, merely a fundamental assessment of strength. If you would permit us this slight intrusion, we could utilize instruments or equipment for the purpose. Of course, should you decline, consider my request as if it were never uttered. At that moment, Nick Fury was exceedingly anxious. The reason for his request was to facilitate the collection of more tangible data regarding Gu Xuan, which could then be analyzed by the personnel at S.H.I.E.L.D. However, he did not wish to jeopardize the amicable rapport they had established thus far over such a trivial request. After a brief silence, he was pleasantly surprised to see Gu Xuan give a symbolic nod. Just a simple test, is it? Certainly, my lord. Nearly a test so uncomplicated that you would only need to throw a simple punch. Yet, I fear that even the most sophisticated instruments at S.H.I.E.L.D. might not withstand even a tenth of my strength in a normal state. Gu Xuan stated candidly. His words were not unfounded. Should he unleash his full power, it might very well spell doom for the Earth. That will not be the case, sir. Moreover, you could exercise a modicum of control over your strength. Nick chuckled. Very well, Gu Xuan nodded. Since Nick had said so, there was no need for him to add anything further. Shall we proceed now? At any moment you desire. As long as you wish. All right. Suddenly, a thought struck him. You are not planning to analyze my data and devise strategies against me, are you? Gu Xuan realized. Of course not, sir. This is merely a modest opportunity for us foolish earthlings to broaden our horizons, a trivial endeavor for you. Yet a chance to expand perspectives that we have not explored for centuries, Nick replied with his usual eloquence. Gu Xuan sneered at his words. Honestly, you could speak the truth to me, for even if you did collect my data with the intent to target me, I would not be afraid. No matter how much time you were given, even a century, you could never develop a weapon capable of defeating me, Gu Xuan declared with utmost confidence. Subsequently, he stepped into the elevator under Nick's extremely displeased gaze. Nick's expression was one of deep discomfort, yet he felt powerless against Gu Xuan's threat. 4. Even he believed Gu Xuan's assertion. However, it would not take a century. Nick was convinced that once they thoroughly researched the cosmic cube, they would surely uncover a means to counterbalance Gu Xuan in a short span of time, harnessing the mysterious powers of the cube. When that moment arrived, he would undoubtedly reclaim the grievances he endured today. Are you not leaving yet? Gu Xuan called out with a hint of impatience from within the elevator. Here it comes. With Nick exuberantly bounding into the elevator, he promptly pressed the button for descent. In truth, if you had simply informed me of our destination, I could have whisked you away directly. This elevator ride feels rather sluggish. No need to trouble yourself, he replied, compared to flying. I prefer to keep my feet firmly on the ground. Nick's expression twisted slightly. If Gu Xuan were to carry him at his speed, it was likely that before reaching their destination, he would find his own life endangered by Gu Xuan's antics. The elevator continued its journey until it reached the ground floor. Gu Xuan followed closely behind Nick, exiting the Sankei building amidst the curious gazes of onlookers, before boarding a dedicated vehicle en route to S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. This institution was established under the aegis of S.H.I.E.L.D. And it could be said that all current students here are destined to become integral members of the agency in the future. Most of their internship assignments are directly assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon Gu Xuan's disembarkation, a figure adorned in red and gold descended from the sky. Bang! Iron Man landed precisely before Gu Xuan and Nick. Damn it, Tony, this is my favorite lawn. Nick gazed sorrowfully at the grass that had suffered due to Iron Man's showboating. It was custom-made from Australia specifically for the Academy's shooting range. However, Tony was utterly indifferent. Your taste is as foul as your attitude. As Tony lifted the helmet of his Mark suit, the iconic mustached face beneath was revealed. So, you must be Mr. Saiyan? A pleasure, indeed. But, if I may be so bold, where is your tail? Tony boldly circled behind Gu Xuan to take a look. Yet, upon realizing that Gu Xuan did not possess a tail as he had imagined, a look of disappointment crossed his face. I thought I could indulge some peculiar fantasies. While lamenting, Tony closed the helmet. Gu Xuan raised an eyebrow, casting a gradually peculiar glance at Nick. No wonder this egghead occasionally fixated on his backside. Thinking back, Gu Xuan found it quite revolting. You're talking nonsense, Tony. Hurry and take your annoying turtle shell and get lost. I need to take Mr. Gu Xuan to attend to business. Nick's face flushed red as he scolded Tony fiercely. Yet, Tony had developed quite a thick skin and had heard similar insults no fewer than 10 times. Well, I shall take my leave. No need to mind me. But I still think you should be cautious. I distinctly remember that this fellow has a penchant for butts. As Tony chuckled, he chose to pilot his suit away before Nick could unleash a tirade in embarrassment. His arrival was abrupt, and his departure was equally decisive, leaving Gu Xuan, who had initially believed Nick summoned Tony to test his strength, in a state of confusion. Do not misunderstand, my lord. I simply enjoy chicken bottoms. Ugh. I do not enjoy bottoms. Nick hastily corrected himself, determined to conceal his peculiar preference. It's fine, let us go. Gu Xuan waved his hand, signaling Nick to lead the way. Seeing that Gu Xuan was unconcerned about the earlier incident, Nick breathed a sigh of relief and shot a fierce glare in the direction Tony had fled. Jarvis, did you collect the data? On the other side, Tony inquired of Jarvis as he piloted the suit back to Stark Tower. Very well, sir, Jarvis's resonant voice echoed. With a thud, Tony landed atop his skyscraper. As mechanical arms meticulously removed his armor, his desk had already transformed the recently gathered data on Gu Xuan into a comprehensive blueprint. Quite intriguing, Tony mused, stroking his chin. Upon returning to S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, Nick quickened his pace, guiding Gu Xuan forward after the recent episode. However, his arrival attracted the attention of numerous students, all of whom recognized the man resembling a boiled egg as their illustrious director and future superior. The identity of the young man trailing behind Nick was enough to stir their imaginations. The thought of one day walking in such a commanding manner behind Nick was enough to evoke envy among their peers. Yet, at this moment, Nick's demeanor was far from the lightheartedness the students presumed. On the contrary, he felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. In stark contrast, Gu Xuan appeared remarkably relaxed. After navigating through a series of turns, they finally reached a sufficiently spacious training ground, courtesy of Nick's guidance, taking one last elevator ride. This training area was vast, stretching several hundred meters in both length and width, contributing to an aura of emptiness. However, at the center of this expansive space stood an individual engaged in training. Clad in jeans and a casual t-shirt, the shirt clung tightly to his well-defined physique. The man's robust frame rendered the casual attire nearly skin-tight. With his chiseled chest muscles visibly rippling with each punch he threw, a sight that would even evoke a sense of embarrassment in a woman. The sleeves of his shirt were filled to capacity by his muscular arms. With a mere flex, he could easily burst the fabric. Gu Xuan glanced at the man and then at his own physique, acknowledging that, while his own muscles were commendable, the allure of the other man's physique was undeniably more captivating. Indeed, the attraction was predominantly felt among the male observers. Bang, bang, bang. The man did not cease his training upon the arrival of Nick and Gu Xuan. Perhaps he heard them, but chose not to abandon his rigorous regimen at the final moment. He relentlessly unleashed a flurry of punches, each strike executed with ferocity and swiftness, transforming the punching bag before him into an unfortunate recipient of his wrath. With every blow, a dull thud resonated from the bag. Under such force, any adult male would undoubtedly find it excruciating. Bang! With a powerful punch unleashed, the man swiftly altered his direction. Following up with a left hook, he sent the sandbag soaring through the air. In an effortless motion, he leaped and delivered a decisive kick, shattering the sandbag into fragments that flew across the room. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, like a graceful string. "Hey, Nick. It has been quite some time since I last laid eyes on you," the man exclaimed warmly, approaching Nick and Gu Xuan after his impressive display. "Who might this be?" the man inquired. "Gu Xuan." Gu Xuan extended his hand. "Greetings, I am Steve Rogers." The man likewise reached out his hand. The individual who identified himself as Steve observed Gu Xuan, his expression seemingly filled with anticipation. However, soon after, Steve's countenance shifted to one of disappointment, for Gu Xuan did not exhibit any reaction upon hearing his name. He had once believed that his fame would endure through the ages, yet upon awakening, everything had changed, and even the world had forgotten him. "Pleasure to meet you." Gu Xuan greeted Steve with a subtle smile and a nod. Contrary to what Steve had anticipated, he found no excitement in this encounter as he might have in the past. Instead, he coughed lightly, and observing Gu Xuan's indifferent demeanor, Steve felt a wave of dejection wash over him, his posture no longer as upright as before. However, he quickly came to terms with it. Before his slumber, he had devoted nearly every ounce of his being to the construction of his nation, even to the extent of embracing the possibility of sacrificing his own life for his homeland. But now, the world was at peace, and there was no longer a need for a soldier to guide the masses. This outcome was favorable, at the very least. He could pursue his own desires and fulfill the regrets he harbored. Yet, if one were to ponder his greatest regret, Steve found himself lost in thought, his gaze downward. "Buddy, what's wrong?" Nick perceptively noticed Steve's change in demeanor and inquired with concern. "It's nothing, just reminiscing about the past," Steve replied, quickly regaining his composure, unwilling to be perceived as a forlorn figure mired in sorrow. "It's all behind us, Captain. We must look forward." Now that I have acquainted myself with your friend, what was your intention in bringing him to meet me? Do you wish for me to serve as a sparring partner?" Steve inquired of Nick, his keen intuition suggesting that the man before him was far from ordinary. It was highly probable that he possessed attributes that set him apart from the common man, much like himself. However, if he thought he could vanquish me, Steve Rogers, based solely on that, it was clearly an impossibility. "A sparring partner, you say? I might entertain that notion." Gu Xuan clenched his fist, intrigued as he regarded Steve, contemplating the extent of his strength required to render this overconfident Captain America utterly defeated. "Oh, no. Observing the eagerness of both individuals, Nick hurriedly positioned himself between them. "You misunderstand, Steve. Our guest merely requires a more discreet venue to showcase his abilities. As for the sparring, I will arrange for a qualified individual to assist you in your warm-up later." Nick swiftly distanced himself from Steve, wary of making any sudden moves toward Gu Xuan. Moreover, Nick dared not allow the two to engage in a bout. Should Gu Xuan land a single blow that left Steve gravely injured, it would undoubtedly tarnish Steve's reputation and could severely wound the fragile pride of this centenarian. Very well, Steve said, a hint of dejection in his voice. He had nearly obliterated a dozen punching bags. Yet Nick remained resolute in denying him the opportunity to engage in any physical activity. Even the most rudimentary interaction with outsiders was off limits. After all, he had finally encountered someone who might be his equal, yet he was still barred from honing his skills. "Surely, you are not worried that I might injure him?" No, you have it wrong. It is your dear director who fears for his own safety." Gu Xuan stepped forward with a smile, articulating a rather candid truth. Who injures whom remains uncertain. Steve, too, pushed aside Nick and Gu Xuan's exchanged glances. Nick, now sidelined, wore an expression of exasperation. Had he known, he would never have brought Gu Xuan here. His choice of training location for Steve was intended to give him a glimpse of another's power. However, it had inadvertently awakened Steve's peculiar competitive spirit. "Frankly, Steve, you may not truly be a match for my friend here," Nick remarked, his expression revealing his inability to persuade Steve otherwise. In the moment of Steve's hesitation, Nick intervened once more. Gu Xuan, standing before them, let out a soft scoff, still refraining from taking action. "How shall I demonstrate? A direct punch?" Gu Xuan inquired, stepping aside to observe the surrounding apparatus. "Feel free. We possess the finest equipment for your exhibition. Rest assured, both Steve and I will maintain absolute confidentiality regarding your display." Very well, Gu Xuan said, shaking his shoulders. "However, I am concerned that your exquisite instruments may not withstand the force of my punch, so I shall refrain from using them." As he spoke, Gu Xuan did not hesitate to unleash a powerful blow. Boom. This was a strike delivered without transformation, utilizing his inherent strength. Even though this universe suppressed a portion of Gu Xuan's power, it remained formidable. With a single punch, Gu Xuan retained the vast majority of his strength. He certainly did not wish to find himself lying amidst the rubble after a single blow, potentially even crushed by Steve and Nick together. Yet, despite this, his power remained. A resounding roar echoed through the air as Gu Xuan unleashed a punch with such astonishing speed that Steve and Nick barely had time to register the event. The only sensation they could grasp was the palpable tremor in the vast space before Gu Xuan as he struck. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The force of his punch transcended mere perception. An indescribable gale surged forth, causing the entire training ground to quiver under its might. Fortunately, Nick and Steve stood behind Gu Xuan. Otherwise, their bodies might have met the same fate as the sandbag ahead, obliterated into nothingness beneath this tempestuous wind. The power of Gu Xuan continued to radiate outward, swiftly extending beyond the destroyed sandbag to engulf the nearby structures and equipment, including the sophisticated instruments Nick had boasted about. In that moment, everything succumbed to Gu Xian's fist, disintegrating as if made of mere paper, unable to withstand even a second of pressure. Nick's face flushed with embarrassment, having just extolled the excellence of his devices. Yet, his expression soon transformed into one of awe as the fierce gust unleashed by Gu Xuan swept through, annihilating all that came into contact with them. Every visible object was subjected to an overwhelming force, crumbling as though besieged by a horde of locusts, leaving no trace behind. The entire training ground, with Gu Xuan at its epicenter, expanded outward over a distance of over 1,000 meters, reducing everything within that spanned to mere shadows of their former selves. Nothing could remain intact beneath the onslaught of Gu Xian's punch. Even the dust that was kicked up spiraled into a tempest, swirling incessantly in the air. 3 minutes elapsed before tranquility returned. At that moment, Gu Xuan turned to face the utterly astonished Nick and Steve, revealing a dazzling smile. Well, how did I do? Before them lay a desolate expanse, a mere wasteland. To describe it as ruins would be an understatement, for the sheer magnitude of Gu Xian's power was too terrifying to fathom. Everything that had come into contact with that punch had been reduced to oblivion, most disintegrating into fine dust. Such strength surpassed imagination, defying description. Even invoking the miracles of creation would not be an exaggeration, for in this moment, Gu Xuan truly embodied that title. How is it? Gu Xuan inquired once more. Nick and Steve, however, were utterly engrossed by the scene before them, their minds too astonished to absorb Gu Xian's previous words. Astonishing, Nick exclaimed. He began to comprehend why Gu Xuan could be so audacious. If he possessed such power, who would care about being the director of some trivial shield agency? He could easily claim dominion over the entire Earth, coupled with the experiments conducted during Gu Xian's previous unconsciousness, which revealed that even a nuclear bomb would be ineffective against his formidable physique, along with Gu Xian's exaggerated strength and speed that eluded even satellite detection. It was an understatement to describe him as invincible. With such capabilities, it would be a pity not to seize control of the Earth. Fortunately, it appeared that Gu Xuan harbored no such ambitions, aside from the somewhat perilous notion of residing in New York. At least for the time being, everything seemed satisfactory. Naturally, following Gu Xian's display of power, Nick's resolve only solidified further. This individual must not be allowed to remain. Unless they could develop weaponry specifically designed to counter Gu Xuan, they would be utterly defenseless should he ever decide to whimsically seek to dominate the planet. Nevertheless, until that time, Nick would maintain his current demeanor. I apologize, sir, for my earlier lack of discernment. After a moment of shock, Steve approached Gu Xuan with sincere intent. It's quite all right, Gu Xuan replied with a smile, then turned his gaze towards Nick. Be cautious with your mechanical eye. It would be unfortunate if you recorded too much and caused an explosion. Nick was momentarily taken aback. The mechanical eye he had concealed for decades, which he had never once utilized, had been discovered by Gu Xuan. With no other recourse, Nick discreetly deactivated the mechanical eye. Fortunately, he had successfully recorded the entire scene moments ago, which he could later examine as valuable data. However, it appeared that the guards of your academy had mistaken the recent incident for an earthquake, Gu Xuan remarked nonchalantly. Due to the impact of his recent punch, a substantial hole had been created in the underground training facility, directly exposing it to the outside world. The highly trained agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had descended from above via ropes, fulfilling their duty to investigate the unfolding events. What is happening? The commissioner, descending from an altitude of 800 meters, was equally taken aback by the scene before him. Was the director engaged in some clandestine experiment with these two men? Otherwise, One could hardly conceive of any other explanation for the current state of affairs. You find a reason to placate them. I shall take my leave first. As Gu Xuan's words echoed, he departed, leaving a multitude of agents wearing expressions of utter disbelief. Naturally, since he was leaving, he felt compelled to create yet another opening. Director? The commissioner swallowed hard. In the past, such situations were beyond their jurisdiction to engage with. It's nothing, Nick sighed. Acutely aware of the ease with which Gu Xuan had just delivered his punch. Where exactly lay this fellow's limits? Today's events must remain confidential, otherwise the consequences would be dire. Nick reverted to his imposing persona, the inscrutable director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Steve, you have witnessed the creature's strength. Indeed. Our most unfavorable outcome may be to become his adversary. Half an hour later, Nick, now composed but grave, entered the conference room of the Triskelion building. This time, his aide, Hill, accompanied him. She had gleaned information about Gu Xuan from Nick and understood the concerns weighing on his mind. Observing Nick's serious demeanor, Hill endeavored to alleviate some of his burdens, for S.H.I.E.L.D. was not solely Nick's domain. The agenda for this meeting was straightforward, to deliberate on strategies regarding Gu Xuan. Attendees were primarily agents of level 7 and above, as those below this rank lacked the requisite clearance to participate. Many level 7 agents were unable to attend due to ongoing missions, thus resorting to joining via projection. Once all were assembled, Nick presented a video prepared in advance, showcasing Gu Xuan's recent display of power. Observing the anticipated expressions of astonishment, Nick nodded in satisfaction. As long as he was not alone in his astonishment, he was content. In summary, Gu Xuan is an extraterrestrial being, claiming to be a Saiyan. And he has demonstrated a transformation reminiscent of comic book Saiyans. This is the extent of his exhibited power thus far. However, it is certain that he possesses additional hidden capabilities. Wait, are you saying that this extraordinarily strong individual is a character that has stepped out of a comic book? Clearly, some agents were skeptical of Nick's assertions. Not only he, but the general attitude among the other agents reflected disbelief, as no one could fathom that a figure once confined to the realm of fiction might now inhabit reality. I understand this is difficult to accept, but it is the truth. The foes we face in the future are likely to be even more extraordinary. Nick sighed deeply. 20 minutes later, the meeting concluded. Aligning closely with Nick's expectations, nearly half the attendees expressed opposition to his statements, while a small faction maintained a neutral stance, refraining from any declaration. Damn it! These fools remain utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Following the meeting, Nick seethed with anger. No matter how much he spoke, it felt like a futile exercise in rhetoric. This group of complacent and arrogant individuals, unable to resolve even a single formidable green monster, dared to challenge a Saiyan capable of obliterating the Earth. This was not an isolated incident. Their dismissive attitude persisted time and again, rendering his clear explanations utterly ineffective. It was as if they were deaf to reason, persistently engaging in the same misguided actions. Stepping out of the conference room, Nick sighed deeply. Was S.H.I.E.L.D. truly still his S.H.I.E.L.D.? He dared not ponder that question. At present, he had other matters to attend to, namely, meeting an old friend. Meanwhile, Gu Xuan remained unfazed by Nick's turmoil, leisurely reclining atop the triquarters building, nestled in a seemingly misplaced lounge chair. He basked in the sun, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner. With his housing situation still unresolved, Gu Xuan had decided to take a moment of respite here. System? Are you still there? He tentatively inquired within his mind. Yet, the outcome was predictably the same. The system had vanished once more. It always sought him out. Never the other way around. Gu Xuan felt powerless against the system's lofty demeanor, akin to that of a spoiled master. After all, it was his own system, and he could only indulge it further. Nevertheless, many questions lingered in Gu Xuan's mind that he wished to clarify with the system. For instance, would the next dimensional travel occur immediately after he vanquished the invading Loki? Additionally, could the reward for completing his system tasks allow him to return to the Dragon Ball universe? After all, according to the timeline, the grand tournament hosted by the Omni King was fast approaching. He wondered if he would still have time to return and compete after completing his mission. Even at this moment, Gu Xuan eagerly anticipated the chance to spar with a formidable opponent like Jiren. After all, aside from beings of the caliber of Beerus and the Omni King, there seemed to be no one else worth his attention. Of course, angels were the exception. Their power was renowned for its inscrutable depths. As Gu Xuan mused, He stretched languidly. The sun's warmth was undeniably pleasant, especially with a lovely companion by his side. I say, do you Saiyans all enjoy basking in the sun? Inquired the enchanting figure beside him, her wine-red hair cascading casually around her, her alluring curves igniting the imagination. Not really. It's just that I haven't had the chance to sunbathe in a while. Gu Xuan responded, glancing at the demure Natasha lying beside him. And don't you think that occasionally basking in the sun and getting a bit of a tan is rather delightful? Indeed, it is a valid point. After all, we, who traverse through wind and rain daily, hardly have the leisure for such indulgences, unbeknownst to whether it was deliberate or accidental. Natasha's garment slipped from her shoulders as she stretched languorously, revealing a considerable expanse of alabaster skin, with the hint of her cleavage peeking through. Gu Xuan cleared his throat twice, resolutely choosing to disregard this enchanting sight. One must remember that, according to the comics lore, Black Widow is but a few years younger than Captain America. Both are products of the super soldier serum. Furthermore, the alluring Natasha seems exceptionally skilled at utilizing her charm to ensnare her prey, while Gu Xuan harbors no fear of her subtle machinations. He would prefer to maintain a distance from such women. After all, within the Avengers alone, a significant number of male compatriots have shared intimate encounters with her. It appears the intelligence was erroneous. You seem not to favor this type. Noticing Gu Xian's indifference to her allure, Natasha chose to abandon her pursuit. Rising from the chaise lounge, she deftly readjusted her garment and secured her wine-red hair with a hair tie. You could simply tell me your preferred type. I am quite adept at accommodating. There's no need for that. Gu Xuan decisively declined her kindness. To be honest, your current expression makes me feel much more at ease. Far better than just now when you resembled a frenzied female. And why is it that every time a superhuman appears, Nick always favors sending you? Perhaps it is because I am more capable, Natasha replied succinctly, appearing to find a different mode of interaction considerably easier. Do not blame me. Had it not been for the leader's orders, I would not wish to be treated like a mere chicken, dragged over and tossed onto someone else's bed. After all, the psychological analyst wrote my name. Natasha expressed her own helplessness. However, now that the purpose has been revealed, she felt a sense of relief. When dealing with Gu Xuan, they could never resort to conventional methods, as they simply could not afford the consequences of failure. Aren't you leaving? Gu Xuan did not hesitate, choosing to usher her out. Although Natasha now appeared quite carefree, who could say if this demeanor was merely a facade? Perhaps if Nick had appointed someone else, Gu Xuan would not harbor such suspicions. Only Natasha could not evade this scrutiny. I do not wish to. They have assigned me the task of remaining by your side for at least 3 hours. Moreover, if necessary, I may engage in some intimate interactions with you on the rooftop, extracting useful information from you. Of course, the price they pay is solely my body. If I return now, I might be treated as if the task were incomplete. Suit yourself, Gu Xuan remarked, opting to disregard her. Yet, I remain curious. What are you curious about? Why do I sense a certain hostility emanating from you? This should ostensibly be our first encounter, is it not? Perhaps you believe that on my Earth, there exists another agent named Natasha. However, her reputation is rather tarnished, and I may have been somewhat influenced by her notoriety. Gu Xuan casually concocted an excuse, for the Natasha before him could hardly venture to her own Earth to discern the truth. Very well, Natasha said, feeling quite helpless in response to Gu Xian's answer. However, before she could utter another word, she was taken aback by the astonishing scene before her. What happened? Gu Xuan turned his head slightly to glance at Natasha, who had suddenly fallen silent. Look above, Natasha exclaimed, her voice tinged with astonishment. Gu Xuan felt a sudden chill, as if he had sensed something profound. He followed Natasha's pointed finger, beholding a presence that sent shockwaves through his very being. It was an aura not of this earth, nor of the entire star domain. It seemed to eclipse all. Boom, boom. Above Gu Xuan, a series of thunderous sounds erupted, heralding the approach of that entity. With each resonant sound, the being drew nearer. He possessed a name that resonated with dread, the Planet Devourer. A massive head slowly ascended, crowned by a violet helmet. Its gaze was abyssal, piercing through the earth, or rather, it seemed to be fixated on Gu Xuan. Good heavens! How could he be here? Gu Xian's expression turned grave as he regarded the Planet Devourer, an ancient giant looming above him. Logically, even if such beings existed in this universe, they should not manifest on Earth at this moment. Or perhaps, it was drawn here for him. Fortunately, despite the Planet Devourer's divine status, its power was generally only at the quasi-creator level, a notch below Odin. In the realm of comics, Odin had once banished the famished Planet Devourer from Asgard. Centuries ago, Galileo had also defeated a visiting planet devourer. Alas, the weapons once used to combat such entities were now lost to time. Given humanity's current capabilities, it seemed nearly impossible to thwart this deity. Yet, it was regrettably true that Gu Xuan was present. "You appear quite delectable," the planet devourer spoke, its voice imbued with an ancient and weathered resonance that sent shivers down the spine. Meanwhile, Natasha's composure faltered in stark contrast to Gu Xian's tranquility. "Director, we may be in serious trouble. A deity is about to descend upon Earth." Natasha urgently communicated through her device, her anxiety palpable as she regarded the grotesque giant, whose intentions towards Earth were ominously clear. "I am not blind." Nick's voice came through the communicator, filled with frustration that almost led him to utter expletives. Day after day, it seemed this pantheon of deities never took a break. Why did they insist on visiting Earth so frequently? Ancient Xian could not hear the subsequent conversation, but he could glean the content from Natasha's expression after she hung up the communicator. "What? Do you wish for my assistance in dealing with him?" Ancient Xian inquired, anticipating Natasha's request. "The price is yours to determine, as long as you agree to help us resolve this issue. I am aware of your capabilities. Do you truly believe I possess strength surpassing his?" Ancient Xian retorted, "I have no desire to risk my life for trivial gains. Moreover, I despise being commanded to act. No, I believe in your potential. A man must not claim inability. Besides, did you not mention your desire to stay on Earth? If that individual were to destroy this planet, would you not lose your refuge? And judging by your current state, it seems returning home is not an option for you either," Natasha replied earnestly, her gaze fixed on Ancient Xian. "Very well, but from this point onward, the terms shall be set by me." "Certainly," Natasha replied with alacrity. As for today's matters, her subordinates would undertake the task of managing public relations. They would disguise the incident as a result of a holographic projection. After all, this was not the first time they had engaged in such activities. Bang! Gu Xian's body soared into the air, moving towards the planet devourer without a hint of hesitation. In truth, even if Natasha had not prompted him, he would have acted, for he still had the system's task to fulfill. This was merely an excuse to extract more valuable resources. Though Gu Xian could easily obtain the same items with mere words, the thrill of trickery felt far more satisfying than mere theft. "You appear utterly delectable," the planet devourer reiterated, but before it could close its mouth, Gu Xian's fist struck with such force that it sent the colossal being reeling through the vastness of space. Its massive form, disproportionately large compared to Gu Xian, spun wildly as it was propelled backward. However, the planet devourer quickly regained its balance. An expression of disbelief etched across its features. It had indeed been drawn in by Gu Xuan. Yet it was utterly astonished to witness the seemingly frail figure unleash such extraordinary strength, enough to send even itself flying. Gu Xuan regarded the planet devourer with disdain. Despite being a deity that had existed for an unfathomable number of years, its lack of formidable power among its divine peers rendered it frequently bullied. The planet devourer, who feasted upon celestial bodies to replenish its energy, exhibited vastly different capabilities when well-fed versus when starved. Clearly, the being Gu Xuan faced now was one that had not yet satiated its hunger. Thus, Gu Xuan felt no need to take the encounter seriously. Through his previous brief skirmish with the Observer, he had already gleaned some understanding of the cosmic deity's powers. Therefore, he was confident he could dispatch this particular incarnation of the planet devourer in 3 moves. Human. The planet devourer appeared to be incensed by this action of Gu Xuan. His figure gradually approached Gu Xuan, simultaneously diminishing in size. He finally halted when he was approximately 10 meters away. However, even at that distance, the disparity in their forms remained striking. The planet devourer hesitated not for long. He opened his massive jaws and lunged fiercely toward Gu Xian's direction. At this moment, the planet devourer was in desperate need of the energy within Gu Xuan to replenish himself, which explained his arduous journey to Earth. He disregarded the planet entirely, focusing solely on Gu Xuan. "I'm afraid, this time, you have chosen the wrong target again," Gu Xuan remarked, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he placed his hands on his hips. With a roar that erupted from his lips, his hair began to shimmer and subtly transform into a golden hue. A resounding explosion reverberated as a golden wave of energy erupted from Gu Xian's being, his inner power surging to unprecedented heights. The Super Saiyan God, Gu Xuan resolutely chose to transform into this magnificent form. As for subsequent transformations, it seemed that the planet devourer, with its formidable strength, was not yet worthy of witnessing them. The energy was exquisite. Upon sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Gu Xuan, the planet devourer appeared even more exhilarated. However, Gu Xuan's previous utterance was swiftly dismissed from its mind. At this moment, its focus was solely fixed on Gu Xuan, or rather, on the potent energy within him. Yet, it was evident that Gu Xuan would not simply stand idly by, granting the planet devourer its desires. As you wish, Gu Xuan bellowed, swiftly channeling all his strength into his fist. His figure surged forward towards the planet devourer, which was slowly engulfing the vast expanse before it. With his right hand clenched into a fist, every ounce of his power concentrated upon it, rendering Gu Xuan's fist seemingly enveloped in a golden hue. Boom! In an instant, Gu Xuan approached the planet devourer without a hint of hesitation, bringing his fist to collide with the monstrous visage of the entity. In Asgard, within the celestial palace, the brilliance of the Bifrost flickered once more before dimming. It was yet another step closer to complete restoration. However, Heimdall, the sentinel of the Bifrost, sensed an anomaly from Midgard. Yet, he soon regained his composure. For a native of Earth had boldly ventured into space to confront the planet devourer, a being that had once inflicted catastrophic blows upon Asgard. Astonishingly, it was this very individual who had managed to gain the upper hand against the colossal threat. It was truly unfathomable. When had Midgard given rise to such a formidable character? Nevertheless, this was ultimately a positive development. But soon, Heimdall's expression shifted once more as a most detestable individual reappeared. His visage contorted into one of suppressed fury, struggling to contain the urge to launch his sword at the prince. He fought to restrain himself. Grappling with his emotions, how long would this persist? At last, Heimdall could no longer suppress his feelings. He cast a disdainful glance at the persistent figure who had, for the past few days, loitered with a bottle in hand, refusing to depart until it was empty. He had vowed to remain until the Bifrost was activated to send him back to Earth. Heimdall found himself devoid of any irritation regarding this situation. Odin had issued a strict decree, forbidding Thor from leaving Asgard even for a moment. Should he disobey and secretly facilitate Thor's departure, Heimdall would face Odin's wrath. As for Thor, he risked being deprived of his hammer once more. After all, this was a being who had a propensity to forget past pains as soon as his wounds healed. Thor, in a state of perpetual inebriation, called out Heimdall's name while taking deep swigs from his bottle. His unbroken drinking spree over the past few days had left him in a state of perpetual tipsiness, and it was not unusual for slurred words and expletives to escape his lips. "What are you doing?" Heimdall replied impatiently, wishing he could kick the drunken fool in front of him away. With Thor around, he could hardly fulfill his duties as a guardian. Why hasn't Loki returned home yet? "I miss him." Thor reiterated the question he had been asking for days. Heimdall, visibly annoyed, pushed the drunken man, who was almost leaning on him, aside. Damn it. Had this guy wiped his greasy hands, which had just handled a pig's leg, on his beloved armor? Heimdall was nearly driven to madness. For Odin's sake. The sight of this vagabond-like drunkard. Was he truly the Prince of Asgard, the future ruler? Were we destined for ruin? Who knew where he had gone to frolic? Ever since Odin had chastised him last time, he had not returned. Heimdall, that cursed second prince, had somehow escaped even my tracking. He rubbed his temples in frustration. These two brothers were a disgrace. The second one was a drunkard, and the third only knew how to deceive and cheat. Even in a fight, he only targeted the weakest. It was utterly humiliating for Odin. Yet, the crucial point was that he felt utterly powerless against it. Sigh, very well. Thor appeared dejected and took another large swig of alcohol. Forget about Loki for now. Can you help me open the Bifrost? I'll just take a quick trip to Earth and return immediately. Thor attempted to drape his arm over Heimdall's shoulder, but this time Heimdall was wise enough to evade him. Undeterred, Thor shook his slightly dizzy head, about to speak when Heimdall interrupted him. I told you, this matter requires His Majesty's consent. Otherwise, I too will face punishment. Heimdall nearly shouted. Moreover, in all of Asgard, who did not know that you, Thor, were pining for an old flame on Earth? Heimdall spoke the truth. He could not fathom whether it was a flaw in the aesthetics of the Midgardian girl or something else entirely that led her to choose Thor. Heimdall, do not speak recklessly. I'm not going to Earth for Jane. But Jane is indeed a wonderful girl. I must introduce you to her someday. And I believe you will like her, Thor said, unashamed, continuing to drink with a grin. Then, in the manner he shared with his brothers, he smashed the empty bottle on the ground. Damn Midgard. Even breaking a bottle is prohibited. Asgard is far better. Thor sighed, while Heimdall raised an eyebrow, gazing at the individual before him. Do you truly care for your brother? Not even a single inquiry as to why I am unable to ascertain his whereabouts? In this world, few things can elude one's scrutiny, such as the Infinity Stones or the prowess of Odin himself. Heimdall exhaled deeply, relieved that Loki was a scoundrel even more despicable than Thor. Otherwise, he would feel profound remorse. Meanwhile, within the halls of Asgard, Odin stood alongside Frigga, peering through the grand portal at the endless sea of stars. At their level of existence, they could even glimpse the farthest reaches of the universe, should they desire it. Frigga, empowered by Odin's magic, shared in his vision. He still seemed unrepentant, suggesting that their journey to Midgard had not significantly altered him. Odin spoke, his voice imbued with the weight of ages. "I believe he has changed considerably." Frigga replied with a smile, for as a mother, she could discern the precious qualities within her child. At the very least, he had begun to exhibit an interest in women, moving beyond mere violence. Although Frigga was not youthful, time had not marred her beauty. Rather, it had bestowed upon her an undeniable grace. In other words, Odin need not endure. "I truly hope he brings that girl to us next time. A girl who loves Thor must possess a heart capable of embracing all," Frigga mused, fully aware that such words would likely sadden Thor if he were to overhear. "Alas, in comparison to Thor, I find myself more concerned about Loki," she continued. "It is all your fault for being too harsh last time. His intentions were noble, though his methods were rather extreme." "Humph. I know my own child," Odin retorted. Having always disagreed with Frigga's compassionate approach to parenting, he remained steadfast in his belief that only his own methods could forge the most perfect heir. Yet, it appeared that all three of his children harbored their own issues. Their conversation concluded on a sour note. After Frigga departed, Thor sat alone in his chair, gently caressing Gungnir, the spear that had accompanied him through countless battles. "If only she were not so obstinate. She would be the most suitable to inherit my position," he lamented. Odin seemed to be engulfed in an abyss of guilt, feeling as though he had aged 1,000 years in an instant. It was her rightful place to inherit his legacy. Odin sighed and shook his head, deciding that it was best not to be overly harsh. He approached the window, directing his gaze towards the Bifrost, and with a flick of his fingers, it sprang to life. In the next moment, Heimdall's eyes widened in disbelief as the shimmering bridge activated, enveloping the boisterous Thor in a grand radiance. Midgard, or rather, our beautiful Earth, was now bathed in this luminous glow. The satellite signal was restored, and Hill glanced at the large screen, which displayed the current scene from outer space. Yet, the imagery remained as tranquil as ever. Just moments ago, their satellite signal had been disrupted by an inexplicable and powerful magnetic field, preventing them from capturing the images of Gu Xuan and the planet Devourer. There was no need to attempt again. It was clearly intentional. Nick sighed as he observed the restored view of space. The day-to-day occurrences seemed to multiply endlessly, especially in recent years, as everything appeared to be emerging from the shadows. Truly, times had changed, Nick reflected. However, what was that colossal figure adorned with a helmet? Could it be a being from another dimension, akin to Gu Xuan? Hill inquired, as it was her first encounter with the planet Devourer, and her ignorance was understandable. Nick shook his head. "If my memory serves me correctly, it is a deity that visited Earth centuries ago. In terms of history, it may well be far older than Thor. However, at that time, the Earth was protected by the Shield Brotherhood, which averted that calamity." The Shield Brotherhood? Hill pondered, realizing this was the first time she had heard that term. Yet she found herself at a loss. This was classified information of S.H.I.E.L.D., accessible only to those of Nick's rank. The power of their ancestors was boundless, even deities had fallen before them. Yet, could the strength of that Saiyan truly rival that of the deity? The most favorable outcome would be that the Saiyan and the planet Devourer would mutually annihilate each other. However, for them, who could see nothing, everything remained shrouded in uncertainty. "Director," Hill exclaimed suddenly, as their detector registered an immense surge of energy. "By the heavens, it is that Saiyan." With a resounding crash, before Nick and the others could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Xuan burst through the roof, landing with the poise of a dashing superhero right before them. "Damn it! What the hell, Saiyan? Can't you just use the front door?" Nick finally reached his breaking point, dismissing all decorum in his frustration. Meanwhile, Gu Xuan chose to disregard Nick's furious outburst entirely. To be honest, he was doing it on purpose, relishing the sight of Nick's exasperated expression, which brought him an inexplicable sense of delight. "Don't be angry, Nick. I'm here to discuss a proposition with you," Gu Xuan said, waving his hand with a subtle smile gracing his face. "What conditions? Did you not say that if I assist you in resolving your troubles, you would fulfill any one of my requests?" Gu Xuan chuckled, yet his smile sent a chill down Nick's spine. "What is it that you desire?" Nick was suddenly seized by an ominous premonition. "I desire Gu Xuan chuckled. Ah? Lu Dan initially thought he had misheard. But upon witnessing Gu Xian's earnest expression, his demeanor transformed instantaneously. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Setting aside the question of whether I would acquiesce to your request, the mere thought of others accepting such an unreasonable demand is absurd. Therefore, I implore you to propose something more pragmatic. Like commemorating your valiant act of saving Earth by selecting a fine stone sculpture to immortalize your heroic visage atop the tallest edifice in New York City. However, I would rather not, as I do not wish for others to believe I have perished. Gu Xuan had already anticipated that Nick would undoubtedly decline, regarding this as merely a jest. His true objective had always been elsewhere. How about this? I shall concede a little and request that you provide me with the Tesseract from your Ascension, Gu Xuan stated. From the very beginning, he had set his sights on the Tesseract. Given Ascension's tendencies, it was certainly hidden in some subterranean corner thousands of meters below ground. Unless he turned the Earth upside down, it would indeed be quite challenging to locate the Tesseract by himself. His reason for pursuing it was not merely to harness its power. He was more intrigued by the true extent of the strength possessed by the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. Subsequently, Loki would undoubtedly be teleported directly to the Tesseract by Thanos' device, allowing him to lie in wait for an opportune moment. Furthermore, he could seize the Mind Stone from Loki's grasp. Wouldn't that be the epitome of a win-win situation? As for the Time Stone, another of the Infinity Stones located on Earth, Gu Xuan had no immediate plans to pursue it due to the formidable guardian of the Time Stone. No matter how resilient his physical form, he could not withstand magical damage. Gu Xuan had no desire to experience the sensation of his soul departing his body. Perhaps you could suggest an alternative? Nick hesitated. As Gu Xuan had pointed out, he seemed to have indeed taken a significant step back. Logically, it was not unreasonable for someone who had selflessly protected Earth on behalf of Ascension to request something in return. However, coincidentally, the Tesseract was precisely what Ascension sought to study in order to devise a weapon against Gu Xuan. Thus, while any other item would be negotiable, the Tesseract was a different matter entirely. Is that not permissible? Gu Xuan swiftly discerned Nick's intentions. I knew it. Agents are nothing but a bunch of insincere knaves, devoid of even the most basic integrity. To be frank, I find your actions profoundly disappointing. Your Excellency. Nick hesitated profoundly. Do not speak of trivial matters. The Cosmic Cube was a promise made by your esteemed party. Should you refuse to deliver, the consequences shall rest upon your shoulders. Gu Xian's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Nick. An aura of formidable authority emanating from him, affirming the gravity of his words. He maintained his unwavering stare at Nick. Under such immense pressure, both Nick and Hill found it increasingly difficult to hold their heads high. Alas, very well. Ultimately, compelled by circumstance, Nick had no choice but to acquiesce to Gu Xian's request. After all, Gu Xuan had demonstrated a prowess capable of effortlessly vanquishing even deities. In light of such formidable strength, it appeared that Ascension had little choice in the matter. No worries, I am not in a rush. Just find a moment in the coming days to accommodate me, Gu Xuan remarked with a smile, clearly understanding that this was the most effective approach to deal with these individuals. Where's Natasha? Gu Xuan surveyed his surroundings, but found no trace of her. She went to assist you with your housing dilemma, Nick replied, his expression darkened, resembling that of an ordinary person who has suddenly lost all their savings. At the intersection of Hell's Kitchen and Queens, Gu Xuan was searching for Natasha, who was conversing with a seemingly rotund gentleman. It was apparent that their dialogue was amicable. However, a fleeting glimmer of cunning passed through the man's eyes. Clearly, the individual named Kingpin did not intend to conduct a straightforward transaction without harboring ulterior motives. Clad in a white suit adorned with a pink bow tie, Kingpin regarded the enchanting lady before him with a smile. Despite the tailored suit, it could not entirely encompass a substantial physique, giving the illusion that it might burst at any moment. Yet, any who were deceived by his size had often suffered greatly at his hands, for beneath that seemingly massive exterior lay a staggering 90% muscle. A single punch from him could potentially overwhelm even Steve Rogers. Indeed, in the early comic narratives, Kingpin's strength surpassed that of Captain America. Mr. Kingpin, I appreciate your generous contribution to the government, Natasha said, rising with a smile as she amicably shook hands with the corpulent man. Not at all. In light of your offer, it would be difficult for me to resist as well, Kingpin replied, still smiling. However, before we proceed, I would like to present you and your organization with a substantial. With a resounding crash, the surrounding glass shattered under the force of the explosion. A figure clad in a trench coat burst through the entrance, dragging an unconscious assailant behind him. Gu Xuan chose to disregard the astonished expression on Jin Bing's face. For according to Jin Bing's expectations, it should have been his subordinates who stormed in next. However, when Jin Bing glanced outside, he was met with the sight of his own men, already incapacitated on the ground. Among them was the one Gu Xuan held in his grasp. Do you often prefer to ambush so many during negotiations? Gu Xuan inquired. Not only were Jin Bing's men present, but several agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. were also among them. Gu Xuan had acted decisively, incapacitating all but a few individuals within the room as he descended. What are you doing here? Natasha sighed, aware that Gu Xuan's abrupt entrance would likely disrupt their carefully laid plans. Is it not only natural to come and inspect my new home? Gu Xuan replied, turning to regard Jin Bing, whose face bore a smile despite his evident rage, along with his eager subordinates behind him. Target? Gu Xuan glanced at the individual adorned with an exceptionally conspicuous target on his head. However, the response he received was not from the target itself, but rather from 3 daggers hurled at him from various angles. Each trajectory was remarkably cunning. For an ordinary person, evasion was utterly impossible. Compounded by the ruthless nature of the target's strikes, each assault aimed directly at vital points. Beside him, Jin Bing's expression darkened as he observed Gu Xuan. The order for the target's assault had originated from him. As the emperor of the underworld, he could negotiate with the government, accepting terms as long as the price was agreeable. While it might inflict some pain on the negotiators, they could still emerge as amicable partners thereafter. However, that did not imply he would tolerate intruders who barged in silently and dispatched all his subordinates without a word. Thus, when such marauders invaded, he hoped they would possess the same resolve they had upon entry, a willingness to embrace death. Yet soon, Jin Bing's countenance shifted dramatically. For ahead, in the direction he was gazing, Gu Xuan displayed such indifference towards the imminent daggers that he could not even summon the energy to dodge. What did it matter if the strikes were aimed at his vital points? They could hardly inflict any real harm upon him. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 flying daggers nearly simultaneously grazed Gu Xuan's body. However, they soon fell to the ground, having caused nothing more than a few minor slashes on his clothing. I don't recall granting you permission to move, Gu Xuan remarked, his figure flickering before he appeared before Jin Bing like a wraith. He chose to disregard the target behind him, even though it was poised to launch another set of daggers at him. Jin Bing, lifted by Gu Xuan as if he were a mere chick, did not exhibit the anticipated panic. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, concealing a far more intense aura of lethal intent beneath it. Swoosh, whoosh. As anticipated, in the blink of an eye, 6 throwing knives were launched from the hands of the target. The expression of the target towards Gu Xuan radiated confidence. So what if this individual before him was not an ordinary person? The target had encountered similar adversaries before, and the outcomes were invariably clear. When confronting such beings, it suffices to imbue the throwing knives with a paralyzing current. No matter how formidable one's physique, immunity to electricity is unattainable. Once the opponent is incapacitated by the current coursing through the knives, the target would have ample time to engage him at leisure. No worries, I can handle this myself. Gu Xuan interrupted Natasha, who was poised to assist him, his gaze fixated on the target behind Jin Bing. Initially, he intended to deal with him later, but given the fervent loyalty exhibited by Jin Bing's subordinate, he reconsidered. Whoosh. Gu Xuan's speed was so extraordinary that even Jin Bing, who was closest to him, felt a wave of dazzling confusion. By the time Jin Bing regained his composure, Gu Xuan had already grasped all 6 throwing knives in his hand. As for the current coursing through them, Gu Xuan furrowed his brow. Was there truly an electric charge? Why could he feel nothing at all? Meanwhile, the target behind wore a look of sheer incredulity. At that moment, he wished to create some distance from Gu Xuan. However, realizing this now was far too late. Bang! 6 flying knives were simultaneously unleashed from Gu Xuan's hand, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, locking onto the fleeing target. As the 6 knives struck, the unfortunate target was impaled against the wall. The excruciating pain contorted the target's features, and the residual electric current heightened the intensity of his expression, rendering it truly remarkable. Your own belongs to you. Is that too much to ask? Gu Xuan remarked. When he glanced back at the target, he found that the individual had succumbed to unconsciousness. This was merely the result of Gu Xuan's restraint. Had he not shown mercy, the sheer force of a single flying knife could have reduced the target's body to mere fragments. Now that your troublesome subordinate has been dealt with, shall we discuss our matters? At this moment, Gu Xuan's gaze bore into Jin Bing's eyes with a demonic intensity. The emperor, who had never known fear, now felt a rare sense of trepidation. Jin Bing was astonished, for he discerned from Gu Xuan an unmistakable echo of the fear he himself had instilled in others. What the hell? Who is this person? Jin Bing felt an overwhelming urge to roar in frustration, yet his position forbade such a display. What is the matter? Angry? Do you wish to kill me for insulting your dignity, Jin Bing? Gu Xuan saw through Jin Bing's thoughts with ease. The man's motivations were not difficult to discern. They revolved around his wounded pride. Before Jin Bing could respond, Gu Xuan continued, You should have considered this when you contemplated killing me. After all, I bear the same fear of retaliation when I bully others. However, since my arrival here, I have yet to encounter anyone capable of such a response. Gu Xuan chuckled, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, while Jin Bing felt a chill run down his spine. The overwhelming aura emanating from Gu Xuan was far from ordinary. No typical person exuded such an intense sense of oppression. Natasha? Gu Xuan suddenly turned to look at the silent Natasha. At that moment, she dared not act, fearing that any unnecessary movements might provoke the displeasure of Gu Xuan, who was administering punishment. You may return first. However, our transaction with Jin Bing is not yet complete. No need. Gu Xuan interrupted Natasha's speech. A sudden realization struck me, a far superior idea. If I were to replace Jin, would that not signify that I could possess all his wealth? Gu Xuan's audacious remark startled Natasha. Such a notion had never crossed even the minds of their S.H.I.D.L.D. Yet now, this young man before us dared to. Bang! Gu Xuan vanished into thin air with Jin Bing, leaving behind only a deep crater formed by the shockwave of their departure. Director, the situation has changed. It appears the Saiyans are poised to commit murder once again. Natasha promptly retrieved her communicator to report to Nick, simultaneously uploading the video she had secretly recorded moments ago. Her expression was grave as she surveyed the surrounding chaos. Meanwhile, as Jin Bing regained consciousness, he found himself atop the Fist Tower alongside Gu Xuan, suspended hundreds of meters above the ground. Gu Xuan had no intention of allowing him to enter peacefully. Instead, he dangled him outside with one hand. Yet, despite this precarious position, Jin Bing's right hand remained firmly grasped around his scepter. You appear unfazed, Gu Xuan remarked. Jin Bing feared no one. As he uttered these words, he momentarily caught his breath, preparing to deploy the secret weapon hidden within his scepter. However, when he attempted to press a button, he was astonished to discover that he was unable to activate anything. Glancing down at his hand that clutched the scepter, he realized with horror that both his hand and the scepter had completely vanished. Below him, plummeting rapidly, was the very target he had been seeking. Do not attempt any underhanded tactics, Gu Xuan cautioned. A cry of anguish escaped from Jin Bing's lips. Intense pain radiated from his shattered palm, coursing through his entire body. A copious amount of blood cascaded forth, pooling downwards through the gap below. This was an idea I had conjured in haste. Gu Xuan, unfazed by Jin Bing's lamentations, spoke with an air of indifference. It seemed that possessing a violent organization of his own was indeed a commendable choice. Along with the empire and wealth you have painstakingly built over the years, all shall be mine. Impossible. My possessions will never be relinquished to you, even in death. Jin Bing gritted his teeth, forcing the words out with painstaking clarity. There is nothing impossible. Moreover, you appear to have misunderstood. I never intended to seek your consent to claim everything that belongs to you. Upon hearing this, Jin Bing's expression shifted dramatically. However, before he could utter a word, Gu Xuan released his grip on Jin Bing's collar. Jin Bing's final words remained unspoken, leaving him to only hear Gu Xuan's chilling conclusion. This can all commence with your demise. With a resounding thud, Jin Bing plummeted from hundreds of meters above, crashing to the ground. The once mighty emperor of the underworld was unceremoniously cast down from the pinnacle of his own skyscraper, treated like refuse. Yet, Gu Xuan remained utterly unfazed, exhibiting no emotional turmoil. As he had previously stated, while employing violence, he was also prepared to encounter it in return. After all, this was the Marvel Universe, a realm distinctly different from the Earth he called home. To thrive in this world, one must resort to unconventional methods. At the Sankei Tower, the moment Jin Bing fell, news of the incident swiftly reached Nick. Gu Xuan is killed again. Nick found himself increasingly perplexed by the enigmatic Saiyan, whose motives became ever more inscrutable. Moreover, they were on the verge of relinquishing their final weapon against this malevolent force. At that juncture, they would truly find themselves bereft of options. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope emerged amidst the turmoil. The agent dispatched to India on Natasha's behalf had successfully completed the mission and was now en route back, escorting the target by helicopter. 3 hours later, Nick was already stationed at the helipad atop the Sankei Tower, eagerly awaiting the arrival of his savior. With a resounding thud, a helicopter appeared just as scheduled, gracefully descending onto the helipad. As the doors swung open, a disheveled figure emerged, seemingly bewildered. Dr. Banner, you certainly made me wait, Nick exclaimed, rushing forward to envelop him in a hearty embrace. At that moment, nothing could excite him more than the sight of Dr. Banner. Hello, Nick, Dr. Banner responded, visibly startled by the sudden affection, but too polite to rebuff the warmth, offering a few awkward pats on Nick's back. Wait, are these individuals here to greet me as well? Dr. Banner soon sensed something amiss. Surrounding the helipad were no fewer than 10 armed agents, standing vigil. Indeed, just as the rumors suggested, you all have a penchant for duplicity, Dr. Banner thought, displaying some discontent with Nick's arrangements. After all, when they had sent someone to summon him, the tone had been far more cordial. Not at all, Doctor. It's merely that the situation is rather exceptional at present, Nick replied with a smile. Have you noticed the 2 large holes over there? That's the special circumstance I mentioned. Our measures are simply precautionary, intended to deter certain individuals who prefer unconventional entrances. Sighing, Dr. Banner conceded. All right. I suppose I can never truly fathom what goes on in your minds. Not to worry, Doctor, Nick chuckled, giving Banner's shoulder a reassuring pat before addressing the armed agents. All right. You all may step back now. Refrain from regarding our new consultant with such scrutiny. The agents complied, retreating as instructed. Dr. Banner maintained a nonchalant demeanor, having anticipated the scenario. After all, one could hardly ignore the beast that lurked within him. He and Nick proceeded without lingering, making their way to an office-like chamber. As they entered, the door clicked shut behind them, locking with a definitive sound, while 3 iron doors and windows descended, sealing them in a manner that was quite literal. Dr. Banner was no stranger to S.H.I.E.L.'s penchant for secrecy, yet he was taken aback to discover that someone was already seated within. Nick, Steve Rogers, who had been waiting for some time, stood up and waved at Nick and Banner. Now that everyone is here, I shall not waste any more time. Nick nodded and then activated the screen in front of them. The footage displayed was a recent recording of Gu Xuan flying over New York. However, the speed of his flight was not as astonishing as when he circled the globe. Otherwise, even their most advanced instruments would not have captured him clearly. In the video, Gu Xuan demonstrated an incredible technique to eliminate his target. Subsequently, he was seen swiftly heading toward Fist Tower, ruthlessly dispatching the crime lord in a manner that left no dignity in his demise from a height of 100 meters. The video concluded at this point, leaving both Steve and Dr. Banner in silence. The spectacle had transcended their understanding. Both Gu Xuan's power and speed were far beyond their imagination. The term monster scarcely sufficed to describe him. Having encountered Gu Xuan before, Steve was particularly taken aback. He had not anticipated such decisiveness. This was not good news for them. As you can see, he is our potential adversary in the future, possessing superhuman speed and strength. He identifies as a Saiyan and claims to have mastered the legendary transformation of Saiyans, enabling him to become a Super Saiyan, Nick stated gravely. However, Banner below was growing increasingly unsettled. You summoned me not to assist in researching the Tesseract? Now you inform me that a comic book character will be our enemy? So, the pretense of research is false. Your true intention is to turn me into a weapon to confront him. Dr. Banner's face was marked with anger. The agent he had previously interacted with had clearly conveyed that he was merely there as a consultant to engage in academic research, not to be confronted with a terrifying video upon arrival. He felt duped. Dr. Banner glanced at the silent Steve, hoping he would interject. But Steve was preoccupied with thoughts of why Gu Xuan was a Saiyan. Calm down, Doctor. I show you this merely to illustrate the severity of our future circumstances. Not as you suggest. Moreover, the monster within you may very well not stand a chance against him. After hearing Nick's words, Dr. Banner felt a slight calm wash over him as he returned to his seat. However, he was quite unconvinced by Nick's assertion that even the Hulk could not rival that Saiyan. Yet, upon reflection and comparison with the footage he had seen, there might indeed be some truth to it. Fine, At least you are more sincere than that fellow Ross, Banner scoffed. So when do we begin? I am fully prepared for an extensive undertaking. Give me a month, and no matter what it is, I will delve into it thoroughly, the doctor stated with confidence. In other areas, he might falter, but in this domain, he was certain that few, apart from Tony, could match his intellect. Oh, I'm afraid a month may not be feasible, Nick replied with an apologetic expression. Is time truly that pressing? How about 2 weeks? I have already skimmed through the materials you provided on my way here. If we compress the timeline to 2 weeks, it might still be achievable. As Banner observed the troubled expression on Nick's face, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Wait, you can't be telling me we don't even have 2 weeks? It appeared that was indeed the case. Why? Surely that Saiyan isn't poised to annihilate Earth tomorrow? Not exactly. It's just that we are likely to have to hand over the Tesseract to that Saiyan in a few days. Are you certain you are not jesting? To relinquish a weapon against our adversary directly into their hands? Banner cradled his face, finding Nick's course of action incredulous. This was akin to courting disaster. Yet, to confirm Nick was not joking, Banner asked again. All right, no need to elaborate, I understand. Agreeing to assist you was a mistake. Banner gazed at Nick's earnest expression. Meanwhile, Steve, upon receiving Nick's permission, connected to the internet and successfully discovered what a Saiyan was. Witnessing the contented smile on Steve's face, enriched by newfound knowledge, Banner felt an immediate spike in his headache. Wait, when did I return to the boss's office? Hawkeye, lying on the ground, gazed around at the familiar surroundings in disbelief. He distinctly remembered being pinned to the wall by that insufferable foe's throwing knife just a moment ago. Yet, the next moment he opened his eyes, he found himself back in Nick's office. However, the intense pain coursing through his body, along with the fresh blood seeping from his recent movement, served as a stark reminder that everything had indeed transpired. Suddenly, Hawkeye's clarity surged. Wait, where's the boss? As the foremost sycophant of Jin Bing, the first task upon his awakening was to ensure the safety of his master. However, at that moment, a familiar voice emerged from in front of him. No need to search for your boss. I have just killed him. Gu Xuan sat in the position that rightfully belonged to Jin Bing, a wineglass in hand, the crimson liquid swirling within it resembling blood in its vividness. What do you think of naming this building the China Tower from now on? Gu Xuan casually inquired. Yet, from the seemingly nonchalant expression of Gu Xuan, the target felt an icy chill piercing through to the core. It was as if, should their next response fail to meet Gu Xuan's expectations. However, the target could no longer afford to ponder such matters. What about Jin? Did you truly kill him? With great difficulty, under the immense pressure exerted by Gu Xuan and burdened by his own injuries, Bian managed to speak. I have gone to great lengths to bring you here. Not merely to have you pose inquiries, he stated. Gu Xuan, however, did not respond to Bian's words, but continued. I trust you comprehend the significance of sparing your life. The target on the ground fell silent. He struggled to recall the images in his memory. The flying knives pierced his body with precision, yet none struck a fatal blow. Additionally, there was the seemingly lifeless Kingpin, and the renaming of Fisk Tower. Oh, Hawkeye suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Boss, I find the China building far more melodious than the Fisk Tower. He immediately altered his demeanor towards Gu Xuan. From the onset, it was evident that Gu Xuan harbored no genuine intention to take his life. This was clearly a person of great resolve. Jin would kill without hesitation. If he did not adhere to Gu Xuan's lead, would that not spell his own doom? Moreover, in the eyes of the target, he has shown considerable mercy towards Jin Bing. Thus, at this moment, he feels no remorse whatsoever. As he speaks, the target exerts great effort to rise from the ground. Fortunately, the daggers hurled by Gu Xuan had narrowly missed his vital points. Otherwise, it is likely that he would be incapable of even lifting himself off the ground at this moment. I harbor a disdain for the title boss. I have no desire to be akin to Jin Bing. Very well, my leader. The sharp-eyed subordinate promptly adjusted his tone. And it must be said that his potential as an underling is quite commendable. So, my leader, do you intend to usurp Jin Bing and seize control of his power? The sharp-eyed one inquired cautiously, furrowing his brow in discomfort due to the pain coursing through his body, while emitting soft whimpers. Indeed, Gu Xuan offered no further words. Merely a simple nod that was sufficient to provoke a flurry of thoughts within the target's mind. In his estimation, this new leader would likely prove even more challenging to appease than Jin Bing. The very demeanor projected an air of sternness. Perhaps he was already contemplating how to usurp Jin Bing's influence. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. Gu Xuan merely found the entire situation to be somewhat absurd. Just a moment ago, the target had been questioning him under the pressure of Jean Bing's precarious fate. Yet, in the next breath, he was ready to alter his stance to ensure his own survival. It was evident that, ultimately, strength dictated the discourse. Even human sentiments were not exempt from this principle. Whether the target's subsequent action stemmed from fear of him or a genuine desire to serve mattered little to Gu Xuan. All he sought was a subordinate capable of executing his will. The motivations behind such desires were not within Gu Xuan's purview. Moreover, there was an undeniable advantage to belonging to the underworld. Their commands were invariably more potent than those of any so-called righteous faction. After all, there was no room for subterfuge here. Disobedience met with swift retribution. This would serve as Gu Xuan's primary strategy in assuming control of Jean Bing's realm. Following Jean Bing's demise, his unruly subordinates would likely descend into chaos for a time. Do you have the confidence to manage his former subordinates? Gu Xuan inquired. I'm afraid, boss, I might not be able to. Gu Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the resolute response of the target eye. This reaction was unexpected, generally. One would assume that when a new leader ascends, those in subordinate positions would first contemplate how to impress the newly appointed authority. In truth, the target eye did have such intentions. However, when faced with Gu Xuan's demands, he found himself utterly powerless, even if it meant exhausting all his efforts. For, at the core, the target eye was merely a prized enforcer of Jean Bin, and their relationship was predominantly one of employer and employee. Even if Jean Bin were to perish at this moment, his former subordinates would likely not willingly accept the authority of the target eye. This reality constituted an enduring wound for the target eye. Regardless of his endeavors, he could never truly establish his authority over Jean Bin's former followers. Thus, he felt compelled to explain. Although Jean Bin was ruthless and unreasonable, he had governed his criminal empire for over a decade. Everyone had long since acclimatized to his presence and the pressure he exerted. Such dynamics could not be altered overnight. Even in death, Jean Bin's influence would linger, a factor beyond the target eye's control in the short term. Moreover, it was likely that the demise of Jean Bin would incite unrest among his former subordinates for a time. Therefore, forgive me for saying this, boss. If you could grant me sufficient time, oh no, just 1 year, within that span, I would have absolute confidence in transferring Jean Bin's original power base under your command. The target eye gazed earnestly at Gu Xuan as he spoke. After listening to the target eye's remarks, Gu Xuan fell into silence. It was evident that he had to concede that, in matters of governance, he was indeed inferior to Jean Bin. The target eye's reasoning was sound. Jean Bin's influence would not dissipate swiftly and could complicate Gu Xuan's position. Yet, did Gu Xuan care? Not in the slightest. His sole desire was to claim Jean Bin's territory. As for winning the hearts of the people, he had no inclination to pursue that. All he needed was to achieve his objectives and establish the information network he envisioned. Other concerns were of little significance to him. Furthermore, who said he could not reclaim Jean Bin's influence in a short time? Gu Xuan conceived a brilliant strategy, one that would not only compel these individuals to comply, but also consolidate them under his command. What is it, boss? If you are still dissatisfied, I can further shorten the time frame, the target eye inquired, mistakenly believing that his response had displeased Gu Xuan. Not at all, Gu Xuan shook his head. Even if the target time were halved, he would still find it difficult to wait. He needed to resolve these troubles in a brief span. Suddenly, an idea struck me, a solution capable of swiftly addressing the issues you mentioned. What method? The target's eyes reflected a hint of skepticism towards Gu Xuan's words. However, upon leaning closer and hearing what Gu Xuan had to say, his expression subtly shifted. Are you certain this is truly feasible? The target inquired once more, maintaining a degree of doubt towards Gu Xuan's assertion. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Jean Bing owned an abundance of nightclubs, so many, in fact, that Gu Xuan had to select one as the venue for their meeting. As for why a nightclub was chosen for such an occasion, do not question it. It's simply a hallmark of the underworld. Gu Xuan ultimately opted for one of the most opulent nightclubs, situated atop the grandest edifice. Yet, Gu Xuan held little interest in the nightclub itself. Upon his arrival, he deliberately bypassed the revelries occurring on the lower 2 floors and ascended directly to the 3rd floor, reserved exclusively for Jean Bing's private use. It must be said that, as a gang leader, Jean Bing's taste was impeccable. The rooftop offered a helipad, a luxurious swimming pool, and various sports facilities, all of which immensely pleased Gu Xuan. As for the expansive suite exceeding 500 square meters, Gu Xuan chose to disregard it entirely. Who could have imagined that Jean Bing indulged in such extravagant pursuits? A plethora of props, some of which Gu Xuan mistook for instruments of torture, adorned the lavish walls, alongside oversized items that he simply overlooked, unable to fathom who could possess such exaggerated dimensions. No, this room must be dismantled and reassembled, Gu Xuan resolutely affirmed within himself. Subsequently, he took the private elevator down to the actual nightclub. Awaiting him at the elevator's entrance were two burly men, their torsos bare. "Is this the kind of ambience your nightclub embraces?" Gu Xuan queried, only to discern that the two were not entirely unclothed. Rather, they sported pink suspenders snugly wrapped around their exaggerated muscles, which, under the soft pink lighting, had momentarily obscured his perception. "It is your nightclub, boss," the two men earnestly declared to Gu Xuan. Upon noticing his silence, they quickly added, "Boss Target has already informed us of your arrival today, and he has been waiting for you at the conference room door. Is there anything else you require?" "Not necessary. Just take me there," Gu Xuan replied. Gu Xuan merely nodded slightly, coldly stating his words. This marked the first encounter for his two subordinates with the new leader's icy demeanor. However, they dared not utter a word, silently leading the way ahead. Gu Xuan followed closely behind, only to be unexpectedly guided to the changing room by these two individuals. Upon the doors opening, all actions within the room ceased. Over 50 cross-dressing performers turned their attention toward Gu Xuan, with at least half of them still in the midst of changing. "Is this an inevitable path?" Gu Xuan inquired, maintaining a serious fade while his mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Could it be that the decisive and ruthless Jin Bing was merely a fade, and that the true Jin Bing returned home each day burdened by such chaotic affairs? No wonder that bed in the pleasure room could accommodate 10 people. To evade any awkwardness before his subordinates, Gu Xuan opted to maintain his expression and boldly greeted the young women. "Hello, ladies. I'm your new boss." Contrary to his expectations, the girls did not scream in shock at his abrupt entrance. On the contrary, a number of them, upon learning that he was indeed the new leader, boldly discarded their clothes still in the process of changing and approached Gu Xuan with confidence. "Well, are you the new boss? How can you be so handsome? Just look at that physique. While the muscles may not be enormous, they feel remarkably firm to the touch. Boss, do you require a massage? I can serve you with my exclusive techniques." The young women boldly encircled Gu Xuan, and the flirtatious atmosphere left him somewhat flustered. After all, who could remain unperturbed when such bold individuals brushed their chests against their arms, or when they gazed at him so openly with their intent eyes? Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Gu Xuan reminded himself inwardly. Eventually, the young women encountered an unyielding Gu Xuan, maintaining his signature cold demeanor. Yet, many still found the new boss quite cool. They leaned onto Gu Xuan's shoulder, playfully covering his eyes, intending to engage in some unconventional games. As for the two subordinates accompanying Gu Xuan, they were completely pushed aside and ignored. Would they worry about being seen by the other two subordinates? The answer was undoubtedly no, after all. The previous gold standards of indulgence were even more extravagant. The two remained composed at the side, waiting for Gu Xuan to finish enjoying the attention before departing. However, upon catching Gu Xuan's gaze, they instantly retracted such thoughts. "All right, ladies, the game is over. Our new boss has matters to attend to. So it seems we'll have to trouble you another time." They swiftly discerned the message in Gu Xuan's eyes and, in perfect harmony, stepped forward to usher the young women away, rescuing Gu Xuan from the situation. There would be no next time. After the women departed, Gu Xuan took a deep breath, only to be met with an array of sins that did not belong to him. Damn it, I need to keep my distance from these individuals in the future. As he endeavored to neutralize the lingering sense, he finally entered the genuine conference room, where the anxious target awaited just outside. "Boss." Upon seeing Gu Xuan, the sharpshooter immediately rose to his feet. He had just heard that the boss was in some sort of peril and had been contemplating for quite some time whether or not to come to the boss's rescue. "I'm fine." Gu Xuan waved his hand. "Go ahead and speak. Is it true that the individuals inside are rather restless?" Upon hearing this, the target immediately endeavored to prepare the most comprehensive report on Gu Xuan. From the moment the news of Jin Bing's demise infiltrated the depths of Hell's Kitchen, chaos ensued. With death lurking at every turn, everyone perceived Jin Bing's passing as a monumental opportunity, leading them to seize territory at any cost. Among them, the Rhinoceros Gang and the Lion Gang engaged in relentless conflict. 3 days have elapsed, and their internal strife has already resulted in the injury of at least 100 innocent residents, with a tragic fifth of them succumbing to their wounds. As per your directive, I have severed all connections to the drug trade. However, this decision has not been well received by the other gangs, as drug-related transactions have long been a primary source of external profit. The Motorcycle Gang and the Lightning Gang have even expressed a desire to extricate themselves from our control due to this issue. While the remaining factions have not openly voiced their discontent, such sentiments are undeniably simmering beneath the surface. Regarding Jean Bing's subordinates, I have ensured they are well taken care of over these past few days, and I believe the majority still wish to follow your lead. Nevertheless, the unrest triggered by Jean Bing's death continues to escalate, proving impossible to quell. Therefore, boss, I believe the time has come for us to take decisive action. The report from the Target Eye is exceedingly detailed, as Gu Xuan's foremost subordinate and devoted follower. He is eager to personally oversee every matter and subsequently present his accomplishments to Gu Xuan. Indeed, it can be asserted that without the assistance of the Target Eye over the past few days, Gu Xuan would not have been able to swiftly consolidate Jean Bing's original power. The intentions of the Target Eye are never concealed. He lays them bare for Gu Xuan to see. This transparency is something Gu Xuan finds particularly gratifying, a quality that sets them apart from the so-called righteous organizations. In contrast to their intricate schemes and hidden agendas, Gu Xuan prefers the simplicity and clarity of purpose exhibited by his own people, much like the Target Eye himself. At this moment, Gu Xuan most requires subordinates whose ambitions are written plainly on their faces. He occasionally expresses his recognition and approval of their efforts, which further motivates them to serve him diligently. Otherwise, should he undertake all these matters alone, it would undoubtedly become a source of great frustration for him. Understood, Gu Xuan remarked, rising as his elongated trench coat accentuated his form. His handsome visage bore an expression that would deter anyone from meeting his gaze. It is time to get to the point, he declared. With that, he and the Target Eye pushed open the conference room door. Creak. The door was gently swung open, revealing the waiting gang leaders who had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Greetings to you all, Gu Xuan said with a smile. However, as he waved his hand, the crowd was astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to them, a severed head had appeared in his grasp, a head still dripping with blood. By heavens! Exclaimed the leader of the Lightning Gang, startled, for his attention had been solely focused on Gu Xuan's hand. He had failed to notice that the flamboyant leader of the Motorcycle Gang, who had been bantering and boasting moments ago, was now lying lifeless, blood pooling around him. As the others scrutinized the scene, terror gripped them. The severed head in Gu Xuan's grasp undeniably belonged to the Motorcycle Gang leader. Once they grasped the gravity of the situation, their gazes towards Gu Xuan transformed entirely. That seemingly innocent smile, framed by a set of pristine white teeth, became utterly chilling. He was positively more devilish than any demon. They could never replicate such a sinister grin while holding another's head. Was this meant to intimidate? The leader, attempting to maintain an air of composure, spoke nonchalantly. Many among them believed this was merely a trick of Gu Xuan's, akin to a magician's illusion, designed to instill fear. Yet, the leader of the Motorcycle Gang, closest to the scene, felt the piercing weight of Gu Xuan's gaze, as if sitting on pins and needles. He, more than anyone else, understood the stark reality. This was no mere ruse. It was far more genuine than a prized pearl. He quickly realized why the Motorcycle Gang leader had been the first to perish. It was simply because he had dared to suggest severing ties with Gu Xuan. Moreover, he had unwittingly aligned himself with that very sentiment. The leader of the Lightning Gang instinctively swallowed hard, for he was privy to more of the underlying truths than others. Rumor had it that their new leader possessed extraordinary abilities. Initially, he had dismissed it as mere gossip. But now it appeared there was more substance to it than he had anticipated. Just look at how terrified you are. The leader of the Lion Gang gazed disdainfully at the head of the Lightning Gang. Unbeknownst to them, they viewed this seemingly ineffectual individual as someone who could be frightened by mere childish antics. After all, each among them was accustomed to dancing on the edge of a blade, with every life they held in their hands contributing to a chilling tally. Any one of them, if captured, could be exchanged for a handsome reward. Otherwise, they would not have attained the esteemed positions they held under Jean Bing. Their willingness to serve him stemmed largely from the fear of his formidable presence, though a smaller portion was due to the genuine care he showed his subordinates. At least, in terms of benefits, they were well compensated. However, the first act of their newly appointed leader was to eliminate the most lucrative drug trade they had enjoyed, a transgression they could not tolerate. Upon discovering that their new chief appeared to be a mere youth, their disdain only deepened. While it was true he had the capability to slay Jean Bing, he was not the arrogant figure they had known. They believed they could easily conspire with Gu Xuan to eliminate him without affording him any chance to retaliate. The presence of the sharpshooter by Gu Xuan's side posed a challenge, yet they remained confident. The once fiercely loyal sharpshooter, who had stood by Jin Bing, now seemed willing to serve Gu Xuan. Thus, they reasoned that with sufficient incentives, he would betray Gu Xuan just as he had betrayed Jin Bing. However, they would soon realize that their underestimation of Gu Xuan's true strength would lead to their own downfall. Close the door, Gu Xuan commanded sternly. This marked Gu Xuan's first utterance before the elder members of the previous dynasty since he succeeded Jin Bing. Many present felt a deep irritation at Gu Xuan's sharp tone, with some even contemplating drawing their weapons to teach this young upstart a lesson in respecting his elders. The reason they were permitted to bring firearms to the meeting was due to Gu Xuan's deliberate allowance. Otherwise, they might not have come so readily. Naturally, this also explained their audacious behavior in his presence. What Gu Xuan sought was precisely this audacity. Silence. Gu Xuan's voice resonated with an invisible authority, compelling the assembly to quell their murmurs. Satisfied with the sudden stillness of the conference room, he continued, I am aware that some among you harbor discontent towards my leadership, and there are those who deem me unworthy to lead, even aspiring to supplant me. To such dissenting voices, I offer but a single retort. It is not that I regard you with disdain, but rather that I perceive all present as mere refuse. If you are indeed refuse, why should I concern myself with the opinions of the insignificant? Are you angered by my designation of you as refuse? Gu Xuan surveyed the room, noting the varied expressions on each face. Yet, under the weight of his imposing aura, none dared to respond. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Xuan exuded the presence of a ferocious beast, instilling within them a profound shock. Here they were, seasoned figures in the underworld, rendered speechless by a brash youth they had only just encountered. I find your reaction disappointing, Gu Xuan remarked, shaking his head. I had expected more from Jin Bing's subordinates. Yet, I am taken aback by your inability to stand firm against someone you secretly resent. Therefore, I shall grant you an opportunity to replace me, to eliminate me. I trust that all of you are armed. If so, I invite you to take action. Otherwise, this opportunity will swiftly vanish. With a piercing gaze, Gu Xuan regarded the assembly, a menacing aura radiating from him. The atmosphere in the room grew frigid, as if time itself had halted. Even the target behind Gu Xuan felt the weight of his words, shaken by his audacity. Jin Bing, too, had once possessed a similar boldness. Yet even he would never dare to provoke others to shoot him directly. After all, no matter how formidable Jin Bing was, he remained a mortal man, instinctively retreating from the threat of bullets. Yet here's to the new leader before him, undeniably imbued with such audacity. Why has everyone fallen silent? I have already granted you an opportunity. If you so ardently desire to usurp my position, then do me the favor of ending my life. Once I am gone, this position will naturally be yours, Gu Xuan declared with authority, subsequently retracting the tension he had previously exuded. In an instant, the conference room reverted to its original state. The assembled gang members were astonished to find that the oppressive atmosphere had seemingly dissipated. Yet, they were rendered speechless by Gu Xuan's bold pronouncement. In that moment, they found themselves subdued by his formidable presence, leaving none among them able to respond. It appeared as though Gu Xuan had let down his guard. It seemed that a mere gunshot could indeed terminate him. I shall inquire once more. The opportunity lies before you. Do you dare to act or do you not? Gu Xuan continued, his words dripping with audacity. He surveyed the room, only to find that no one dared to speak. Initially, these leaders had presumed Gu Xuan to be merely a brash brute endowed with strength. However, it now appeared that his courage was extraordinary. Yet, despite the brief moment of astonishment, one among them finally broke the silence. Do you think we truly lack the courage? Let me inform you. We convened prior to this meeting and agreed to unite in overthrowing you. You are merely a fortunate lad. Do you truly believe any position is yours for the taking? When we followed Jin Bing, at least we had a morsel to share. With you in charge, we are left with nothing. It was the leader of the Rhino Gang, known for his fiery temperament, who could no longer contain himself. After regaining his composure, he was the first to step forward in defiance of Gu Xuan. Well, very well. Surprisingly, Gu Xuan did not express any anger. Instead, he applauded the courage of the leader of the Rhino Gang. Behind him, the sharpshooter gazed at the Rhino Gang leader with a look of regret. It was clear that this individual, who usually appeared quite astute, had faltered at such a critical moment. Truly, impulsiveness can be a devil. As the sharpshooter glanced at Gu Xuan, a subtle smile graced his face throughout. Was there really only this one person at the outset? Gu Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, resting his chin on his hands on the table, exuding an inexplicable aura of danger. However, The various gang leaders present could hardly concern themselves with such nuances. Under the leadership of the Rhino Gang leader, their morale soared. They disregarded all caution, rising from their seats while thumping the weapons hidden beneath the table onto its surface, intending to intimidate Gu Xuan. Yet, regrettably, Gu Xuan's expression remained utterly unchanged upon witnessing the arsenal before him, which could easily obliterate an entire floor. But what of it? Count me in. I have long been displeased with this fellow. The air was filled with incessant murmurs of discontent, each utterance signifying that yet another gang leader was preparing to join the ranks of the Rhino Gang's chief in defiance of Gu Xuan. However, to Gu Xuan's astonishment, there remained 4 or 5 individuals who, despite their evident indecision, had yet to rise and take their stand. This left Gu Xuan with a tinge of regret. Alas, Gu Xuan sighed. Is there anything else? If not, it must be these individuals. Gu Xuan resolved to honor the opinions of those seated before him, granting them one final opportunity to choose. Such theatrics. I refuse to believe that even your formidable self can simultaneously deal with so many of us. After all, even your loyal hound is incapable of such a feat. The leader of the Rhino Gang, sporting a prominent bald head adorned with menacing tattoos, trembled slightly as he spoke. Very well, it is settled. Gu Xuan slapped the table with determination, extending a hand and deliberately disregarding the words of the Rhino Gang leader. All right. Though it diverges somewhat from my expectations, it will have to suffice, Gu Xuan lamented. What do you mean by that? How dare you ignore my words? The Rhino Gang leader glared angrily at Gu Xuan, swiftly raising his firearm and aiming it directly at him. It means nothing, Gu Xuan replied, shaking his head. I simply admire your audacity. With a sharp crack, before the leader of the Rhino Gang could pull the trigger, a snap echoed through the air. In the next moment, with a resounding explosion, the blast erupted from the shotgun of the leader of the Rhino Gang, accompanied by a fierce blaze of light. At this very moment, it was not merely his firearm that emitted such intensity. Even the other gangsters, who stood armed with their own weapons, were astonished to perceive an overwhelming heat emanating from their guns. The searing warmth compelled them to relinquish their grip. Yet it seemed that releasing their hold now was a matter of regrettable timing. Boom, boom, boom. The muzzles of nearly everyone erupted in brilliant flashes of fire. With the searing heat, shattered fragments of firearms scattered in all directions. Their heads, much like the guns they wielded, were strewn about in a grotesque display of crimson and gold. I detest having a gun pointed at me, declared the instigator, Gu Xuan. The sound of explosions reverberated incessantly, each detonation marking the demise of yet another gang leader. Alas, their heads were no more, and the firearms they once wielded met the same fate as their severed craniums, reduced to mere remnants. Observing the grotesque spectacle of heads bursting like balloons, the surviving individuals instinctively swallowed hard, grateful for their recent decisions. They were fortunate not to have succumbed to the fervor of Gu Xuan's rhetoric and engaged in battle. Had they done so, their fates would surely mirror that of their fallen companions. Monster, you are nothing but a monster. Among those who had only moments ago chosen sides, one unfortunate soul remained, his head intact yet trembling in the face of inevitable doom. This was a deliberate punishment meted out by Gu Xuan, directed at the one who had dared to oppose him most vehemently. He intended for this individual to witness the demise of his so-called allies, one by one, until his turn arrived. Monster? Is that what I am? After all, were you not also intent on ending my life just moments ago? Do you now find this position unacceptable? Gu Xuan retorted. In the blink of an eye, before the gang member could utter another word, his head erupted in a manner akin to that of his companions, spewing forth a deluge of viscous fluid that coated the room. The air became saturated with an indescribable stench. At that moment, even the survivors, who prided themselves on their resilience in the face of adversity, could not suppress their retching. Some were forced to expel the remnants of their previous night's meal. Their bodies quaked uncontrollably, faces pallid, as they clutched the arms of their chairs, bowing their heads in a relentless cascade of nausea. They had taken lives and witnessed carnage. Yet nothing could have prepared them for the grotesque spectacle of heads exploding in succession, no matter how depraved one might be. Enduring such a scene was beyond comprehension, unless one was unhinged. Of course, Gu Xuan was an exception. With a serene smile, he observed the distress of those around him, unperturbed by the chaos. His ability to remain composed stemmed from the aura he exuded, which dispelled the noxious stench surrounding him, leaving his immediate vicinity in a state of tranquility. Meanwhile, the unfortunate target behind him bore the brunt of Gu Xuan's expelled miasma, rendering him unable to escape the suffocating air that filled his lungs with tears. Yet, as the chief lieutenant of the gang leader. He could not afford to retreat in disgrace over such a minor setback, lest he fall from his superior's favor. Thus, the Mark was left with no choice but to turn his back to Gu Xuan, leaning against the wall, desperate to conceal his disheveled appearance from him. More so, he was genuinely intimidated by Gu Xuan's formidable prowess. As the individual positioned closest to Gu Xuan, he could acutely sense the sheer force that had just erupted from him. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, that instant was so overwhelming that the Mark found himself contemplating the very notion of demise. Fortunately, he managed to endure. Otherwise, he would have been merely a fainted figure on the ground. Nevertheless, the decisive ruthlessness with which Gu Xuan operated left a profound impact on the Mark. It is worth noting that even the former leader, Jin Bing, could not wield such authority. With a mere snap of his fingers, he could extinguish the lives of a dozen individuals. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, the Mark exhibited an exuberant enthusiasm. For heaven's sake, his boss was undeniably impressive, exceedingly cool. Indeed, perhaps you should take a moment to rest? Gu Xuan, displaying an unexpected understanding, suggested to the leader of the Lightning Gang, who sat closest to him. He observed the leader's dampened trousers and the peculiar bulge at the rear, likely caused by some unknown substance. Gu Xuan had deliberately spared his life, for only such a character could truly appreciate the value of the time that lay ahead. However, under Gu Xian's considerate demeanor, the Lightning Gang leader clearly felt overwhelmed. His face devoid of color, he believed that Gu Xuan had finally acknowledged his existence. Trembling, he attempted to shift his chair, but due to his weakened legs, he collapsed before he could even kneel before Gu Xuan. "I shall give you 1 minute to change your trousers before you return to see me," Gu Xuan remarked disdainfully, casting a fleeting glance at him before turning away while pinching his nose, fanning the air with his other hand. "Very well, very well." The leader of the Lightning Gang sighed in relief, hastily expressing gratitude for Gu Xuan's mercifulness. Yet, at that moment, it was evident that relying solely on his own strength to change trousers was utterly unfeasible. The target eye. Gu Xuan adjusted his head and promptly summoned the target eye. The target eye, displaying a countenance of disdain, gazed at the filthy leader of the Lightning Gang sprawled on the ground and reluctantly extended a hand to assist him. Were this to occur in public, one would undoubtedly face dire consequences for such disgraceful treatment. With a countdown of 1 minute, the repercussions would be borne by the individual himself. Before the target eye could carry the leader to the door, Gu Xian's nonchalant voice drifted over. "Very well, very well." The leader of the Lightning Gang forced a grimace more pitiful than tears, and the door swung open. With the help of his subordinates, he staggered outside. However, after only a few steps, the target eye returned to report to Gu Xuan. That fellow fainted the moment he stepped outside. "What shall we do?" the target eye inquired. "What else can be done?" "Let him be," Gu Xuan replied with a hint of exasperation. What a bunch of useless individuals. In the brief moment of his contemplation, subordinates who had been waiting outside for quite some time entered with cleaning tools in hand. One by one, they bagged the headless body. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, by the following evening, it would be transformed into a 4-pound parcel. After these individuals, the remaining members of the surviving gangs cautiously cast furtive glances at Gu Xuan, eager to gauge the expression of their new leader. However, what awaited them was Gu Xuan's unwavering gaze. "Excellent. You should feel fortunate for your choices," Gu Xuan remarked, his voice calm, yet commanding the utmost attention from the gang members. They suppressed their inner fear, directing their gazes toward Gu Xuan. "You have witnessed my methods. Those who do not belong will be eradicated. It's as simple as that. And do not presume I harbor any guilt. To me, those who have just perished, including you, are nothing more than societal refuse. Many seek your heads. My participation is inconsequential. Thus, I perceive myself as ridding society of pests. However, from this moment forth, your identities have transformed. Starting today, you shall no longer be the reckless gang led by Jin Bing. You will now operate under my command as an organized and disciplined entity. My demands are quite simple. First, you may engage in any trade you wish. But remember, no drugs." Gu Xuan's words struck like a heavy hammer. Though calm, they resonated profoundly within their hearts, delivering a significant blow. Most of them were, after all, former drug traffickers. Without drugs, what else could they possibly pursue? This matter transcends mere personal interests. Even the profits of Gu Xuan have significantly diminished as a result. This is precisely why so many chose to resist Gu Xuan in the beginning, driven by self-serving considerations. At least half of their profits would be curtailed as a consequence. Yet, they dared not express their grievances openly, for they were all too familiar with Gu Xuan's methods. They would not recklessly court disaster at such a critical juncture. Having survived, they had resolved to loyally follow Gu Xuan. A reduction in profits was a bitter pill to swallow, yet they had no choice but to accept it begrudgingly. Gu Xuan surveyed the scene, content with the intimidation he had just instilled. Although they might harbor dissatisfaction with his demands, they would likely have no choice but to swallow their resentment. Admittedly, this situation arose from their own fears. However, Gu Xuan was evidently indifferent. Obedience was all that mattered, regardless of the underlying motivations. After all, they had witnessed the dire consequences of disobedience. In the past, Jin Bing might have been more cautious, considering the interests of his subordinates. Gu Xuan, however, was devoid of such reservations. Yet, one gang leader, with a furrowed brow, mustered the courage to voice his confusion, his expression betraying a fear of Gu Xuan that held him back. "You may speak freely here. Any question is welcome, even if it is misguided. I will forgive errors. And if you are correct, I shall consider it based on my mood," Gu Xuan stated in a low tone. Indeed, having eliminated so many gang leaders, it is likely to incite unrest among their remaining followers, possibly leading to rebellion. The others echoed the leader's concerns. Gu Xuan nodded in acknowledgement. This was indeed a valid issue. However, if he dared to kill, surely he had contemplated this predicament as well. "You need not worry about that. I will appoint new leaders within these gangs." As for the dissenting voices below, Gu Xuan replied solemnly. But soon his gaze fell upon the wary expressions of those around him. "Why do you look at me like that? I am not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Those who disobey will simply be sent away. As for their destination, that will depend entirely on my whims." Several individuals instantly grasped the implications of Gu Xuan's words. Although no lives were taken, the outcome was nearly tantamount to death. In essence, they would never again grace the world with their presence. Following Gu Xuan's subtle cue, the leaders, each harboring their own clandestine motives, averted their gazes and departed without a single glance in his direction. The conference room was left with only the target eye and Gu Xuan. "My leader, I must say, you were extraordinarily impressive just now." After the others had exited, Target Eye swiftly transformed into Gu Xuan's most ardent admirer, showering him with praise and flattery. Gu Xuan, however, had long since developed immunity to such adulation. "Let us discuss pressing matters. What do you anticipate for Hell's Kitchen in the coming days? Uprisings? Unrest? An alarming spike in crime rates?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Target Eye provided his assessment to Gu Xuan. Gu Xuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had foreseen that eliminating these leaders would inevitably lead to considerable turmoil. The appointment of puppet leaders would require several days, during which Hell's Kitchen would undoubtedly endure its darkest hours. Thus, Gu Xuan resolved to send Target Eye and his team to quell the unrest before it could escalate. Additionally, the local residents of Hell's Kitchen would also require reassurance. In the days following Gu Xuan's ascension, the area had already been fraught with instability. He could not allow these individuals to attribute the source of the chaos solely to him. "Target Eye, from this moment forth, you shall proceed to Hell's Kitchen to soothe the local populace and distribute some small tokens of goodwill. You know the specifics. Small gift?" The target clearly understood Gu Xuan's intention. A small gift was unnecessary, for I believe the locals would be profoundly moved to tears upon realizing they had such an excellent leader. They would hardly accept your gift. Moreover, I feel that those mundane residents do not deserve your considerable effort. Do not say that, Target. This would indeed be beneficial for my future plans. Plans? What plans? The target was somewhat bewildered. "Ah," Gu Xuan said, lightly rubbing his forehead. "Are you suggesting that our endeavors should remain confined to the underground organizations of New York? Is that truly sufficient? What I mean to say is, if we are to embark on this journey, let us aim for something grand." "I understand, boss. You wish to expand our operations into neighboring Vermont, don't you? However, with all due respect, there exists our influence there as well. Yet, the prospects in that region pale in comparison to the abundance we have here, which is why we have not pursued further development." "Fool." Gu Xuan shot a glare at the target. He was too apathetic to continue conversing with the target. This fellow's thought process was utterly linear, rendering any profound dialogue impossible. Specifically, he would find someone to carry out the task himself. He had already identified a suitable candidate for execution. "When you step out shortly, please assist me in contacting a lawyer named Matt. I may require his services for matters that lie ahead." "Lawyer Matt? Haven't we always engaged him? Moreover, since you are holding a meeting here tonight, I have already invited him to ensure he can verify the details regarding the Gene family's inheritance with you." The target was perplexed and could not fathom why, despite having a lawyer within their own ranks, Gu Xuan would wish to engage another, particularly one associated with his own team. Is he already here? Gu Xuan hesitated, for he could not recall having an attorney named Matt among his subordinates. Indeed. Just a few days prior, after you had eliminated Jean Bing, you mentioned needing someone to manage matters concerning Jean Bing's estate. At that time, I took it upon myself to find him. Where is he? Bring him to me. He is just outside, waiting for you to become available to discuss the remaining matters. Bai Yin hurried to the nightclub's entrance, intending to personally fetch attorney Matt. Furthermore, according to his account, this attorney Matt is blind. Yet this does not impede his ability to handle cases. In fact, he operates with a level of efficiency that surpasses that of most attorneys. By heavens? Gu Xuan's lips curled slightly. A multitude of clues aligned perfectly. If his conjecture proved accurate. Creak. The man with a cane opened the door. As he entered Gu Xuan's line of sight, particularly upon noticing the black circular sunglasses adorning his face, Gu Xuan's conviction solidified. Boss, this is the lawyer Matt I mentioned. The man with the eye patch cautiously assisted Matt, for as a distinguished guest summoned by the boss, he dared not show any lack of diligence. However, boss, I can't help but feel that compared to Matt, the lawyers I encountered before seem nothing more than refuse, both inefficient and prone to sloth. No. Matt, seated, spoke with remarkable humility as he adjusted his sunglasses, while his white cane was thoughtfully placed beside him by the attentive target. Target, please proceed as I previously instructed. I wish to converse with Mr. Matt in earnest, Gu Xuan remarked with a smile. Shall we converse privately? Although the reason for Gu Xian's sudden suggestion eluded him, Matt was perceptive enough to withdraw and close the door behind them. Thus, the conference room was left with only Gu Xuan and Matt. As soon as the door clicked shut, Gu Xian's demeanor shifted dramatically. Although Matt, being blind, could not see, he seemed to sense this change. I wonder, Mr. Gu Xuan, what is it that you wish to discuss with me in private? If it pertains to the details of the Jean Bing inheritance, I have already compiled the information and sent it to your email, along with a hard copy for your review. If all is satisfactory, I can proceed according to these details and, at most, require 2 more days to finalize everything. Matt spoke slowly, retrieving the documents he mentioned from his briefcase and handing them to Gu Xuan. Upon receiving the files, Gu Xuan merely cast a cursory glance and did not delve deeper. It was far more prudent to leave professional matters to those who specialized in them, especially since he could not read them himself. As for now, he had other matters at hand. Pray, tell me your intentions, Gu Xuan said, casually reclining in his chair. Intentions? What intentions? What are you implying? Matt responded, confused. Quite simple, really, the literal interpretation. Are you referring to laundering money on your behalf? Gu Xuan continued. To speak frankly, sir, to avoid starvation. I often find myself engaging in business with both sides, Matt retorted. Your appetite seems quite voracious. Do you not fear overindulgence? Gu Xuan inquired. Not to that extent. I possess enough skill to manage, Matt replied. But do you truly believe there is any merit in this verbal sparring with me? What do you mean by that? Gu Xuan asked, his gaze fixed on Matt. I have made my position abundantly clear. My sole motivation is the compensation you offered. If you persist in this accusatory discourse, I fear, sir, it may become increasingly difficult for me to continue this engagement. I would advise you to seek another, as I find it challenging to serve a boss who appears to harbor biases against me. Matt's frustration was palpable as he thrust the documents back into his briefcase, grasped his cane, and began to feel his way towards the door. Gu Xuan, however, remained indifferent, seated comfortably as he observed Matt's performance. Curious to see just how long Matt could maintain his facade. Do you not think it rather impolite to deceive someone who is aware of your secrets? Gu Xuan remarked leisurely. Upon hearing this, Matt halted abruptly at the threshold, caught off guard. What do you mean by that? But before he could finish his sentence, Gu Xuan nonchalantly tossed a shard of the table corner he had been toying with. With a sharp whoosh, the sound of air being sliced through echoed. As Gu Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, directing his gaze towards Matt, he had deliberately tempered his strength, while an ordinary person might struggle to withstand such an impact. Those who were not of ordinary caliber would fare differently. Bang! Matt slightly tilted his head, extending a hand to effortlessly grasp the shard. Yet, despite Gu Xuan's control over his strength, the fragment still grazed Matt's hand, causing a small piece to embed itself in his palm, blood trailing from his grasp. Still playing pretend, Mr. Daredevil? What are you talking about? What Daredevil? I am merely an ordinary lawyer. As he spoke, Matt feigned indignation, pushing the door open with force. Disregarding the shard embedded in his skin, blood from his palm stained the door handle, and he abandoned the pretense altogether, grabbing his cane and discarding his briefcase. He forcefully shoved the door open, exhibiting agility that surpassed that of a typical blind man. Gu Xuan observed Matt's expression without a hint of concern, fully aware of Matt's motivations for approaching him. After all, superheroes often share similar thought processes, with a limited number of underlying reasons driving their actions. Gu Xuan found this amusing, almost laughing at the notion that Matt was essentially delivering himself to him. Meanwhile, countless expletives raced through Matt's mind. He regretted his earlier choices, lamenting why he had to select a scoundrel like Gu Xuan, who was aware of his true identity. Now, not only had he walked into a trap, but he had nearly met his demise at Gu Xuan's hands. He had felt the powerful force of the shard hurtling towards him, a deadly threat aimed directly at his head. Had he continued feigning ignorance as he initially did, he was certain that the object would have mercilessly pierced his skull. Damn it! Damn it! Matt cursed as he ran. Ahead lay glass. And although they were hundreds of meters above ground, he relied on the glider concealed within his clothing to make his escape. Once free, he vowed to find an opportunity to deal with this scoundrel. Matt, or rather Daredevil, let out a low grunt as he extracted the foreign object from his palm. The fragments, mingled with his blood, were carelessly discarded onto the ground. With remarkable agility, he propelled himself upwards, landing deftly on the nearby glass surface. He swiftly shed his coat, allowing the glider wings tucked beneath his arms to unfurl. A sigh escaped Daredevil's lips. The revelation of his true identity was indeed a troublesome predicament. Upon his return, he would need to devise numerous strategies to cope with the consequences, for otherwise, he feared his future would be fraught with difficulties. From the height of the 100-meter skyscraper, Matt leapt into the void. The glider wings bore his weight, preventing a rapid descent. The fierce winds buffeted his face, further jeopardizing his already precarious hairline. Nevertheless, the exhilaration of narrowly escaping brought a sense of elation to Daredevil. At the very least, he would no longer have to encounter that scoundrel who knew his true identity. The Night Demon, soaring from a great height, suddenly spotted a figure appearing in the distance, a presence that had been absent just a moment before. By the heavens! He immediately recognized the identity of the individual before him. As his expression shifted drastically, he desperately attempted to alter his course. However, it was already too late. Gu Xuan's figure flickered, and in an instant, he stood before Night Demon, seizing him by the throat. The expression on Night Demon's face was nothing short of riveting. For this man before him, without any aid from equipment, was able to hover effortlessly in midair as if standing on solid ground. Yet, Gu Xuan remained indifferent to his current thoughts, regarding Night Demon with a mocking gaze. "Why aren't you running?" Gu Xuan taunted. Night Demon struggled futilely. But it was all in vain. Truth be told, he yearned to retort Gu Xuan's words with confidence at that moment. Yet, it was abundantly clear that he was incapable of doing so. In that instant, he felt akin to a helpless chick clutched in Gu Xuan's grasp, his throat firmly pinched. Even the gliding apparatus secured beneath his arm was effortlessly wrenched away by Gu Xuan. "What do you suppose would happen if I were to simply drop you now?" Accompanied by the headline of Night Demon being mad, Gu Xuan jested, his gaze fixed on the captive Night Demon. "Perhaps it would make the front page? Then my home would be besieged by those frenzied journalists." At this juncture, Night Demon resigned himself to the futility of his struggles. After all, no matter how he fought, there would be no outcome. Wouldn't it have been better to concede sooner? Gu Xuan smiled as he observed Night Demon's surrender. Subsequently, he flew back to his nightclub, gently placing Night Demon into a seat. "Sit," Gu Xuan said courteously, hoping that this time you might exhibit a modicum of wisdom and refrain from attempting any underhanded tricks. After all, my leniency in sparing you once has already stretched the limits of your tolerance. Should I express my gratitude, then? Night Demon chuckled. He had already witnessed Gu Xuan's formidable power, which was undoubtedly on an entirely different level from his own. Consequently, after undergoing a lesson, he had become more compliant. Moreover, the gliding wings he intended to use for escape had been destroyed by Gu Xuan. This was Gu Xuan's territory, and stepping outside would mean encountering his men at every turn. Night Demon was acutely aware of the advantages and disadvantages at play. "There's no need for thanks. I merely require your assistance with a task in the days to come." Gu Xuan poured a glass of wine and tossed it to Night Demon. Once Gu Xuan had uncovered his true identity, Night Demon felt less constrained, no longer resembling the blind man he once appeared to be. Accepting the wine from Gu Xuan, he took a small sip. "Are you not concerned that I might have poisoned the wine?" Gu Xuan inquired, amused by Night Demon's nonchalance. "What is there to fear? With your strength, I doubt you would resort to such means to take my life. Night Demon replied. So, what is it that you require of me? However, let me make it clear that I will not partake in any acts of murder or arson. Night Demon asserted his stance before downing the contents of his glass. Murder and arson are not on the agenda, however, the task may prove somewhat more challenging than that. I am curious if you are capable of accomplishing it. For instance, take my place as the mayor. Wait, are you truly aspiring to be the mayor? Daredevil thought he had misheard, tilting his head slightly to better direct his ear towards Gu Xuan. No, it is you who shall assume the role. Gu Xuan set down his wine glass and gazed earnestly at Daredevil. Regrettably, due to Daredevil's blindness, he could not perceive the seriousness etched upon Gu Xian's visage. I still believe you jest. As someone entrenched in the underworld, what purpose would it serve for me to become mayor? I am merely an ordinary individual. How could they possibly allow a blind man to hold such a position? Daredevil outright dismissed Gu Xian's assertion, convinced that he was merely jesting. No, no, no. Gu Xuan shook his head. Perhaps an ordinary lawyer could not ascend to the position of mayor, but that did not imply that the Daredevil could not. In the coming days, I shall ensure that Bullseye accelerates his outreach to the citizens of New York. When the time comes, you shall don your costume to deliver a speech, and if necessary, I will make an appearance as the embodiment of justice. I believe that with this approach, no one will remain unmoved. Of course, should the situation demand, we may resort to some unconventional methods, Gu Xuan remarked with a light-hearted chuckle. His tone was casual, yet the execution by his subordinates would be far from simple. Thus, this is precisely why Gu Xuan refrained from running for mayor himself. It was simply too cumbersome. It would waste an enormous amount of time and energy. Moreover, should he fail, it would be quite embarrassing for his subordinates. Additionally, his position did not permit him such a course of action. For even though he would present himself as a figure of justice, he still occupied a prominent position. And there would inevitably be some individuals who could not restrain their tongues and would exploit that aspect. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary complications, Gu Xuan decided to designate the Daredevil for this role. In due time, he would also have Bullseye acquire several of New York's largest newspapers to maximize the impact of the publicity. Well, after following Gu Xian's line of reasoning, the Night Demon Knight fell into silence. After all, Gu Xian's words seemed to possess a degree of validity. If we are to believe his assertions, it appears plausible that a mayor could indeed be cultivated within his sphere of influence. However, those rivals may face dire consequences. Are you not concerned that, should I be elected, I might turn against you? The Night Demon Knight queried with a meaningful glance toward Gu Xuan. Not at all, of course. Gu Xuan replied with unwavering confidence. After all, you undoubtedly have individuals in this city whom you hold dear, correct? Unless you can transport them to a galaxy I cannot locate. Otherwise, am I to interpret that as a threat? Think what you will. In any case, I have no reservations when it comes to utilizing people. Betray if you wish. Naturally, as long as you are prepared to face the repercussions. Wait, it seems I haven't actually agreed to join your ranks yet. The Night Demon Knight suddenly realized. No, did you not already work under me before? Damn, I had forgotten about that. The Night Demon Knight recollected that indeed, as Gu Xuan had stated, he had proactively aligned himself with him. Yet, it appears this has strayed far from his original intentions. Well, from now on, you shall be mine. But isn't it rather amusing? Initially, you and Hawkeye fought fiercely against one another, and now both of you have joined my ranks. Is it too late for me to resign? What do you think? Gu Xuan smiled at the troubled Night Demon. However, before he could finish his drink, an immense surge of energy erupted not far away. It emanated from the direction of Hell's Kitchen. A colossal beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, forming a magnificent pillar that illuminated the street below. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, Bullseye stared in astonishment at the vibrant radiance that had suddenly appeared nearby. What on earth was happening? Could it be that some special effects company was playing tricks on him in the dead of night? With such thoughts racing through his mind, Bullseye cautiously drew his weapon and approached the luminous column with trepidation. In Stark Tower, Tony, who was engrossed in tinkering with his latest suit of armor, also caught sight of the distant beam of light. Sir, it seems that Thor has arrived. Ah, Tony yawned. Having gone 3 or 4 consecutive days without sleep in his pursuit of developing a new suit of armor. However, sir, Gu Xuan has already set off. For Thor has landed in Hell's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen? Why must he venture into that fellow's territory? Tony frowned. J-A-R-V-I-S. Activate the armor. We must intervene before that individual is incapacitated. Understood, sir. As the radiant beam of the Bifrost faded, Thor's expression remained exuberant. for he had finally returned to this place that evoked both love and resentment within him. Regarding the search for his brother, Thor cast it aside, for he had more pressing matters at hand, namely, to challenge the mortal god who had recently appeared in Midgard. According to Heimdall, this was an individual who had only recently become active in Midgard. How could he allow such a presence to go unchecked? Upon arriving, his first order of business was unmistakable. He must seek a duel. After all, he was Thor, the god of thunder, whose mind was solely occupied with muscle. Wait, is there a festival occurring in Midgard? Why else would there be so many people bearing gifts? No, I understand now. You must be here to welcome me. While I'm pleasantly surprised that you anticipated my arrival, there is no need for such an extravagant reception, is there? Thor surveyed the surroundings, noticing the individuals rendered speechless by his sudden appearance. Yet, they were all laden with an array of items, and several small carts trailed behind them, filled to the brim. Come, let me see what delightful offerings you Midgardians have prepared for me. Since I am here, we are all comrades. There is no need for such formalities. He chuckled, his expression mingling embarrassment with amusement. Oh, is this wine? And this seems to be something meant for urination? The wine is acceptable, but truly, there is no need to prepare so much of the latter. As Thor jovially accepted a whole crate of wine from the hands of the gang members, they stood in stunned silence, taken aback by his casual demeanor. It took several seconds for them to process the situation. Good grief, who is this unexpected intruder? Stealing our leader's gifts? One of them exclaimed. The gang member from whom Thor had seized the crate of wine, finally grasping the situation, attempted to reclaim it from Thor. However, he had grossly underestimated the strength of the Asgardian god. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge the wine from Thor's grasp. Are you offering to assist me in carrying this wine? With so much, I could hardly manage it alone. I appreciate your help. Thor expressed his gratitude and promptly returned the entire box of wine to the subordinate. Help? Why has such an odd individual suddenly appeared? The target, cradling his head, refrained from taking immediate action against this peculiar newcomer who spoke in strange phrases. He harbored doubts about whether Thor, with his incongruous attire and incessant mention of Midgard, resembled his own leader. Hey, you there, Midgardian. I am the Prince of Asgard. Summon your earthly deity at once, for I have come in search of him. Midgard? Are you referring to Earth? Yes, precisely Earth. My mother always insists I refer to it as such, yet I frequently forget. The target was utterly perplexed, unable to grasp the meaning of Thor's words. He began to question whether this sudden intruder was of sound mind. However, to be on the safe side, he instructed his subordinates to set down their heavy burdens and draw their weapons, encircling Thor. What are you doing? The target demanded. The latest welcoming ceremony in Midgard? Wait, I believe I recognize what you are holding. Thor surveyed his surroundings. Aliens, I am unaware of the earthly deity to whom you refer, but I do know that you just attempted to seize the gifts meant for our leader. The target glared ominously at the figure brandishing a hammer, dressed in an attire reminiscent of a male stripper. What are your intentions? What could we possibly intend? Came the reply. Certainly. We aim to invite you to a taste of our gunfire. With a command from the target, his subordinates swiftly drew their weapons, closing in on Thor. Bang, bang, bang. As the muzzle flared, countless bullets surged towards Thor. By the gods, is this how you welcome the deity of Asgard? At this juncture, even Thor, in his naivety, comprehended the gravity of the situation. So, you do not intend to welcome me at all? Thor bellowed, raising Mjolnir, which whirled with an ominous grace. Echoing thunder across the horizon, lightning danced fervently within the tempest. With Mjolnir held aloft, a bolt of lightning descended in tandem, with a resounding bang. The forceful impact landed precisely where Thor stood, sending shockwaves that toppled the gangsters nearby. Residual currents clung to their bodies, causing involuntary spasms that rendered them motionless, though fortunately, no real harm was inflicted. As for the bullets that had been aimed at Thor, they were nothing more than an inconsequential tickle to him. After all, as the god of thunder, he was impervious to such trivial threats. However, it appeared that one particularly troublesome adversary remained standing. What is your deal? Thor inquired, directing his gaze towards the elusive target who had skillfully concealed himself in the shadows. He was somewhat taken aback by the latter's acute sense of impending danger. I was just about to ask you the same. The target retorted, simultaneously launching a hidden throwing knife at Thor while sprinting forward to deliver a punch. Swoosh, whoosh. As he glanced at the flying daggers approaching from all directions, Thor smiled. Such tricks were employed by my brother a millennium ago. Back then, I nearly met my demise at his hands. However, now, It is of no use. Bang. Thor spun the Mjolnir in his hand. A wave of energy radiating from it as he extended his other hand to deflect the attack from the target. His palm completely enveloped the target's fist. As for the flying daggers hurled by the target, they were all shattered by the force of the expanding energy wave. Damn, how can you be so strong? The target's expression shifted as he attempted to withdraw his fist, firmly grasped by Thor, yet found himself utterly unable to do so. This fellow appeared rather dim-witted, yet possessed a strength that was quite formidable. I detest those who resort to violence without a word of civility, Thor sighed, holding the target's fist, and began to impart a lesson. The target wore a look of disbelief. All he wanted was for his boss to arrive swiftly. Otherwise, it seemed that his diminutive frame truly stood no chance against this opponent. Give up struggling. I advise you to summon your Midgardian deity before it's too late. Otherwise. Haha. Damn your Midgardian deity. I truly know not what that is. There is but one god on this planet, and that is our boss. The target retorted, kicking at Thor. Seeing that the target had yet to relinquish his struggle, Thor sighed once more. How is it that you do not learn? Did I not inform you that your attacks are as feeble as those of an infant, hardly more than a mere tickle? As Thor lamented, he withdrew his hand, intending to strike the target's leg. But let us not forget, the target still had one hand free. Why do you all insist on throwing things at others like my half-dead brother? But you caught it, did you not? The target scoffed. Thor, having released his grip on the target's palm, caught the bomb thrown at him. Meanwhile, his other hand was busy blocking the target's kick. Thus, the target managed to escape, propelled backwards by the force of Thor's palm striking his calf. It was a bit painful, rubbing the swelling on his leg. The target chose to ignore it and glared at Thor ahead. What is this? Thor inquired, gazing at the spherical object clutched in his hand. You shall discover its nature by tasting it. With those words, the target threw 6 identical spheres towards Thor. Before he could catch them all, it was. With a resounding explosion, the very item in Thor's grasp detonated alongside it. A brilliant flare of light erupted suddenly, enveloping Thor in its radiant embrace. Welcome to Earth, exclaimed the marksman, fervently hurling every explosive object he could find towards Thor. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated one after another, enveloping Thor as if he were trapped within a tempest of thick smoke. The expression on Target's face grew increasingly arrogant. Impressive. Aren't you quite the formidable one? Yet, even the mightiest must succumb to the gunpowder beneath my feet. However, before Target could savor his moment of triumph for long, a cough emerged from within the swirling smoke. Cough, cough. You Midgardians are truly peculiar. What trick is this, launching fireworks in others' faces? As Thor emerged from the haze, coughing and bewildered, he regarded the astonished Target with a sense of incredulity. Despite the detonation of dozens of explosives, not only had they failed to obliterate the individual before him, but they hadn't even managed to inflict the slightest injury, aside from a few charred remnants that clung to his form, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Target could find no trace of harm on Thor. What the hell? Is this fellow made of steel? Target gasped, his astonishment morphing into apprehension. It must be noted that the combined force of these explosives could have leveled an entire building, yet they had scarcely left a mark on Thor. This was utterly unfathomable. Fortunately, the ensuing battle would not require Target's further participation, for the leader he had been anticipating had finally arrived. Boss. The Target's eyes lit up as if he had spotted a savior, and he rushed towards Gu Xuan. What is happening? In truth, Gu Xuan had already arrived in the vicinity. However, he chose to remain hidden, curious to observe the extent of the Target's capabilities. The reality was rather mundane. Mere mortals were truly powerless against beings like Thor. Boss, this unexpected intruder has shattered the supplies we prepared to offer comfort to the residents. The Target gazed at Gu Xuan with an expression of grievance, pointing towards the remnants of what had just been obliterated by Thor's lightning strike. Now, they lay upon the ground, reduced to mere refuse. No, it seemed they had indeed become trash. This. Thor scratched his head. Although the words of the Target seemed somewhat peculiar, it appeared to be the truth. Were they not merely tokens of consolation? Once I return, I shall bring forth treasures from Asgard to compensate you. These are priceless artifacts, undoubtedly unseen by you Midgardians in your lifetime. However, before that, you must summon your earthly god to engage in combat with me. I have come here specifically to seek him out. As for compensation, it is unnecessary. They are nothing of value. Yet, I am unfamiliar with the earthly god you mention. I only know of the Saiyan god. The Saiyan god. What manner of being is that? Is he as formidable as the earthly god? Nevertheless, it matters little, since they are both gods of the earth. I intend to fight them both. Would you be so kind as to summon him for me? I have been trapped in Asgard for far too long, and my hands are itching for a bout. Thor said this with a countenance of great excitement, lifting Mjolnir from the ground once more. I do not know where the earthly god might be, but I believe there is no need to summon the Saiyan god. Gu Xuan shook his head. Why not? Do you two wish to battle with me? Not at all. The truth is, I am the Saiyan god. A thunderous roar erupted suddenly from within Gu Xuan, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that sent dust swirling into the air. The surrounding streetlights flickered erratically, and various items resting on the windowsills of nearby residents were knocked to the ground, creating a cacophony of thuds. Boss, you look incredibly impressive, exclaimed Bai Yan, gazing at Gu Xuan with adoration. Even amidst the overwhelming force radiating from Gu Xuan, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel, yet somehow, he found solace in his leader's presence. Swiftly, he stepped aside and retrieved his phone, eager to capture this magnificent display of valor. Perhaps sharing it online would garner more admirers for his esteemed leader. The oppressive aura was palpable, reminiscent of the only other time he had encountered such power, within his father. However, he hoped that Gu Xuan possessed more than mere appearances. He yearned for a surprise. So, exhilarated, spun Mjolnir in his hands. After a prolonged period of monotony, he was finally poised to face a captivating adversary. Once he dealt with this so-called god of the Saiyans, he would seek out the god of humanity. Wait. Gu Xuan suddenly halted Soul's movement. What is it? Are you already afraid before we even begin? Of course not. I am merely concerned that fighting here might damage the surrounding structures. Perhaps we should find a different location? Of course. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sound of two figures slicing through the air resonated simultaneously, one pursuing closely behind the other. However, the latter, struggling to keep pace, wielded a hammer as a means to barely maintain the chase. This was only possible because Gu Xuan had deliberately slowed down, akin to a vast ocean of tranquility. Otherwise, at his speed, he could have effortlessly sauntered to Asgard. Yet, he chose to temper his velocity to spare Thor's fragile ego. Nevertheless, this decision still left Thor in a state of considerable agitation. Can the gods of Midgard truly fly with such prowess? No, I cannot bring shame upon Asgard. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Thor once again spun his Mjolnir, increasing both its momentum and his own speed. To his astonishment, he soon realized that the Saiyan god he had relentlessly pursued had also accelerated in response, maintaining a comparable pace. Thus, he was merely waiting for me. Thor quickly grasped this revelation. With a resounding crash, the ancient Xian made an emergency landing, creating a massive crater with a diameter of 100 meters beneath him. The ground trembled underfoot as the mighty impact echoed through the air. Observing this, Thor swiftly redirected his hammer to position it before Xian. Indeed, this place is perfect for unleashing my full potential, Thor declared, his golden locks billowing in the wind. The surrounding landscape was a desolate expanse, leaving one to ponder how Xian had discovered such a remote locale. Yet, it was undeniably suitable for a battlefield. The isolation ensured that even a prolonged confrontation spanning several kilometers would pose no threat to innocent bystanders. Shall we commence our duel now? Xian inquired, perhaps feeling a stir of excitement after only having engaged in battle once since his arrival. Otherwise, he might have dismissed Thor's audacious request. After all, if Odin were to challenge him, he could consider it, but with Thor, he hesitated. Shouldn't we first introduce ourselves and establish our identities? Very well. Asgard, Thor. Must it truly be this way? Gu Xuan felt an inexplicable sense of shame, yet he nonetheless attempted to introduce himself in the manner of Thor. Earth, the god of science, Gu Xuan. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Gu Xuan, you are the first intriguing individual I have encountered since my arrival on Earth. Thor exclaimed jovially, eager to extend his hand for a handshake with Gu Xuan. However, Gu Xuan had no intention of reciprocating, for he had already made his move. With a resounding thud, Gu Xian's toes touched the ground, and in that instant of explosive sound, his figure had already appeared before Thor. The spot where Gu Xuan had just made contact with his toes was now transformed into an even larger crater. With a resounding thud, Gu Xuan, without a hint of hesitation, unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Thor's face. Even though he had restrained himself somewhat, the ferocity of his strike remained utterly terrifying. You lack martial ethics. Resorting to ambush. Thor was momentarily startled by Gu Xian's sudden approach. However, Gu Xian's speed was so astonishing that Thor could scarcely react in time, and he was struck squarely by the blow. The immense force of the punch connected with Thor's face, leaving him no opportunity to respond. He was sent flying, propelled by the sheer power of Gu Xian's unexpected strike. As he soared through the air, his body was tossed about, limbs flailing helplessly, unable to regain control. The magnitude of Gu Xuan's punch was simply unimaginable. Boom. After soaring over 1,000 meters, Thor's body finally made contact with the ground. However, due to inertia, he slid an additional 500 meters before coming to a halt. From a distance, one could discern the trench carved by Thor's body. Damn it, do you Earthlings always resort to ambushes? That fellow with the target on his face, just now too. Rising from the ground, Thor glared at the approaching Gu Xuan. His fury barely contained. It was unacceptable for Gu Xuan to strike him anywhere but the face, a bruise that would mar his chances of meeting Jane in the future. Fortunately, his face remained unscathed. Gu Xuan, with a subtle smile, approached Thor. Just how thick-skinned are you? You took a punch from me and seem utterly unfazed, he said, feigning astonishment as he regarded Thor. Humph. Aware that Gu Xuan was mocking him, Thor merely snorted coldly and reached out, attempting to summon his hammer from over 1,000 meters away. After being knocked away moments ago, his hammer had also been sent flying. However, he was somewhat astonished by the power displayed, pondering who was truly stronger when compared to the mighty Hercules. As Thor continued his musings, he awaited the return of his hammer, eager to wield the power of the thunder god to teach the individual before him a lesson. Yet, to his astonishment, Thor soon realized he was utterly unable to control his hammer. He could distinctly sense Mjolnir was on its way back, yet it would not return to his grasp. When had Mjolnir begun flying so slowly? As doubt crept into Thor's mind, his expression shifted dramatically the next moment. He discovered, to his incredulity, that it was not the hammer's speed that had diminished, but rather that it had already arrived, held captive in the hands of another, thus unable to return to him. What the hell? How could Mjolnir acknowledge such a person? No, it couldn't be. You have it firmly grasped in your hand. Thor, profoundly shocked, turned his gaze towards Gu Xuan. Oh no. More precisely, he was fixated on Mjolnir, which was desperately struggling to escape Gu Xuan's grip, yet could not break free. As he felt the tumultuous power of thunder surging from Mjolnir and the restless wails echoing around him, Gu Xuan's expression subtly shifted. It was not due to the fear of being harmed by the tempestuous might, but rather a dawning realization that he may have exerted himself a tad too forcefully. Consequently, the Mjolnir in his grasp had slightly morphed from its original rectangular form into a protruding shape. Come now, dear child, you're almost there. In the distance, Thor appeared to be coaxing Mjolnir as one would soothe a youngling. Well, I suppose I should return it to you, Gu Xuan remarked somewhat sheepishly, subsequently loosening his grip on Mjolnir and allowing it to return to its rightful owner's embrace. A piercing scream of no erupted as dark clouds rolled ominously across the horizon, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Amidst the flickering lightning, it seemed as though a thunderous dragon was roaring. Towering columns of electricity surged forth, engulfing everything in their path. There knelt Thor, weeping uncontrollably as he embraced Mjolnir, now returned to his grasp. The hammer quivered slightly, as if lamenting, communicating to Thor the inhumane treatment it had recently endured. Indeed, it appeared quite inhumane, especially the area that had been gripped so harshly by Gu Xuan, which had been grotesquely distorted. Had it not been for the unique material from which Mjolnir was forged, Gu Xuan might have easily torn a piece from it. The hammer emitted a faint tremor. Thor, as though caressing a beloved, gently supported the substantial piece that had been crushed by the ancient Xian. He even intended to channel his divine power to restore it. However, despite Thor's earnest efforts, it proved to be a futile endeavor. No matter how much divine energy he poured into it, all he achieved was to slightly diminish the original fingerprints. Conversely, the runes upon Mjolnir, which symbolized the power of thunder, also faded as its form regained some semblance. This. Gu Xuan found himself at a loss. He genuinely wished to express that he had not acted with ill intent. He simply did not know whether Thor would believe him. He truly had not anticipated that the hammer of the thunder god would be as pliable as clay. Without even exerting a fraction of his strength, he had nearly dislodged it. Initially, he had intended to test the resilience of these divine weapons within the Marvel Universe. However, after his own attempt, it appeared rather lackluster. No wonder that beings of hellish caliber could effortlessly crush Mjolnir. After all, it was merely a toy intended for a child like Thor. It was simply not on par with the Stormbreaker. Yet at that moment, Thor was oblivious to such distinctions. All he could feel was that his beloved had been insulted, and his dignity trampled upon. As a man, if he did not act now, when would he? I will not back down, Thor roared, swinging his fists. Without Mjolnir in hand, he could not summon even a spark of electricity. He charged at Gu Xuan like a bull, his eyes ablaze with anger. filled with thunderous power, yet unable to harness it. It echoed Odin's words. I give you the hammer to better control your own thunderous might, not to turn you into the god of hammers. At this juncture, Thor, having yet to undergo his transformation, was indeed in such a predicament. Gu Xuan felt a twinge of guilt, akin to a thief caught in the act. It seemed as though he had brazenly disrespected another's beloved. No, not a wife, but a hammer. Should I help you return it? Gu Xuan offered kindly, his tone understanding. However, Thor was too consumed by his thoughts to heed Gu Xuan's words. His mind fixated on the scene of Gu Xuan disrespecting his cherished hammer. Without hesitation, he swung his fists toward Gu Xuan. Yet, such feeble attempts at aggression were hardly a concern for Gu Xuan. Listen to me, brother. I truly did not mean to. How about you lend me your hammer, and I will return it to you? Gu Xuan remarked leisurely as he deftly evaded Thor's attacks. However, Thor's fury only intensified at Gu Xuan's seemingly empathetic words. You scoundrel! How dare you continue to bully my treasure? Thor, in a frenzy, unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, employing nearly every technique he possessed, save for the impulse to leap upon Gu Xuan and take a bite out of him. Gu Xuan easily deflected these assaults. But what truly vexed him was the question of what to do with Thor's hammer. Ultimately, as Thor was unwilling to relent, Gu Xuan resolved to take on the role of the villain once more and restore the hammer. Mjolnir? Gu Xuan tentatively called out to the hammer lying on the ground. However, this proud entity merely quivered slightly upon sensing Gu Xuan's summons, as if it were overwhelmed by a fear of his power, resolutely refusing to approach. Naturally, it was largely due to Gu Xuan's qualities that Mjolnir deemed him unworthy. Gu Xuan had anticipated this, yet when faced with the reality, a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. After all, the hammer's rejection of him was indeed a loss for the hammer itself. Having evaded several of Thor's vigorous combinations, Gu Xuan grew increasingly impatient. This situation was untenable and impeded his efforts to restore Mjolnir. Sighing, he resigned himself to further inconvenience. With a heavy heart, he glanced at Thor, and just as Thor's fist was about to connect with his face, Gu Xuan preemptively struck Thor's abdomen with a punch. To accommodate the poor prince's pride, Gu Xuan exerted even less force this time, reducing it by more than half. Thor was sent flying over 500 meters. Now, it was time to mend the hammer. Gu Xuan approached Mjolnir and extended his hand towards it. Meanwhile, Thor, having crash-landed and rolled several times, finally regained his composure beneath the weight of Gu Xuan's blow. He became acutely aware of the terrifying disparity in strength between them and regretted coming to Earth under the pretext of searching for his brother, only to end up in this predicament. Not only had his hammer been dented, but he himself had been beaten mercilessly, lacking the strength to retaliate. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the next scene shattered his perception anew. His hammer, which had been publicly humiliated by Gu Xuan, was now being lifted by him. What the hell? Why is someone like him being acknowledged? Odin, are your eyes truly blind? Thor roared as he knelt on the ground. Yet he soon realized that Mjolnir was not being raised due to Gu Xuan's recognition, but rather it was being forcibly extracted from the ground by sheer strength. The hammer emitted a series of mournful wails, as if desperately resisting Gu Xuan's actions. Helplessly, Thor could only watch as Gu Xuan reclaimed his beloved hammer in the most forceful manner. Then, bang, a shockwave erupted, felt even by Thor himself. Yet he dared not blink, for in front of him, the very one who had deformed his hammer was now pressing that very deformation back into place. Thunderous roars. The sky was once again ignited by brilliant flashes of lightning. However, this time, it was not the work of Thor, but rather that of the individual who had forcefully pressed the protrusion back into place beside Mjolnir. In the hands of Gu Xuan, Mjolnir emitted a reluctant wail, struggling desperately, its runic power dimming with each passing moment. Gu Xuan, lacking the knowledge to properly wield such a weapon, not only forced the protrusion back, but also directly depleted the runic energy contained within Mjolnir. After his meddling, at least half of the runic power had vanished. Yet, the strength of Mjolnir did not originate from Odin. It stemmed from the cataclysmic storm known as the Divine Tempest. Upon arriving at the Celestial Palace, it had been subdued by Odin and sealed within Uru alloy for support. Now, the force of the Divine Tempest had also been consumed by Gu Xuan. It was likely that, in the future, even if Thor were to grasp Mjolnir again, he would be unable to unleash its former might, unless he could awaken his true power. The transformation of the hammer was perceptible to Gu Xuan. The power above had evidently diminished significantly, suggesting a sense of being played with. Gu Xuan coughed awkwardly twice and then turned to Thor, asking, "Do you still desire this hammer?" Yes. Thor lamented, weeping profusely. Despite enduring countless torments at the hands of Gu Xuan, this hammer remained his cherished possession. Did one not hear the cries emanating from above? They were a desperate plea for him to rescue it from Gu Xian's clutches. With a swift motion, Gu Xuan released his grip, and Mjolnir eagerly soared back into Thor's embrace. As Thor tenderly caressed his beloved hammer, he was astonished to discover that its power seemed diminished, albeit slightly. "What have you done to it?" Thor inquired, gazing at Gu Xuan with suspicion. Gu Xuan feigned indifference, casting his eyes upwards. "I haven't done much." Perhaps it was always like this? Faced with this formidable opponent, he could neither strike nor subdue. Thor felt utterly powerless. At that moment, he could only kneel on the ground, tenderly stroking his hammer, yet the brilliance in his eyes appeared to have dimmed. Our Asgardian prince seemed to be grappling with a collapse of faith. "Hey, don't be disheartened, my friend. I happen to own the finest nightclub in all of New York. How about I invite you for a drink?" Gu Xuan approached Thor and patted him on the shoulder. Initially, he merely intended to teach Thor a lesson, to instill some wisdom in him, but unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn, leading to the unfortunate mishap with the hammer. "Is there wine?" Thor abruptly raised his head, and the spark of excitement in his eyes was reignited. In the nightclub, observing Thor being engulfed by a throng of admirers as he indulged in drink and boasted, Gu Xuan smiled. Indeed, this fellow could conquer anything as long as there was alcohol involved. His hammer had become the emblem of the revelry, positioned at the pinnacle of the party. After a few drinks and a bit of bravado, nearly everyone would subconsciously cast a glance toward the hammer. Defeated. After all, it was the legendary weapon of the god of thunder. How utterly cool. It was said that only those deemed worthy could lift this hammer. Consequently, a multitude of muscular men surged forward, eager to attempt the feat, yet, predictably, none succeeded. Except for one, Mr. Gu Xuan, the host of the soiree. Today, he made the rare appearance at his own nightclub party, settling into a relatively quiet corner. This seemed to be his first visit since taking over the establishment. It felt pleasant to experience such an atmosphere, albeit the scantily clad women frequently tossing their lingerie and batting their eyelashes in his direction left him somewhat frazzled. In just an hour, the number of undergarments aimed his way had reached over 30. Come on, do they usually undress with such fervor? However, Gu Xuan chose to disregard their suggestive gestures. Coupled with his aloof demeanor, no one, aside from the dancers, dared to approach him. In stark contrast, Thor appeared to relish the environment. Surrounded by no fewer than 7 or 8 beautiful young women, he seemed thoroughly enchanted. He allowed their delicate hands to caress his muscles and occasionally selected a fortunate admirer for a passionate kiss. Naturally, these ladies were the ones taking the initiative. It was hard to fault Thor. One could only blame their enticing charms. Watching Thor, who seemed to have completely forgotten about Jane waiting at home, guzzling wine and enjoying complimentary massages, one might say, "Hey, give it up, buddy, no one can lift my hammer." Suddenly, Thor noticed a man, seemingly familiar, daring to step onto the stage in an attempt to lift his hammer, sneering at him and waiting for his move. "Damn it, just drink your wine." Ignoring Thor's mockery, the challenger eagerly reached out, attempting to lift Mjolnir. According to his boss, only those recognized by Mjolnir could raise the hammer and become the next god of thunder. Did that mean he too had a chance to become as formidable as his boss? It seems that such a formidable individual was also once subdued and brought back by the boss. However, the target had little time to ponder this. Eagerly placing a hand upon the hammer, assuming a horse stance, and taking a deep breath. "Ah, here you are again, Target Eye. This marks your 11th appearance tonight. Doesn't he it?" A tipsy little brother staggered over to Target Eye, winking mischievously. Indeed, only the boss is worthy of such a thing. Target Eye, feeling rather dejected, released his grip on the handle of Mjolnir. "Hey, who are those people? Are the guests of the boss tonight as well?" Target Eye inquired, glancing towards the entrance, where a throng of uniformed individuals surged into the crowd. Among them was a peculiar figure clad in red and gold armor, complete with a helmet. Good grief. Is that Iron Man? And is that Captain America beside him? Didn't he perish decades ago? I used to read his comics as a child. Target Eye wore an expression of astonishment. Meanwhile, the attention-grabbing Iron Man and Captain America, upon entering the crowd, found themselves equally exasperated by the scrutiny. "This is all your fault, Rogers. If you had just listened to me and come in from outside, we wouldn't be in this mess," Tony lamented, casting a disdainful glance through his helmet at Thor, who was surrounded by admirers. "So this is what Nick referred to as a rescue? It seems Thor is rather enjoying himself." "Forget it. Let us just get him out of here," Rogers replied, a hint of frustration in his voice. "Excuse me, make way. An agent from S.H.I.E.L. pushed through the crowd, clearing a path for Steve to proceed. Don't forget your drunkard, Steve called out as he made his way to the pedestal where the hammer rested. Is this thing really his? Leaving it here unguarded seems rather reckless. With that, Steve bent down to grasp Mjolnir. In the next moment, swish. With a resounding swish, countless arcs of electricity enveloped Steve's form, causing Mjolnir in his grasp to emit a subtle tremor. As the electric currents surged, the unleashed power of thunder coiled around him, and at one moment, even Steve's eyes transformed into a brilliant white. Thunder rumbled ominously above, as if heralding the arrival of a new generation of thunder gods. In an instant, Steve felt an unimaginable surge of power coursing through his entire being, flooding his very core. Even a mere punch seemed to promise strength far beyond anything he had ever known. Meanwhile, still relishing the tender ministrations of a beautiful woman, Thor suddenly opened his eyes to the sight of crackling lightning in the distance. Struggling to comprehend this phenomenon, he pushed the woman away and navigated through the crowd. Approaching the stage where Steve stood, he sensed the familiar force of thunder that now enveloped Steve entirely. Thor found it impossible to accept this reality. In the span of just a few hours, his worldview had faced two devastating upheavals. No. He knelt on the ground, wailing in despair. Unable to comprehend the scene before him, he could not bear the thought that his beloved had betrayed him once again. What is happening? Gu Xuan, seated by the windowsill in contemplation, observed the unfolding events. Unlike Thor, he felt no surprise at Steve's ability to lift Mjolnir. After all, there had been a time when someone could barely lift a hammer in plain sight. Yet, behind the scenes, plans had been meticulously crafted. Fear not, my lord. We are merely here to retrieve the Tesseract for Nick, and to bring this inebriated fellow back with us. With a swift motion, Steve gestured for an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. to present a box containing the Tesseract to Gu Xuan. As for the hammer, he had considered returning it to Thor upon witnessing the latter's sorrowful demeanor, but alas, Thor refused to accept it. Very well then, take it back with you. Gu Xuan nodded, accepting the box. Upon sensing the potent energy of the Tesseract within, he instructed his companion to set it down. However, as his companion departed, it seemed he cast a lingering gaze at Steve, perhaps envious of how effortlessly the man could lift the hammer. No, I will not return. The hammer has betrayed me. Why should I go back? Thor lamented, pushing through the crowd to reclaim his solitary spot. He reclined once more amidst the company of lovely women, closing his eyes. Perhaps this was the only way to temporarily quell his sorrow. I am indifferent. After all, this fellow could linger here for a year if he wished. Gu Xuan felt powerless. Thor's drinking habits would hardly cost him a fortune. Do not look at me. I have not indulged in such revelry for quite some time. Tony appeared to relish the ambience, as a throng of alluring women had approached him for autographs and drinks since his arrival. Consequently, he decided to remove his armor's helmet, facilitating their affectionate gestures. Unlike Steve, who was surrounded predominantly by men, Tony thought, since we are here, why not enjoy ourselves a little before heading back? He wrapped an arm around a woman whose attire had nearly slipped away, flashing a grin at Steve. Very well, very well. Steve found himself utterly powerless against him, compelled to comply. Nevertheless, it appeared to be his first visit to such a place since awakening, and it seemed rather intriguing. Captain, could you please give me your autograph? I have admired you for 20 years. A gang member gazed at Steve with eager anticipation. Ah? Steve hesitated momentarily as he gazed at the man adorned from head to toe in tattoos, yet his warmth prevailed as he signed his name. In the boundless cosmos aboard the flagship vessel, the Sanctuary, countless ferocious beasts were imprisoned within its vast circular confines, representing Thanos' most esteemed army. In the heart of the ship, within the command chamber, the sovereign sat upon his throne, receiving an unexpectedly intriguing guest. Beside the throne, the slender yet elegantly poised Ebony Maw gently gestured with his right hand. Welcome, Prince of Asgard. Let us present ourselves before our master. Loki felt a twinge of headache as he regarded the imposing yet unyielding Thanos, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upwards. He had contemplated returning, but the moment he recalled Odin's scowling visage, he resolutely dismissed the thought. Recently, he had learned of Odin's descent into an endless slumber. Frustrated, Loki decided to depart Asgard once more, aspiring to embark on a grand endeavor of his own. Thus, he sought out Thanos. It is your master, not mine, Loki replied with his characteristic smirk. Ebony Maw was slightly perturbed by his tone, turning his head towards his sovereign in search of guidance, perhaps to deliver a swift blow to this disrespectful prince or to incapacitate him and cast him adrift in the cosmos. However, before Thanos could exhibit any response, Loki spoke again. But the magnificent and supreme cosmic sovereign Thanos, I wish to serve as your harbinger." As he spoke, he lowered his gaze, placing a hand over his heart to demonstrate his sincerity. Content with this display, Ebony Maw nodded in approval. He softly addressed Loki, Prince of Asgard. "Do you intend to join Lord Thanos' empire, thus inciting a conflict between the Empire and Asgard?" "No, wise and sagacious Ebony Maw. I harbor no desire to instigate a war between the Empire and Asgard, even now that Odin lies in slumber. Moreover, I do not wish to acknowledge my identity as a Prince of Asgard, for in the eyes of my family, I am forever overshadowed by my foolish brother. My sole aspiration is to shed the identity of the Asgardian prince and acquire a position worthy of my stature. Hence, I have come to you, Lord Thanos. I hope to become your right-hand man. To this end, I have prepared a grand gift for you, one I believe you will find most pleasing." Having spoken, Loki gradually rose to his feet, his right hand suspended in the air. In the next moment, an image materialized out of thin air. Had Nick been present, he would undoubtedly recognize the figure depicted in the vision. The image portrayed Selvig, initially wandering aimlessly. Soon, he encountered a one-eyed African man, and after a conversation between them, it seemed they reached some form of agreement. The man then produced a box, which, upon being opened, emitted a dazzling glow. Inside lay a cube radiating a crystalline blue light, a cube that had previously been sealed by Odin. Yet, all present were familiar with it. Cosmic Cube. At long last, the silent Thanos finally spoke. As he opened his mouth, the majesty of his sovereignty was unmistakably manifested. His voice resonated with weariness and a profound sense of desolation. Yet, beyond that, Loki could discern the echoes of countless lives lamenting within his tone, akin to an invisible torment of the spirit. Loki exerted every effort to maintain his composure, striving to appear less disheveled. With great determination, he addressed Thanos once more. "Great Lord Thanos, I seek to exchange this information for an army of yours to aid me in conquering Midgard on your behalf." "Is it merely information?" This regal being spoke again. "Certainly not. Midgard is far more enigmatic than we can fathom. It serves as the heart of the 9 realms, harboring treasures we have yet to encounter. They even possess the ability to forge weapons using the power of the stones." "Merely imitations," the monarch asserted. "This only indicates their inability to wield the true power of the stones, compelling them to resort to theft for their utilization." In Thanos' eyes, there existed only the authentic Infinity Stones, showing no interest whatsoever in the weapons crafted from their borrowed might. No, Loki elucidated. "While a replica may be but a mere imitation, the authentic Space Stone undeniably resides on Earth. However, I require you to furnish me with an army, one that could rival even the valiant forces of Asgard. My true ambition is to finally vanquish my father. I find his ways utterly intolerable," Loki declared. "An army, you say?" Thanos mused. In that instant, the entire spacecraft was enveloped in silence, as Thanos seemed to plunge into an abyss of memories. 5,000 years prior, Odin ascended to the throne of Asgard. Ensnared by the intoxicating allure of power, he audaciously launched an assault against me, once an ally. The outcome of that battle was my loss of the Space Stone. From that moment, his forces set their sights on the cosmos, relentless in their pursuit of the 5 stones. Yet, inexplicably, he ceased his campaign, despite true victory being within grasp. He withdrew his legions and returned to Asgard. I could not fathom his reasoning, nor did he seek my understanding, until this very moment. His son now endeavors to reclaim the time stone I once possessed. I believe this is the design of fate. I shall provide you with the army you desire, and I shall even lend you the Mind Stone for a time. Go forth, retrieve what I seek, and prove yourself to your currently ineffectual father." Indeed, Loki knelt on one knee, one hand pressed against his chest, offering Thanos the gravest of Asgardian tributes. He accepted the scepter embedded with the Mind Stone from Ebony Maw. Yet, a singular thought perplexed him. That scoundrel Odin had once vanquished Thanos. He had even come perilously close to uniting the 6 Infinity Stones, nearly achieving dominion over the entire universe. How could such a valiant figure of yours have diminished into a senile old man, spouting lofty ideals and exhibiting such hypocrisy? As Loki contemplated, he grasped the Mind Scepter. Instantly, a formidable surge of mental power coursed through his entire being. Not only that, but his senses felt as though they had been amplified 100-fold. With merely a thought, he could discern the innermost thoughts of everyone aboard the ship, even the musings of the beasts. After all, it was an Infinity Stone. Even when merely set within a vessel, it could empower its wielder immensely. Loki found himself contemplating that if his foolish brother stood before him at that moment, he could, with a single word, compel Thor to willingly meet his end. Such was the potency of the Mind Stone, mastery over others without their awareness. The more he delved into the transformations wrought by the Mind Stone, the more he comprehended the true terror of his despicable father. In his prime, possessing 5 Infinity Stones, what unfathomable strength must he have wielded? If faced with such unimaginable power, Loki knew he would never willingly relinquish it. Loki. The commanding voice of Thanos interrupted Loki's thoughts. Do not disappoint me. His words seemed to possess an undeniable enchantment, compelling Loki to nod instinctively. It was then that he astonishingly realized that, in a moment of distraction, he had seemingly succumbed to the influence of mental prowess. The scepter, embedded with the Mind Stone, was firmly grasped in his hand. Foolishness. The Ebony Throat scoffed at Loki. How could our magnificent king possibly entrust you with complete authority? The tone of the Ebony Throat was laced with mockery. You are merely a dog walking the earth on behalf of the king. Enough. Thanos interrupted him. Although he did not hold Loki in high regard, he still felt it necessary to grant his subordinate some semblance of respect when the situation called for it. You shall not disappoint me, will you? Thanos inquired once more. Yet this time, he refrained from wielding the power of the Mind Stone. Rest assured, Loki truly grasped the formidable power of Thanos. After all, the moment he set foot on Thanos' fleet, he found himself utterly cornered. It was either to vanquish Odin and prove his worth to all, or to become nothing but a mere skeleton, wandering aimlessly through the cosmos. With such resolute determination in his heart, Loki approached within 10 paces of Thanos and relinquished the scepter of his mind. I am grateful for your generosity. I shall wager my very life, Loki, to ensure you are not disappointed. I believe in you, Prince of Asgard, Thanos replied. Now, Ebony Maw, take our prince to meet his army. Indeed, the Ebony Maw, obeying the command, entered a small spacecraft alongside Loki, who held the Mind Stone. Loki, with a smile, took his seat in the co-pilot's chair. In contrast, the Ebony Maw piloting the craft appeared somewhat discontented. After a singular leap through space, they arrived at the location where Thanos had promised to deliver his forces. His Majesty seldom places trust in others, yet you have effortlessly garnered his confidence, although your every action is steeped in deception and cunning. I hope that your dignity will not disappoint His Majesty. Hiki. Loki chuckled, distancing himself from Thanos. How could he treat Ebony Maw in the same manner? In his eyes, Ebony Maw was merely a sophisticated lackey. How could I possibly disappoint His Majesty? Loki declared. I have the support of His Majesty. What could lead to failure? Indeed. The ebony-throated man nodded. He stood behind Loki like a statue, remaining motionless until the spacecraft came to a complete halt. By the gods, Loki exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain at the back of his head. As he turned, he was horrified to discover that his once proud body of the Nine-Realm sorcerer had been effortlessly torn away by the obsidian-throated creature, leaving a small chunk of flesh missing. Do not be anxious, Omoho chuckled, though his smile bore an unsettling quality. This was the method to awaken the Zatari army. Omoho stepped forward and placed the small piece of flesh into a container-like receptacle. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, Loki found himself confronted by a multitude of eyes suddenly glowing before him. It appeared that, unbeknownst to him, he had already infiltrated the inner sanctum of the fleet. Before him stood the formidable Chitauri army, as the Ebony Maw poured his own flesh and blood into a vessel. Loki was astonished to discover that he began to resonate with the army. It felt as though, with a mere thought, he could effortlessly command millions of troops to advance. This was one of the 7 legions under the dominion of His Majesty, the Chitauri Legion, which, even among the 7, was not the least significant. It was indeed the legion most suited to you. I have integrated your biological information into their leadership. You have been granted command over this biomechanical army. They remain in a dormant state to conserve unnecessary energy. They possess no consciousness, no life of their own. At your command, they will fight relentlessly until death. It seems you are not as foolish as I had anticipated. Had it been any other imbecile, they would likely have been driven to madness by now. The Ebony Maw seldom acknowledged Loki, yet Loki did not perceive this as flattery. Instead, it solidified his resolve to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. As the Ebony Maw spoke, he gestured with his hands. Immediately, numerous instruments, sensing his beckoning, began to glide toward them, interlocking and assembling upon contact. In no time, they had formed a circular device. This was the transport apparatus once utilized by His Majesty to locate the Space Infinity Stone. You can employ it to sense the presence of the stone and exert a certain influence upon it. However, this influence is not particularly potent, and thus, it is sufficient only for you to arrive at Midgard. If you wish to transport the entire army simultaneously, that would be nearly impossible. I understand. Loki immediately grasped his intention. You want me to arrive on Earth first, and then open the portal to Midgard, correct? A rather conventional approach. Indeed. However, you must also bear certain risks. No one knows the current whereabouts of the Space Stone in Midgard. Should you encounter peril after the past, we would be powerless to assist you. The mention of danger reminded Loki of that twisted Clark, and he swallowed hard. But who says it will be so fortuitous? As long as he can evade Clark, nothing could hinder him. What are you afraid of? Ebony Maw perceived Loki's expression. Loki quickly regained his composure. Nothing. I shall fulfill the task for His Majesty. Loki swore once more. Your words mean little to me. You must prove it through your actions. And remember, you only have 5 opportunities to use the device. For in these 5,000 years, we have preserved only a fraction of the energy. If you exhaust those 5 chances, the device will be rendered inoperative. Therefore, you must master the energy fluctuations of the Space Stone within those 5 opportunities and open the portal swiftly. This process is fleeting. Thus, you have little time to familiarize yourself with it, but I believe in your capability to succeed. I await your good news, Prince of Asgard. Upon concluding, Ebony Maw nodded at Loki. Subsequently, the machine beneath him began to carry him away slowly. Loki watched his departing figure, feeling a twinge of envy towards them. Envy for the inexplicable confidence exhibited by Thanos' minions. He himself did not believe he could succeed, yet their every word and action exuded such certainty. They even bestowed upon him the Mind Stone and an army. The price he paid was merely a promise. However, to him, promises were nothing of consequence. Nonsense. He was the god of mischief. How could he be concerned with such trivialities? Yet, he felt a flicker of fear. This confidence, unique to Thanos and his followers, unnerved him, for he understood that Thanos was not the kind of mindless, confident individual like his brother. And this confidence felt as if, regardless of whether his plans succeeded, whether he obtained Earth or fled to the ends of the earth, it mattered not. As long as you defied Thanos' will, even if the distance between you was vast, he would find you. No matter how far you ran, you would pay the price. It was this intangible intimidation that instilled a sense of fear in Loki. Yet, strangely, it also sparked a hint of excitement. After all, is that not the feeling that accompanies a deal with the devil? Moreover, he now possessed the Mind Stone and a legion. What did it matter if Earth was filled with scoundrels? Before the omnipotent Thanos, that could only kneel in submission. After basking in his triumph, Loki approached the ancient instrument. He scrutinized it for a considerable time, yet he remained somewhat bewildered. How astonishing it was that an apparatus from 5 millennia ago could be so remarkably simple, lacking even a single button. Loki was utterly flummoxed, unsure of how to proceed. Perhaps a shift in perspective was in order. What if this device had been perpetually operational? As he mused, Loki positioned himself atop the instrument, extending his arms wide. Before long, a look of delight graced his features. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Loki sensed the fluctuations of spatial energy, although the exact direction of his perception remained elusive. By the gods, Loki's expression darkened, for before he could truly grasp the essence of that spatial power, it vanished. Thus, he had squandered yet another opportunity. It was all the fault of those wretched Midgardians. How could they possess such wealth yet remain oblivious to its true potential? The space gem had lingered in Midgard for countless years, and they had only managed to utilize its most superficial aspects. Such a miraculous entity must not be allowed to languish in the hands of these ignorant souls. I shall surely bring them to justice. Loki swiftly cast aside the reason for his inability to perceive the power more acutely, attributing it to Earth itself. He rallied his spirits, took a deep breath, and resumed his efforts to sense the force once more. Blasted! Loki opened his eyes again. Indeed, he had squandered yet another opportunity. No need to rush. He seemed to be encouraging himself, then returned to his focus. 2 minutes later, Loki was drenched in sweat. He had wasted 2 more chances. Now, only one remained. It must be said that his inner turmoil was immense. Surely, he could not allow his plans to falter before they even began. If things went awry, he would find himself banished to the cosmos by Thanos, and that was the mildest outcome. No, this could not be. Loki slapped himself. He was the great Loki, a being to be feared even by Odin, and he could not falter in such matters. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his boundless talents. One opportunity was all he needed. He steeled himself and stood upon the device. In the next moment, a smile broke across his face, yet he dared not relax. The sensation of space tearing apart was unlike anything he had felt on the Bifrost. It felt as though he were plummeting into an endless abyss, consumed by the void. This was the essence of space. The disk beneath him trembled as well. Loki's body began to emit a faint glow. After studying the cosmic cube for a while, Gu Xuan had lost interest. He was merely a simple Saiyan and could not master such power. He could only sense the overwhelming force within, yet beyond that, he was powerless. Thus, after fiddling with it for some time, Gu Xuan placed the cosmic cube in his temporary quarters and returned to the center of the party. With the arrival of Captain America and Iron Man, the gathering was beginning to take on a more interesting tone, was it not? As for the accompanying S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Tony had sent them away early. Since they could not integrate into the festivities, what purpose did they serve? To dampen the mood? Consequently, the party gradually transformed into a domain of Tony and his allies, and Gu Xuan was eager to join in. Meanwhile, in Gu Xian's dormitory, the safe originally designated for the cosmic cube began to tremble violently. Inside the safe, intense blue light flickered, filling the entire interior space. This was the radiance of the cosmic cube. If A.S.H.I.E.L.D. expert were present to observe, they would be astonished to discover just how chaotic the energy within the cosmic cube had become. It was a precursor to an energy explosion, with all metrics fluctuating wildly. In other words, at this moment, the cosmic cube resembled a time bomb, with a risk of detonation looming at any moment. However, such a tumult gradually stabilized after half a minute. Yet, this does not signify the disappearance of energy within the cosmic cube. Rather, it is. With a swift whoosh, a resounding burst of energy emanated from within the safe, accompanied by a dazzling light that shone vividly through its confines. The intensity of the radiance threatened to envelop the entire dormitory. To an observer from outside, it would appear as though Gu Xuan had installed a new blue fluorescent tube. Moments later, the azure energy contracted sharply, and ultimately, after shrinking to a mere point of light that seemed to smile, it erupted once more with a magnificent explosion. With a resounding crash, even the vault reputed to possess the finest materials on the globe was on the brink of destruction under the ferocious force. Fortunately, the energy subsided at the last moment. At last, as the blue light dimmed, Loki found himself in the longed-for Midgard. Yet, this place appeared somewhat different from his memories. It was an abyss of darkness, rendering everything invisible. Alarmed, Loki hastily summoned a flicker of flame within his palm, illuminating his surroundings. Was this the hastily constructed dwelling of the foolish natives of Midgard? Were they regressing in their development? Loki gazed around in bewilderment. The crude materials seemed to belong only to the inhabitants of Earth. However, a sudden heat emanated from his right hand, the hand gripping the Mind Stone. Goodness, why did this accursed gem possess such terrifying power? Loki glanced at his palm, his expression shifting dramatically. He had not felt it during his traversal, but upon arriving on Earth, the corrosive force relentlessly invaded his skin. Blast! He hastily cast the scepter from his grasp, disregarding even the flames that danced upon his other hand, as he instinctively sought to assess the situation at hand. How scorching! Loki, who had been scorched by the flames licking at his palm, had learned his lesson. He quickly directed the fire towards the wall, illuminating his palm to assess the situation. However, the moment he glanced at it, he was taken aback. This infernal Mind Scepter had ravaged his skin to the point where only the stark whiteness of his bones was barely visible. No wonder it had hurt so much just moments ago. With no other option, Loki reluctantly abandoned his plan to escape and instead sat down to tend to his injured hand. I must first restore myself, otherwise, encountering any adversaries upon exiting would be disastrous. He turned his damaged palm over, noting that the back of his hand, having avoided direct contact with the Mind Scepter, fared considerably better. Yet, better was a relative term. The skin remained intact, but an intricate web of golden lines had spread across his entire hand, resembling a glass about to shatter. With just a bit more pressure, his entire palm would likely be rendered useless. Thankfully, he thought, if I had delayed any longer, I might have lost my arm altogether. Loki exhaled, relieved that the situation was not beyond redemption. At least with his current abilities, it would merely take some time, which was manageable. Muttering incantations, a radiant aura symbolizing magic emanated from within him, enveloping Loki's palm. This was the magic of the Vanir, bestowed upon him by his mother, Frigga. Due to Odin's favoritism towards Thor since childhood, his brother was endowed with status and artifacts. In contrast, Loki, as the younger sibling, relied solely on the divine essence shared with him by Frigga. With nothing to his name, Loki dedicated himself to the arduous study of magic. His grasp of Vanir magic even surpassed that of his father, Odin. Loki's relentless dedication stemmed from a desire to one day earn Odin's recognition. Yet, to that old rascal, There had always been only his foolish brother Thor, who never even spared him a glance. This spurred Loki's resolve for vengeance against Odin and, more importantly, to prove that he was more worthy than Thor, deserving of the throne of the Nine Realms. However, one drawback persisted. He seemed overly confident in his magical prowess, leading to a blurred perception of his own capabilities. He often perceived himself as a mere assassin. Finally, after half an hour of diligent restoration, Loki's palm returned to its original state. Gazing at his fully healed hand, he breathed a sigh of relief, then seized the Mind Scepter once more. Damn it! Do not call out. I shall one day possess you with honor. As Loki cursed the recalcitrant Mind Scepter in his hand, he retrieved the Tesseract that lay nearby. Since he had gone through the trouble of coming this far, it was only fitting that he first put on a display before those foolish Midgardians before departing. It would be a waste of effort otherwise. While contemplating this, Loki kicked open the vault, eager to shine in all his glory, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. Wait, is this not the base of those self-proclaimed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Loki surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. Logically, one would expect those individuals to have hidden the Tesseract in a secure and concealed location upon recognizing its significance. Yet, this place resembled more of a bedroom belonging to a depraved individual. Approaching the bedside, he waved his hand over a whip that bore a lingering scent. Even a demon would shake its head at this. What kind of twisted mind could conceive such a room? As Loki stepped back in disdain, he sensed the activity around him. It seemed that the area with the most people was the best place to assert the majesty of Prince Loki. Meanwhile, unable to withstand the fervent enthusiasm of the crowd, Steve finally managed to slip away. He could hardly bear the simultaneous kisses from so many ladies, along with the occasional small hands that reached out to caress his abs. Why would they enjoy being in such a place? Once outside, Steve seized the opportunity to breathe a sigh of relief, inhaling the lingering scent on himself and wiping away the lipstick marks on his face. However, just as he settled in to rest, he noticed a horned figure striding toward him with great urgency. Wait, are you also an actor at the party? Having encountered Loki for the first time, Steve instinctively regarded this oddly dressed individual as an ally. Yet, before Loki could respond, Steve noticed that, aside from the scepter in his hand, he appeared to be clutching a glowing box. Wait, is that the Tesseract? Did Ancient One instruct you to retrieve it again? Oh no, he explicitly told me he had hidden the cube in a place where no one could find it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Steve immediately assumed a combat stance. You are the enemy. How astute you are, Molgathians. Loki gazed down at Steve with an air of superiority. Oh my. Your spirit shines so brilliantly. It seems fortune favors me, as I have encountered such an intriguing individual right from the start. With a laugh, Loki approached Steve, saying, Come now, become my subordinate, Loki. This shall be your utmost honor. What on earth are you talking about? Steve retorted, dashing towards Loki. His shield had been treated as a relic during the recent festivities, placed reverently beside Thor's hammer. Thus, in this moment, Steve found himself compelled to confront the invader with empty hands. As for his decision not to seek assistance, our dear Captain America believed that dealing with a mere Bambi would be well within his capabilities. Moreover, this would mark his first battle since awakening, and he was determined to handle it alone. No, wait, my arm can actually penetrate your body. Yet, it was only after Steve swung his fist toward Loki's face that he realized the truth. To his astonishment, his fist passed right through Loki's form, leaving him devoid of any sensation. Clang! A chilling sensation coursed through Steve's neck. Before him, Loki, whom he had previously pierced, began to dissolve into an ethereal form. Indeed, the Midgardians remained as foolish as ever, incapable of discerning reality from illusion. With a smile, Loki activated the power of the Mind Scepter nestled in his hand. An indescribable force of psychic energy swiftly infiltrated Steve's body, causing his pupils to blacken in that very instant. Though Steve, under Loki's control, attempted to struggle and resist, his elbow strike aimed at Loki was effortlessly thwarted. Such formidable strength, truly worthy of Midgard, rivaling even the mightiest of berserkers. Loki gazed with satisfaction at the Steve he had ultimately subdued. To become my subordinate will be the most glorious moment of your life. Rejoice. Very well, my master. Steve replied, his gaze vacant as he nodded in agreement with Loki. His tone of compliance, however, elicited a hint of dissatisfaction from Loki. Yet, upon observing Steve's dazed expression, Loki decided to overlook it. Now lead the way, for I desire to have more souls sing the praises of my name, Loki. Very well. The subdued Steve nodded, leading the way ahead while Loki followed closely behind, humming a cheerful tune. Wait. Loki suddenly recalled something and called out to Steve ahead. Are there any indigenous gods in Midgard? It would be splendid to meet one. Perhaps I could persuade him to become my subordinate. There are some. Is it truly so? Loki exclaimed with delight. Initially, he had merely entertained a whimsical thought to inquire, yet he was astonished that he had indeed stumbled upon an answer. Is it on the way to your destination? How splendid. Don't just linger here, lead the way. As Loki followed closely behind Steve, he began to contemplate. The deities of Midgard? Surely they could not be significantly more formidable than this fellow before him. Once he conquers him, he will subjugate all of Midgard. Steve, you have finally returned. Tony, with a woman on each arm, was somewhat inebriated. Upon seeing Steve's return, he immediately broke into a wide grin, momentarily neglecting the women in his embrace as he approached Steve. However, due to his intoxication, he stumbled and veered off course after taking just a few steps. Is this what you refer to as a god? He appears even less impressive than my brother, who only knows how to drink and brawl. Midgard truly leaves much to be desired, Loki remarked disdainfully as he observed the tipsy Tony. No, my lord, he is not the god of earth. Steve shook his head in explanation. Then who is? Point him out to me swiftly. I am eager to conquer the mightiest among you in Midgard. Loki's excitement surged upon hearing that it was not Tony, for he derived no sense of accomplishment from subduing a mere drunkard. That is indeed the case. Loki turned to follow the direction indicated by Steve, attempting to adopt a countenance he believed to be more formidable. However, he did not perceive the deity Steve spoke of. Instead, amidst the throng of people, he instantly recognized a familiar figure. Good heavens! Is that not my drunken brother? Loki's expression was one of disbelief. How could he possibly be here? Suddenly, while being embraced in utter comfort, Thor heard an exceptionally familiar voice. He pushed aside the arm that obstructed his view, locking eyes directly with Loki. This moment of eye contact further solidified Loki's suspicions. Brother! Brother! Exclaimed Thor, overwhelmed with excitement as he leapt from his seat. The moment he laid eyes on Loki, all traces of inebriation vanished. He gazed fervently at Loki, extending his hand, and the mighty Mjolnir, which had rested upon the table, returned to his grasp. Instantly, a surge of formidable thunder coursed through his being, with arcs of lightning entwining around his palm that clutched Mjolnir. Someone stop that drunkard. The onlookers, including Gu Xuan's subordinates, were astonished. While most siblings greet each other with mutual respect, this intoxicated individual displayed a rather chaotic demeanor upon encountering his brother. Moreover, was that Steve standing beside Loki? How did he end up over there? In that moment, all eyes in the room converged upon Thor and Loki, both figures equally captivating. One, enveloped in crackling electricity, transformed into the embodiment of the Norse god of thunder, while the other, adorned with horns, bore a striking resemblance to a circus performer. Gu Xuan observed the erupting Thor, a rare, amused smile gracing his features. If anyone else dared to disrupt his establishment, he might have intervened. However, with these two brothers, he was content to sit back and enjoy the spectacle, provided it did not interfere with his business. As for the dazed Steve standing next to Loki, Gu Xuan surmised he had fallen under Loki's control. A classic case of mind manipulation. If memory served, it was Hawkeye who had been ensnared in the first Avengers film. Yet, due to the cosmic cube being in his possession, the future had deviated, even arriving prematurely. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The eventual outcome would remain unchanged. Moreover, Gu Xuan had been anticipating this day for some time, and it aligned perfectly with his desires. Meanwhile, back at the standoff between the Asgardian duo, Thor wasted no time, seizing Mjolnir and hurling it toward Loki. Brother, I have truly missed you. The ferocious lightning surged from the hammer's head, aimed directly at Loki. Fortunately, Thor, still somewhat grounded in reality, managed to temper the force of his assault to avoid collateral damage, directing the tempest solely at Loki. I have missed you dearly as well. Brother, Loki replied nonchalantly, facing the oncoming storm and Thor without a hint of panic, remaining rooted in place as if welcoming Thor's impending strike. Why don't you evade it? Thor was taken aback, but it was evidently too late to retreat. He summoned lightning to strike Loki, only to suddenly turn his head and kick backward. The lightning pierced through Loki's form, rendering him almost ethereal. A smirk crept across Thor's lips as he beheld Loki, who deftly caught his foot. Indeed, after all these years, you still delight in your old tricks. Thor chuckled. However, before he could revel in his amusement for long, even Loki's form began to waver. Suddenly, from Thor's side, he felt a kick. Haha, you fall for the same trick every time, Loki exclaimed, one hand gripping the Mind Stone scepter while the other clutched the Tesseract. Gleefully kicking Thor, who was sprawled on the ground. At some point, Loki had found immense joy in toying with his elder brother, occasionally delivering a few extra jabs when necessary. He lamented that he should have entrusted the Tesseract to Steve. That way, he could have wielded a weapon while still having a hand free. "Ah, damn it. You foolish creature, stop kicking my face," Thor protested, struggling on the ground. Yet, for a rare moment, he did not retaliate. Instead, he allowed Loki to pummel him, an unexpected joy evident in his voice. Everyone watched in disbelief as the younger brother relentlessly kicked his elder sibling, who, despite being the self-proclaimed elder, made no attempt to defend himself and seemed to be enjoying the ordeal. Is this what they call a loving family? Ah, a delightful dairy. With a loud thud, the inebriated Tony struggled to rise from the ground, his hand instinctively grasping Steve's backside. The pleasurable sensation momentarily reminded him of a certain cover girl, whose allure paled in comparison to the figure before him. "Oh, let me indulge a bit more," he muttered, choosing to disregard Steve's disapproving gaze, his grip on the tempting form growing increasingly audacious. Despite being under restraint, Steve maintained his ever-present good nature, until summoned by Loki. He opted to sidestep rather than retaliate against the rogue, denying Tony the opportunity to take advantage of him. "Isn't it quite enjoyable, my dear brother?" Loki, momentarily swept away by the chaos, nearly lost sight of his primary objective. However, witnessing Thor's immobile state only fueled his ire further. "Now, dear Mr. Bambi, your family's farce may come to a close. Yet, if you find yourself still unsatisfied, I can readily prepare a chamber for your continued revelry until dawn. But before that, I kindly request the return of what rightfully belongs to me." Gu Xuan stepped forward, positioning himself between Thor and Loki, forcibly separating the two brothers who were nearly entwined. He genuinely feared that Loki's relentless kicks might awaken some peculiar trait within Thor, and that would be quite undesirable. Confronted by Gu Xian's obstruction, Loki swiftly regained his demeanor as the cold-hearted prince. With a disdainful smile, he cast a piercing glance at Gu Xuan. "Pardon my candor, sir, but who has bestowed upon you the audacity to address the great Loki in such a manner? Do you believe I wouldn't hesitate to twist your head off and use it as a ball for my amusement, as recompense for your insolence?" With a derisive snicker, Loki continued to regard Gu Xuan. He lightly tapped the ground with his mind control scepter, unleashing a wave of energy that enveloped the entire nightclub. The patrons gazed in terror at the luminous aura beneath their feet, only realizing his menacing presence once the farce concluded. However, Gu Xuan remained unfazed by Loki's theatrics, maintaining his steadfast gaze. "Return the Tesseract to me," he reiterated, confident he had provided ample warning. "And if I refuse?" Loki retained his mocking expression, fixing Gu Xuan with a sardonic look while pressing the tip of his scepter against Gu Xian's chest. "What will you do to me, you ignorant, feeble, pitiful Midgardian?" With a resounding bang, Loki felt an unexpected surge of energy erupt before him. In the next moment, he was propelled forward like a cannonball. As for the two objects he had been holding, they slipped from his grasp entirely, lingering momentarily in the air before being deftly caught by Gu Xuan. Not particularly impressive, Gu Xuan muttered to himself, and then, setting the two props aside, he dashed out. "Ah, how terrifying. What just transpired? So swift, so swift." With the resounding sound of an explosion, the women present finally came to their senses, their faces etched with shock, utterly oblivious to the events that had just unfolded. In stark contrast, the men were brimming with excitement, with some audacious souls even daring to lean out through the shattered glass, pondering the whereabouts of their idealized masculine figures. As for Thor, he harbored little interest in such matters. After rising from the ground, he paid no heed to the numerous footprints marring his attire. He leisurely returned to his designated spot, continuing to drink deeply, his gaze occasionally drifting toward Mjolnir on the stage, as well as the mark that symbolized the tainting of his beloved, his expression heavy with sorrow. Meanwhile, Gu Xuan's sensible subordinates, after their leader had departed, quietly gathered the Tesseract and the Mind Scepter from the floor. Their leader had a penchant for peculiar, luminous objects, and they were determined to safeguard them. "Who bestowed upon you the audacity to provoke me?" Gu Xuan proclaimed as he soared toward Loki, his speed surpassing that of the ejected trickster. Boom. After Loki had traversed an entire building, Gu Xuan seized him by the collar and propelled him towards the sky, achieving an unprecedented velocity. A resounding boom echoed through the entirety of New York, reverberating from several kilometers above in the sky. Although the residents could not see the source, they could distinctly hear the impact, accompanied by phenomena reminiscent of shock waves bursting forth into the atmosphere. Even in the dead of night, the spectacle appeared remarkably grand. Subsequently, upon reaching the apex of the atmosphere, Gu Xuan grasped Loki by the collar, gazing at the god, who was currently in a state of disarray. Now, who appears more pitiable and feeble? Gu Xuan remarked, releasing his hold on Loki's garment. In a state of weightlessness, Loki flailed his arms desperately, attempting to grasp something. Yet the lack of sufficient oxygen rendered even the act of speaking a formidable challenge. Ridiculous. Gu Xuan gazed at Loki, who was plummeting towards the ground, his expression indifferent. Yet, with a swift motion, he outpaced Loki and positioned himself beside him. This time, however, it was not to seize his collar. Instead, as Loki was still nearly 1,000 meters from the ground, he firmly pressed down on his head, sending him crashing directly into the surface of Central Park in New York. With a resounding boom, dust erupted into the air, and a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the surroundings, accompanied by the cacophony of shattering tiles and various debris. Even pedestrians several hundred meters away were astounded to discover that the ground beneath their feet bore newly formed cracks in the wake of that thunderous sound. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Loki, firmly pressed into the ground beneath Gu Xuan's foot, continued to cough. Yet, the expression on his face remained unchanged, as if he were frozen in disbelief. It was not that he possessed an extraordinary ability to remain composed, but rather, he had yet to grasp the reality of the situation. He was still in a state of utter bewilderment, completely unaware that he was being trampled. Observing Loki's dazed expression, Gu Xuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. This laughter served as a catalyst for Loki, and after several moments, he finally began to comprehend his predicament. Instinctively, he reached out, intending to grasp his scepter of power, only to realize that during Gu Xuan's initial stomp, both the scepter and the cube had slipped from his grasp. "How dare you treat your god in such a manner?" Loki exclaimed in disbelief, gazing up at Gu Xuan, who was now nonchalantly flaunting his dominance by rotating his foot atop Loki. At this moment, the rage coursing through Loki was beyond description. As the second prince of Asgard, he had never endured such humiliation of being stepped upon. "Ah, I will have your life. Haha, I must say you Asgardians are rather resilient, just like your brother," Gu Xuan remarked, observing the almost unhinged Loki without a care. After all, the gem was firmly within his possession, and there was no way for Loki to reclaim it. Gu Xuan extended his hand, intending to seize Loki's collar as he had done before. However, the moment his hand made contact, Loki's form abruptly faded away. In an instant, he found himself over 30 meters away on the street. Yet, instead of rushing to confront Gu Xuan, Loki took a moment to primp himself. With a gentle pat of his hands on his attire, his previously disheveled appearance transformed, restoring his horns and cloak to their original splendor. Once he was satisfied that his appearance was impeccable, Loki turned to Gu Xuan and bellowed, "Foolish Midgardian, in the name of the Prince of Asgard, I vow to make you pay double for your insolence." "Oh, and how do you intend to make me pay?" Gu Xuan inquired, raising an eyebrow with keen interest at this ostentatious prince. Observing Loki's earlier grooming antics was reminiscent of Thor's demeanor. After being struck, his immediate concern was not about Gu Xuan, but rather if his hairstyle was in disarray. "No, it is a matter of restitution. I shall ensure you repay me doubly. Only in this way can I alleviate the hatred within my heart." Loki gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely to Gu Xuan. However, without his staff, his combat prowess had significantly diminished. At that moment, he conjured a spell, summoning a flickering flame in his hand. Before Gu Xuan could utter a taunt, he raised his palm, and instantly, flames erupted, leaping from his grasp as if animated, hurtling towards Gu Xuan's direction. In response to such a trivial assault, Gu Xuan could hardly be bothered to evade. He merely enveloped himself in a layer of energy for protection, making no further unnecessary movements. Seeing Gu Xuan's audacity to remain unyielding in the face of his attack, Loki erupted in laughter. "Ah, this is fire from hell, capable of scorching your very soul. It will bring you excruciating pain until you perish from its torment." However, before Loki could indulge in his mockery for long, his expression froze, morphing into one of sheer disbelief. Though he had fabricated tales of hellfire, he knew well that such flames could indeed penetrate the skin and incinerate one's insides, leading to a torturous demise. Yet now, the scene before him surpassed his wildest imagination. "Hellfire, is it? Just this?" Gu Xuan regarded Loki with an air of nonchalance. The so-called flames could not even breach the barrier of his energy.